Chapter 1: The Wastedo Treasure System. Recycling all things to grow stronger. Warm reminder: this book contains relat de Medusa, beautiful women. Please leave your brain at the door before reading to enhance our experience. Ding! Host detected successful transmigration. Systemic activating gone binding. Ina days. As a mechanical voice code, Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes wide. I have a transmigrated? Looking around the ancient style room, it was no longer the factory workshop he was familiar with. Xiaochen sat there, stunned and thiebbed. In the next moment, before he could ponder anything, a sharp pain shot through his head. Fragments of unfamiliar memory surged forth from the depths of his mind. The Qin Dynasty Huangzhou flowing cloud cities Xiao family. I really have a transmigrated. After assimilating these strange memories, Xiaochen was subtly bewildered. According to thorough collections in his mind, Thworld et transmigrateto Oscald Kanglan realm, a fantastical realm where a martial arts had driven a pinnacle. The original owner, sharing his name, was also called Xiaochen, the legitimity and master of Zaya family in flowing cloud city. Not long ago, had Ganito Tisord sect with the intention of becoming a disciple. Unexpectedly, during the assessment at Tai Sword sect, he clashed with the master of Lin family from Tiandu city, and in Thejuel, his intention was destroyed by a single palm strike. After being carried back to his family, Hele like he dead dog for 2 days, ultimately unable to swallow his rage, and just moments ago, he had died from Scheringer. Although transmigration happen every year, the is rather hasty, isn't it? It's all Wang Xin's fault, that flirtatious minx. She deliberately to get off their collar tone, causing me to accidentally touch the electric switch. Imagining Wang Xin's image, Xiaochen couldn't help but scoff at the memories before his demise. He never expected that this seasoned veteran, who had spent 2.5 years in an electronics factory, would perish in the spot due at the seduction of fast student girl. Though he was a solitarian with little adequate. The abruptness of the incident was overwhelming. He didn't even have a timotode latest browser history. In the ruerie is private photos and study materials for late night detoxing. Well, it's settled since I'm here. In my task well accept the reality. As a beleaguered corporate worker of the 21st century, Xiaochen had learned to be accepting. Heshukishe and redirected his focus. System, what functions do you have? Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Xiaochen eagerly inquired. Ding! The system is named Wastedo Treasure System, possessing 5 primary functions: recycling, repair, synthesis, upgrade, and identification. Recycling capable for claiming all valuable items, including but not limited to remnants of weapons, waste elixirs, corpses, rotten herbs, and manuthers. Items recovered can be exchanged for corresponding points, which can be used for shopping in the story or consuming functions. Repair points can be consumed to restore damaged items to their complete state. Synthesis points can be consumed to merge multiple different damaged items into a higher grade, complete object. Upgrade points can be consumed to enhance the quality of a complete item. Identification and auxiliary function does not require point consumption, capable of identifying the basis information of an object. Additionally, the system includes a sem-month random recovery function, allowing for the random reclamation of an item within Kanglan realm. While this system seems incredibly powerful, upon hearing the system's self-introduction, Xiaochen inhaled sharply, a look of fun restrained joy spreading gay across his face. Wait, what about the newbie gift package? Suddenly recalling something, Xiaochen hastily queried the system. Don't think just because it seemed like an honest person thought he can't skimp on the newbie gift package. Ding! Newbie gift package is being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained temporary cultivation technique creation of heaven and earth. Congratulations, host. You have received the live saving item famous blade life card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired temporary movement technique heavenly demon shadowless step. And additionally, you have received 12 free repairs, 1 free synthesis, and 1 free upgrade. Creation of heaven and earth. A non-matched technique created by temporary of creation, capable of integrating the power soft he 5 elements to master the path of yin and yang. When cultivated to its zenith, it can shake the very heavens and earth. Famous blade life card. Upon usage, it can erites famous blademar that can absorb a fatal blow for the host, granting 3's concephine vulnerability. Noton sethamarcus triggered, I twilin trickle down period off 24 hours, during wikit canotabs or banny damage for the host. Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step. A Mavaman technique created bethimperor oft Heavenly Demon. When cultivated o extreme, it can achieve a thestatoft Heavenly Demon, complete like concealing Ganesaron figure. As the system's notification faded, the 3 earwords instant fused aim. Era sounding grow era coden Xiao Qin's mind, as countles a soteric and obscure piece of fin formation exploded forth. In merriments. Hemisterth creation of heaven and dirt hand, Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step, event famous blade life card transformed into a that melded into his body. Onsia fatal chrysistescence, themar quood trigger in an instant. Indeed, with Thasystem in hand, thu worldisman. This newbie gift package is overwhelmingly generous. Feeling thu a toft he's a two emperortier martial arts, along with the protection oft he famous blademark, a slight smile curved Xiaoqin's lips. First, let's address me injuries. He's excitement that inadvertent lie aggravate he's wounds, causing Xiaoqin togrimus in pain. It was then he realized that he was still in a severely injured state. His Denshin meridian shad been destroyed, and his ribs are broken. Even if Xiophamal Yexbindi Demenser sources stop procura by Tofurthier healing medicine, it couldn't lim in semiof T-bone injuries. As for the Danshin meridians, they were beyond hope of restoration. System, can he injurious behela dusing the repair function? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoqin inquired. Yes. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Xiaoqin unhesitatingly utilized a free repair function. As the system's notification came again, agent white a light envelop head hum. The ancient the thad bean renderetus lasan thegrivus wound sun his botto arera stored to theer, pristina state in an instant. Event theshider dinti and camber pered, this function is truly remarkable. Feeling isbot I return toit condition, astonishment spread across Xiaoqin's face. Having fully assimilated the original owner's memories, he was na novicito cultivation. Tis known that the danshin is the of Kyan's harmed, itis incredibly difficult to restore. Even so matoptier having grades, spiritualherbs cannot complete limit the danshin nonetheless higher grade sacred medicine est. And say kriege raid spiritualherbs. In the eastern wilderness major dynasties, thyriniarly mythical. The system's free restoration of these injurias ways a canto saving hyma sacred herb. This feeling goff haven gashed is exhilarating. By the way, if my injurias can bear repaired, can he fice a queen martial talental subupgraded? Connecting this crucial point, Xiaoqin immediately inquired of the system. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, a prompt lico c to upgrade his physique. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading your physique. Unexpected lie triggering gate and thou sand full deck plosion effecti, our physique we hash transformed from a mundane body to an body. As the system's notification echoed, boundless white a lighter head from Xiaoqin's form. His originally ordinary physique currender when astonishing metamorphosis at that moment. Vast spiritual energy continuous like converged within him, and of in his cultivation began tosurge wildly. P.S. This book is amentless, exhilarating read, filled with exquisite beauties and various illustrations sify hour and not. Satisfied after 40 chapters, feel free to confront him. Harisa list off cultivation realm body refinement, opening yuan, spiritual aperture, rotating dan, cave heaven, nirvana, transcending mysteries, celestial being, entering saint, saint king, supreme, emperor. 12 major realms correspond to E6 major stages yellow, mysterious, earth, heaven, sacred, emperor. In theor listages, generally, only realms below celestial being will appear the later realms skibitus regarded for na. Chapter 2 is Thesa Medusa. His third layer off spiritual aperture. With the completion of this physique transformation, feeling is current cultivation, Xiaoqinderwanather sharp breath. The path of cultivation can be divided into body refinement, opening yuan, spiritual aperture, rotating dan, cave heaven, nirvana, transcending mysteries, celestial being. Each realm is further divided in tonina layers. Of course, above ethanith layer of celestial being, there exists Sainavin more powerful sacred realm. However, within Thesavin major dynasty of eastern wilderness, aside from Matthew Widden ancient beings, few can react this realm. Hehadon le just reached the third layer of opening yuan. To his astonishment, this time, the upgrade obvious physique not only allowed him to transform into an innate, Dao body budal superpella. This cultivation taught the third layer of spiritual aperture. Such a terrifying gratabri nigh through would undoubted lie astonished the member soft Zaya family. The sensation of increased strength is indeed quite marvelous. I wonder how Lin Feng will react upon learning Thais will bit sleep at night? Feeling the true essence surging within him, sufficient to easily dispatch any opening Yuanrium cultivator. A cold smell crepton to Shaonan slips. Lin Feng. Huas Theo Nu Hoa destroyed the original owner with a single palm strike. The young master off Lin family from Tiandu City. Atonli 18, Hehadri Ched the Savint Lero opening Yuan. With a martial talent the Theta attained high-grade earth deer. If nothing unexpected had occurred, this fellow Hadel ready entered Tai Sword Sectan Kud like Libikomi, Sipliof Similders. After all, a genius scapa bio freaching thirthier and martial arts talentis generalitis team to brain eye, Thrudo Thrilmoff cave heaven in the future, or even ascend to themer formidable nirvana realm. Suk individual Sarek considered exceptional prodigious with Thinthdichian dynasty, often qualifying Toby Kamaner disciple soft various sects. Yether stands Lin Feng, a mere mortal who distinguished such a genius with a single hand. However, the foundation of Thielan fam lie in and Ducid is significant, lie surpasses that of Texiofamily in Lian City, with the clan boasting experts at cave heaven realm. Though it possess a golden finger, it must remain humblined, not let success cloud my judgment. Until I have sufficient confidence, I tis prudent to exercise caution in all matters. Shaochen's gaze flickera dasharichadad decision. Since heaven has allowed him to traverse this world and awakened a remarkable system, he would never again endure the indignity as faced his previous self otherwise, he would be unworthy of faving binary deroftamito schweibe. Ding! The host hast not conducted random retrieval this month. Would the host like to proceed with a random retrieval now? As Shaochen she art surged with excitement, the system unexpectedly kimden. Retrieval. Shaochen was momentarily taken aback before responding. The system could randomly recover any tim within the Kanglan realm. Beauty at retrieval was followed by month-long cooldown. This method of acquisition resembled an al map lottery, where the fortuna finding something valuable hinged solely in luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully retrieving an attempt this month. The Timmy's being transmitted back to the host. As the system's notification echo adance Marie, a dazzling light erupted before Shaochen, warping the fabric off space. Before long, the brilliance faded, revealing an him within the room. Hiss. Is this a corpse? Shaochen's gaze fixate on the object, his expression shifting to nefast astonishment. The corpse of Ephraim had flowing black hair strewn across the ground, adorned with a gilded crown atop his stunning, beautiful yet pallid face. Fire a reader more encased a pair of prominent peaks, Wiley's Linderway Strevia led naval market verticali. What shocked Shaochen further was hat beneath Thuist, skirt concealed privaterius, yet a serpent's delmerjed below. Thepperply shred scaleless shimmered with hami talik sheen, exuding gan unsettle and giatine explicably nabaera. However, these serpentwoman's corpse bore signs off severburns, with mucho for alabaster red marks. Event the serpent tail below was riddled with shadowed scales, ossif lifeless. Ah, thesnake-tailed Medusa queentrally, every onidi service opposite. System, aria jarethis size a system for turning wasteen to treasure rother thaniful funeral service? After a moment of silence, Shaochenga's data corpse, feeling some speechless. During his first random retrieval, he had anticipate acquiring gremnant sofa hollow weapon or an imperial artifact, yet instead, he encountered the Lephellis form of phaser pint person. Such an auspicious start felt Marethan atadaminus. Ding! There remained so fat powerful being possessed numerous marveluses sandaretrius urso feminsa value. The host can either utilize them personally or exchange them for corresponding points. Upon hearing the system's response, a slight smirk crept onto Shaochen's lips. Utilize personally. How do and achieve that? Given the serpentwoman's theory beauty, would a Doretto approach her like a beast? Yet, Thematero for serpent tail. Ugh, how could this size stem lead him astray? It was saturla morally reprehensible. Suppressing the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiaochen directed his gaziate the corpse and activateth the system's identification ability. A Medusa queen from the serpent tribe, attempting to force a bly consummate has celestial fiery of the heavens to brain eye, through to a sacred realm, inadvertently fell victim to a backlash from the fiery and was swept into spatial turbulence. Currently Ines Datoffel Sediath, she will soon perish completely. If Lefeisen sees infused, there might still be chance for salvation. By heavens, it truly is. The Medusa queen of the serpent tribe? As the text materialized before him, astonishment painted Xiaochen's features. The moment he laid eyes on the crown, had harbored suspicions, but this world ways entirely new. Not daring to be overly confident, had refrained from making assumptions. Yet, to his surprise, this was indeed the Medusa queen. It must be noted that within the serpent tribe, the Medusa queen possesses the misnable bloodline, bearing the ancient lineage of devouring python, and is the strongest within the entire clan. From the textual information, it was evident that this Medusa's power, like Clyria Keth ninth layer off celestial realm. Such strength, when viewed against the backdrop of the eastern wilderness 7 great dynasties, is undoubted lie among the most formidable, save for Afwancient being soft he sacred realm. Ta think Hatchering is first random retrieval, who would stumble upon such a terrifying entity. This true lie said Obligets word. Observing the Medusa queen lying gone the ground, Xiaochen's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. At that moment, he found himself turned between twa coys to rescue these Medusae are to deliver a fatal blow to claim Harris points. The serpent tree reside in the endless desert Softichian dynasty, situated millions of miles away from his current location 9th wilderness state. While could not fathom how had managed to retrieve the Medusa queen in his first attempt, he was acutely aware of the serpent tree best brutal nature and there is to recalculated with humanity. Heckled not guarantee that, upon rescuing the Medusa queen, Shwood not repay his skinness with malice. After all, wanted Oesno Tazintos Tata Sofa Medusa queen without having blood on their hands. To save her my tinvit disaster, akin to the fay believed he farmer and the serpent. Ding, the system kind lie reman sayu. Every time the host utilizes the system's functions and external entities, a contract will be silently established. While if this contract does no tallow for the force full control of beings, it will enhance their goodwill towards the host. Just as Xiaochen took a deep breath, preparing to deliver the final blow, the system's unexpected notification left the momentarily stunned, his lips twitching involuntarily. If such an ability existed, why was it not made it clear beforehand? This confounded system was soon doubted lie intentional, nearly driving him to commit act of slaughter. Suppressing ice internal grumbling, Xiaochen turned this gaze towards the serpent queen. Since Fithus led me to discovering your most precarious moment, I'd say sign to twertis teen to cross baths. Today, Ishal extend me hand in your aid. With that, Xiaochen slowly approacheth Medusa queen, kneeling before your and placing his right hand upon her chest.
Chapter 3 No Name, how about we call you Cayenne? Saving lives is a duty, albeit one not sought after or offended by the circumstances, feeling as though his right hand grasped the entirety of the world. Xiaochen coughed lightly to justify himself, then utilized his last free restoration. An infinite white light immediately spread outwards, under the system's repair. Queen Medusa's wounds were rapidly healing, her previously pallid complexion began to regain its rosy hue. He hoped this investment wouldn't yield too great a loss. Sensing Medusa's life force growing stronger, Xiaochen retracted his right hand while murmuring to himself for with the contract secretly formed by the system. There was no need to worry about Medusa betraying him, he could even leverage this act of saving her life, along with the clandestine contract established by the system, to make this Queen Medusa an ally. Just as Xiaochen's thoughts were turning, Queen Medusa let out a soft hum, her previously tightly shut eyes fluttered open, the real-life bridal version of Queen Medusa. Am I not dead, with her consciousness gradually reviving. Queen Medusa's face was filled with confusion. At that moment, her memories lingered on the past. To break free from the shackles of the sacred realm, to allow her bloodline to undergo ancestral evolution. And to lead the serpent people out of the endless desert, she had recklessly consumed a cluster of millennium-old corefire, only to be caught off guard by a sneak attack. This led to her ultimate failure in being swept into the chaos by the foreign fire. Given her condition at that time, survival was impossible. Why is it that I still feel something now, and my injuries have vanished completely? observing Queen Medusa, whose wounds had healed completely and who was now standing upright with her serpentine tail. Xiao Chen inquired with a refreshing tone, "How does it feel?" Unexpectedly, upon her recovery, Queen Medusa exuded an indescribable aura that made him a tad nervous, though he maintained a calm exterior. Whether he could win over this Queen Medusa depended on whether he could impress her next. "You saved me." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened, her attention fixating on him. When she saw Xiao Chen, she was momentarily stunned. Despite her usual disdain for human men, inexplicably this young man evoked a sense of familiarity within her. This left her feeling perplexed. "You suddenly tore through space and fell into my Xiao family, appearing gravely injured and seemingly on the brink of death. Fortunately, I possess unique healing methods that allowed you to narrowly escape with your life." Xiao Chen smiled lightly, his demeanor nonchalant. This casual indifference lent him an air of superiority. This Medusa's pupils constricted sharply, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she regarded Xiao Chen. In her perception, Xiao Chen only possessed the cultivation of the spirit aperture realm. Yet he was able to pull her back from the clutches of death. Such a feat, even among those of the celestial realm, would require profound medical knowledge, making it impossible for anyone else to achieve. Yet this young human had done it. Not only did he save her life, but he also restored all her injuries. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? As shock and confusion surged within her, Xiao Chen became increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. Just as a storm brewed in Medusa's heart, Xiao Chen paused momentarily, his gaze flickering, and continued, "Though your injuries have healed, your energy has dissipated, causing your cultivation to decline. To restore your former prowess, it will likely take considerable time. During this period, it would be best for you to stay within the Xiao family. As the saying goes, the one close to the water gets the moon first." If he could keep Queen Medusa by his side, there might be a chance to turn her into an ally in the future. Furthermore, he had yet to fully spread his wings and had recently made enemies. With Queen Medusa's protection, resolving troubles would be much easier. The serpent people and humans have always been at odds. If I were to remain by your side, it would likely bring you trouble. Medusa hesitated, her tone tinged with concern. No matter, I will find a way to conceal your identity. As long as your arch-nemeses do not appear, no one will know you are Queen Medusa. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a sense of indifference. As long as he could gather some resources to exchange for points, he could temporarily help Queen Medusa assume a different form. At that time, as long as her appearance resembled that of an ordinary person, and with a veil covering her face, who would recognize her as Queen Medusa, aside from her most familiar foes? In that case, I shall impose upon you for the time being. After a moment of silence, Medusa spoke. The distance from the wilderness state to the endless desert spanned tens of millions of miles, and to return, she would need to traverse the core territory of the human race. With her current cultivation temporarily diminished to the Nirvana realm, the risk of crossing the Dakian Empire was immense. Therefore, it was wise to recuperate and restore her cultivation to its peak. By the way, my name is Xiao Chen. What is your true name? Hearing Medusa's response, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and casually inquired. The world only knew of the serpent people's Queen Medusa, yet no one was privy to her true name. Medusa was merely a title passed down through generations within the serpent people, hence Xiao Chen was curious about this Queen Medusa's true name. I have no name. Medusa paused slightly, responding with a hint of melancholy. From the moment of her birth, both her parents had perished. Coupled with the ancient bloodline of the devouring python coursing through her veins, she inherited the title of Medusa at birth. Thus, unlike others, she never had the opportunity to possess a name of her own. No name. Upon hearing Medusa's answer, Xiao Chen felt a moment of awkwardness. How about we call you Cayenne then? Referring to you as Medusa feels somewhat distant. Cayenne. Upon hearing the name Xiao Chen suggested, Queen Medusa was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, she did not find the name displeasing. Instead, it brought her an inexplicable sense of fondness. Cayenne, that name is quite nice. After a moment of silence, Medusa did not reject the name, a subtle smile gracing her cold visage. The title of Medusa had represented more of a burden and responsibility for her now, with Xiao Chen bestowing her a name that seemed to imbue her life with more than just duty to her people. She felt as though she had gained her own identity, thus she cherished this name dearly. I'm glad you don't mind witnessing the once mighty ruler of the serpent people, who instilled fear across the 7 great empires of the eastern wilderness, exhibit such warmth before him. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Queen Medusa's fondness for him had significantly increased. With further subtle interactions, he might genuinely have a chance to win her over. Much like Su Xian did with a certain maiden. Of course, he knew better than to express such thoughts openly. For now, they remained confined to his mind. After a brief pause, Xiao Chen continued, "Next, I will arrange a guest room for Miss Cayenne. During this time, you may focus on restoring your cultivation within the Xiao family. Unless absolutely necessary, I will refrain from disturbing you. However, should I encounter insurmountable troubles, I hope Miss Cayenne will lend her assistance." Chapter 4. The goal. First, help Queen Medusa assume a different form. "You are too courteous, young master." In response to Xiao Chen's proposal, Medusa did not refuse. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips, though I am not inherently benevolent. "I understand the importance of gratitude. Young master Xiao saved my life. Regardless of your troubles, I shall do my utmost to assist you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened, and he regarded Cayenne with increasing fondness. It was well known that the Medusa of the serpent people was a heartless queen, yet before him, she appeared as docile as a neighborly little sister. If the elders of the serpent people were to witness this, they would likely be left speechless. As it happens, I have matters that require your cooperation. Satisfied with his impression of Queen Medusa, Xiao Chen articulated his plans amidst her puzzled gaze. He had been seeking a suitable reason to persuade the Xiao family, facilitating the unveiling of his abilities to elevate his status within the family and garner their support in resource collection. With sufficient points, he could temporarily assist Cayenne in assuming a different form. This would expedite his own cultivation progress and potentially allow him to establish his own influence. With the emergence of Queen Medusa, everything had become significantly simpler. Creak, just as Xiao Chen finished outlining his plans to Cayenne, a creaking sound echoed as the tightly shut door swung open. "Young master, it's time for your medicine." As Xiao Chen and Cayenne turned their gazes, a girl in white entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. "Ah! A serpent person?" Before the girl could finish her sentence, her face turned pale upon seeing Medusa, and the bowl of soup she held slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor. The animosity between the serpent people and humans had led to widespread tales in the Dacian Empire, painting serpent people as brutal and merciless creatures who relished in the slaughter of humans and even indulged in unspeakable acts. Consequently, cultivators within the Dacian Empire harbored a deep-seated fear of the serpent people. "Do not be alarmed. She is one of us." Noticing the white-clad girl trembling in fright, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless and called out. This was his personal maid, Yunqi, who had only just turned 16. "Young master? Your injuries are healed?" Upon hearing the words, Yunqi finally noticed the presence of Xiao Chen beside her, her eyes widening in disbelief, her delicate face a portrait of shock. Just a couple of days ago, Xiao Chen had appeared on the brink of death, yet now he stood upright, his complexion rosy and radiant, entirely unlike someone who had suffered grave injuries. This left her mind buzzing with confusion. And the family head, Xiao Chen, upon hearing her inquiry, offered no elaborate response, merely gesturing dismissively as he shifted the topic. The pressing matter at hand was to first comprehend the current predicament of the Xiao family before determining his future strategies. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Yunqi's expression subtly altered, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. "The family had procured a healing elixir of the earth rank for you, but in a fit of anger." He sought an explanation from the Tai Sword sect. However, Lin Feng has already been taken as a disciple by an elder of the sect. They not only disregarded the family head's pleas but also forcefully expelled him from their gates, leaving him injured and compelled to return to the family. To add insult to injury, the Lin family from Tiandu City, aware of the family head's visit to the Tai Sword sect, demanded that the Xiao family provide 1 million spirit crystals as compensation within 3 days. Should we fail to produce this tribute by the deadline, they have threatened to obliterate all of the Xiao family's assets. As she spoke, Yunqi's eyes grew red-rimmed, her charming face suffused with concern. Intriguingly, upon hearing Yunqi's account, a slight smile crept upon Xiao Chen's lips. He was poised to exert his influence and win the hearts of the people, now with the Xiao family embroiled in a significant crisis. It aligned with his intentions. In times of peril, the unity of a family reveals itself, determining whether it is worth his investment to nurture. "Very well, you may attend to your matters, the Xiao family will be just fine." Observing Yunqi's anxious visage, Xiao Chen approached her slowly, ruffling her hair gently. After calmly uttering these 2 sentences, he departed towards the Xiao family's council hall. Witnessing this scene, Cyan's gaze flickered momentarily before she swayed her hips to follow suit. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family council hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Damn the Tai Sword sect, and damn the Lin family of Tiandu City, they are simply intolerable. The eldest elder of the Xiao family, having grasped the entirety of the situation, slammed his palm against the tea table in a fit of rage, shattering it to pieces. As a prestigious sect within the Dacian dynasty, the Tai sword sect not only disregarded the assessment personnel during competitions but also sheltered Lin Feng after the incident, leaving the Shao family head grievously injured. Meanwhile, the Lin family, emboldened by their connection to the Tai sword sect, brazenly demanded 1 million spirit crystals as reparations from the Shao family. 1 spirit crystal is equivalent to 100 gold coins, which means 1 million spirit crystals amount to a staggering 1 billion gold coins. Even if the Shao family liquidated all its assets, we could not possibly muster such a colossal sum. This is clearly an attempt to drive the Shao family to its doom. Family head, why don't we pay a visit to Lord Lu of Luyun City? Perhaps we could enlist his aid to navigate through this crisis. Amidst the elder's fury, the relatively composed second elder furrowed his brow and suggested, Lord Lu Tiannan of Luyun City possesses the cultivation of the cave heaven realm. His intervention might mitigate the dire circumstances. Utterly useless, Xiao Zhan spat, coughing up blood as his fists clenched involuntarily. Before returning to the family, I attempted to visit Lu Tiannan, but was turned away at the door, without a deep bond or substantial benefits. The Lord's residence will not extend a helping hand this time. Besides the Lord's residence, there are 3 other prominent families in Luyun City. Historically, the Lord's residence has supported our Shao family merely to balance the interests of the 3 families, thereby solidifying their own standing. To expect them to offend the Tai sword sect and the Lin family on our behalf is utterly preposterous. It seems the Shao family is destined to face a life and death calamity. As Xiao Zhan's words hung in the air, the hall descended into despair. Initiate the family bloodline transfer plan. I shall remain and negotiate with them. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhan slowly raised his head. Family head? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's declaration, the 3 elder leaders abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions shifting dramatically. The bloodline transfer plan was a contingency previously deliberated by the Shao family's upper echelons. A plan that would only be enacted when the family faced existential threats. The cost would entail sacrificing the Shao family's centuries-old foundation in Luyun City. Enough. Observing that the 3 elders intended to voice their objections, Xiao Zhan raised his hand to silence them, his tone heavy as he continued, the calamity that has befallen the Shao family stems from our actions as father and son. Let us bear the brunt of this together. You 3 must lead the Shao family away from Luyun City and seek a new path for our survival. Having spoken, Xiao Zhan gradually closed his eyes, weariness etched upon his face. As a father, he could not remain passive while his son endured humiliation. As the family head, he could not allow personal vendettas to jeopardize the entire family. Thus, he resolved to have the Shao family relocate to evade these grievances while he stayed behind to negotiate with the Lin family. This was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Family head, we are not cowards seeking to preserve our own lives. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's decision, the 3 elders exclaimed in protest. For centuries, the Shao family had risen from a destitute clan to establish firm roots in Luyun City through sheer determination and unity among its members. To demand that they abandon Xiao Zhan and Xiao Chun and migrate as a family would be an unbearable humiliation. Chapter 5. Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Family head, trouble is brewing. Just as the atmosphere in the council hall grew heavy, a middle-aged man rushed in, his voice laced with urgency. What is the matter that has you in such a flurry? The 3 elders all turned sharply at the sight of the man, their expressions grave. Our marketplace is in chaos. The man, under the intense scrutiny of the elders, paled slightly but steeled himself to respond. The Wang and Lin families have sent people to seal off our marketplace, driving away our customers and injuring many of our people. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. A terrifying aura emanating from them. Damn it, the Wang and Lin families have chosen this moment to kick us when we're down. Do they truly believe the Shao family is a pushover? The typically hot-headed eldest elder roared with cold fury, practically itching to charge at the Wang and Lin families. Ha, old fool, you are quite right. The Shao family is indeed a soft target ripe for the picking. Just as the eldest elder's words fell, a frail voice echoed from the front courtyard of the council hall, and several figures tumbled out amidst anguished cries. 2 elderly men emerged, exuding a terrifying presence. Wang Xian? Lin Hai? You 2 dare to intrude upon the Shao family's domain. Are you declaring war on us? The sight of the intruders rendered Xiao Zhan and the others' expressions as dark as storm clouds. Their auras growing increasingly frigid. Wang Xian, the second elder of the Wang family, possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of the rotating pill realm, having clashed with the Shao family on several occasions. Lin Hai, the second elder of the Lin family, also at the 7th level of the rotating pill realm, had previously caused the Shao family considerable trouble. Though he was not particularly loquacious, he was adept at scheming behind the scenes. Having once inflicted significant losses upon the Shao family's marketplace, what was particularly alarming was that these two individuals, who usually bore animosity towards one another, had now chosen to collaborate in their intrusion upon the Shao family. Indicating that the Wang and Lin families might have formed an alliance for a common purpose, had declared war. The Shao family is already in dire straits. Do you truly believe you have the capacity to contend with us? Wang Xian scoffed derisively, his tone laced with mockery. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wang Xian, wary of provoking the Shao family further, shifted his tone to one of feigned concern. But rest assured, we aren't here to make trouble. On the contrary, we come bearing assistance. Do you truly expect us to believe such nonsense? The eldest elder interjected with a cold laugh. A weasel doesn't offer New Year's greetings without ulterior motives. You both are well aware of the grievances the Shao family has with the Tai sword sect and the Lin family. Ignoring the eldest elder's derision, Wang Xian continued unabated. You must understand. 1 million spirit crystals is no trifling sum, and gathering such amounts is no simple task. Our two families are willing to contribute 100,000 spirit crystals each, as a gesture of goodwill for our long-standing relationship with the Shao family. Of course, there are conditions attached. From this day forth, the Shao family's marketplace in Luyun City will belong to our two families. With this declaration, a cold smile crept across Wang Xian and Lin Hai's faces. As they appeared to have the upper hand in their dealings with Xiao Zhan and the others, within Luyun City, there are 3 marketplaces, each owned by one of the prominent families. Should the Shao family be driven to desperation and decide to relinquish their marketplace to raise funds, this would undoubtedly present the perfect opportunity for the two families to consume the Shao family whole. Otherwise, once the Shao family was annihilated, the marketplace would revert to the city lord's residence, making it exceedingly difficult for the Wang and Lin families to reclaim it later. However, if they acquired the marketplace beforehand, even if the Shao family were to face destruction, the city lord's residence would have no justification to seize the marketplace back. Leave, the Shao family will not relinquish our marketplace. The eldest elder's furious interruption cut Wang Xian's words short. A contribution of 200,000 spirit crystals, or 2 million gold coins, was simply unacceptable. To seize all the markets of the Shao family is nothing short of taking advantage of their misfortune. Xiaomingyi, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Observing Xiaomingyi's furious countenance, Lin Hai finally spoke up. If your Shao family cannot produce 1 million spirit crystals within 3 days, once the Lin family's formidable warriors descend upon Tiandu City, I fear the Shao family's centuries of legacy will be reduced to nothing. Even your entire clan, numbering in the hundreds, may meet with untimely demise. Rather than allowing these markets to fall into the hands of the city lord, it would be far wiser to transfer them to our two families. Perhaps if misfortune were to truly befall the Shao family, we might even extend a hand to care for your wives and daughters. Enough. Before Lin Hai could finish his words, Xiao Zhan erupted in wrath. As he took a step forward, the terrifying aura of his 9th-level Shendan realm surged forth, sweeping towards the two men in an instant. Go back and inform your clan leader that although the Shao family is facing hardship, we are not to be trifled with by every stray dog seeking a bite. If you wish to devour our markets, let your clan leader come to us on his knees and plead. At that moment, the 3 elders remained silent but stepped forward, releasing their own formidable auras, their energies locking onto the two men as if ready to strike at Xiao Zhan's command. Ha! What audacity! With 4 Shendan realm powerhouses focused on them, Wang Xian and Lin Hai's expressions darkened, yet they showed no signs of fear. Since you Shao family have chosen to reject our goodwill, do not blame us for being ungracious. We shall take our leave. Although the alliance of the two families was not afraid of the Shao family, should the Shao family strike back in desperation, it would severely injure both their factions. As they turned to depart, a chilling voice echoed, and Xiao Chen stepped into the inner courtyard of the Shao family. A palpable aura of murder began to permeate the air. Xiao Chen? Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, both Xiao Zhan and Xiaomingyi were taken aback with astonishment. After his dantian had been destroyed and several ribs broken, Xiao Chen had been like a living corpse for days, requiring a maid to feed him. Yet now not only did he appear rejuvenated, but the aura of his cultivation was also inscrutable. It was as if a ghost had manifested in broad daylight. "Shun'er, has your injury healed?" Xiao Zhan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His voice filled with exhilaration. The Xiao family's little brat, Wang Xian and Lin Hai exchanged glances, their pupils constricting in disbelief. They were well aware of the severity of Xiao Chen's injuries. Such wounds could not be mended even with earth-grade spirit medicine without days of recovery. Yet here he stood before them, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that the Xiao family had squandered their resources to acquire some heaven-grade spirit medicine for him? After sharing a glance, unease crept into Wang Xian and Lin Hai's hearts. They chose to disregard Xiao Chen and were about to leave the courtyard when Xiao Chen's icy voice rang out, warning them not to step outside. "If you dare to leave this courtyard, I assure you, you will meet a gruesome fate, arrogant whelp. Even your father, Xiao Zhan, would not dare utter such wild words. Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly?" Wang Xian scoffed, turning back to retort, but no sooner had he spoken than a terrifying chill descended like a storm. A strikingly beautiful figure, both aloof and enchanting, emerged behind Xiao Chen. "What? She is the Medusa queen of the serpent folk? Such a terrifying aura, this must be a powerhouse of the Dongtian realm or above. When did the Xiao family acquire such strength?" As the sudden pressure enveloped them, Wang Xian and Lin Hai were struck with horror. Hastily turning to face the new threat, in an instant, their pupils dilated, their expressions mirroring those who had encountered unspeakable terror. A serpent folk powerhouse? Though the Medusa queen was breathtakingly beautiful to them, she resembled a ferocious beast from primordial times. The chilling sensation that pricked their skin brought an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger. The serpent folk warrior could effortlessly obliterate them. "Xiao Zhan, have you colluded with the serpent folk?" Overwhelmed with fear, Wang Xian and Lin Hai's expression shifted dramatically as they cautiously retreated. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi were equally taken aback. In the Dechen Empire, colluding with the serpent folk was a capital offense that could lead to the extermination of one's clan, and now, with Xiao Chen's sudden recovery and the appearance of a serpent folk powerhouse, their minds were in turmoil. "Are we to be slaughtered?" Amidst the panic, Kai Yan remained unruffled. Approaching Xiao Chen with a serpentine grace, she casually inquired, treating the two men before her as mere ants. "Very well, let us eliminate them all," Xiao Chen replied coldly with a smirk, sealing the fate of the two men. Boom! Almost as soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the Medusa unleashed her formidable aura. With a flick of her fingers directed at Wang Xian and Lin Hai, two flaming serpents roared forth, their terrifying might causing all present to tremble in fear. No. If we perish here, neither the Wang nor Lin families will let this go unpunished. Witnessing the monstrous flames, Wang Xian and Lin Hai screamed in desperation. Their cultivation surged to its peak, attempting to counter this onslaught and escape the Xiao family's inner courtyard. Yet, as the collision erupted, they were like a solitary boat amidst a raging sea, easily swept away by the two flaming serpents. Their bodies crashed against the courtyard walls, creating two deep craters in the ground. After coughing up blood, they lay lifeless in the depths of those pits. This horrifying spectacle left Xiao Zhan and the others utterly dumbfounded, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. 7th level Shendan powerhouses had been obliterated in a single encounter. Even a Dongtian realm warrior could not act with such impunity. The serpent folk powerhouse before them was undoubtedly above the Nirvana realm. Elders, send word to the Wang and Lin families, inform them that within 2 days, if all members of the Wang and Lin families do not self-destruct their cultivation and surrender all resources, their clan shall face annihilation. Casting a detached glance at the scene, Xiao Chen addressed Xiao Zhan and the others. The Xiao family, once at the bottom among the three major families, would have been forced out of Luyun City had it not been for the support from the city lord. However, now, anyone who dared to provoke the Xiao family would pay a heavy price. Self-destruct their cultivation and surrender all family resources? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others widened their eyes in shock, completely taken aback. Not only had he slain the elders of the Wang and Lin families, but he was also pushing them towards their own destruction. When did Xiao Chen become so ruthless? The Xiao family had long been oppressed by the joint forces of the two families. But from this day forth, the Xiao family would dominate Luyun City. If the Wang and Lin families sought to kick them while they were down, let them taste their own medicine, as Xiao Chen's words echoed. Xiao Zhan and the others trembled, staring in disbelief at him. It appeared that Xiao Chen intended to provoke the Wang and Lin families into action, allowing him to eradicate them entirely. however, upon seeing the Medusa beside him. They chose not to voice any objections. If she were to take action, the Wang and Lin families would indeed be effortlessly destroyed, yet, should the situation be exposed and attract the attention of the imperial forces, it could lead to an even greater calamity. Chun'er, what on earth is happening? How did your injuries heal? And why is there a serpent folk powerhouse in our Xiao family? Taking a deep breath to steady himself amidst the shock, Xiao Zhan gravely questioned Xiao Chen. Those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions. Colluding with alien races is a grave offense within the Deqian Empire, punishable by extermination of one's clan. If the imperial authorities were to learn of this, the Xiao family would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. She is the Medusa queen of the serpent folk, a disciple of my esteemed master. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's inquiry, Xiao Chen promptly responded, revealing the explanation he had meticulously prepared to Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi. This would facilitate his subsequent maneuvers, providing a reasonable rationale. What? You mean to say she is the Medusa queen of the serpent folk? Upon hearing Xiao Chen disclose Cayenne's identity, Xiao Zhan and the others nearly collapsed in shock. After a collective gasp, their gazes turned towards Kaya and at that moment, Cayenne cast a cold, indifferent glance, her frigid gaze akin to ghostly flames flickering in an abyss, causing Xiao Zhan and the others to feel as though they were being targeted by an unspeakable horror. With a sudden loss of balance, they collapsed to the ground in terror. The Medusa Queen, observing their reaction, the author has reworked the illustration to better capture the essence of the Medusa Queen. Aloof and enchanting, she is a renowned powerhouse among the 7 great dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland. It is rumored that, despite her unparalleled beauty, she is merciless and revels in the slaughter of human warriors. The number of human warriors who have perished at her hands is no less than several thousand. To their astonishment, a formidable being of the celestial realm had unexpectedly graced the premises of the Xiao family. Even more surprising was the fact that this individual had immediately heeded Xiao Chen's words just moments ago. Surely this was not some divine jest. There is no need for alarm, for Cayenne is one of us. Observing the overwhelming reaction of those present, Xiao Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and could only concoct a serious fabrication. A couple of days ago, I was rendered powerless by Lin Feng, and I believed my life was devoid of hope, yet, unexpectedly, I earned the recognition of a mysterious powerhouse. Subsequently, Xiao Chen invented an imaginary master and deceitfully claimed that the Queen Medusa was his senior apprentice. This provided a plausible explanation for both his sudden transformation and the appearance of the Queen Medusa. Who would have thought that Chun'er would encounter such extraordinary fortune? Truly, heaven has not forsaken our Xiao family. After absorbing Xiao Chen's explanation, Xiao Zhan erupted into hearty laughter. A figure capable of subduing the Queen Medusa and accepting her as a disciple must possess a cultivation level surpassing the saint realm. With such a powerful ally backing Xiao Chen, the Xiao family could finally hold their heads high. My master is elusive, only leaving behind some teachings before vanishing without a trace. Thus, for the time being, we must remain low-key. Noticing Xiao Zhan and the others exuding unrestrained joy, Xiao Chen worried that they might become overly inflated with pride, prompting him to add a cautionary note. It is no small fortune that you have experienced such serendipity. However, the family's advancement ultimately relies on the efforts of its members. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's admonition, Xiao Zhan grasped its meaning and waved his hand, declaring, "Nevertheless, given your extraordinary stroke of luck, the family shall provide unwavering support." However, due to his overwhelming excitement, Xiao Zhan's injuries flared up once more, causing him to cough up blood. This sight caused Xiao Chen's brow to furrow in concern. The immediate priority was to treat Xiao Zhan's wounds and bolster the family's strength. In this manner, even without Cayenne's intervention, the Xiao family could still prove themselves useful. Subsequently, with points accumulated, he could exchange for a transformation pill, thereby completely concealing Cayenne's true identity. The rise of the Xiao family would soon be within reach. Chapter 7. This is nothing short of a miracle. As the thought settled in, Xiao Chen promptly shared his plan with Xiao Zhan and the others. What, if provided with sufficient resources, not only can you heal my injuries, but you can also enhance the overall strength of the family? The moment Xiao Chen revealed his intentions, Xiao Zhan and the others were once again astounded. Indeed, the inheritance I obtained is rather unique, allowing for an unorthodox rapid ascent in strength, but it requires substantial resources to sustain it. Fortunately, the type of resources is quite flexible. Anything from remnants of warriors, discarded pills, demon cores, to spiritual herbs will suffice. As long as I am given enough resources, the Xiao family will undoubtedly rise swiftly. Xiao Chen added earnestly, not perceiving any exaggeration in his words. After all, possessing the system as a golden finger, he could rapidly grow stronger even without exerting much effort. Such was the nature of this extraordinary advantage. Very well, if you are confident enough, the Xiao family shall extend its full support. Xiao Zhan expressed a grateful smile and, after a couple of coughs, issued orders: bring all the resources from the family's storerooms to Xiao Chen, and mobilize all funds to thoroughly scour the resources of Luyun City, regardless of whether they are remnants of warriors, discarded pills, or demon cores. Procure everything that can be acquired for Chener. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's decisive command, Xiao Mingyi and the others gasped in shock, yet, despite their astonishment, none dared to voice objections against Xiao Zhan. If Xiao Chen truly possessed the means to transform the Xiao family, then they would spare no effort, even at great cost. Chener, this collection has been amassed over the years. I hope it proves beneficial to you. While Xiao Mingyi and the others were still reeling from the shock, Xiao Zhan seemed to recall something and waved his hand to produce a plethora of items. Various resources instantly filled the conference hall, their shimmering luster appearing dazzling. These items were remnants of warriors and demon cores that Xiao Zhan had gathered over the years while exploring various mountain ruins. He had intended to keep these as backup resources for the Xiao family. Hence they had been accumulating within his spatial ring without being sold, and now they could indeed come in handy. Several of these items have reached the profound tier. Observing the pile of remnants and demon cores before him, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy gracing his features. The original owner had possessed scant resources, and Cyan's spatial ring had been damaged and collapsed, leaving all contents lost in the chaotic spatial currents. Therefore, this newfound cash represented his first substantial fortune. He wondered just how many points these items could be exchanged for. Ding. Detecting recyclable items. Does the host wish to proceed with the recycling? Just as Xiao Chen felt elated, the system's prompt sounded unexpectedly. You recycle. Grateful, Xiao Chen cast a glance at Xiao Zhan and promptly issued the recovery command to the system. In the next moment, with a sweeping motion of his hand, a flash of white light enveloped the room. All items vanished in an instant, and another prompt echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding. Recycling complete. 7 profound tier items, 18 yellow tier items, totaling a value of 7,826 points. 7,000 points. Upon hearing the system's quoted price, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened involuntarily. The system's recycling mechanism for items into points evidently followed a specific algorithm. Yellow tier items had a maximum value of 100 points. Profound tier items could reach 1,000 points, and so forth. Heavenly tier items could be valued at up to 100,000 points. Saint tier items ranged from several 100,000 to millions, while Emperor tier items could be valued in the tens of millions to billions. Given that this batch of resources was worth over 7,000 points, it seemed to imply that they were of high quality and had suffered minimal damage. Chener, what is the outcome? After witnessing Xiao Chen collect the batch of resources, he closed his eyes, seemingly in deep thought. Xiao Zhan and the others dared not even breathe once Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. Xiao Zhan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, this batch of resources must be worth at least several thousand spiritual crystals. If they cannot benefit you, then it will be exceedingly difficult for the Xiao family to rise with your assistance. Quite satisfactory. With this batch of resources as core energy, I will be able to employ some of the inherited techniques. In response to Xiao Zhan's inquiry, Xiao Chen smiled slightly. The next moment, he stepped forward, placing his right hand gently upon Xiao Zhan's chest. Ding. Does the host wish to consume 2,300 points to heal all of Xiao Zhan's injuries and hidden ailments, as expected? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen's heart surged with excitement. The healing function could mend any injury. This meant that as long as he had enough points and a breath of life remaining, barring natural death, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to perish. This function was indeed extraordinary. Heal. After a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Chen promptly selected healing. Ding. 2,300 points deducted, healing Xiao Zhan's injuries and hidden ailments. With the system's prompt resonating once more, a brilliant white light enveloped Xiao Zhan. In a mere instant, all of Xiao Zhan's injuries and ailments were completely healed by the system. This is nothing short of a miracle. Feeling his body restored in an instant, even the stubborn hidden ailments that had long plagued him vanished without a trace. Xiao Zhan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Were it not for the fact that he stood before his son, he might have fallen to his knees in gratitude. What a miraculous technique! Xiao Chen has managed to restore the family head's injuries in an instant? The onlookers, including Xiao Mingyi and others, were left speechless. their jaws almost dropping. Even a skilled healer of the celestial realm would find it impossible to heal another in such a short span. Could it be that Xiao Chen's inheritance surpassed even that of the celestial realm? Cayenne, standing nearby, remained composed. After all, if Xiao Chen could mend her injuries, healing Xiao Zhan's minor wounds would be a trivial task. Could I possibly upgrade my talent? As excitement and joy enveloped the crowd, a thought suddenly crossed Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Does the host wish to consume 4,100 points to elevate Xiao Zhan's talent from profound tier excellence to earth tier excellence? Almost as soon as the thought appeared, the system's prompt sounded unexpectedly. This caused Xiao Chen to pause momentarily. Upgrading talent from profound tier excellence to earth tier excellence required a staggering 4,100 points. It seemed that his recent free upgrade, which had propelled his talent from high profound tier to emperor tier, had yielded an astonishing amount of points, several tens of millions, perhaps. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen made his choice. Xiao Zhan had cultivated for decades, yet his cultivation level had remained stagnant at the 9th level of the Dan rotation realm, hindered by repeated injuries and limitations imposed by his talent. If he could successfully upgrade his talent, it was possible that Xiao Zhan could seize this opportunity to break through to the cave heaven realm. Ding! 4,100 points deducted, upgrading Xiao Zhan's talent. As the system's prompt echoed once again, boundless white light erupted forth. While the onlookers stood in stunned silence, Xiao Zhan's talent transformed from profound tier excellence to earth tier excellence. In that moment, it felt as though he had shattered some invisible shackles, and a far more formidable aura of power surged forth from him. Chapter 8. Concealing a hand in daily life allows one to seize the moment. The family head has broken through? Witnessing the spectacle before them, Xiao Mingyi and the others were left in awe. Xiao Zhan had been trapped in the Xindan's 9th layer for several years. But to everyone's astonishment, he has now broken through. As the breakthrough unfolded under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him in a relentless tide. The Xindan within Xiao Zhan shattered, and behind him emerged a realm of enlightenment. A phantom of a raging lion howled at the sky within this realm, and scorching waves of fire swept wildly around him. The overwhelming sense of pressure immediately shook the entire Xiao clan. Ha ha ha, is this the marvel of the realm of enlightenment? I never expected that I, Xiao Zhan, could also step into this realm. Sensing the terrifying amount of true essence contained within the realm, far exceeding anything he had experienced before, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but laugh maniacally towards the heavens. This breakthrough could be described as a culmination of years of hard work. Propelling his cultivation directly to the 2nd layer of the realm of enlightenment, even amidst this radiant glow, he felt as if his innate talent had undergone a transformation, enhancing his affinity for the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. With the right cultivation techniques and some time for diligent practice, he was absolutely confident that he could break through to the nirvana realm, or even reach the elusive profound realm. Such thoughts had previously been mere fantasies. Yet now they were manifesting into reality. This was just the beginning. Observing Xiao Zhan's elation, Xiao Chen spoke with a calm smile. As long as there are sufficient resources, not only can you break through to the realm of enlightenment, but I also have ways to help you reach the sacred realm. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others were suddenly taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. The sacred realm. In the eastern wilderness, this was nearly a legendary level of cultivation given their martial arts talents, which peaked at the Xin tier. Reaching the sacred realm seemed utterly unattainable, yet, with Xiao Zhan's transformation, everyone present found themselves imbued with blind faith. Even Medusa, who stood nearby, was shaken. Initially she thought Xiao Chen's ability to heal her injuries was already remarkable, but now he could also aid others in their breakthroughs. If he truly had the capacity to help one achieve the sacred realm, could she not also rely on him to reach the entry to the sacred realm? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Cayenne's heart trembled slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chen. Sparkling with an unusual light, Xiao Chen, this is a small fortune I have kept hidden. Do you think you could assist me in breaking through as well? As Cayenne contemplated, the elder Xiao Mingyi promptly produced a pile of items. Stepping forward to Xiao Chen with a hint of embarrassment, his cultivation had stagnated at the 8th layer of the Xindan for over a decade, and during this time, he had endeavored through various means to break through. Yet the barrier felt insurmountable, akin to an unyielding wall. As the years passed, he even felt his abilities waning. After all, his talent was merely mid-tier Xian, and he had only managed to cultivate to the 8th layer through the use of medicinal pills. Witnessing Xiao Zhan's breakthrough as easily as drinking water, it would be disingenuous for him not to feel envious his goodness. These are pristine high-tier Xian spiritual herbs, and these are fragments of earth-tier spiritual weapons? And you even have the fur and fangs of the 5th-tier demon beast, the Gale Wolf. You old rascal have indeed hoarded a fair amount of treasures. Upon seeing the items Xiao Mingyi had produced, the second elder and third elder couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even Xiao Zhan, after observing, felt a sense of astonishment. He never imagined that the grand elder, known for his frugality, had secretly stored away so many valuable items. It seemed this old fellow was not as simple as he appeared. Don't get me wrong, these were obtained accidentally by me in the Yunhuang mountain range some time ago. I would never dare to privately consume the resources of the Xiao clan. Noticing the astonished gazes directed at him, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and spoke without a hint of shame. In these times, who doesn't have a few hidden treasures, even if I must selflessly contribute to the clan? One must set aside a little for emergencies. After all, keeping a hand hidden is crucial. This is the ancestral teaching passed down in the Xiao clan, and as the Grand Elder, how could I forget it? So, what do you think? Is this enough? After explaining the origins of these hidden treasures, Xiao Mingyi gazed eagerly at Xiao Chen. That will suffice. Xiao Chen nodded in response, smiling gently at Xiao Mingyi. These resources are more than adequate to help you cleanse your marrow and open your meridians, facilitating your breakthrough to the 9th layer of the Xian Dan without any issues. With that, Xiao Chen wasted no time in collecting the items. The Xiao clan had always been united, unlike other families embroiled in treachery and rivalry. The Grand Elder would not harm his own kin for the position of clan leader. Instead, Xiao Mingyi had diligently assisted Xiao Zhan in managing the clan's affairs over the years, proving himself to be a competent Grand Elder. Ding! The system has completed the recovery process. Among the items, there are 3 Earth Tier, 4 Xian Tier, and 8 Huang Tier items, totaling a value of 14,732 points. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Xiao Chen felt a surge of elation. The resources provided by Xiao Mingyi, while not as numerous as those from Xiao Zhan, were of significantly higher quality. The points soared over 10,000, a delightful surprise indeed. Grand Elder, I will now assist you in cleansing your marrow. Suppressing his inner joy, Xiao Chen stepped forward to stand before Xiao Mingyi. Placing his right hand upon the elder's heart, Xiao Mingyi showed no signs of defense. Willingly offering his vital point to Xiao Chen. Ding! Would you like to spend 4,000 points to elevate Xiao Mingyi's talent from mid-tier Xian to high-tier Earth? In the next moment, upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen promptly chose to upgrade. However, he was careful to reserve some points, as he needed to enhance his own cultivation and assist Kai Yan in her transformation. Thus, he first elevated Xiao Mingyi to high-tier Earth, intending to further improve their abilities once he accumulated sufficient points in the future. Ding! 4,000 points have been deducted. Upgrading Xiao Mingyi's innate talent is now in progress. As the system's notification sounded once more, a brilliant white light enveloped Xiao Mingyi. A familiar scene unfolded. As his talent was upgraded, the bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen. In the next instant, Xiao Mingyi let out a triumphant roar, his aura erupting with force. Under the watchful gazes of everyone in the meeting hall, Xiao Mingyi broke through to the 9th layer of the Xian Dan, and his cultivation aura continued to rise rapidly, finally stabilizing at the peak of the 9th layer. I truly feel as youthful as ever. Pulling back the bow to shoot the moon, this sensation was indescribably exquisite, as if he had been elevated to a higher plane. With Xiao Chen in our clan, how could we not rise? Feeling the remarkable changes within himself, and the clarity of the world around him, Xiao Mingyi laughed exuberantly. The second elder and third elder, witnessing both of their breakthroughs, could no longer contain their excitement. Without any hesitation, they laid forth their own long-stored treasures before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was unreserved, sweeping them all up, and proceeded to employ the same method to elevate the martial talent of the second elder, Xiao Qishong, and the third elder, Xiao Delong. Both of their cultivations surged from the 7th layer of the Xian Dan to the 8th layer. However, their hidden treasures paled in comparison to the Grand Elders. After deducting the points used for their upgrades, Xiao Chen still profited over 7,000 points. With Xiao Mingyi's resources added, he now had over 10,000 points. Now it was time to address Kai Yan's situation. Chapter 9. What? You want me to assist you in your cultivation? Haha, in just a single day, the overall strength of the Xiao clan has surged several tiers. Xiao Chen truly is the lucky star of the Xiao clan. Feeling the power of cultivation surging within them, the second elder and third elder couldn't help but laugh heartily. If every member of the Xiao clan were to have their marrow cleansed and meridians opened by Xiao Chen, Our clan would be poised to become the foremost family in the Dacian dynasty. Such a statement bore no exaggeration, and even carried a hint of modesty. If there were sufficient resources and Shao Chen could assist with the cleansing process. Perhaps in a few hundred years, the Shao clan could dominate the eastern wilderness. However, that notion seemed impractical. As Shao Qishong and Shao Delong reveled in their newfound strength, Shao Zhan shook his head. Refuting their ideas, while having two members rapidly advance is one thing. If the entire Shao clan were to undergo such a transformation, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives. At that point, it is likely that we would be destroyed before we could ever rise. Therefore, until the Shao clan possesses sufficient strength to confront the covetousness of other factions, the fact that Shao Chen can assist us in cleansing our marrow must remain a closely guarded secret. Upon hearing Shao Zhan's words, the smiles of Shao Qishong and Shao Delong vanished instantly, replaced with unprecedented solemnity. His reasoning was indeed sound. Just moments ago, they had been caught up in their own pride, failing to consider the consequences. Now Shao Zhan's words fell upon them like a cold shower, swiftly calming their restless hearts. The clan leader speaks wisely. The Grand Elder, Shao Mingyi, nodded in agreement, his tone grave as he added, although our Shao clan now has hope for resurgence, our foundation and resources are still inferior to many other factions. If we attract the attention of a major power, our clan could very well meet its demise. Therefore, my suggestion is that we must keep today's events strictly confidential. Apart from us few, no one else must know. Furthermore, if anyone wishes for Shao Chen's assistance in cleansing their marrow in the future, their character must undergo stringent scrutiny by the clan. When Shao Chen makes his appearance, it is prudent for him to conceal his true identity. In doing so, even if any internal strife arises within the Shao family, his secrets will remain safeguarded. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shao Mingyi has begun to prepare for future contingencies. His succinct remarks prompted nods of agreement from Shao Zhan and the others, who displayed expressions of concurrence. They remained blissfully unaware that following Shao Chen's ascension, his standing in their eyes had surreptitiously risen several tiers, even fostering an instinctual urge to protect him at all costs. This was a silent pact forged by the system, subtly influencing the psyches of those present, rendering them incapable of harboring any thoughts of harm or malice towards Shao Chen. If only I could serve as Shao Chen's personal guardian, it would afford him the utmost protection. Amidst the fervent discourse, the third elder suddenly interjected, momentarily taking the others by surprise. The safety of Shao Chen was of paramount importance to the family. Although he was currently accompanied by the formidable Medusa Queen, her identity as a member of the Serpent People could not be revealed within the realms of the human dynasty. Thus, in a public setting, her ability to act was severely restricted. If one of them were to accompany Shao Chen, it would mitigate their vulnerability in certain cities. That is unnecessary. Just as Shao Zhan and the others began to find merit in this suggestion, Shao Chen interjected, I possess a divine ability to obscure my aura. As long as I exercise caution and refrain from drawing attention, I am unlikely to attract the notice of any formidable adversaries. Furthermore, as esteemed elders of the Shao family, your constant presence by my side would inadvertently raise suspicions among others. Therefore, at this juncture, your assistance in gathering resources would be the greatest aid you could provide me. Upon hearing Shao Chen's words and casting a glance at Cayenne, Shao Zhan, and the others ultimately relinquished the notion. To have an elder shadowing a junior would unequivocally signal to others that this young man was extraordinary, implying he held a significant position within the family, thereby placing him in the crosshairs of scrutiny. In light of this, we shall covertly amass resources to prepare for the forthcoming challenges. After a moment of silence, Shao Zhan stated solemnly, and now that he had achieved a breakthrough to the cave heaven realm, the three elders had also advanced in their cultivation. Given the current strength of the Shao family, they were unafraid even of the combined forces of the Wang and Lin families. However, they were still no match for the Lin family of Tiandu City and the Tai Yi Sword sect. Hence, they must strategize accordingly. While Shao Zhan and the others were deliberating, Shao Chen and Cayenne returned to their courtyard. Along the way, Cayenne, with her serpentine tail, trailed closely behind Shao Chen, her gaze flickering towards him. Her demeanor suggested she was harboring unspoken thoughts of the Wang family. Upon receiving the Shao family's message, erupted in fury. What? They demand the Wang and Lin families to forfeit their cultivation and surrender all their family resources as penance, or face annihilation. Has the Shao family reached such a desperate state that they utter such mad proclamations? The Wang family head Wang Long spoke with a darkened expression, his voice laced with icy disdain. It appears the Xiao family cannot muster 1,000,000 spirit crystals. After being threatened by the Lin family, they have resorted to such reckless abandon, targeting the two families. Do they truly believe we would cower in fear? He commanded, notify the Lin family to assemble all their strong warriors. It is time to eradicate the Xiao family. With this decree, the entire Wang family bristled with a murderous intent. Figures began to emerge. Hastening towards the Xiao family, they had been searching for a pretext to eliminate the Xiao family, and now, with such brazen threats issued, the opportunity had presented itself, even if they were to annihilate the Xiao family. The city lord's manor would have no grounds to penalize them, as the Xiao family had initiated this conflict and would face the consequences of their own actions. Not only did the Wang family react thus, but even the Lin family, located several dozen miles away, mobilized upon receiving the news. The strong warriors of both families set forth towards the Xiao family almost simultaneously. If there is something to discuss, please do so. I am quite amenable. Throughout the journey, feeling increasingly flustered by Medusa's furtive glances, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and inquired, does this woman not realize that her strikingly beautiful visage might heighten the male hormones of those she gazes upon? Fortunately, I possess sufficient composure to remain unaffected. Kai Yan was momentarily taken aback by his words, her previously cold expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Might I request your assistance in my cultivation? With averted eyes, the Medusa queen hastily turned her head away. She was inherently proud, and this was the first time in her life she had sought help from another, especially from a youthful human male. This left Kai Yan feeling rather awkward, unsure of how to proceed. What? You want me to assist you in your cultivation? Upon hearing Kai Yan's seemingly loaded request, Xiao Chen nearly stumbled in shock. While he had heard tales of a madman seeking to utilize a serpent demon for his own cultivation, encountering such a situation firsthand left him at a loss. They had only known each other for a day. Was this progress not too rapid? Moreover, given his comparatively lower cultivation, how would he manage if he were drained of his energy? Turning around, he offered, allow me to measure your progress. Observing Xiao Chen's reaction, Kai Yan was momentarily stunned. Remembering the rumors surrounding the serpent people within the Dechen dynasty, she realized that Xiao Chen must have misunderstood her intentions. My lord, you have misinterpreted my words. The cultivation I refer to is not of that nature. I seek your assistance in cleansing my marrow and opening my veins to help me successfully break through to the Holy Realm. Feeling embarrassed and ashamed, Kai Yan quickly clarified, the serpent people had historically indulged in absorbing the vitality of humans, but since her ascension as the Medusa queen, she had prohibited such practices among her kin. While some tribes might covertly contravene this decree, as long as she remained unaware, she would turn a blind eye. Indeed, given the long-standing enmity between the serpent and human races, even if she disapproved of such behavior, she could not extinguish her people's instincts. Having cultivated for centuries, she had never partaken in such acts. Little did she know that even she, the Medusa queen, could face misunderstanding. So that is what you meant. I see now that I misjudged the situation. Upon hearing Kai Yan's explanation, Xiao Chen coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. As long as the necessary resources are available, assisting you in your breakthrough should pose no challenge. Kai Yan's failure to advance was due to the limitations of her bloodline. As long as he aided her in upgrading her Tianmang bloodline, breaking through to the Holy Realm would be as simple as quenching one's thirst. Of course, the prerequisite was having sufficient points. Thank you, my lord. Should you assist me in breaking through to the Holy Realm, I will be sure to repay you in the future. Kai Yan expressed her gratitude. Her admiration for Xiao Chen soaring to new heights. However, despite her words, she felt a tinge of shame. Not long ago, she had been saved by Xiao Chen, her severely injured body restored, preventing her from becoming a mere shell of her former self. If Xiao Chen were to help her reach the Holy Realm, the weight of these two favors made her ponder how she could repay him. Was she to offer herself in gratitude? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the typically composed Kai Yan felt her cheeks flush. Due to their physiological differences, it was generally quite challenging for serpent people and human men to unite. However, should she attain the Holy Realm, her body would undergo a transformative rebirth, allowing her to take on a human form, making such a union feasible. How about a new look for the Medusa Queen as a teacher? Would that be appealing? Cursing herself internally, she thought, what on earth am I even contemplating? With these absurd musings swirling in her mind, Kai Yan hastily shook her head, scolding herself for her unworthy thoughts. The dignified Medusa queen had never held an interest in men, yet here she was, entertaining notions of devotion towards a human youth several centuries her junior. If the elders of the serpent people were to learn of this, they would surely invoke ancestral laws to reprimand her. Cayenne, what occupies your thoughts? Observing the queen as she swayed like a young girl lost in reverie, her face flushed with embarrassment, Xiao Chun inquired with curiosity. Nothing, I was merely wondering if, when you assist others in cleansing their marrow and opening their veins, do you always place your hand over their heart? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Cayenne stabilized her thoughts and, with uncharacteristic candor, inquired. However, upon uttering these words, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Xiao Chen found himself momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at Cayenne. Earlier, when he had aided Xiao Zhan and the others in enhancing their martial arts talents, he had indeed placed his right hand over their hearts, but since they were all men, he had merely done so for show and hadn't given it much thought. If he were to admit this now, would he also be able to place his hand over Cayenne's heart when assisting her with her bloodline? The region over the heart is the intersection of the heart and life veins, as well as the foundation of one's bloodline, thus I must be close to that area to ensure the efficacy of my technique. As thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Chen coughed lightly and fabricated an explanation. Although he had felt the weight of her bloodline earlier, he would certainly welcome another opportunity to assist her. However, upon noticing the peculiar expression on Cayenne's face, Xiao Chen hesitated briefly before continuing. But rest assured, it is not necessary to place it on your chest, positioning it on your back will suffice as well. Young Master Xiao, that is not what I meant, Cayenne replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen raised his hand to halt her. No need for explanations. I understand, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Now let me measure how much resource you will require to help you break through to the Saint Realm. Cayenne was slightly taken aback by his words, but soon comprehended the implication and promptly turned her back to Xiao Chen. Her skin, as pale as snow, radiated a lustrous sheen, and her exquisite back resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art. Only a single fiery red piece of undergarment adorned a delicate inch of her skin, adding an extra allure to her back. What a pity it would be not to use cupping therapy on this back. Xiao Chen mused, admiring Cayenne's back with a hint of nostalgia. Young master, what do you mean by what a pity? Cayenne asked, momentarily puzzled. Nothing, merely complimenting your beautiful back, Xiao Chen replied, clearing his throat nonchalantly. You jest, young master, Cayenne said, suddenly taken aback, lowering her head slightly. A rare blush graced her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a barely perceptible smile. Xiao Chen chose not to speak further, gently placing his hand on her back. The sensation was akin to touching smooth, cool satin, a feeling that was simply indescribable. As Cayenne felt Xiao Chen's warm palm, her body trembled involuntarily, a strange sensation welling up within her, causing her serpentine tail to quiver slightly. This unprecedented stimulation left her feeling somewhat flustered. After all, in her 300 years of existence, it was her first time being touched by a man. Strangely enough, she did not find this feeling repulsive. In fact, there was an undercurrent of pleasure that left her heart in disarray. System, please check how many points are required to upgrade the bloodline within Cayenne, unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, who was completely unaware of Cayenne's tumultuous emotions. He took a deep breath to suppress his own burgeoning thoughts and instructed the system. Ding, upgrading Cayenne's devouring sky python bloodline to the Saint Realm level will require 800,000 points. 800,000? Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Chen was immediately taken aback. Upgrading from the Xian rank to the Earth rank only required 4,100 points. He did not expect the cost to elevate Cayenne's bloodline to be so exorbitant. What a colossal resource this would entail. Ding, the devouring sky python bloodline within the Medusa queen is a rare breed that dominated the ancient times. Once the bloodline ascends to the saint level, it can essentially cultivate to the Saint King realm, the system elaborated, as Xiao Chen remained in a state of perplexity. Saint King realm? Xiao Chen was once again astonished. The Saint realm is superior to the celestial realm and can be divided into the entry Saint realm and the Saint King realm. Within the 7 great empires of the eastern wilderness, even if there were ancient beings of the Saint realm, they would at most only reach the entry Saint realm. However, once one achieves the Saint King realm, they become a top-tier powerhouse not only within the 7 great empires but throughout the entire eastern region. Young master, is there a problem? Cayenne inquired, sensing Xiao Chen's sudden surprise. It is nothing, it is simply that the devouring sky python bloodline within you is too advanced. To ascend to the Saint realm, the resources required would be equivalent to purchasing a Saint artifact. Xiao Chen shook his head, relaying the facts. What? Cayenne was startled at Xiao Chen's revelation. It was common knowledge that Saint artifacts were legendary items within the 7 great empires of the Eastern Wilderness. Even a damaged Saint artifact would incite fierce competition among the major empires. A century ago, a damaged sacred sword was auctioned for a staggering 100 million spirit crystals. Such a vast fortune would leave even a single empire severely strained to procure. The Serpent clan, even if they pooled all their resources, would likely struggle to amass 100 million spirit crystals. The realization of how arduous it would be to break through to the Saint realm left Cayenne feeling despondent. Do not lose heart. While we currently lack the necessary resources, they can be gathered with effort. Just give me some time, and I assure you I will help you achieve your breakthrough. Seeing Cayenne's dejected demeanor, Xiao Chen smiled reassuringly. Though he was genuinely capable of delivering on his promise, it merely required time. Before that, I will procure a transformation pill for you, to facilitate your activities within the human empires. After a brief pause, Xiao Chen suddenly declared, with his current points, he could indeed assist Cayenne in concealing her identity. Young master possesses such a rare pill. Cayenne's expression shifted to one of surprise as she raised her head in astonishment. The transformation pill. It is an 8th grade pill. Even a heavenly grade alchemist may not succeed in its crafting. The primary ingredient, the transformation herb, is an exceedingly rare heavenly grade spirit herb. Hence, the transformation pill is a coveted item within the 7 great empires of the Eastern Wilderness. It is not the kind of transformation pill you envision. It merely alters one's appearance temporarily. Should 3 months pass without further consumption, one will revert to their original form. Moreover, each individual can only consume it 3 times in their lifetime. After that, resistance develops, rendering further consumption ineffective. Seeing Cayenne's astonished expression, Xiao Chen promptly clarified, the simplified version of the transformation pill could be obtained for 5,000 points in the system marketplace, a price he could afford at present. After all, the true transformation pill would cost exorbitantly, at least tens of thousands of points for exchange. It was far more prudent to provide Cayenne with the simplified version first, and once sufficient resources were collected, he could assist her in breaking through to the Saint realm. When that time came, Cayenne could truly transform into a human form. A modern incarnation of the Medusa Queen would be quite splendid. Moreover, after utilizing the system to upgrade her bloodline, the implicit contract would ensure her unwavering loyalty for life. At that point, this Medusa Queen of the Serpent clan would, without a doubt, become his beloved. Such a pill exists. Cayenne's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. If she could alter her form, she could appear openly and better protect Xiao Chen. Without further ado, Xiao Chen expended 5,000 points and immediately exchanged for a pill. This is the pill I mentioned. Upon consumption, you will be able to transform. As he spoke, Xiao Chen remembered something and kindly added, while this pill has no significant side effects, the process of transformation may be somewhat painful. However, with your willpower at the celestial realm, you should be able to endure it. With that, Xiao Chen handed the pill to Cayenne, gesturing for her to try it. Thank you, young master. Cayenne accepted the pill without hesitation. Trusting it was not poisonous, however, upon hearing Xiao Chen mention the potential pain involved in the process, she hesitated to consume it immediately, though she was confident in her ability to withstand the discomfort. She did not wish to appear foolish in front of Xiao Chen. Embarrassed to undergo the transformation before him, she explained and stepped into the adjoining room. This left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated witnessing the transformation of Cayenne's serpentine tail into elegant legs, only to discover that even this Medusa Queen possessed moments of shyness. In a state of ennui, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the grass in the courtyard. Casually opening his character attribute panel, host, Xiao Chen physique, innate Dao body cultivation, spirit aperture 3rd layer cultivation technique, creation of the universe technique abilities, heavenly demon shadowless step, coiling dragon fist. 8 desolation strength diamond skill points, 12,816. With over 12,000 points remaining, he decided to reserve them for future use. Glancing at the concise attribute panel, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that after consolidating resources from several high-ranking members of the Xiao clan, he would be left with such a modest sum. However, the enhancement of the Xiao clan's overall strength and the potential transformation of the Medusa Queen into human form would significantly fortify his own security. rendering all efforts worthwhile. As the Shao clan gathered resources for him, his points were likely to soar rapidly. Shao Zhan, daring to imprison the elders of our two great clans, I see that your Shao clan has no intention of surviving. Just as Shao Chen pondered, a voice echoed within the Shao clan, and the front gate of the Shao clan's courtyard was blasted open. Even from within the inner courtyard, Shao Chen felt the commotion. It seems they have indeed come knocking. Shao Chen raised his head in surprise, his gaze fixed on the direction of the front courtyard, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. With that foreboding whisper, Shao Chen glanced back at the adjoining room before striding towards the front courtyard of the Shao clan. In the front courtyard, Wang Long, the head of the Wang clan, and Lin Ming, the head of the Lin clan, led their respective elders and attendants, storming into the Shao clan's front courtyard as if they owned the place. Any Shao clan guards who dared to obstruct their path were ruthlessly sent flying. By the time Shao Zhan and Shao Mingyi arrived, the front courtyard of the Shao clan was already in disarray. Wang Long and Lin Ming, you two fools, it seems you are destined to meet your demise here. Shao Zhan's gaze swept over the crowd with a chilling intensity, his voice reverberating ominously throughout the courtyard. Perish here, on account of your Shao family? Upon hearing Shao Zhan's words, Wang Long erupted with maniacal laughter. The aura of the 9th level of the Xiandan realm burst forth explosively, his eyes fixated on Shao Zhan and the others with predatory intent. Considering that we are both esteemed families in Luyuan City, we extended the courtesy of sending 2 elders to negotiate with you, intending to offer some assistance to your Shao family. Who would have thought that your family's insatiable ambition would lead you to dare to harm our elders and even entertain thoughts of annihilating both our clans? Since your Shao family has acted ungratefully, do not blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 12, you dare to challenge me? So you wish to obliterate my Shao family? Upon hearing this, Shao Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression betraying no hint of fear as he nonchalantly inquired, had this been before today, under the oppression of the two great families, the Shao family would have indeed found it difficult to resist. But now the Shao family has transformed beyond recognition. To trample upon the Shao family and act with impunity is something these two clans are not qualified to do. We once granted your Shao family a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it, Wang Long retorted coldly, not denying the implication. Why waste words with him? Delaying further could lead to complications. Observing Wang Long's incessant banter with Shao Zhan, Lin Ming impatiently interjected. Surrender Wang Xian and Lin Hai at once, and self-destroy your cultivation to kneel an apology, transferring the marketplace to us. Otherwise, from this day forth, there shall be no Shao family in Luyuan City. As his voice echoed throughout the courtyard, Lin Ming stepped forward, his aura surging explosively. The elders and attendants of the Lin family behind him also unleashed their formidable auras, their gazes fixed upon the Shao family like ravenous wolves. It seemed that should Lin Ming issue the command, the Shao family would descend into hell on earth. To erase the Shao family from Luyuan City, we shall see who meets their end first. Upon hearing Lin Ming's brazen declaration, Shao Zhan's fury erupted in full force. With a roar akin to a lion's, a realm of heaven and earth materialized behind him. The terrifying aura of the Dongtian realm swept forth like a tempest. Shao Zhan rose slowly from the ground, enveloped in a golden blaze, resembling a deity. Shao Mingyi and Shao Delong, among others, also unleashed their cultivations, crushing Lin Ming's imposing aura in an instant. Is this the Dongtian realm? Witnessing Shao Zhan standing mid-air with the realm behind him, Wang Long and Lin Ming were taken aback, their expressions twisting in disbelief. Impossible. Weren't you injured by an elder of the Tai sword sect? How could you have broken through to the Dongtian realm before us? According to their intel, Shao Zhan indeed suffered at the hands of the Tai sword sect, being sent flying by one of their elders. Had it not been for the sect's desire to maintain their reputation, he might not have returned alive. Yet now, he appeared anything but injured, seemingly having made an unexpected breakthrough. Who are you two to require me to inform you of my breakthroughs? Seeing the two who were once on par with him now pale in fear before his might, Shao Zhan let out a derisive snort before issuing his command: eliminate them. Anyone who dares to offend the Shao family shall be dealt with. As his words fell, Shao Zhan unleashed his power in a frenzy, raising his hand to suppress the two. Shao brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin Ming incited me. Our Wang family bears no ill intent. Observing the blazing lion's phantom and feeling the instinctual tremor of life-threatening danger, Wang Long pleaded desperately as his power surged. With each breakthrough in cultivation, one's strength transforms drastically. It is no exaggeration to say that a cultivator at the first level of the Dongtian realm can easily annihilate several at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. And Xiao Zhan not only broke through to the Dongtian realm, but his aura was as solid as a mountain, indicating he might have already reached the 2nd level of the Dongtian realm. Such strength could effortlessly crush them. At this moment, if he begged for mercy, perhaps he could save his life. Wang Long, you speak nonsense. You are the one who incited me. Hearing Wang Long's accusations, Lin Ning retorted in a fury. Though they had begun to diverge in words, their bodies reacted almost in unison. After unleashing their power toward Xiao Zhan, they immediately retreated from the Xiao family. If they could escape the Xiao family, they might still have a chance at life. The ugliness of human nature is truly appalling. Observing Wang Long and Lin Ming hurl accusations at each other in a bid to save themselves, Xiao Zhan's cold smile turned into a frenzied eruption of power. The lion's phantom he summoned promptly shattered their fist strikes, and its fiery claws struck both of them, causing them to spew blood and crash to the ground like cannonballs. In a mere exchange, former adversaries who had once fought him to a standstill were now easily wounded and bleeding. This was the absolute suppression brought about by a breakthrough in realms. Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong, grinning maliciously, charged towards the other elders and attendants. Even with fewer numbers, the pressure of their cultivation level was enough to crush the opposition. It may not be long before all the strong members of the Wang and Lin families descend into hell to repent. Is the battle nearing its conclusion? Just as Xiao Chen stepped into the front courtyard of the Xiao family, he beheld the devastation scattered across the ground, spotting 2 individuals not far ahead, coughing blood and even expelling fragments of their innards. This scene caused his brows to rise in surprise. Who would have thought that enhancing his father's and the family's elders' abilities would inadvertently avert a massacre? This is truly the rise of one bringing prosperity to all. Xiao family, little one? As Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, the bloodied Wang Long's eyes glinted with a frigid light upon seeing him. His heavily injured body seemed to spring to life, lunging towards Xiao Chen in an instant. Chen'er, be careful. Seeing Wang Long rush towards Xiao Chen, presumably to take him hostage, Xiao Zhan bellowed urgently. His figure transformed into an afterimage as he sprinted towards the two. You dare to challenge me? Witnessing Wang Long's frenzied charge, Xiao Chen's expression turned icy, his power instinctively erupting. His figure flickered like an afterimage, deftly evading Wang Long's grasp. Immediately after, as Wang Long's hand grasped at nothing, a chilling light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he unleashed a punch that struck Wang Long squarely. Heavenly Devil's Shadow Step, 8 Desolation's Force. With the eruption of these two techniques, Wang Long was sent reeling, blood spurting forth once more. Had he not been injured, he might have fled at the first opportunity, but to provoke him while so grievously wounded was akin to courting death. The 3rd level of the Lingxiao realm? Seeing Wang Long launched away by Xiao Chen's punch and sensing Xiao Chen's powerful aura, Xiao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Previously, they had only sensed Xiao Chen's concealed cultivation. Believing he had merely recovered from his injuries, they had assumed his cultivation was still at the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm. Little did they know that he had skyrocketed a full realm. Achieving the 3rd level of the Lingxiao realm at 18 years of age is something even the core disciples of the Tai Sword sect could hardly claim at this age. The Xiao family is truly birthing a dragon. Who would have thought the Xiao family could still produce such talent? It seems I have indeed come at the right time. Just as Xiao Zhan was reflecting on this, a chilling voice rang out. While the battle raged below, a figure appeared above the Xiao family, a massive realm rising behind him, exuding a pressure far more terrifying than Xiao Zhan's. The sheer force bore down like a tidal wave, causing Xiao Zhan and the others to change color in alarm. Chapter 13, The Unmatched Beauty of Medusa. Those who dare to strike at my young master shall perish. A Dongtian realm expert? Gazing at the elder in grey hovering above, Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave. As a fellow Dongtian realm cultivator, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from this individual, indicating that the elder was likely a mid-level or higher expert. Who are you, esteemed sir? What is your intention? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Zhan raised his head and spoke in a low, serious tone. Observing this, Xiao Chen also lifted his gaze slightly, though his demeanor remained unchanged. A mere Dongtian realm cultivator, if you seek death, then you shall perish alongside your ambitions. I am Lin Xiaoman. The elder in grey chuckled coldly, slowly revealing his name. His demeanor was one of disdain. Akin to a ruler high above, capable of annihilating the Xiao family at will, Lin Xiong'an? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted, as if recalling something, and his tone shifted dramatically. Are you not the esteemed elder of the Lin family from Tiandu City? After clashing with the Lin family in Tiandu City, the Xiao family had conducted inquiries and learned of the three esteemed elders, all-powerful Dongtian realm experts. Lin Xiong'an was one of them. Boasting a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the Dongtian realm, and he was also the great-grandfather of Lin Feng. Indeed, it is I. Seeing the Xiao family members stunned, Lin Xiong'an's chilling laughter filled the air. I have always been meticulous in my dealings. Since your Xiao family has offended my dear grandson, you shall all vanish from this world, neat and tidy. I never anticipated that my utterly incompetent son would merely order you to compensate him with 1,000,000 spirit crystals. This is akin to nurturing a tiger, an act of unparalleled folly, speaking of which Lin Xiong'an could not help but admire his own prudence. Fortunately, he had discreetly ventured out to Luyan City. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the unexpected turn of events within the Xiao family. The head of the family, Xiao Zhan, had unexpectedly broken through to the cave heaven realm, and their strength surpassed what was reported. If the Xiao family were to relocate en masse and conceal themselves in some hidden place to develop, perhaps in a century, the Lin family would face catastrophic consequences, alas, with him as the steadfast elder. The Xiao family would pose no threat from this day forth. Elder Lin, swiftly eliminate the Xiao family. Upon learning that the Xiao family had offended the Lin family of Tiandu City, we originally intended to come and avenge your esteemed son. Yet we were taken aback to discover that the higher-ups of the Xiao family had all made breakthroughs. Just 2 days prior, their cultivation was on par with ours, but in a mere 2 days, they all achieved remarkable advancements. There must be some hidden scheme at play. As Lin Xiong'an's words echoed, the severely injured Wang Long and Lin Ming, who were lying on the ground, raised their heads and screamed in despair. And that little brat, he is the one who has incurred the wrath of young Master Lin. Yet now he has fully recovered from his injuries and advanced to the 3rd level of the Spirit Aperture realm. The Xiao family undoubtedly harbors some profound secret. As their words reverberated within the Xiao family, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi transformed dramatically. Lin Xiong'an's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, his face betraying disbelief. Before arriving at the Xiao family in Luyan City, he had thoroughly understood the situation and was aware that Xiao Chen had been incapacitated by his grandson. Yet, within just 2 days, not only had he completely healed, but his cultivation had also surged unexpectedly. Such a miraculous transformation could only be attributed to an extraordinary opportunity. This child must not be allowed to live. As his gaze fell upon Xiao Chen, Lin Xiong'an's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. With a burst of power, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, descending upon Xiao Chen like a hawk. An 18-year-old cultivator at the Spirit Aperture realm. If given more time to grow, would he not easily break through to the Nirvana realm? Should this child survive, the Lin family would inevitably face obliteration. Old fiend, if you wish to harm my son, you must first pass through me. Witnessing Lin Xiong'an charge toward Xiao Chen, Xiao Zhan unleashed his own power in a furious roar, his form becoming a blur as he surged to intercept. Get lost! Lin Xiong'an, seeing this, let out a roar, and a blue phoenix appeared behind him, a terrifying storm immediately sweeping across the heavens and the earth. As the phoenix cried out, blades of wind descended like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately assaulting the Xiao family below. Rampaging lion fury. In the face of Lin Xiong'an's fearsome attack, Xiao Zhan summoned his strongest divine technique. The phantom of a rampaging lion roared as it surged forth amidst the raging flames to meet the blue phoenix. Boom! In the next moment, the deafening clash of the 2 cave heaven realm powerhouses echoed throughout half of Luyan City. Upon sensing this commotion, the city lord, Lu Tiannan, leapt into the sky from the city lord's manor. Numerous cultivators within Luyan City gazed toward the Xiao family with astonishment, clearly alarmed by the uproar. Nevertheless, Lin Xiong'an, a seasoned cave heaven realm powerhouse, possessed cultivation 3 realms above Xiao Zhan's. In a full frontal assault, Xiao Zhan's divine technique lasted barely 3 breaths before being utterly shattered by Lin Xiong'an's blue phoenix. The violent shock sent Xiao Zhan spitting out blood, his body involuntarily flying backward. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiong'an charged once more toward Xiao Chen. Blades of wind converged from all directions, instantly sealing off Xiao Chen's escape route, poised to annihilate him. This scene left the Xiao family members wide-eyed with horror. Each one frantically rushing toward Xiao Chen. However, the one directly involved remained unfazed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xiong'an, for in that fleeting moment a terrifying aura erupted from the inner courtyard of the Xiao family. A chilling intent capable of freezing the world in an instant. Old man, are you seeking death? As these words resounded, it was as if an invisible hand seized Lin Xiong'an, rendering him immobile in mid-air. Held firmly Tu Zhang away from Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, beside Xiao Chen, the mesmerizing figure of Kai Yan materialized like a wraith. Her flowing black hair danced wildly without wind, surrounded by a crimson halo of flames. Unlike before, her lower half, which should have been a serpent's tail, had transformed into delicate, fair legs. Her slender feet hovered in the air, emanating a faint glow, enough to incite envy in countless women and infatuation in innumerable men. The unparalleled beauty of Medusa. This visage was utterly breathtaking, transcendent realm powerhouse. In stark contrast to the astonishment of Xiao Zhan and others, Lin Xiong'an's eyes were devoid of awe upon seeing Kai Yan. Instead, they were filled with boundless dread. As Kai Yan emerged, the space around her seemed to solidify, rendering him incapable of movement. Such a terrifying scenario could only be orchestrated by a powerhouse above the transcendent realm. And he never anticipated that this woman before him was so formidable. Insect, perish! Completely disregarding Lin Xiong'an's terror, Kai Yan lifted her right hand and grasped the air. A surge of terrifying power erupted, engulfing Lin Xiong'an in crimson flames. Only a chilling scream, akin to a wailing soul from the depths of hell, echoed through the air. This horrifying spectacle plunged the entire Xiao family into a profound silence. Chapter 14. Remember this, O Infinite Lord, dead? Witnessing the once arrogant Lin Xiong'an reduced to mere ashes, everyone present, including Xiao Zhan, Xiao Mingyi, Wang Long, and Lin Ming, found themselves utterly dumbfounded in that instant. Their pupils trembled and contracted, as if confronted with an unspeakable horror, their bodies quaking slightly. Lin Xiong'an, a being capable of annihilating them all, had been extinguished like an insect. The psychological shock of this scene was nothing short of staggering. Truly, the Queen Medusa possesses terrifying strength. Gazing at the Queen Medusa hovering beside Xiao Chen, Xiao Zhan could not help but murmur in shock. With such an entity by Xiao Chen's side, there was no need for him to worry about the latter's safety. However, the transformation of Medusa's serpent tail into legs suggested that her cultivation had surpassed the Saint realm. Recalling the ancient texts regarding the serpent people, Xiao Zhan trembled once more, his gaze flickering. Goodness, in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes, not even a hair remaining? As the Xiao family descended into silence, Xiao Chen finally regained his composure. Observing Lin Xiong'an's complete obliteration, he felt an unexpected sense of loss, his face betraying profound sorrow. This was a powerhouse of the cave heaven realm. By conversion, this fellow equated to a fifth-tier demonic beast. His corpse would have undoubtedly been worth considerable points, yet now he had perished without a trace, utterly erasing his life's value. It was all due to Kai Yan's legs distracting him that he had momentarily lost focus and failed to intervene in time. Such a waste, young master, is something amiss? Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly cry out in distress, Kai Yan assumed something grave had occurred and turned to him with concern. It's nothing, merely the realization that this man met such a tragic end, leaving behind not even a single hair. Upon hearing Kai Yan's inquiry, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and replied, "The deceased deserve respect. In the future, when killing one should at least allow them to retain a complete corpse, so that I, the young master, may offer them a proper farewell. Oh, the Infinite Lord, this lesson must be remembered next time." With that, Xiao Chen donned a look of profound pity, causing Kai Yan to momentarily freeze in surprise. "Young master, you wish to reclaim their corpses, do you not?" Connecting the dots regarding Xiao Chen's earlier ability to retrieve items, Kai Yan inquired bluntly. "Ahem, you straightforward girl." Upon being exposed by Kai Yan, Xiao Chen coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Kai Yan, unaware of the term straightforward girl, mistook his words as a compliment to her cleverness. A hint of a smile crept onto her lips as she then turned her gaze toward the others. "Do these insects deserve to retain their corpses?" As her indifferent words fell, the faces of Wang Long and Lin Ming turned pale, each collapsing to the ground in terror. "Spare us, esteemed one, we are willing to submit to the Xiao family. We beseech you to spare our lives." In a frenzy of desperation, Wang Long and his companions pleaded, entirely shedding their earlier bravado. Meanwhile, the gazes of the Xiao family members fell upon Xiao Chen. Leaving the decision of life and death in his hands, very well, let them retain their corpses. After all, life is not easy, and in death, they should at least be treated with some dignity. Xiao Chen surveyed Wang Long and the others with an unusually indifferent expression and commanded. Showing no trace of sympathy, had he not traversed through time and fortuitously obtained the Queen Medusa, he feared the entire Xiao family would have been reduced to ruins. Thus, these people were hardly worthy of pity. No! In the midst of the battle among the restricted martial artists of Luyun City, if you kill us, the city lord's manor will surely punish you. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Wan Long and Lin Ming's terrified screams echoed. Even invoking the name of the city lord in a desperate attempt to save their lives, I had never anticipated that their prior intention to annihilate the Xiao family might provoke retribution from the city lord's mansion. In this plea for mercy, Cayenne gently raised her hand. A sphere of terrifying energy, a crimson flame, ignited in her grasp. In the next instant, she crushed the fireball, causing countless sparks to erupt wildly, instantaneously transforming into serpents that lunged towards the crowd with ferocious roars. Halt! Killing is forbidden within Luyun City. Are you attempting to rebel? Almost as soon as the fiery serpents surged forth, a voice thundered like a clap of thunder. City Lord Lu Tianan, seething with rage, descended upon the void above the Xiao residence. City Lord, the Xiao family has not only slain our elders but now seeks to obliterate us. Upon witnessing Lu Tiannan's arrival, Lin Ming and others clung desperately to their last shred of hope. Shouting frantically at him, however, before Lin Ming could finish his words, the serpents, akin to death's chains, pierced through the ranks of the Wang and Lin families in mere moments, silencing their cries as their bodies fell stiffly to the ground. A group of formidable Dan Realm warriors, along with numerous spirit aperture cultivators, met their demise in that instant. The horrifying scene left Lu Tiannan momentarily stunned. How dare anyone eliminate the high-ranking members of the Wang and Lin families in his presence? Disregarding him as the city lord? Did you also kill? As Lu Tiannan's fury surged within him, he was about to question the Xiao family's actions when a chilling voice echoed, locking onto him with murderous intent, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In that moment, Lu Tiannan found himself frozen in midair, as though he had plunged into an abyss. It seemed that any sign of resistance would surely lead to his demise. He was the city lord of Luyun, not the enemy of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and waved his hand. This woman harbors a truly fierce intent to kill. Lu Tiannan's arrival must indicate that he sensed Cyan's aura. Killing him would only invite considerable trouble. After all, Lu Tiannan is a city lord, and his death would undoubtedly draw the attention of the imperial forces. Now that Cayenne is no longer in her serpent form, it is unnecessary to create further complications. Once Xiao Chen finished speaking, Cayenne finally withdrew her aura. What a terrifying woman! She is undoubtedly a power beyond the transcendental realm. Her mere aura rendered me immobile. As the surrounding space returned to normal, Lu Tiannan was drenched in cold sweat. He never expected that after becoming the city lord of Luyun, he would come so perilously close to death. Who exactly is this woman, and why does she obey the commands of the Xiao family? City Lord Lu, the Wang and Lin families have taken advantage of the situation, attempting to conspire against the Xiao family. Fortunately, we have a benefactor aiding us, allowing us to barely retaliate against the two families. They have brought this upon themselves. As Lu Tiannan grappled with confusion and horror, Xiao Chen raised his gaze. Speaking with an air of indifference, Cayenne also fixed her gaze upon Lu Tiannan, causing him to tremble in fear. No, the Wang and Lin families have openly defied the city lord's regulations, intruding upon the Xiao family with malicious intent. Their annihilation at the hands of the Xiao family is entirely of their own making. Sensing the looming threat of death once more, Lu Tiannan hastily replied without a second thought. Did he dare voice any objections? If he uttered even a single dissenting word, he would likely find himself lying prostrate on the ground. Since the city lord is so reasonable, we, the Xiao family, shall not defy your wishes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, a chilling glint in his eyes as he turned to Xiao Mingyi and the others. The elders, since city lord Lu believes that the Wang and Lin families deserve their fate, I would appreciate it if you could take a contingent to completely eradicate the two families. Additionally, please ensure to seize their markets and properties. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, I will have my senior sister intervene. Chapter 15. If you're tempted, seize the opportunity. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's expressionless declaration, Lu Tiannan couldn't help but gasp sharply. His blood pressure surged, nearly provoking him to unleash a torrent of curses at Xiao Chen. His earlier remarks implied that the deaths of the intruding members of the Wang and Lin families were unfortunate but acceptable. However, he had not sanctioned the Shao family to obliterate them and pilfer their assets. This young scion of the Shao family was audaciously disregarding him, the city lord, yet, despite his outrage, even with tenfold courage, he did not dare to counter Xiao Chen. The expressions of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi were filled with exhilaration. Previously, the Shao family had existed in a state of trepidation within Luyun City, but from this day forth, they could finally hold their heads high, and all of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. City Lord Lu, our Shao family has unexpectedly encountered misfortune today, and thus we lack the leisure to entertain you. Please do not take offense. Observing Lu Tiannan's constrained and displeased expression, Xiao Chen paused before speaking with a faint smile. Showing no concern for whether Lu Tiannan might erupt in anger, though the city lord's mansion had previously assisted the Shao family, it had only been to maintain a balance against the Wang and Lin families. Now, having spared Lu Tiannan from Cyan's wrath out of respect, there was no need to prolong the encounter. Lu Tiannan's face darkened upon hearing this. He realized that Xiao Chen was effectively dismissing him. However, he dared not say anything further and could only leave the Shao family with a visibly stifled expression, unless an unexpected event occurred. From this day forth, Luyun City would belong solely to the Shao family. Unless the Dechen dynasty chose to dispatch someone to oversee the city lord's mansion, a small city in the wilderness had no right to expect royal intervention. Henceforth, even the city lord's mansion would have to act in accordance with the wishes of the Shao family. Xiao Mingyi and the others did not waste any more words and immediately set off with numerous formidable members of the Shao family toward the two clans. A storm of bloodshed was about to unfold within Luyun City. Yet such occurrences were all too common in this world this time. They would undoubtedly reap a substantial harvest. After Lu Tiannan departed, gazing at the corpses of Wang Long and others on the ground, a look of excitement spread across Xiao Chen's face. The annihilation of the two families in Luyun City would surely yield a wealth of resources. Chener, it is truly thanks to you that the Shao family has managed to survive. Xiao Zhan approached Xiao Chen, clutching his chest, his expression filled with gratitude and relief. Were it not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous turn of fate and the endorsement of a mysterious powerful being, the Shao family would have surely been reduced to ruins today. They would never have been able to stand here alive, however, having slain the supreme elder of the Lin family from Tiandu City. It was likely that the Shao family would face further troubles ahead. They needed to devise a strategy before that happened. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed with concern. With the death of a supreme elder from the Lin family, and with Lin Xiang'an currently missing, news of the Shao family's annihilation of the Wang and Lin families would likely lead to alarming conclusions. Though with the assistance of Queen Medusa, the Shao family could stand firm against the Lin family of Tiandu City. The Lin family was backed by the Tai Sword sect. This was a top-tier sect within the region of the wilderness, a force not to be underestimated even within the Dechen dynasty. With transcendental realm powers stationed within, should the Shao family offend the Tai Sword sect, the situation would escalate dramatically, making survival increasingly difficult for the Shao family. After all, Queen Medusa, due to her sensitive identity, could not remain within the Shao family indefinitely. Thus, they needed to come up with a foolproof plan to ensure the safety of the Shao family. Do not worry, I will find a way to strengthen the Shao family's foundation and completely mask Cyan's aura. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's concerns, Xiao Chen smiled lightly. Although Cyan's legs had transformed into human form, making her appear indistinguishable from the human race, her distinct bloodline still emanated a subtle difference in aura. Some powerful beings who had previously encountered the serpent race might detect this slight divergence. Xiao Zhan had clearly considered this, hence his current worry. Aha, since you are so confident, I can rest easy. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan's body trembled with delight, bursting into laughter. Following the sudden turn of events today, he now possessed an unwavering faith in Xiao Chen. It seemed that as long as Xiao Chen was confident, nothing would go awry. Cayenne, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of surprise in her eyes, evidently curious about how he intended to conceal her distinctive serpent aura. By the way, did your senior sister suddenly transform and grow legs because she has broken through to the Saint Realm? After laughing heartily, Xiao Zhan seemed to recall something and quickly leaned in to ask Xiao Chen in a hushed tone. However, it seemed unlikely, as there had been no noticeable commotion, which left him puzzled. My senior sister merely consumed a special pill, temporarily transforming her body into human form. Her cultivation has not reached the Saint Realm, Xiao Chen replied with an exasperated smile. If Cayenne had genuinely breached the Saint Realm, the commotion would have been enough to alert everyone within a radius of thousands of miles. how could the Shao family remain so undisturbed? Indeed, breaking through to the Saint realm is no easy feat. Xiao Zhan paused, then a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he leaned closer to Xiao Chun, advising him in a hushed tone, "You rascal, your senior sister, after transforming into human form, is indeed a rare beauty, yet if you feel a stir of emotions, make sure to seize the opportunity." Cayenne appeared to eat Xiao Chen's words, having aided the Xiao family twice today, thus Xiao Zhan held her in high regard. If he could secure her as a daughter-in-law, the Xiao family would possess a formidable ally. After all, this is the Queen Medusa, a figure poised to achieve the status of a saint, if she can truly become a member of the Xiao family in the future. The entire clan will bask in newfound glory. How could one not be captivated by such a Queen Medusa? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Chen was taken aback, his gaze shifting towards Cayenne. It seemed she too had heard Xiao Zhan's remarks, as her originally cold countenance suddenly flushed with an unprecedented hue of crimson. However, after exchanging a fleeting glance with Xiao Chen, she merely averted her gaze and turned away. Feigning ignorance of their conversation, it appears your senior sister harbors a considerable fondness for you, otherwise she would not be so protective of you. The Xiao family is not an archaic clan, and even if she hails from the Serpent people, we have no objections as long as you are fond of her. Noticing the exchanged glance between Xiao Chen and Cayenne, Xiao Zhan continued with a fatherly tone of encouragement, which left Xiao Chen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he had internally resolved to win over the beautiful Cayenne, being so openly pointed out by Xiao Zhan was a tad disheartening. Following this minor interlude, with the assistance of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen successfully performed a funeral rite for Wang Long and the others, even seizing a substantial haul of resources. This allowed Xiao Chen's points to soar past the 70,000 mark. He even discovered several valuable Earth-grade items within Lin Xiong'an's spatial ring, which could significantly bolster the Xiao family's foundation. Chapter 16. What on earth is happening? Is it that time of year? This time, he could truly test the fusion capabilities inside the chamber. Gazing at the array of materials laid before him, Xiao Chen's face lit up with anticipation. Among the materials obtained, many pertained to formations, such as a damaged formation disk, a torn formation diagram, and various foundational materials. Several of these had reached Earth-grade status, and there were even over a dozen Mystic-grade materials, none of which he had exchanged for points. After all, he still had one free synthesis opportunity. If he could amalgamate these materials into a treasure, the Xiao family's foundation would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. As this thought settled, Xiao Chen hesitated not a moment longer and promptly chose to fuse the materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the materials, resulting in the creation of the Earth-grade Supreme Formation, the Sanluo Blood Prison Formation. With the system's notification echoing, a brilliant light flashed, causing all materials to vanish, leaving only a blood-red formation disk. Young master possesses such remarkable abilities? Cayenne, who was also in the chamber, was left utterly astonished by the spectacle, while she had witnessed some alchemists refine materials into treasures. She had never seen anyone like Xiao Chun seamlessly integrate all flawed items with a mere wave of his hand. This ability to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary was something even a saint-tier alchemist could not accomplish. Yet, young Master Xiao had achieved it. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of an unparalleled emperor? To synthesize an Earth-grade Supreme Formation, it seems this fusion function is quite extraordinary. As Cayenne pondered in shock, Xiao Chen gazed at the blood-red formation disk, a hint of admiration gracing his features. A complete Earth-grade Supreme Formation could easily be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, with sufficient power backing it. It could even obliterate a Nirvana realm expert. Such a precious artifact, forged from mere waste, would undoubtedly incite covetousness from countless individuals if the outside world were to learn of it. However, merely being of Earth-grade status was not sufficient. Perhaps an upgrade was in order. As his thoughts raced, Xiao Chen made a decisive choice. Ding! Would the host like to consume 30,000 points to elevate the Sanluo Blood Prison Formation from Earth-grade Supreme to Heaven-grade Supreme? Seemingly sensing Xiao Chen's intent, the system inquired at that moment. 30,000 points for an upgrade. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen's gaze flickered slightly. A complete Supreme Heaven-grade item required at least several 100,000 points to exchange in the system. Yet if he invested 30,000 points for an upgrade, he could obtain a Heaven-grade Supreme Formation Disk. This was undoubtedly a lucrative deal for Xiao Chun. Upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chun chose to elevate the Formation Disk. Ding! the system has deducted 30,000 points and is currently upgrading the formation disk for the host. As the system's notification faded, a dazzling white light erupted, enveloping the Sanluo blood prison formation. Following this, under the watchful gaze of Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, the formation disk trembled violently. A terrifying aura of the formation surged forth, causing the entire Xiao family to tremble in response. Kai Yan's hair stood on end as she stared at the Sanluo blood prison formation, her entire being on high alert. In the blink of an eye, the formation disk that had been merely Earth-grade moments ago had transformed into a rare heaven-grade formation. Instilling within her an overwhelming sense of danger, she felt an intense conviction that should this formation be fully activated, even in her peak condition, she could easily suffer grave injuries if she were not cautious. Young Master is truly terrifying. Not only can he effortlessly assist others in healing their injuries, but he can also help them cleanse their veins and break through their cultivation. Now, he can amalgamate discarded items into treasures. What's more outrageous is that after synthesizing the treasures, he can also upgrade them. What manner of being is young Master, to defy all logic in such ways, as various thoughts raced through her mind. Kai Yan's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Chen, her body trembling slightly. In her eyes, a sense of admiration and curiosity blossomed, and her breaths became somewhat rapid. At this moment, she was oblivious to the fact that within less than a day, as she delved deeper into understanding Xiao Chen, he seemed to possess an enchanting power, gradually drawing her into a state of enchantment. Another piece of urban-style art featuring the Queen Medusa. Would everyone enjoy that? With this formation disk to protect the Xiao family, even without Kai Yan's assistance, the clan would have the means to safeguard itself. Looking at the exquisite heaven-grade formation disk before him, capable of annihilating a Tianran realm expert when fully activated, Xiao Chen wore a satisfied smile. Even if Xiao Zhan and the others could not fully harness the formation disk, merely defending with it would suffice. Unless a Tianran expert intervened, even a Tongshan realm expert would find it challenging to breach the formation's defenses. After this thought settled, Xiao Chen stored the formation disk away. He would seek an opportunity to hand it over to Xiao Zhan when he was to depart from the Xiao family. Having resolved the issue concerning the Xiao family's foundation, it was now time to address Kai Yan's predicament. Muttering to himself, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Kai Yan, only to discover that this Queen Medusa was casually seated on the carpet in the chamber. Her chin resting on her hands, gazing at him with a dazed expression, her delicate, rosy cheeks and the rise and fall of her bosom momentarily left Xiao Chen in a trance. What is happening? Why does Kai Yan appear as though she wishes to devour him? Has it really come to that time of year? Kai Yan, are you feeling unwell? After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Chen, filled with curiosity, asked somewhat indirectly. He recalled reading that the serpent people possess a unique constitution. Upon reaching maturity, they tend to experience bouts of impulsiveness during certain periods, leading to a desire for union. Hence the rumors circulating in the Great Qian dynasty about their lascivious nature. Although it was said that the Queen Medusa is inherently aloof, never engaging with male beings, one would assume she might experience some form of impulse. Right, at this moment, had the primal urges within her erupted? What might she do next? Kai Yan's complexion shifted at his inquiry, and she quickly turned away. However, being caught staring at a man, even as the Queen Medusa, left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Damn it, what was she just thinking? How could she entertain the notion of enveloping Xiao Chen within her, merging their beings? After 3 centuries, this was the first time she had harbored such thoughts towards the opposite sex. Could it be that her seemingly frigid heart had longed to be melted by a man? That's good. Observing Kai Yan's slightly awkward demeanor, Xiao Chen chose not to dwell on the topic and instead, candidly shifted the conversation. Not if you're feeling fine, then perhaps you should remove your clothing so I can what? Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Kai Yan's expression changed again, disbelief flashing in her eyes. He wanted her to undress? In the chamber, with just the two of them, he was suggesting she strip. What on earth was he implying? Chapter 17. So was Kai Yan truly in the nude underneath? Please don't misunderstand. Seeing Kai Yan's sudden dramatic reaction, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and quickly explained, what I meant was, you should go behind the screen and remove your inner armor, then I can assist you in fusing and upgrading it, which will help conceal your aura. After a considerable amount of effort to clarify, Xiao Chen finally managed to make Kai Yan understand. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Kai Yan's face flushed slightly. Her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful, she hadn't realized that it was her own thoughts that had strayed. Could it be that her mind had become too lascivious, or perhaps this serpent-like nature, previously repressed, had begun to resurface upon meeting young Master Xiao? Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Cayenne felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself away. Who would have thought that the esteemed Queen Medusa would experience such a day of humiliation? "Are you all right?" Xiao Chun, noticing the turmoil in Cayenne's aura, her complexion shifting between shades of red, embarrassment, and frustration, sensed she was on the verge of emotional upheaval. He quickly inquired, "I'm fine." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question again, Cayenne finally broke free from her state of embarrassment. After taking a deep breath to adjust her emotions, Cayenne refrained from saying much and instead rose to walk behind the screen in the room. Subsequently, she began to remove her inner armor, the rustling sounds of clothing being shed filtering through the screen. It seemed rather stimulating. If only one had the gift of X-ray vision, one could admire the sight. Hearing the sounds from behind the screen, Xiao Chun, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master, is it sufficient to merely remove the inner armor?" Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts began to stir, Cayenne awkwardly inquired, "What do you mean?" Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was Cayenne intending to remove all her clothing for him to upgrade? Even including the kukatsi? No, Cayenne had a serpent tail for her lower half, which apparently required no kukatsi. So did it mean that Cayenne had been entirely unclothed underneath? "Young master, are you listening?" As Xiao Chen's heart raced even more, Cayenne's voice awkwardly reached him again. "Ahem, no need, just the inner armor will suffice." Hearing her inquiry once more, Xiao Chen finally snapped back to reality, responding with an awkward tone. He was not some lecherous beast. It was far more prudent to focus on the task at hand. As for the secrets of Cayenne's body, he could unravel them in due time when the opportunity arose. However, if he acted too hastily now, it might yield unintended consequences. After Xiao Chen spoke, a fiery red inner armor floated out from behind the screen, finally hovering before him. A fragrance akin to that of orchids wafted from the inner armor, sending Xiao Chen's blood racing. Even as he grasped the armor, he could still feel a lingering warmth emanating from it. All these sensations stimulated his nerves, causing his imagination to run wild. Fortunately, Xiao Chen, possessing extraordinary composure, began to assess the inner armor. After suppressing the various thoughts flooding his mind, the inner armor, a close-fitting piece crafted from the shed scales of the Medusa Queen's serpent tail, was forged using celestial silks and crimson gold, boasting a terrifying defensive capability comparable to that of celestial-grade spiritual weapons. However, due to being scorched by the flames of the Earth's core for millennia, its material was currently damaged by 68%. Recovery could yield 47,800 points, while complete restoration would require 18,600 points. As the information materialized before him, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Chen's face. Although he had anticipated the inner armor's extraordinary nature, he was taken aback to discover it was crafted from Cayenne's own scales. Its quality had reached a celestial-grade peak, and with a bit more power, it could even touch the holy grade. Yet now, the armor was damaged to such an extent, it was unimaginable what kind of impact Cayenne had endured observing the charred remnants of the armor. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Young master, can this inner armor still be repaired?" Sensing Xiao Chen's gaze lingering on the armor, Cayenne, feeling awkward, couldn't help but ask, "Absolutely, leave it to me." Xiao Chen replied, startled by her sudden query. He realized that even without seeing him, a powerful being like Cayenne could sense his actions. Thankfully, he had not been distracted by the fragrance from the armor, or he might have acted inappropriately. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Xiao Chen produced an item, the Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone. This was a rather unique superior-grade mineral capable of concealing and confusing the bloodline aura of living beings. He hadn't expected to find such a treasure among the spoils. However, this Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone was still slightly inadequate in grade and required an upgrade, otherwise it would not be able to mask Cayenne's unique serpentkin aura. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen issued a command. Ding. The system has deducted 10,000 points and is upgrading the Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone for the host, after consuming 10,000 points. The quality of the Blood Jade Demon Scent Stone was elevated to a low celestial grade. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen issued a synthesis command to the system. Ding. The system has deducted 18,000 points and is merging the two materials for the host. As the system notification chimed once more, a brilliant white light flooded the room. The blood jade demon sent stone transformed into a liquid, directly merging into Cayenne's inner armor buzz, accompanied by a resounding hum. The inner armor erupted with an eerie red light, as if a fierce beast had awakened from slumber. A terrifying aura immediately enveloped the entire room, nearly toppling the screen. Fortunately, Cayenne's reflexes were swift, and she managed to stabilize the screen, preventing any exposure. Truly, the system was remarkable. As long as the points were sufficient, failure was never an option. Gazing at the inner armor, now restored to pristine condition and upgraded to a celestial grade peak, Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel. No matter how powerful a blacksmith might be, there was always a risk of failure in forging, yet, as long as the system had enough points, success was guaranteed. That was the extraordinary advantage of having a cheat. Young master, has the inner armor been successfully repaired? While Xiao Chen was lost in thought, Cayenne, hidden behind the screen, anxiously inquired. Yes, fortunate indeed, it's been done in one go. I not only repaired the inner armor but also integrated a blood jade demon sent stone, which will effectively conceal your serpent-kin aura. Unless you encounter a holy realm powerhouse, even celestial realm experts will be unable to discern whether you are a serpent or a human from your aura. Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Xiao Chen smiled lightly in response. Soon after, as he prepared to return the inner armor, he seemed to recall something and paused before continuing. By the way, your lower half has just transformed into legs. Yet you lack suitable clothing. I took the liberty of crafting a few pieces for you, although they are not of the same grade as this inner armor. If you don't mind, you may wear them for now. With that, Xiao Chen consumed some points and exchanged several articles of clothing from the system shop, sending them back behind the screen along with the inner armor. Among them were 3 red short skirts, several seductive black stockings, and lace kokatsi, along with 2 pairs of high-heeled shoes and a few pairs of black safety shorts. Chapter 18. Young master, are you giving me such things with the intention of having me wear them for you? Cayenne, holding her chest behind the screen, was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. She hadn't expected him to be so considerate, knowing she lacked clothing after her transformation and specifically crafting a few pieces for her. But wait, she had clearly possessed a red short skirt before her transformation. How could she be without suitable clothing? Was it possible that what Xiao Chen had crafted was something meant to be worn underneath? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Cayenne, who had been slow to react, finally came to a realization. Just as she was dismissing the possibility, the red inner armor that Xiao Chen had upgraded, along with the other garments, landed behind the screen. Without giving it much thought, Cayenne immediately donned the inner armor, alleviating some of her embarrassment. The quality had reached a celestial grade peak. Feeling the inner armor as if it had undergone a transformation, Cayenne's body trembled violently at that moment, and a flicker of emotion sparkled in her eyes. This inner armor had taken her decades to gather suitable materials for its forging. Initially, she had thought it would be rendered useless due to the corruption from the. Unexpectedly, not only had Xiao Chen repaired it, but he had also upgraded its quality. Such selfless dedication, combined with his previous assistance, truly felt like an immense favor. Sensing the lingering warmth of Xiao Chen on the inner armor, Cayenne's typically cold and indifferent heart was warmed. I will never betray the young master in this lifetime. After silently vowing to herself, Cayenne began to examine the other pieces of clothing. The most eye-catching were the 2 pairs of high-heeled shoes, exquisitely crafted like works of art, making it impossible for Cayenne to resist their allure. Moreover, she sensed that the size of the shoes matched her own feet. It seemed that after her serpent tail had transformed into legs, young Master Xiao had secretly taken her measurements. With this thought, a slight smile crept across Cayenne's lips. She felt proud that her perfectly sculpted legs could attract Xiao Chen's attention. However, in the next moment, as she gazed at the other items, her expression froze. The shyness that had been dissipating suddenly surged back, causing her cheeks to flush. These are human undergarments? Staring at the lace kokatsi in her hands, which barely covered her palm, she was taken aback. Most importantly, these were semi-transparent, adorned with a serpent pattern, leaving her expression quite vivid. Did human undergarments have to be so extravagant? Such semi-transparent items felt akin to wearing nothing at all. Young master, are you sure these are wearable? Glancing at the lace kokatsi, Cayenne's expression shifted several times before she finally couldn't help but voice her inquiry. She was already wearing a skirt. If she were to don such a thing, wouldn't she risk exposure during any vigorous movements? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned before realizing the oversight, quickly explaining, "Ahem, the fabric of the lace kokatsu is very soft and skin-friendly. Suitable for girls to wear underneath, and you can wear safety shorts over them, wear them underneath and then put on safety shorts." Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Kai Yan couldn't help but be taken aback again. She turned her gaze to the other square-shaped safety shorts, which must be what Xiao Chen referred to. It appears that there is no risk of exposure, and indeed, it feels quite secure. However, she finds herself questioning why she must wear this semi-transparent garment underneath. Would it not suffice to simply don the safety shorts? Wearing this item beneath seems redundant, akin to removing one's trousers merely to pass gas. Could it be that young Master Xiao gifted her this item with the intent of her wearing it for him to see in the future? Upon contemplating this possibility, Cyan's body jolted with surprise. The image of the bashful Medusa queen flashed through her mind. Is it ill-fitting, my lady Cayenne? Xiao Chen was oblivious to the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in Cyan's mind. Noticing the silence behind the screen, he cleared his throat and could not help but inquire. However, there should be no issue with fit, as he had utilized the appraisal function to determine Cyan's measurements and subsequently exchanged for suitable items from the systems shop, ensuring a perfect, skin-hugging proportion. He remained confident in this regard. No, Cayenne, lost in her reverie, was startled by Xiao Chen's question and blurted out without thinking, "Young master, did you gift me this item so that I might wear it for your viewing pleasure?" As soon as the words left her lips, she realized the impropriety of her statement, nearly suffering a social faux pas behind the screen. What on earth is wrong with me today? How could such shameful and immodest words escape my mouth? This was hardly the sort of language befitting a queen of the serpent people. Would young Master Xiao mistake her for someone who, beneath her frigid exterior, secretly delights in enticing men like a wanton harlot? Not only was Cayenne mortified by her own folly, but Xiao Chen was also taken aback. Has her favor towards me increased so dramatically? Cayenne wishes to show me lace underwear. Is this something I can witness at this stage? How delightful! Should I accept her invitation with subtlety, or play hard to get? This was a question he found difficult to answer, leaving it entirely in the queen's hands. After a brief silence, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "It would be disingenuous to say I do not wish to see it, yet to declare that I very much want to see it would lack refinement. Thus, I shall return the question to you, Lady Cayenne, for you to decide. My lord, I must return to restore my composure," Cayenne exclaimed, unable to maintain her poise any longer. Clutching her garments, she dashed out of the room and retreated to her own quarters to regain her equilibrium. The gusts of wind she created nearly swept Xiao Chen off his feet. Is she shy? He quickly steadied himself, a smile creeping onto his lips as he observed the chaos left in her wake. It was hard to imagine that the fearsome Medusa queen could exhibit such girlish bashfulness. Indeed, even the most seemingly cold and aloof of women possess a hidden side unknown to the world. This was a positive sign. If their relationship blossomed enough, their affections would naturally intensify. At that point, capturing the heart of this Medusa queen might not be an impossible feat. Alas, he had not been granted the chance to behold Cayenne in black stockings. It seemed he would have to wait a little longer to appreciate that sight. With a mix of anticipation, Xiao Chen murmured to himself before suppressing his agitation and opening his attribute panel. Having resolved matters pertaining to the Xiao family's heritage in Cayenne, it was time to enhance his own cultivation. Chapter 19, The Frantic Consumption of Elixirs to Breakthrough. This is the terrifying nature of cheating. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Dao Body Cultivation, Third Layer of Spirit Aperture Realm Technique, Creation of Heaven and Earth Formula Abilities, Celestial Demon Shadowless Step, Coiling Dragon Fist, 8 Desolation Power. Diamond Skill Points, 16,132. With over 16,000 points remaining, Xiao Chen could not help but marvel at how quickly they dwindled. Just half a day prior, after vanquishing Lin Xiong'an, a formidable figure of the Cave Heaven realm, and obliterating the Wang and Lin families, coupled with some reserves from the Xiao family, his points had surged past 70,000. Yet, following his recent transactions, he found himself left with a mere 16,000. Clearly, it was imperative to accelerate the collection of resources. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen refrained from spending points on items from the shop and instead retrieved some elixirs, Spirit Yuan Pills, a commonly found third-tier elixir capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of Spirit Aperture Realm practitioners. Even a low-grade third-tier Spirit Yuan pill could spare a practitioner a month of arduous training. A top-grade third-tier Spirit Yuan pill, on the other hand, could replace half a year's worth of grueling effort with just one. However, the crafting of Spirit Yuan pills demands meticulous precision. Even powerful Earth-tier alchemists rarely succeed in producing top-grade versions. Moreover, heaven-tier alchemists often disdain the production of such pills, making top-grade Spirit Yuan pills quite rare in the marketplace, with each fetching a price of 5,000 spirit crystals, enough to purchase a mid-tier mystic weapon. The Spirit Yuan pills Xiao Chen possessed were all relatively common low-grade ones, acquired after the destruction of the two families. There were a total of 138 pills. The Xiao family retained 38 for their members' cultivation, leaving 100 for Xiao Chen to manage. While low-grade Spirit Yuan pills could elevate cultivation, their imperfect crafting leaves impurities within, making breakthroughs more challenging in later stages if consumed over an extended period. Gazing at the pills before him, Xiao Chen opted not to consume them immediately. After pondering, he inquired his system, how many points are required to upgrade a low-grade Spirit Yuan pill to a top-grade one? Ding! After the system's assessment, the response came, upgrading one requires 200 points. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. This expenditure was within his acceptable range. However, with his current points, he could not upgrade all the pills. System, please upgrade 80 Spirit Yuan pills for me. With this thought, Xiao Chen promptly commanded. The resources he used for cultivation must be of the highest quality. As for the remaining Spirit Yuan pills, they could be sold by the Xiao family, converting them into liquid assets to procure other necessities and subsequently transform them back into points. After all, items repaired or upgraded by the system are not eligible for point conversion. This realization curtailed Xiao Chen's initial inclination to exploit any loopholes. Ding! The system has deducted 16,000 points and is currently upgrading 80 Spirit Yuan pills for the host. As the system's notification echoed, a brilliant light erupted within the room. Among the 100 Spirit Yuan pills laid before Xiao Chen, 80 were undergoing a transformation amidst the radiance. The surfaces of the pills, previously marred by imperfections, now gleamed like jade, and intricate pill patterns became visible. This was the hallmark of top-grade pills, free from any impurities. A rich fragrance of elixirs permeated the room, causing Xiao Chen to shudder involuntarily. Just the aroma emanating from these pills was enough to elevate his cultivation. Consuming these would undoubtedly lead to a rapid surge in his power. A single top-grade Spirit Yuan pill could fetch 5,000 spirit crystals. 80 of them would amount to 400,000 spirit crystals, enough to buy a substantial portion of the Xiao family. Observing the 80 top-grade Spirit Yuan pills floating before him, each one shone like a brilliant star in the night sky. A stark contrast to the remaining 20 low-grade pills, Xiao Chen could not help but express his awe. With 400,000 spirit crystals, the resources he could gather would allow him to exchange for at least 40 to 50,000 points. After accounting for the points spent on upgrades, he might even profit an additional 20 to 30,000 points. By perpetually cycling through this operation, his points would continue to multiply. This was the terrifying advantage of cheating. Yet, it was prudent to enhance his cultivation first. Otherwise, if he were to possess an abundance of top-tier resources without commensurate strength, he would likely be inviting his own demise. With this thought solidified, Xiao Chen wasted no time and promptly consumed one top-grade Spirit Yuan pill, initiating a frenzied process of refining the elixir to dramatically boost his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the city of Tiandu, the Lin family. Master, there is grave news. A man rushed into the inner courtyard, heading straight for the study of the family head, Lin Yao. But we have received intelligence. The Xiao family of Luyun City, who had enmity with young Master Lin Feng, has suddenly annihilated the other two families in Luyun City, and even the city lord's mansion dared not intervene. It appears that a mysterious powerful ally supports the Xiao family. What? Upon hearing this alarming report, Lin Yao's brush trembled violently in his hand, and he quickly raised his head to ask there more detailed information available. For reasons unknown, as he posed this question, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Just a few days prior, his father, Lin Xiong'an, had abruptly emerged from seclusion, and upon learning of the Xiao family's affairs, had seemingly vanished, likely heading covertly to Luyun City. Now, with disturbances occurring there, could it be connected to his father, Lin Xiong'an? The information transmitted was not very detailed. We only know that there are powerful figures above the cave heaven realm engaged in battle within the Xiao family, and it seems they have slain formidable enemies while simultaneously obliterating the other two families. Cursed, how could this happen? Upon hearing that the Shao family had vanquished a formidable foe, Lin Yao's pupils constricted sharply, and his anxiety deepened. That so-called formidable enemy couldn't possibly be my father. Could it? No, I must meet with the other two elders and send them to Luyun City to investigate. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao's expression darkened as he exited the study and made his way deeper into the Lin family ancestral hall. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had passed. As Shao Chen refined the 10th exquisite spirit essence pill, an extraordinarily formidable aura erupted from his body. In a mere 2.5 days, during this frenzied consumption of pills for cultivation, his cultivation level surged to the 7th realm of the spirit aperture, surpassing his previous level by a remarkable 4 minor realms. Though his cultivation had greatly improved, he found himself lacking in practical combat experience. Clearly, he needed to seek opportunities to hone his skills in real combat to fully unleash his newfound power. Feeling the explosive surge of energy within him, Shao Chen murmured with a flicker of contemplation in his gaze. If he were to relentlessly pursue cultivation while neglecting practical combat techniques, no matter how formidable his power became, it would merely be a hollow facade. But Kai Yan is a formidable powerhouse of the heavenly realm. If she could accompany him for practice, his practical experience would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. As this thought crossed his mind, Shao Chen's eyes brightened. Kai Yan was one of the top experts among the 7 dynasties of the Eastern Wilderness, having experienced countless battles throughout her life. Engaging with such a powerful figure in sparring would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. Moreover, the inevitable physical interactions during sparring presented a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond. With this plan in mind, Shao Chen immediately stepped out of his chamber. Chapter 20, Young Master, Yin Shi wishes to assist you with your bath. Young Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. As Shao Chen pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Yin Shi standing outside, her demeanor vibrant and refreshing, which left him momentarily taken aback. You have been waiting here all this time. Upon hearing Yin Shi's surprised words and noticing her fatigued appearance, Shao Chen inquired, somewhat astonished, has something happened in the Shao family over these past 2 days? The family had instructed us to closely monitor your safety, in case any unforeseen circumstances arose during your seclusion. Yin Shi replied, a hint of bashfulness in her voice, her eyes filled with admiration and respect for Shao Chen. The Shao family, due to the young master's presence, not only managed to turn calamities into blessings but also came to dominate the entire Luyun city. Even the city lord's mansion now had to regard the Shao family with deference. As Shao Chen's personal maid Yin Shi's status within the Shao family had risen significantly, filling her heart with gratitude. Foolish girl, what unexpected events could occur while the young master is in seclusion within his own family? Shao Chen chuckled lightly, ruffling Yin Shi's hair. Prepare the bathwater, and then you may return to rest. Feeling the gentleness of Shao Chen's touch, Yin Shi broke into a sweet smile and promptly scurried off to complete her tasks. Shortly thereafter, she had the bathwater ready, and Shao Chen stepped into the room. Alright, you may return and rest for now. Observing the water adorned with flower petals, Shao Chen revealed a satisfied smile and gestured for Yin Shi to leave. Young master, Yin Shi wishes to stay and assist you with your bath. Hearing Shao Chen's usual request for her to leave, Yin Shi hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to speak. What? Shao Chen stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance at her unexpected declaration. The young master is accustomed to bathing alone, you should return and rest. Turning away with a hint of helplessness, he awkwardly insisted, though Yin Shi had matured significantly at the tender age of 16. Her figure, while appealing, was still somewhat overshadowed by Kai Yan's. Young master, I know you have always regarded me as a younger sister, allowing me only to undertake simple tasks. However, as your personal maid, serving you in bathing and changing is my duty. Please do not treat me merely as a younger sister, Yin Shi implored earnestly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Throughout their lives, Shao Chen had always viewed her as a sister, never treating her with disdain for being adopted. Yet, she longed to contribute more to him, even if it meant assisting with bathing or changing clothes. Otherwise, once Shao Chen's cultivation grew stronger and he began to venture beyond Luyun City, she might find herself unworthy of even following him. Foolish girl, do you not wish to be regarded as a sister, yet insist on being treated as a lower-ranked maid? Shao Chen could only chuckle at her earnestness. Gently ruffling her hair once more, while others sought to escape the role of a maid, this girl seemed to desire it, as if she wished to be treated as a maid. Did Yin Shi possess a penchant for servitude? For only by being a maid can I truly serve the young master, helping with bathing, changing clothes, or even warming the bed. Finally mustering her courage, Yunxi blushed as she spoke, nearly leaving Xiaochen speechless. "You little imp, how did you suddenly become so entangled in these matters?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Xiaochen looked at the stubborn girl before him. Perhaps this was a sign that she was beginning to develop feelings for him. Her young master, I am no longer a child." Yunxi's voice seemed to carry a hint of defiance, her chest puffing out slightly as though she had been invigorated, although she could not yet rival the beauty of that Medusa-like elder sister. She was confident that, given time, she would not fall short. Upon hearing Yunxi's whimsical remarks, Xiaochen finally understood the situation. It seemed that with Cayenne's appearance, this girl had developed a strong sense of urgency. Fearing that he might one day favor another over her, it was indeed a childish concern. "Alright, young master understands that you fear I might one day prefer another over you, and you might be cast aside without a second thought. You are truly overthinking things." With a gentle flick to Yunxi's nose, he continued in a comforting tone, "Rest assured, I am not a heartless person. As long as you wish to stay by my side, I will never cast you away." Having navigated the world for 2.5 years, Xiaochen was no fool. While he was not the type to be easily swayed by the presence of women, he would certainly not foolishly cast aside a beautiful maid like Yunxi, nor would he allow someone as aloof as Medusa to slip away. If forced to choose between the two, he would undoubtedly want both. After all, having lived as an underdog in his past life, merely envying others, he had now crossed into another world and awakened a golden finger. If he did not relish life to the fullest now, then his mind must surely be addled. Young master, Yunxi, having her thoughts uncovered, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, nearly burying her head in her own arms. She had no intention of competing for the young master's affections with the Medusa-like elder sister. She simply wished to remain by his side. "I am merely a maid. While I may possess some charm, I fully understand my place. Who the young master favors is his freedom, as long as he does not cast me away. I will not be foolish enough to compete for his affections. Now that you know, I will not cast you away in the future. Can you rest easy now?" Gazing at her adorably naive and somewhat youthful face, Xiaochen ruffled her hair again in reassurance. "However, young master, I still wish to assist you with bathing and changing, fulfilling the duties of a maid. Please grant me this request." Feeling the warmth of Xiaochen's hand, Yunxi raised her head, still somewhat stubborn. As a competent personal maid, how could she allow the young master to bathe alone? That would be a dereliction of her duty, though she had previously lacked the courage to speak up. She was determined to voice her desires now. What a resolute girl, Xiaochen thought as he shook his head in resignation, ultimately deciding against further persuasion. "Since you are so insistent, let us proceed together. But do not be frightened away." After teasingly stating this, Xiaochen turned to remove his garments and prepare for his bath. However, as he turned, he cast a curious glance at Yunxi, momentarily activating his identification ability to discern why this maid was unable to cultivate. Yet, that single glance left him utterly stunned, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Chapter 21. If you had an invincible background, what would you wish to do? The lost imperial daughter of the Huangyue ancient clan, due to a bloodline seal within her, was incapable of normal cultivation until the seal was lifted. Once the seal was broken, she would be blessed by the moon goddess, awakening the bloodline of the Huangyue demon cloud rabbit. Her strength experiencing a meteoric rise. In the face of life-threatening crises, the bloodline seal could unleash a devastating attack, capable of annihilating even those at the peak of the heavenly realm. Gasping at the information before him, Xiaochen drew in a sharp breath. Although he had no knowledge of what the Huangyue ancient clan entailed, the mere title of imperial daughter left him nearly breathless. What did it mean to be an imperial daughter? It signified that one of their forebears was a powerful figure of the imperial realm, a title granted only to their offspring. Such individuals were born standing at the pinnacle of the Kanglan realm. Their talent and lineage unparalleled. With the support of their background, a modicum of effort could elevate them to heights that ordinary individuals could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Initially, he had thought such extraordinary beings would be beyond his reach. However, Xiaochen could hardly fathom that the seemingly simple maid before him was, in fact, an imperial daughter of some ancient clan. Was fate playing an elaborate joke on him? "Young master, what troubles you?" Noticing Xiaochen's sudden expression of shock and disbelief, Yunxi anxiously lifted her head and timidly inquired. She feared that she might have inadvertently angered him. "It's nothing," Xiaochen replied, regaining his composure as he observed Yunxi's timid demeanor. He continued, Yunshi, I wish to pose a question to you that if you were to discover that not only could you cultivate, but also easily surpass all your peers, reaching heights of cultivation that even the family head could not attain. And if you possessed the most prestigious background in the world, capable of annihilating the 7 great dynasties of the eastern wilderness with but a thought, what would you wish to do then? As he spoke the final words, Xiao Chen's tone grew somber, tinged with an unspoken gravity. Yunshi, currently merely a maid by his side, was worlds apart from her true identity, should the day come when her seal was lifted and she realized she was the exalted imperial daughter. Would she feel ashamed of her previous identity and seek to erase that blemish? If that were the case, the Xiao family would be in peril. A prestigious background, a formidable cultivation, upon hearing Xiao Chen's peculiar question. Yunshi was momentarily taken aback, tilting her head in contemplation. Then, with utmost sincerity, she replied, well, Yunshi would still serve the young master. Anyone who dares oppose you, I shall confront. Xiao Chen's lips twitched slightly at her words, his tone taking on a teasing lilt. If you were to possess an invincible background and your cultivation surpassed mine, how could you be content to remain a maid? Some individuals remember others' kindness only when they are in a lowly state, reliant on others to elevate their own circumstances, yet, once their status, power, and abilities far exceed those of others, their mindset inevitably shifts. They may long to trample upon those who once looked down upon them, compelling them to adopt a more humble posture, much like how they once were treated. Xiao Chun, having spent 2.5 years navigating the factory, had witnessed many similar scenarios. No one is content to rely on others. This is the truest aspect of human nature. Why would you not be content to remain a maid? After a moment of silence, Yunshi raised her head, her expression earnest. Since I can remember, I have had no family by my side. I scavenged for food in the streets, often chased away by others. That year, during the heavy snowfall, had it not been for the young master giving me a pancake, I might have starved to death on the streets. Thus, I vowed that as long as the young master does not despise me, I shall serve him for a lifetime. As she spoke the last part, a glimmer of moisture filled her eyes. As if recalling past sorrows, her hands instinctively grasped the hem of Xiao Chen's garment, reminiscent of how she clung to him back then when he had given her the pancake. Her voice was not particularly loud, yet it sent a shiver through Xiao Chun, conjuring memories of that wintry day. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, lay at the doorstep of the Xiao residence, filthy and resembling an abandoned beggar. When he had ventured outside to play in the snow and saw her pitiable state, he rushed back inside to fetch a pancake and pleaded with Xiao Zhan to take Yunshi in as a maid. Since that day, despite being 2 years younger than him, Yunshi insisted on helping him with his chores. No one had anticipated that this seemingly tragic little girl harbored a mysterious lineage. Young master, do you speak of such things as a means to drive me away? As Xiao Chen's memories resurfaced, Yunshi lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In this world there are rarely unfounded ifs. They often serve as preambles to certain events. Though still young, she grasped this principle. There must be some underlying meaning to Xiao Chen's words, likely an attempt to persuade her to leave his side. Do not cry. This young master has never suggested sending you away. Do not overthink it. Observing Yunshi on the verge of tears, Xiao Chen helplessly ruffled her hair. It was hard to fathom that this maid, who so easily succumbed to tears, possessed a lineage that could eclipse anyone in the eastern wilderness. What I truly wish to convey is that your inability to cultivate stems merely from your unawakened constitution. Once it awakens, you will undergo a profound transformation. At that time, your fate will also shift, and perhaps even your kin will come to retrieve you. However, regardless of future changes, remember not to regard your past humble existence as a source of shame. Anticipating potential future developments, Xiao Chen sought to prepare Yunshi mentally, so that should her identity change, she would not struggle to accept her past. Young master, what do you mean? What unawakened constitution? What kin will come to fetch me? You frighten Yunshi. Listening to Xiao Chen's inexplicable remarks, Yunshi clutched him tightly, fearful that if she loosened her grip, he might indeed cast her aside. Having wandered the streets since childhood, only the young master had ever shown her compassion. In her heart, he was her closest confidant, and the Xiao family were her true kin. No matter what transpired in the future, Yunshi was resolute in her loyalty to him, with that determination shown in her eyes, signaling her unwavering resolve. Yes, young master, I believe in you. Observing this Na'vi girl gazing at him with such adoration, Xiao Chen could not help but touzle her hair affectionately. She seemed steadfast, undoubtedly not one to betray. However, contemplating these matters now felt premature. the future was uncertain. Moreover, he possessed an advantage that would allow him to navigate any challenges ahead. Having settled this in his mind, Xiao Chen turned and began to remove his garments. Amidst Yunshi's startled exclamations, he stepped into the bath to soak. Chapter 22. The Lin family of the heavenly capital is insignificant. Within the chamber, a hazy mist enveloped the air. Xiao Chen reclined contentedly in the bath, lazily enjoying Yunshi's ministrations as she scrubbed his back. In this foggy ambience, Yunshi's face flushed a deep crimson, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she appeared exceedingly bashful. It seemed that should she accidentally glimpse Xiao Chen before her, she would be overwhelmed with blood rushing to her face, fainting on the spot. Enough. With the way you're scrubbing, I might lose all my hair. Feeling Yunshi's hands wander up to his hair, Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation from within the bath. I'm sorry, young master, am I really that clumsy? Hearing his nonchalant teasing, Yunshi blushed even deeper. Her voice tinged with mortification. However, upon opening her eyes and seeing Xiao Chen's bare torso, her cheeks flared to life, extending to her neck. It was her first time attending to him during a bath, and her heart raced violently, as if it might burst. I was merely jesting. You have done splendidly. We shall conclude the bathing for today. This young master must rise and dress. Recognizing Yunshi's discomfort, Xiao Chen sighed again, standing to exit the bath. This girl was commendable in many respects, though she bore a certain meekness. Were it not for the results of her identity assessment, he would hardly believe she was of imperial lineage. In her startled state, Yunshi was taken aback when Xiao Chen suddenly stood, letting out a gasp like a steam pot. She instantly radiated heat, and 2 streams of nosebleed erupted unexpectedly. Alas, truly inexperienced yet overly eager. Xiao Chen sighed, feeling the commotion behind him. Just from a mere silhouette, this girl had burst forth with nosebleeds. What would happen if he turned to face her directly? With a resigned shrug, he turned his back to Yunshi, hastily donning his clothes before finally facing her again. At that moment, he noticed Yunshi's face was flushed to the point of near bleeding, her gaze somewhat dazed as she seemed trapped in the memory of the previous moment. Are you alright? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he noted the blood dripping to the floor. Young master, I'm fine. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yunshi finally snapped back to reality, gasping as she hurriedly wiped her nose, inadvertently smearing blood all over her face. Be sure to clean yourself up. Next time, do not overexert yourself. Observing Yunshi's mortified state, Xiao Chen ruffled her hair once more before stepping out of the chamber. He had not forgotten his duties, needing to first present the Sanluo blood prison array to Xiao Zhan and recover the resources collected by the Xiao family in recent days. As for Yunshi's secret, he could mention it as well. However, without knowing when her seal would be lifted, there was little he could do in terms of countermeasures. As he entered the council hall, Xiao Chen soon realized that Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi were present, their expressions grave, as if deliberating a serious matter. What has transpired? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Xiao Chen inquired as he entered the hall. Chener, Xiao Chen, you have finally emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the others visibly brightened, quickly rising to greet him. At this moment, Xiao Mingyi began to explain. On the second day of your retreat, Queen Medusa also entered seclusion, claiming she needed to restore her diminished cultivation and instructed us not to disturb her unless necessary. In the past couple of days, a number of suspicious individuals have appeared around the Xiao family, seemingly monitoring their every move. As Xiao Mingyi spoke, his tone grew grave. We suspect these individuals may be spies from the Lin family of Tiandu City, likely attempting to ascertain the Xiao family's secrets in preparation for some forthcoming action against us. Thus, we elders believe that formidable members of the Lin family are already en route, perhaps set to arrive in Luyun City within the next 2 days. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa is currently in seclusion, diligently cultivating her powers. We must take proactive measures to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the others nodded solemnly, yet Xiao Chen could not help but smile wryly at the situation. The Lin family of Tiandu City poses no real threat. With that, Xiao Chen produced the Sanluo blood prison array disc, continuing nonchalantly, with this array disc in hand, even if the Lin family were to summon a powerful figure from the Tai Sword sect, the Xiao family would possess the capability to vanquish any intruding adversaries. Array disc. At the mention of Xiao Chen's words, the gazes of Xiao Zhan and the others immediately fixated on the disc. Could it possibly be a terrestrial-grade array disc? A terrestrial-grade array disc, even the most rudimentary type, can unleash formidable power, enough to threaten those in the celestial realm. Should it be a high-grade or peak terrestrial-grade disc, the array's force unleashed at full capacity could potentially injure or even kill a Nirvana realm expert. observing Xiao Chen's confidence. Could it truly be a peak terrestrial-grade array disk? With this thought, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi felt their minds racing, expressions of joy blooming on their faces. This is not a terrestrial-grade array disk, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, and as Xiao Zhan appeared momentarily taken aback. Realization dawned upon him, but he nodded and continued, indeed, this is a celestial-grade array disk, and furthermore, it is of peak quality. If its full power were to be unleashed, it could severely injure or even slay a celestial realm expert. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's proclamation, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi gasped in shock, nearly collapsing before him. A peak celestial-grade array disk, capable of injuring or killing a celestial realm expert? These two key phrases echoed relentlessly in their minds, causing their heads to buzz and threaten to explode from sheer disbelief. A celestial realm expert, such beings are the pinnacle of the 7 great dynasties of the eastern wilderness, capable of obliterating the Xiao family with a mere flick of their fingers. Even a stomp could send tremors through the Dacian dynasty, rendering them nearly invincible in their eyes, and yet, the array disk in Xiao Chen's possession could slay a celestial realm expert? This was undoubtedly akin to wielding a divine artifact. While this array disk possesses the capability to injure or kill a celestial realm expert, whether it can achieve such feats ultimately hinges on the cultivator's power. If one cannot harness the disk's full potential, they would find themselves merely enduring blows from celestial realm experts. Witnessing the shock rendering Xiao Zhan and the others weak-kneed, Xiao Chen, concerned they might grow overly confident, hastily cautioned them. One must forge their own strength. We all understand this principle, and you need not worry that we old fellows will become complacent. In response, Xiao Zhan waved his hand, a look of contentment gracing his features. Although with our current cultivation levels we cannot wield this disk to counter a celestial realm expert, we are more than capable of dealing with some in the Cave Heaven realm or Nirvana realm. Seeing the group regain their composure, Xiao Chen smiled lightly and proceeded to explain the usage of the Sanluo blood prison array to Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi. When they inquired about how he had acquired the array disk, Xiao Chen simply stated it was a gift from his esteemed master. By the way, these premium spirit element pills are what I concocted during my recent days of seclusion. You may take them and exchange them for spirit crystals to procure more resources. After elucidating the usage of the Sanluo blood prison array, Xiao Chen casually produced the remaining premium spirit element pills. Premium spirit element pills? Xiao Chen, you can actually refine pills? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others were taken aback, their eyes fixated on the vials of pills. Just how many have you concocted? Premium spirit element pills are notoriously difficult to refine. Even a terrestrial-grade alchemist requires a stroke of luck to produce them. Yet here, Xiao Chen produced nearly 10 alchemical vials. Had he truly succeeded in creating that many pills? Not quite so many. Aside from those I consumed during my cultivation, I still have 60 premium spirit element pills remaining. Aware of their astonished stares, Xiao Chen chuckled nonchalantly. 60 premium spirit element pills? Hearing Xiao Chen's casual mention of the quantity, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi gasped, nearly collapsing in disbelief at his feat. In the market of Luyun City, one might not encounter even a single premium spirit element pill for years. When they do appear, they are seized with fervor. A single premium spirit element pill cannot be obtained for less than 5,000 spirit crystals, yet Xiao Chen has presented 60, a treasure trove worth hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Enough to send shockwaves through every merchant guild in Luyun City. This is genuinely all premium spirit element pills. Overwhelmed with incredulity, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi trembled as they accepted the vials. Cautiously opening one to inhale its fragrance, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Chen. You truly refined all of these? Their skepticism was not born from doubt in Xiao Chen, but rather from the sheer absurdity of the situation. The process of refining pills is exceedingly intricate. To produce 60 premium spirit element pills in just 2 days is beyond the capabilities of even a celestial-grade alchemist. Furthermore, there is no alchemical furnace or sufficient medicinal materials in Xiao Chen's room. How could he possibly have created so many premium spirit element pills? As their minds raced, they exchanged knowing glances. They recalled having given Xiao Chen 100 low-grade spirit element pills just days prior. Could these pills have been refined from that batch? Indeed, as you surmise, they were refined from those low-grade spirit element pills. Noticing their speculative expressions, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. Incredible, Xiao Chen possesses such extraordinary abilities. He is truly a blessing for the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces radiating with joy and excitement. They never anticipated that Xiao Chen could not only assist others in refining their marrow and channels, but also refine pills to a higher grade. Such feats are beyond even celestial-grade alchemists. With Xiao Chen in the family, how could there be any shortage of premium pills? But do not celebrate too soon. This process requires a significant amount of resources. Without sufficient support, I cannot purify any pills. Observing their eager expressions, Xiao Chen could only douse their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. We understand. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others burst into laughter, then presented him with a spatial ring. This contains various resources and items we have procured from various merchant guilds over the past couple of days, including remnants of weapons, demon cores, and discarded pills. In total, we spent 470,000 spirit crystals. Which should be of assistance to you. 470,000 spirit crystals. At the mention of this sum, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled. Without any pretense or hesitation, he accepted the spatial ring. 470,000 spirit crystals. This is a substantial fortune, likely amassed after the downfall of the Wang and Lin families and the Xiao family's own assets. I did not expect the Xiao family to selflessly offer such resources. A gesture that truly surprised him. As he probed the contents of the spatial ring, he found an abundance of resources piled high: remnants of weapons, discarded pills, demon cores, and even the remains of beasts and their horns. Should they be released, they would likely form mountains of materials. This must be worth several tens of thousands of points. After a rough assessment, Xiao Chen promptly issued a recovery command. Ding. The system has recovered all resource items, totaling a value of 73,534 points. 70,000 points? Upon receiving the system notification, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It appeared this batch of items contained numerous valuable treasures. Otherwise, resources worth over 40,000 spirit crystals would not yield such a high point total. With this influx of points, I can upgrade the pills once more. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen broached the subject. What, you wish to assist us in purifying pills? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's offer, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi were filled with elation. Yes, procure some cultivation pills or breakthrough pills that are at least of low grade. As long as I have sufficient resources, I can purify them into premium pills. At that point, you will be able to rapidly enhance your cultivation or achieve breakthroughs, further securing the safety of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen affirmed with a nod. Truly a worthy descendant of the Xiao family. Your character is beyond reproach. Witnessing Xiao Chen's unreserved willingness to contribute to the family, Xiao Mingyi's heart swelled with pride, wishing he could immediately pass the mantle of leadership to Xiao Chen. I almost forgot an important matter. As Xiao Mingyi pondered deeply, the second elder, Xiao Qixiong, suddenly slapped his thigh with fervor. He then stealthily approached Xiao Chen, seizing the young man's wrist with an expression brimming with excitement. Xiao Chen, with your remarkable appearance and innate talent, any offspring you produce will undoubtedly be exceptional. As the saying goes, fertile water should not flow to outsiders. Why not consider taking in my daughter? Linger. Upon hearing Xiao Qixiong's proposition, Xiao Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of twisted logic was this? Just because of his looks and talent, he was being encouraged to take Xiao Linger as his partner? Xiao Lar, you are utterly shameless, even suggesting your own daughter for this. Are you not afraid she might rebel? Exclaimed Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong, their eyes wide with disbelief at Xiao Qixiong's audacity. She dares. Xiao Chen is truly outstanding and sensible. If she could warm his bed and bear children, it would be her greatest honor in this life, Xiao Qixiong retorted, bristling with indignation. Moreover, although we are all members of the Xiao clan, my lineage has been distanced from Xiao Chen for several generations, making us quite estranged in terms of blood relations. It would be far better to seize this opportunity to strengthen our ties, perhaps even enhancing the Xiao lineage's excellence. The Xiao family has existed for several centuries, and many descendants are now separated by over a dozen generations. Marriages within the clan cannot be deemed incestuous. Therefore, rather than allowing Xiao Chen to seek out women from other clans, it would be more prudent to consider some of our own distant relatives, thus reducing familial strife and better safeguarding the interests of the Xiao family. A sudden realization struck Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong as they exchanged glances, illuminated by the prospect. Instead of letting outsiders benefit, why not favor our own excellent girls, with the talent and potential Xiao Chen has displayed? Even if he were to take a secondary wife, she would undoubtedly gain unimaginable opportunities. In time, they would have exceptionally gifted descendants, and even a grandson would be a source of pride. Xiao Chen. The second elder speaks quite wisely. What do you think of my daughter? She is even more lovely than her mother and is 6 or 7 generations removed from you. Your union would be nothing short of perfect. As he concluded, Xiaoming eagerly approached Xiao Chen, extolling the virtues of his daughter. Damn it, I have no daughters to gain any advantage, sighed the third elder, Xiao Delong, feeling quite dejected, with 3 inept sons. He had once felt fortunate to have male heirs, but now he was utterly frustrated that he could not partake in this splendid opportunity. Should he perhaps consider making an effort to conceive a daughter himself? Chapter 24. How can such a young brat reach the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm? As Xiao Chen stood between Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixuan, both fervently promoting their daughters, he could not help but twitch his lips in exasperation. The eldest elder's daughter, Xiao Meier, was 2 years his senior, possessing a mature and alluring demeanor, though her temperament was somewhat fiery in terms of figure and appearance. Aside from the exquisite Kai Yan, few could rival her. On the other hand, the second elder's daughter, Xiao Linger, was also 2 years older, exuding an innocent and adorable charm akin to that of a sweet neighbor girl. Aside from being slightly petite, she was no less impressive than Xiao Meier, and in fact, she boasted a more generous figure. Wherever she went in Luyun City, she would attract many admiring glances. Even the original owner of Xiao Chen's body often found himself the subject of her allure. If only Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger knew that their fathers were so eagerly marketing them, they would likely feel mortified enough to consider disowning them. The Xiao family shows no mercy. Just as Xiao Chen was about to politely decline, a cold elderly voice resonated through the air. Suddenly a brilliant light descended upon the Xiao family, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of their estate. Who dares to ambush the Xiao family? Witnessing this abrupt upheaval, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed out of the conference hall, their anger swirling like a tempest. Xiao Chen's face turned icy as he stepped out in silence. Those who dared to assault the Xiao family at such a moment were truly deserving of punishment. Upon leaping into the front courtyard, they beheld the once repaired grounds reduced to ruins once more, with several clan members injured and lying on the ground. The sight ignited a blazing fury within Xiao Zhan and the others. Hovering above the Xiao family's entrance were 2 elderly figures, emanating an overwhelming aura akin to mountains, leaving an impression of invincibility. Below them stood more than a dozen formidable rotating pill realm masters, their predatory gazes fixed upon the Xiao family members, revealing a chilling bloodlust. These were the 2 esteemed elders of the Lin family from Tiandu City, along with several powerful rotating pill elders. Aside from the family head Lin Yao, the rest of the Lin family's higher-ups had come out in full force. Such a terrifying force could easily sweep through all of Luyun City. You are from the Lin family of Tiandu City? Xiao Zhan's gaze turned frigid as he lifted his head, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Only a force capable of dispatching such a formidable lineup would dare to strike the Xiao family. You Xiao family dared to employ despicable means and conspired to kill my Lin family's esteemed elder. Upon Lin Xiaotian's words, the 2 elders ignored Xiao Zhan entirely. One of them, Lin Xiaotian, a master of the 6th level of the cave heaven realm, spoke with a chilling tone. The other, Lin Xiaofeng, was at the 5th level. Much like the deceased Lin Xiang'an, after rushing to Luyun City, they did not immediately attack the Xiao family but instead headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Through intimidation and questioning, they extracted information from Lu Tiannan, who revealed that the cave heaven realm expert who had attacked the Xiao family days prior was indeed one of their own esteemed elders. Upon learning this, their murderous intent surged, and they stormed to the Xiao family without a hint of restraint. After all, according to Lu Tiannan, the Xiao family had utilized significant effort to eliminate Lin Xiaonan, and the mysterious expert had sustained grave injuries, forcing him to retreat and recuperate within the Xiao family. Thus, this was their prime opportunity to annihilate the Xiao family and avenge Lin Xiaonan. Despicable means, a conspiracy. Upon hearing the elders' words, Xiao Zhan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Clearly on that day, Lin Xiaonan had been slain in a single strike by the Medusa queen. How had this tale morphed into a conspiracy in the ears of these fools? Could it be that someone had deceived them? It appeared that someone wanted the Lin family to perish or wished for them to be eliminated by the Xiao family. thereby embroiling the Shao family in even greater trouble. This way, they could leverage other forces to eradicate the Shao family from Luyun City entirely while Xiao Zhan and the others were lost in thought. Xiao Chen's gaze flickered as he began to speculate internally. The one capable of duping these fools was most likely the city lord Lu Tianan. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen glanced toward the city lord's mansion. A smirk curling at the corners of his lips, regardless of the city lord's initial intentions, he had unwittingly spared them much effort by leading this group to the Shao family amidst the unfolding chaos. Lin Xiaofeng's cold gaze swept over Xiao Zhan and the others, his voice laced with murderous intent echoing within the Shao family. It seems your cave heaven realm expert is indeed gravely injured and in seclusion. Without the assistance of another strong individual, do you really believe someone at the second level of the cave heaven realm, along with these weak, elderly, and sickly individuals, can compete against my Lin family? Boom! As his words fell, both Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng ceased their probing and unleashed their full power, their terrifying aura sweeping through like a tempest. I in the Shao family, regardless of age or gender. No one would be spared. With this deadly decree resonating throughout the Shao family, more than a dozen rotating pill realm elders erupted with power, charging toward the inner courtyard like bloodthirsty beasts. With Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng leading the charge, they were more than capable of crushing and eliminating the Shao family's higher-ups, while the elders would slaughter the entire clan. A group of worthless fools. Thinking they could extinguish our Shao family, how utterly laughable. As Lin Xiaotian and the others began their assault, Xiao Chen raised his head, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded this group. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, the seventh level of the spirit aperture realm. At the moment Xiao Chen's killing intent became palpable, the subtle fluctuations of his cultivation were sensed not only by Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng but also left Xiao Zhan and the others in shock. Just days prior, Xiao Chen had only been at the third level of the spirit aperture realm. Now, he had astonishingly ascended to the seventh level. In just 2 days, he had broken through 4 minor realms. Even the most extraordinary prodigies of the Dechen dynasty cannot possibly match such a monstrous rate of cultivation. Xiao Chen possesses the demeanor of a saint. How can such a young lad achieve the 7th level of the spiritual aperture realm? This child must undoubtedly be harboring some extraordinary fortune or opportunity. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and speculation reflected in each other's eyes, yet, almost instantaneously, their expressions morphed into fierce malevolence. Akin to bloodthirsty demons emerging from the abyss, should such a young powerhouse of the spiritual aperture realm be allowed to leave the Shao family alive today, the Lin family of Tiandu City would surely cease to exist in the future. This child must perish. Upon comprehending the meaning behind each other's gazes, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng wasted no time, transforming into fleeting shadows as they surged toward Xiao Chen. Since you are so eager, let me present this to you. Observing the 2 powerful figures of the cave heaven realm swiftly approaching, Xiao Chen exhibited no signs of panic, casually summoning the Sunluo blood prison array disc. The Queen Medusa requests to join the bookshelf. What follows will be even more thrilling, undoubtedly a delightful read. Chapter 25. I instructed you to defend for a moment, yet you dare to unleash your offensive techniques. The Sunluo blood prison array, a formation that extinguishes the 8 desolations. As Xiao Chen formed hand seals and pressed them upon the Sunluo blood prison array disc, an eerie crimson glow erupted instantaneously. Array patterns resembling a spider's web radiated throughout the Shao family estate in an instant. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, who were originally hurtling forward, suddenly halted in their tracks amidst the overwhelming force. Is this a terrestrial-grade array? Upon sensing the terrifying power of the formation, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the Shao family's hidden trump card. Yet, what does a terrestrial-grade array matter, in the face of absolute strength? It is merely a mantis attempting to block a chariot. With a cold smirk, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng unleashed their true essence once more, summoning the phantoms of a tiger and a python behind them. Accompanied by the roars of the tiger and python, their techniques, imbued with terrifying might, descended upon Xiao Chen and his companions. Who told you this was a terrestrial-grade array? Xiao Chen merely chuckled disdainfully. Forming hand seals anew, meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, Xiaomingyi, and the others displayed remarkable coordination, encircling Xiao Chen like stars around the moon, simultaneously forming hand seals as torrents of true essence surged into the array disc. The array patterns that had previously pervaded the heavens and earth erupted with even more fearsome power. Could this truly be a celestial-grade array? Everyone quickly retreat beyond the array's coverage, as they felt the array's power surge exponentially. The expressions of Lin Xiaotian and his companions shifted dramatically. In a flurry of cultivation, they swiftly halted their advance and turned to retreat without hesitation. If this were a terrestrial-grade array, they might have been able to withstand it together. However, if it were a celestial-grade array, even if their cultivation was superior, the terrifying offensive potential could still overwhelm them. Too late. Watching Lin Xiaotian and his companions retreat, Xiaoqian transformed his hand seals once more with a cold laugh. Sunluo Town Prison, boundless sea of blood. With the utterance of these words, the Sunluo blood prison array trembled violently, unleashing an endless cascade of bloodlight that engulfed the entire Xiao family estate. Chains ablaze with blood-red flames surged forth like the tentacles of a hellish demon, piercing toward Lin Xiaotian and the others in an instant. Quickly defend with all your might, as the Sunluo blood prison array unleashed its terrifying assault. Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng bellowed in fury, immediately deploying their techniques to counter the onslaught of chains. The elder alchemists of the Lin family, in a frenzy, unleashed their cultivation prowess. A barrage of lethal techniques erupted forth with all their strength. Damn it, I told you to defend, yet you resort to offensive techniques? Witnessing over 90% of the Lin family's elder alchemists deploying offensive techniques, intending to obliterate the array, both Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng were incensed beyond measure. The array's unleashed attack, even the two of them, the esteemed elders, could not guarantee their ability to withstand such a force. How dare a bunch of weaklings from the alchemical realm attempt to resist head-on? Boom! Almost simultaneously with Lin Xiaotian's roar, the chains collided with the myriad techniques, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout Luyun City. The attacks from the 10 or so elder alchemists of the Lin family were ruthlessly shattered by the chains. The elder alchemists were sent flying like puppets, blood spraying from their mouths as they clearly sustained severe injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng, the two powerhouses of the Cave Heaven realm, barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the blood-red chains through their combined efforts. Yet they too were forced into a disadvantageous position. Descend into hell. Observing the grievous state of the elder alchemists, Xiaoqian displayed no trace of compassion on his face. With a cold chuckle, he altered his hand seals once more. The chains, ablaze with blood-red flames, pursued the elder alchemists like sentient spears, piercing through their chests in an instant. No! Killing so many elders from my Lin family. The Xiao family shall surely face annihilation. Witnessing the tragic demise of over a dozen elder alchemists from their family, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes widened in horror. The previously tenable offensive assault collapsed entirely in that moment. The phantoms of the beasts were mercilessly shattered by the chains, and both were forced to spout blood from the impact. In the midst of their retreat, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng dared not linger for a desperate struggle. Utilizing the recoil to flee into the distance. If they could return to the Lin family, they could leverage Lin Feng's connections to persuade the experts from the Tai Sword sect to intervene. At that time, with the formidable backing of the Tai Sword sect, even if the Xiao family possessed a celestial-grade array, their fate would ultimately be annihilation. Moreover, the celestial-grade array would become their spoils of war. However, just as they began their escape, a red figure appeared before them like a ghost, eerily materializing in their path. Before Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng could discern who this person was, a terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. Without uttering a word, the figure of Cayenne manifested in the air, raising a hand to gently point at the two of them. Two sparks then shot forth, transforming into beams of sword light that pierced toward them. A transcendent realm powerhouse? Sensing the surrounding space freezing as if time itself had stopped, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed in terror. Only a powerhouse of the transcendent realm or higher could manipulate the forces of heaven and earth to solidify space. Even a Nirvana realm expert could not achieve such a feat. Could this possibly be the mysterious powerhouse backing the Xiao family? But didn't he, the Lord of Luyun City, say this was a wounded Cave Heaven realm expert? This is what you call a Cave Heaven realm powerhouse? As countless thoughts raced through their minds, they had yet to utter a plea for mercy when the beams of sword light pierced through their chests, conclusively ending their wretched and sinful lives. In less than half a moment, all the powerful figures from the Lin family who had invaded the Xiao family lay cold and lifeless. They're all dead? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan and the others were left astounded. Truly, the Queen Medusa of the Serpent People is fearsome in her every gesture. Her appearance was remarkably timely. Observing the figure hovering above Xiao Chen's face broke into a smile. With such a powerful guardian by his side, ordinary fiends and demons pose no threat. She truly wore the right attire. As Cayenne adorned in a dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, shapely legs clad in the suspender stockings he gifted her, exuded an air of maturity and charm. Xiao Chen's eyes glimmered with admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The new attire of the Queen Medusa is utterly enchanting." Truly she could mesmerize anyone regardless of what she wore. "Young master, this time I spared their corpses." Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze lingering on her, Cayenne flickered and appeared directly in front of him, seemingly aware that he was admiring her legs. She immediately sought to divert his attention. Chapter 26. Not only must the dogs perish, but the Koan Dan must also be shaken to dust. "You've done well." Upon hearing Cayenne's words, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and continued, "Your outfit is indeed captivating. Perhaps it was this very attire that rendered the aloof Queen Medusa so striking." As his words fell, a faint blush appeared on Cayenne's previously cool countenance. Her expression turned somewhat bashful as she lowered her head, yet the corners of her lips curled into a subtle smile. This endearing display, reminiscent of a shy young girl, left Xiao Zhan and the others utterly astonished. They had never expected the esteemed Queen Medusa of the Serpent People to blush and feel shy upon receiving a mere compliment from Xiao Chen. This moment shattered their preconceived notions. After praising Cayenne, Xiao Chen approached the bodies of Lin Xiaotian and the others, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Onitofo, immeasurable as that revered one. Gazing at the lifeless forms before him, Xiao Chen clasped his hands together. Adopting a posture of compassion, while they all deserved their fates, it seemed improper for them to depart with their eyes unclosed. "Allow me to grant you salvation." With that, he issued a recovery command to the system. 2 cave heaven realm powerhouses and over a dozen elder alchemists. These corpses should yield a substantial number of points. If I were to incinerate them all, it would waste their value. They must be recycled for maximum utility. Ding! The system has recovered all corpses valued at a total of 26,450 points. They actually amount to over 20,000 points. These individuals met their ends justly upon hearing the system's notification. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly, a look of pleasant surprise crossing his face. 1 Cave Heaven Realm Powerhouse. It is akin to an Earth tier item. Naturally, it does not reach the lofty heights of higher grades. Thus it would be worth at most around 5,000 points. As for a strong practitioner at the Xiandan realm, if their cultivation reaches the 9th level of Xiandan, even with the body preserved in relatively good condition, it would only equate to a premium Earth tier item valued at most at 1,000 points. Therefore, the combined worth of 2 strong figures at the Dongtian realm and a dozen practitioners at the Xiandan realm, totaling over 20,000 points, is indeed commendable. Additionally, there are the spatial rings of these individuals. They may contain numerous resources. After disposing of these corpses, Xiao Chen collected the remaining storage rings, his face revealing a glimmer of anticipation. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense delved into the storage rings to begin inventorying the resources within, true to form for high-ranking members of the Lin family from Tiandu City. Each possessed a fortune beyond measure. Upon examining the contents of the spatial rings, he discovered not only Earth-tier martial arts and divine abilities but also an array of profound weapons, heavenly materials, and beast materials, all present in abundance. A look of ecstatic delight spread across Xiao Chen's face. The cumulative wealth of these dozen individuals surpassed the resources he had acquired over the past few days. Some items could be retained for synthesis or upgrades, while the rest would be exchanged for points. Observing the numerous pills suitable for cultivation at the Dongtian or Xiandan realms within the spatial rings, as well as many profound weapons of Earth or Xian tier, Xiao Chen had no intention of converting them into points. With a little utilization, these items could greatly enhance the foundation of the Xiao family. Dinging! The system has retrieved all specified items, totaling a value of 78,630 points. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen's expression brightened with exhilaration when accounting for the points previously acquired. His total approached 200,000. Indeed, these individuals had proven to be a veritable windfall. "Xiao Chen, how was the harvest?" Seeing Xiao Chen putting away the storage rings with a look of excitement, Xiao Zhan and the others approached to inquire. "Quite well. With this influx of resources, the strength of the Xiao family will elevate significantly," Xiao Chen responded with a gentle smile, turning to face Xiao Zhan and the others. "It seems the Lin family of Tiandu City has inadvertently benefited our Xiao family." Xiao Zhan smiled faintly at this, though a hint of seriousness lingered in his brow after a brief pause. He continued, however, with so many high-ranking members of the Lin family deceased, the feud between the two families has become irreconcilable. Once they receive word, they will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. If they manage to enlist the assistance of the Tai sword sect's strong practitioners, our Shao family may face even greater troubles ahead. Although the Shao family possesses the formidable Medusa as an ally, and regardless of how many strong practitioners the Tai sword sect sends, they would have sufficient confidence to confront them. Yet, as the strength of their adversaries increases, so too does their exposure to the world. It is conceivable that they may recognize Queen Medusa. At that point, it would no longer be a private vendetta but rather embroil them in a racial conflict. No matter, Xiao Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze intense as he murmured, I will ensure they have no time to trouble the Shao family. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's deeply meaningful words, Xiao Zhan and the others immediately exchanged glances, their pupils contracting sharply. Chun'er, do you intend to launch an assault on the Lin family of Tiandu City? Xiao Zhan could not help but ask for confirmation. Overwhelmed by disbelief, their own thoughts leaned towards caution, advocating for a defensive posture to fortify the Shao family and gradually develop their strength. They believed that once the Shao family had grown robust enough, any troubles would be easily vanquished. After all, it had only been a few days, and the Shao family's power had surged dramatically. Not only had their cultivation levels broken through, but they also possessed a heavenly tier array to safeguard their stronghold, with Queen Medusa standing watch coupled with Xiao Chen's mysterious heritage. If they could secure some time for growth, the Shao family's strength would undergo a significant transformation. At that time, even the Tai sword sect would find it challenging to contend with them, yet, they could not have anticipated that Xiao Chen's intentions were in stark contrast to their own. He actually sought to annihilate the Lin family in Tiandu City? Indeed, the Shao family shall not be treated as mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. The Lin family has attempted to eradicate us time and again. If we do not send them to hell, how can the Shao family ever find peace? Xiao Chen's voice resonated coldly, devoid of any concealment of his murderous intent. To resolve troubles, one must eliminate them at their roots. Enduring constant assaults is not a sustainable strategy. Since the Lin family has shown themselves to be obstinate, they must be utterly eradicated. Once every member of the Lin family is extinguished, I refuse to believe the Tai sword sect will continue to pursue the Shao family relentlessly. I shall set forth tomorrow, accompanied by Kai Yan, to Tiandu City. Prior to that, I will assist the Shao family in upgrading some martial arts and elixirs, as well as help a few core clan members with their cultivation. Father and the elders, you may rest assured in safeguarding the family. As Xiao Chen's chilling words reverberated, the temperature around them seemed to drop to an icy point, since the Lin family had ignited his killing intent. They would henceforth find themselves unable to survive, and even their very foundations would be shaken. Tomorrow we commence our journey? Hearing Xiao Chen's resolute decision, Xiao Zhan and the others gasped in shock. However, after a moment of silence, they refrained from offering any objections. With Queen Medusa as their formidable ally, unless an opponent of equal caliber intervened, it was unlikely that anyone could threaten Xiao Chen. Should they succeed in obliterating the Lin family of Tiandu City, it would undoubtedly eradicate the looming threat. Chun'er, although the risks seem manageable, you must exercise utmost caution, Xiao Zhan said gravely, patting Xiao Chen on the shoulder. His pride swelling at having such a decisive son. Indeed, I will. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, then, as if struck by a thought, he addressed Xiao Zhan and the others, you may hand over some of the Shao family's inherited martial arts to me. I intend to refine them before my departure. Chapter 27. Tonight, let Mayor Linger seduce him. You can actually refine martial arts. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Zhan and the others could not suppress their astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they stared at him. Previously, their focus had been solely on the plan to annihilate the Lin family, overlooking Xiao Chen's statement. Now, upon hearing him mention it again, waves of excitement surged within them. It is known that refining martial arts techniques is no trivial feat. It necessitates a profound accumulation of martial knowledge and compatibility with the properties of the technique. Even seasoned practitioners like them, who had cultivated for decades, could at best refine some yellow-tier martial arts. The inherited martial arts of the Shao family, however, are of a high Xian tier. Even a practitioner at the Nirvana realm, possessing compatible attributes, might not have the confidence to refine or upgrade them. To think that Xiao Chen would assert such confidence. No issue at all, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, before words conveying that everything was well within his grasp. Ha, my son Xiao Chen possesses the potential of an emperor. with Chen and the Xiao family, how could we not rise to greatness? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's self-assured response, Xiao Zhan burst into exuberant laughter. After assisting them with their cultivation and refining their elixirs, they would possess talent, resources, and now the higher-tier martial arts they had longed for. It was as though the only remaining gap had been filled. If the Xiao family could not rise now, it would truly be a disgrace. Beside them, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong trembled with excitement, casting envious glances at Xiao Zhan. To have such a son is indeed a monumental blessing. Unlike them, who had produced naught but disappointments, if only Xiao Chen could become my son-in-law, the future would undoubtedly be resplendent. As they gazed at Xiao Chen, thoughts of this nature began to emerge in the minds of Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong. Their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination, as if they had made a momentous decision. Tonight, let Mayor Linger seduce him. As the thought settled, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qixiong's breaths quickened, their gazes meeting before they hastily diverted them. Leaving Xiao Delong utterly perplexed, the young master can actually refine martial arts. Meanwhile, Kai Yan, having overheard their conversation, felt a surge of unease. She suddenly had a strong intuition that if Xiao Chen were given enough resources, he might even be able to refine imperial tier martial arts. This implied that in the future, as long as she remained by Xiao Chen's side and gathered sufficient resources, breaking through to the Saint Realm would be a mere formality. Even reaching the more formidable imperial realm might not be beyond her grasp. With this thought in mind, Kai Yan's breathing quickened, her gaze shimmering as she fixed her eyes on Xiao Chen. Unperturbed by their odd looks, Xiao Chen collected the Xiao family's inherited martial arts from Xiao Zhan and turned to return to his quarters, with the journey to Tiandu City set for tomorrow. Time was of the essence for the tasks ahead. Seeing Xiao Chen head back to his room without uttering a word, Kai Yan followed closely behind in addition to providing protection for Xiao Chen. She also wished to witness firsthand how he refined martial arts techniques. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Chen paid no heed to Kai Yan and casually opened his attribute panel. Host, Xiao Chen physique, innate Dao body cultivation, 7th level of spiritual aperture martial arts, creation of the universe technique divine abilities, heavenly demon shadowless step. Dragon subduing fist, 8 desolation force diamond technique points, 198632. Indeed, the points were nearly at 200,000. He could indulge freely now. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Chen's face as he surveyed the points displayed on the attribute panel. Subsequently, without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen retrieved the scrolls of martial arts techniques. This collection of scrolls included not only the inherited techniques bestowed upon him by Xiao Zhan but also those pillaged from the likes of Lin Xiaotian. Among them were 2 fire attribute techniques, graded as low-grade earth tier. Additionally, there were 6 fire attribute techniques of the mysterious tier, all of which could serve as auxiliary techniques for synthesis. System, synthesize all the techniques before me. After casting a glance over the scrolls, Xiao Chen promptly issued the command to the system. Ding. The system has deducted 3,500 points, and is currently synthesizing all martial arts techniques for the host. As the system's notification chimed, a brilliant white light erupted. Ancient runes, akin to dancing sparks, continuously flew from the scrolls. Under Xiao Chen's watchful gaze, they merged and coalesced into one. What a marvelous technique! The young master can directly extract the martial essence contained within the techniques? Seeing this astonishing scene, Kai Yan was left utterly astounded. She had initially thought that Xiao Chen would need to read each technique one by one and, with his formidable comprehension, assimilate all the martial arts. To her surprise, Xiao Chen merely waved his hand and effortlessly extracted the essence of all the martial arts. What kind of celestial ability is this? Having lived for several centuries, this was her first encounter with such an incredible phenomenon. She was now fully convinced that Xiao Chen must be the reincarnation of a supreme emperor. Ding, all martial arts techniques have been synthesized. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth Tier supreme martial art. The heavenly fire devouring heart technique. After the system's notification sounded once more, the martial arts essence was completely merged. A more powerful fire attribute technique was then imprinted onto a scroll, with just a bit more expenditure. He could synthesize a higher level technique from nearly 10 martial arts. This function of the system was truly remarkable. Observing the newly acquired fire attribute technique, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Chen's face. Low cost, high return, this was the essence of transforming waste into treasure. However, the Earth Tier Supreme was not sufficient. It needed to be upgraded further. With a flicker in his gaze, Xiao Chen immediately commanded an upgrade. Although the Shao family possessed Earth-tier supreme techniques that could enable Shao Zhan and others to cultivate to the Nirvana realm, Shao Chen's ambitions extended far beyond. He aspired to forge an invincible family. And naturally, the grade of techniques must be ever higher. Ding. The system has deducted 35,000 points and is currently upgrading the Heavenly Fire Devouring Heart technique for the host. As the brilliant white light flared once more, fire attribute runes reappeared. Subsequently, in Cayenne's astonished gaze, phantoms continuously evolved amidst the flickering runes, unleashing an even more profound martial essence. The young master is deducing martial arts? Witnessing this unprecedented method of martial arts deduction, Cayenne's mouth fell agape, nearly large enough to fit a small egg. Shao Chen's seemingly endless array of techniques had completely redefined her understanding over the centuries. This was akin to a celestial axe splitting apart the heavens. It was an eye-opening experience. Ding. The Heavenly Fire Devouring Heart technique has been upgraded, now reaching the Supreme Heaven tier. As the system's notification echoed once more, the white light dissipated, and the scroll containing the martial art fell into Shao Chen's hands. Effortlessly, a heaven tier technique had been birthed. This sensation of having an advantage was utterly exhilarating. Looking at this technique, which would surely incite a scramble among numerous factions, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Shao Chen's face. This heaven-tier supreme technique was sufficient to elevate the Shao family. Once he accumulated enough points in the future, he could further upgrade it to the same tier level of martial arts. Next, he needed to upgrade his supernatural abilities and the elixirs for cultivation. As this thought settled in, Shao Chen disregarded Cayenne, who stood aside, her face flushed and breathless, her legs weak from shock. He then produced a large assortment of elixirs and began the upgrading process anew. As dusk fell, while Shao Chen was busy upgrading techniques and elixirs in his chamber, Xiao Mingyi and Shao Qixiong were not idle either. The two of them simultaneously approached their respective daughters, sharing their plans with one another. What? You want me to seduce cousin Shao Chen? Separated by several courtyards, Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger both looked at their fathers in shock. Clearly puzzled as to whether these old men had taken leave of their senses, how could they ask their daughters to seduce their own cousin? What are you thinking, my dear? You must understand that Shao Chen is the true dragon of the Shao family. A prodigy destined to reach the Saint Realm, and countless breathtaking beauties will surely vie for his attention in the future. You must seize the opportunity while he is yet to soar to the heavens. Only then will you have a chance within the Shao family. Furthermore, you are separated by several generations, so there are no moral or ethical concerns. If you could unite with Shao Chen, you would be able to soar to great heights and witness a broader world. Moreover, in recent days, the Shao family has faced two bouts of conflict. I trust you are aware. If it were not for Shao Chen stepping forward to turn the tide, our family would have been trampled by formidable foes. At that point, the male members of the Shao family would be extinguished, and you, the women and children, might suffer inhuman torment. Therefore, in a sense, Shao Chen is your savior. As the saying goes, the debt of gratitude is heavier than the heavens. One must repay it with their life. If I weren't just an old codger, I would have thrown myself at that boy and pledged my life to him. Your mother bore you so beautifully. I used to think it was for ostentation, but now I realize it was to ensure you could slightly match up to that young man. In two different chambers, nearly identical sentiments left Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger buzzing in their heads. In the face of this near brainwashing rhetoric, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Shao Chen is actually the biological son of these old men? Tonight, I will create an opportunity for you. When the time comes, you two will be alone together. Whether you can seize this chance depends on your understanding. After earnestly imparting all this, Xiao Mingyi and Shao Qixiong departed from their daughters' chambers. Finally, it was settled that night. Shao Chen surveyed the upgraded elixirs before him, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. These elixirs encompassed all the essential potions required for cultivating in the rotating pill realm and the cave heaven realm. Not only were there those for healing and cultivation, but also those for breakthrough and detoxification. He had even synthesized a considerable number of mystical weapons and supernatural abilities. In total, he had expended 150,000 points. Of these resources, part would be given to the Shao family, while another part he intended to keep for himself. After all, he needed resources for his own cultivation. He couldn't contribute everything to the family. Host: Shao Chen Physique, Innate Tao Body Cultivation, 7th Level of Spirit Aperture Realm Technique, Creation of Heaven and Earth Technique. Supernatural Abilities, Heavenly Demoness Shadowless Step, True Dragon Fist of the Great Wilderness. 5 elements turning heaven seal, 9 transformations golden body shield points, 28,368 with only over 20,000 points remaining. Xiao Chen gazed at the changed attribute panel, lamenting the insufficient points die in less than a single evening. His 200,000 points had diminished by nearly 90%. If these points were converted into resources, they would be enough to purchase the majority of Luyun City. Indeed, the path of cultivation was a costly endeavor. Yet, with the burning of these points, his attributes had visibly transformed, particularly in the column for supernatural abilities. Many had undergone metamorphosis. The true dragon fist of the Great Wilderness was an amalgamation of the Panlong fist and the 8 wilderness strength, along with fragments of other supernatural martial arts synthesized and subsequently upgraded to a heaven-tier supreme ability. The 5 elements turning heaven seal was created by synthesizing supernatural abilities of 5 different attributes, which was then upgraded to a heaven-tier supreme ability. As for the 9 transformations golden body shield, Xiao Chen combined the diamond technique with various body refinement techniques, synthesizing and upgrading it to a heaven-tier supreme ability. Just these 3 heaven-tier supernatural abilities had cost him nearly 80 to 90,000 points. However, with the upgrade and metamorphosis of his supernatural abilities, his strength surged correspondingly. All this effort was well worth it. It was time to enhance the talents of some core family members. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen rose and exited his chamber, only to find a few individuals standing in the courtyard. These were Xiao Zhan and the senior members, but Xiao Delong was also holding a young man who appeared to be unconscious. What is happening here? Upon seeing the unconscious young man in Xiao Delong's grasp, who seemed to be Xiao Ming, a mediocre talent of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen inquired with some confusion. Did this fellow commit some transgression? Didn't you say you wanted to help some core family members cleanse their marrow and open their veins? I directly knocked this little brat out and brought him over, preventing him from learning anything he shouldn't. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, Xiao Delong responded with a hearty laugh. Xiao Ming was the least gifted among his 3 sons. If Xiao Chen could cleanse his marrow and open his veins, it might change the boy's self-deprecating mindset. Seeing Xiao Ming lying there like a dead pig, Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. This father was indeed quite bold. Did he not fear turning his son into a fool? There's no need for such measures. As long as they are core members of the Xiao family and have passed the character assessment, just bring them directly. Such actions may raise their suspicions. If they investigate later, it could lead to complications. After shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Chen suggested, anyone who has been subjected to my system's abilities will, in an imperceptible manner, have a soul contract established by the system. It is essential to ensure that one's adversary cannot conjure thoughts detrimental to oneself, thereby fundamentally eliminating any possibility of harm from them. Thus, once an individual has undergone the baptism of Xiao Chen, they are nearly transformed into his devoted followers, requiring no elaborate precautions. Although this young rascal's character is decent, it is always prudent to exercise a modicum of caution. After hearing Xiao Chen's suggestion, Xiao Delong awkwardly chuckled. Chener, is everything progressing smoothly? Beside them, Xiao Zhan, though somewhat speechless, refrained from saying much, instead inquiring of Xiao Chen. Not too shabby. Xiao Chen, understanding the implication behind Xiao Zhan's words, promptly responded with a gentle smile. This time, I have refined several core martial arts for the family, elevating their ranks to the celestial tier, sufficient for all of you to cultivate to the realm of transcendent beings. Celestial tier? Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan and the others gasped sharply, disbelief etched across their faces. Our Xiao family now possesses celestial techniques. This rise is bound to be unstoppable. In their hearts, filled with excitement and joy, Xiao Zhan and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Moreover, I have also purified some elixirs for you, which should enable the 3 elders to break through to the realm of and assist the family in nurturing a dozen or so powerful practitioners at the level. Even my father could elevate his cultivation by several minor realms in a short period. Observing the ecstatic expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others, Xiao Chen paused momentarily before adding, he then produced several scrolls of techniques and a dozen elixir vials, handing them to Xiao Zhan. As Xiao Zhan and Xiao Mingyi beheld the elixirs and techniques before them, their bodies trembled with excitement. Although Xiao Chen spoke casually, they were acutely aware of the treasure's immense value. Each item, if presented in the outside world, could incite a sensation. These were precious treasures that even the Xiao family could not afford to squander. Yet now they not only had them within reach but possessed more than one. All of this was bestowed by Xiao Chen. Chener, all that you have done for the Xiao family will forever be engraved in the hearts of its members. Upon finishing, feeling that mere words could not express his gratitude, Xiao Zhan almost bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. Even Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qishong followed suit, intending to bend in reverence. This action startled Xiao Chen, who quickly intervened to halt their gestures. There is no need for such reverence, father and elders. This is merely my duty. Raising his hand to stop their motions, Xiao Chen smiled gently and waved it off. Although he had indeed traversed into this world from the moment he arrived, the Xiao family had become his roots here. Moreover, an individual's strength ultimately is not the true measure of power. Only when those around him grow stronger can he genuinely stand tall in this realm. Otherwise, should misfortune befall him in the future, he would find himself without a single reliable companion, which would be truly tragic. There is no question of what is right or wrong, after Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Zhan suddenly shook his head, speaking with a hint of sentimentality. Though you are of the Xiao family, you possess extraordinary opportunities. You could have easily settled the Xiao family's debt of gratitude with minor favors and soared to the heavens, severing all ties, yet you have chosen not to do so, instead selflessly dedicating yourself to the Xiao family. We, these old fellows, have all seen and remembered this. After a brief pause, Xiao Zhan patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, his tone resolute as he continued, we cannot promise you anything from here, but the Xiao family will never be a burden to you moving forward. If you encounter any troubles in the future, the Xiao family will expend our last drop of blood for you. Beside them, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Delong, although silent, expressed everything through their determined gazes. Given such immense gratitude from Xiao Chen, they would have no qualms about sacrificing their lives for him in the future. Listening to them, Xiao Chen fell silent, a ripple of emotion coursing through him. His initial intention was merely to invest in the Xiao family, to create an invincible clan for his future dominion over the realm. However, as he interacted more with Xiao Zhan and the others, a sense of belonging began to blossom within him. The Xiao family was indeed worthy of his investment. Alright, enough with the sentimental talk. What do you wish to do next? We will fully cooperate with you. Noticing Xiao Chen momentarily lost in thought, seemingly touched, Xiao Zhan gently patted his shoulder. Well, the resources I have left are sufficient for 3 or 4 individuals to undergo transformation. As for the allocation, I leave that to you. Nodding at Xiao Chen's words, he swiftly shifted the topic. Ha ha ha, we had already decided on this matter. Each of the 3 elders shall have 1 quota, which is why I brought this young lad over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Delong laughed heartily, then hoisted the unconscious Xiao Ming before Xiao Chen. Examining Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen activated the identification function. His martial talent is merely of the yellow tier, no wonder he feels inferior within the Xiao family. After checking Xiao Ming's talent, Xiao Chen wasted no time, crouching down to press against his chest, then commanding the system, elevate his talent to the high tier of the earth level. Ding! The system has deducted 6,800 points of credits, upgrading the talent of Xiao Ming. As the system's notification echoed, a brilliant white light erupted. In just a brief moment, Xiao Ming's martial talent was elevated from the yellow tier to the high tier of the earth level. That will suffice. I have already cleansed his marrow and channels once. His talent should now reach the earth level. With proper guidance in the future, he should be able to cultivate to the realm of nirvana. Glancing at the still unconscious Xiao Ming, Xiao Chen retracted his right hand with a smile. Ha ha ha, I will certainly take good care of this lad in the future, ensuring that your efforts today are not in vain. Hearing this, Xiao Delong laughed heartily once again, lifting Xiao Ming once more. However, upon noticing signs of Xiao Ming awakening, he swiftly delivered a sharp chop to the back of his neck, an action that made Xiao Chen's lips twitch. Truly a father's love, he really knows how to knock someone out. Next, we have 2 more. As he spoke, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qishong, a look of confusion crossing his face. Since the 3 elders each have 1 quota, it stands to reason that their children would be involved. However, while 1 elder has already brought his son, where are the offspring of the other 2? Our 2 quotas belong to our respective daughters. However, considering their status as young women, it would be inappropriate to knock them out and carry them away. Thus, we have placed them in their respective chambers. Noticing Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qishong exchanged glances. The former clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly, his gaze flickered, as if he were guilty of some misdeed. Hearing this, Xiao Chen fell silent again, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. It felt as if these 2 were plotting against him. Though that seemed implausible, after all, both Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qi had been secretly bound by the system's contract, preventing any harmful intentions toward him. Nevertheless, their peculiar demeanor left him with an unsettling feeling. Very well, I shall first visit Sister Xiaomeier. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen chose not to dwell on it further and promptly responded, after which he turned to leave, intending to head to Xiaomeier's chamber. No, I should go to my daughter first. Just then, Xiao Qi, who had remained silent, unexpectedly interjected, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. He turned back, wearing a puzzled expression as he awaited an explanation. My daughter's chamber is closer to here. So it would be better to cleanse her marrow and channels first. Xiao Laoer, you speak nonsense. Before Xiao Chen could retort, Xiao Mingyi could no longer contain himself at the distance between these two chambers, and Xiao Chen's courtyard is merely 70 zhang apart. Symmetrically arranged, how could yours be closer? Shameless Xiao Laoer, you wish to get ahead. I cannot allow that. Xiao Mingyi, the opportunity is but once. I will not yield to you. With Xiao Mingyi's booming voice, Xiao Qi showed no fear, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. If Xiaomeier were to be unreasonable and ruin Xiao Chen's mood, or if she were too aggressive and lost Xiao Chen's interest, what would become of his daughter? Therefore, whoever reached Xiao Chen first would have the greater chance. This was a golden opportunity to have Xiao Chen become their son-in-law. There was no way he would let this old fellow have the upper hand. What is all this fuss about? Observing the unusual behavior of Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qi, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. It is merely a matter of cleansing marrow and channels. What difference does it make who goes first? Why is there a need for contention? Enough, you two old fellows. Let Chinner decide which chamber he wishes to visit first. What kind of decorum is this? Bickering in front of the younger generation? Sensing their antics, Xiao Zhan interjected with a slightly irritated tone. After his words, upon noticing Xiao Chen's skepticism, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qi exchanged glances, their faces revealing a begrudging smile, and they dared not continue their quarrel any further. A perplexing scene unfolded as Xiao Chen observed the two individuals before him, their reactions oscillating between surprise and alarm. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, a look of exasperation etched upon his face as he made his way towards Xiaomeier's chamber. Old rascal, I sincerely hope your daughter doesn't mess this up, he muttered under his breath, casting a glance at Xiao Qi, who was gritting his teeth in frustration as he whispered to Xiao Mingyi, not a chance. Xiao Mingyi chuckled slyly, his expression radiating smugness. It took considerable effort to persuade that girl on how to proceed. This plan is absolutely foolproof. As long as Xiao Chen lifts the covers, realizing he had spoken too freely, he quickly cleared his throat to mask his slip-out. In any case, the fortunes of our descendants are their own to determine. Whether this endeavor succeeds or fails depends solely on their fate. Xiao Qi countenance betrayed his disdain, astonished that this old scoundrel could be so shameless. How had he overlooked such an opportunity? Yet, considering his daughter's docility and her budding affection for Xiao Chen, it seemed likely she would take the initiative. Nearby, Xiao Delong observed the two men's conspiratorial behavior, his expression one of deep disappointment. He lamented his lack of a daughter, feeling utterly excluded from this delightful affair. What use were these sons? As his mood darkened, he smacked Xiao Mingyi's head, feeling slightly better afterward. Chapter 30. Unexpectedly, Xiaomeier's request was to become his concubine. The night enveloped the world like a silken veil. Before long, Xiao Chen arrived at Xiaomeier's courtyard and knocked softly on her door. However, after a lengthy pause, silence reigned within, prompting him to furrow his brow. Surely she isn't still unconscious, the words of Xiao Mingyi echoed in his mind, causing his concerns to deepen. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to enter. Despite the moral implications of intruding upon a lady's private quarters at such an hour, he was there for a legitimate purpose, and her father had given his consent. As long as he refrained from any inappropriate behavior, it was unlikely that anything untoward would occur. Upon pushing the door open, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. The room was adorned with shimmering crystal ornaments that cast a dreamy glow, evoking an ethereal ambience. However, Xiao Chen was not there to admire the decor, he had a serious matter to attend to. He parted the beaded curtain and approached the grand bed. There lay a large quilt that appeared to envelop a figure, its contours vaguely human. It must be Xiaomeier, who had likely been rendered unconscious. Yet, the quilt was tightly secured, revealing no trace of her form. He needed to ascertain the truth. Muttering to himself, he lifted the quilt, intending to confirm that the individual was indeed Xiaomeier before attempting to enhance her martial prowess. In the next moment, as the crimson quilt was drawn back, a blinding white light, tinged with crimson, nearly overwhelmed his senses. What in the world? The sight before him was utterly shocking. She was not wearing any clothing? While Xiao Chen stood there, bewildered, Xiao Meier suddenly opened her eyes, their gazes locked in the stillness of the room. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted as Xiao Meier yanked the quilt around herself, wrapping it tightly. I swear, I came to help you with your cultivation. I never expected this, please believe me, I mean no harm. Seeing the look of mortified anxiety on her face, Xiao Chen stumbled over his words in a flustered attempt to explain. I trusted the system's arrangement too much. I thought Xiao Mingyi and the others would not harm me, and I didn't anticipate this predicament. He felt utterly betrayed. How could her father so shamelessly push his own daughter onto him? Xiao Meier, despite her embarrassment, did not lash out. Instead, she spoke with a hint of shame. This entire misunderstanding was her father's idea, designed to create a ruse that would bring them closer together. With such an enticing situation, she thought that if she were to take the initiative afterward, there was a genuine possibility they could become a couple. Initially resistant, she had been thoroughly brainwashed by her father, given Xiao Chen's exceptional standing within the Xiao family. It was clear that having such a man as a companion would ensure a bright future. Thus, in a twist of fate, she found herself agreeing to this scheme. However, she felt a twinge of shame, knowing that she couldn't blame Xiao Chen for the circumstances. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen's lips twitched slightly. To be honest, he had harbored a peculiar fondness for such situations during the summer months. Xiao Chen, what do you intend to do next? As Xiao Chen pondered the oddity of the moment, Xiao Meier spoke up, her voice carrying a blend of tension and anticipation. The atmosphere was charged, and the peculiarity of their exchange left much to the imagination. What do you wish to resolve, Sister Meier? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, his demeanor surprisingly calm as he replied with a hint of teasing. Your temperament can be quite fiery. Are you perhaps contemplating striking me, or worse? Despite the absurdity of the situation, he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Dear brother, my demands are simple. If you wish to establish a family in the future, allow me to be your first concubine. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. You cannot be serious. Your request is to be my concubine? What difference does that make? Rest assured, although we refer to one another as brother and sister, our familial ties have grown distant, and it will not affect any offspring. As Xiao Chen processed the shock of her proposal, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Had their relationship progressed too quickly? Was this sudden shift too abrupt? Noticing his stunned expression, Xiao Meier felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This was the first time in her 21 years that she had been so bold with a man, especially one 3 years her junior and a relative at that. Had it not been for her father's thorough persuasion, she would never have mustered the courage to voice such thoughts. If you find this overwhelming, I can wait as long as you need. She paused before adding, we can discuss these matters later. Coming back to reality, Xiao Chen coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. I am here to assist you with your cultivation. As the elders should have informed you. If there are no pressing matters, we should begin. Suppressing his own tumultuous thoughts, he spoke in a grave tone. Understood. Xiao Meier nodded, her gaze steady as she replied. Then let us commence, Xiao Chen. With that, she leaned closer to him, prompting Xiao Chen to inhale sharply, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Bewildered, her Sister Meier, what are you intending to do? Why this sudden intensity? Chapter 31, Sister Meier. Since you are so forthright, I must take offense. Xiao Meier was taken aback by his reaction. Why are you so startled? I thought being more proactive was the way to go. Xiao Chen, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation, replied, I never suggested you should go to such lengths. This could lead to trouble. He diverted his gaze, striving to calm his racing heart. If she continued to provoke him, he could not guarantee that he would remain composed. My father said that when helping someone with their cultivation, one must place their hand on their chest. Though aware of the differences between genders, she reasoned that since he had already seen her unclothed, it would not matter much if she allowed him to touch her again. She steeled herself, believing that if she did not seize this opportunity while it was available, she might lose her chance altogether. Sister Meier, since you are being so candid, I must protest. At her outrageous declaration, Xiao Chen could no longer maintain his composure. It was one thing for a stunning beauty to be so forward. If he failed to act, he would appear insincere and inept. An hour later, impulsiveness is the devil, while restraint is folly. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. He wondered if Cayenne would ever find out. Goodness, how could I be such a cad? shaking his head to dispel his errant thoughts. Xiao Chen scolded himself internally. However, he had never been one for monogamy from the moment he had traversed into this realm. He had set his sights on becoming the strongest in the Kanglan realm, determined not to miss out on any captivating women, rather than being a hypocrite, pretending to be devoted while harboring ulterior motives. He preferred to embrace a life of unrestrained indulgence. As for the enchanting Kai Yan, he would simply have to take his time in cultivating their relationship. The moment when Xiao Chen's mind was enlightened, his gaze fell upon Xiao Meier, and he promptly activated the appraisal function. With her cultivation at merely the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm and her talent classified as low-grade in the Xin tier, Xiao Chen reviewed her attribute information and immediately issued a command to the system. System, elevate Xiao Meier's talent to the pinnacle of the Earth tier, although Xiao Chen initially intended to elevate her to the Celestial tier. Considering she was his first possession, he recalled that he had only around 20,000 points left and still needed to assist Xiao Linger in upgrading her martial arts talent. Thus, he decided to wait for a more opportune moment for further upgrades. Ding, 8,600 points have been deducted by the system, and it is currently upgrading Xiao Meier's talent. As the system's notification faded, a dazzling white light erupted forth in almost an instant. Under the system's enhancement, Xiao Meier's talent surged from low-grade Xin tier to the peak of Earth tier, and her cultivation effortlessly broke through to the 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Satisfied, Xiao Chen resolved to proceed to Xiao Linger's chamber, hoping no further complications would arise. After casting a glance at Xiao Meier, he chose not to awaken her. After murmuring a few words, he tucked her in and stepped outside. Having spent an hour, he wondered about Xiao Linger's situation. She must have fallen asleep by now after such a wait. As Xiao Chen exited Xiao Meier's courtyard, several figures emerged from the nearby bushes. Xiao Mingyi, observing Xiao Chen's departure, murmured with a hint of delight. Although unaware of the specific circumstances within the courtyard, he mused that it was hard to believe nothing had transpired between a lone man and a woman spending an hour together. Look at you, old fellow, so pleased with yourself. If Xiao Chen sees you in the future, he might even call you father-in-law. Beside him, Xiao Qisheng remarked with a tinge of jealousy, now that Xiao Chen had just met the enchanting Xiao Meier. Seeing Xiao Linger might indeed lessen his interest. If Xiao Linger failed to seize her opportunity, it would be a significant loss for their lineage. Haha, your daughter is no less than my Meier. And considering you just went to remind her, they should be able to pair off soon. Upon hearing Xiao Qisheng's slightly envious comments, Xiao Mingyi couldn't help but burst into laughter, his face beaming with joy. This only made Xiao Qisheng grumble inwardly, praying that his daughter would be more ambitious. Damn it, these two old geezers are really putting my daughter in a bind. Xiao Delong, who had accompanied them, felt an overwhelming jealousy as he witnessed Xiao Mingyi's smug expression and Xiao Qisheng's expectations. Damn it, among the 3 grand elders of the Xiao family, I'm the only one without a daughter. He previously felt indifferent about this, but seeing Xiao Mingyi become Xiao Chen's father-in-law made him seethe with envy. He even wished he could transform his son into a daughter and offer her to Xiao Chen. Hoping to earn the honor of being called father-in-law himself, truly fate was playing a cruel joke on him, robbing him of an extraordinary son-in-law. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the trio's lurking presence, with his mind feeling somewhat muddled. He arrived at Xiao Linger's door. Noticing the dim light within, he raised his hand and knocked gently. That you, Xiao Chen. The door was unlocked, and a clear voice beckoned him to enter, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. He had not expected Xiao Linger to wait for him all this time. I'm coming in. After a brief pause, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the room, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating and stirring his senses. Under the soft glow of light, he immediately spotted Xiao Linger seated at the head of the bed, her demeanor shy, akin to a bride awaiting her husband. This bashful appearance, combined with her exquisite beauty, caused Xiao Chen to momentarily lose his composure. Truly, she was another gem of the Xiao family, her looks and figure rivaling those of Xiao Meier. Did you know I was coming? Linger, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and spoke. Yes, my father informed me that Xiao Chen would come to assist me with the cleansing of my marrow and veins. So I waited here for you. I didn't expect to wait for an entire hour. Xiao Linger nodded in response, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. The Xiao family boasted 2 great beauties, Xiao Meier and herself. To her dismay, she realized that Xiao Chen had visited Xiao Meier before coming to her, spending an hour with her. This ignited a feeling of being overshadowed by Xiao Meier, which she often compared herself to. Ahem, there was a slight delay. Hearing her somewhat resentful words, Xiao Chen coughed a couple of times to change the subject. Since you are aware of my purpose, we should not delay further. Let us begin. Once he successfully assisted Xiao Linger, he could return to rest. He hadn't forgotten that tomorrow he needed to head to Tiandu City to eradicate the Lin family entirely. Are we in such a hurry? Xiao Linger was momentarily taken aback, but then recalling Xiao Qishong's instructions, her cheeks flushed crimson. After speaking, and under Xiao Chen's slightly puzzled gaze, Xiao Linger unexpectedly began to disrobe. This sudden act caused Xiao Chen's pupils to dilate. And a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. What are you doing? As his thoughts spiraled into chaos, Xiao Chen held his head in despair. An hour earlier, Xiao Meier had attempted to approach him. But at least she had been wrapped in a blanket, yet Xiao Linger had stripped off her clothes right away. How could he possibly endure this? Aren't we supposed to cleanse the marrow and veins? Seeing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Xiao Linger lifted her head, her face flushed with embarrassment as she questioned him. Isn't that right? I thought I was supposed to help you with that. Indeed, I am here to assist you with the cleansing of your marrow and veins. But I never said you should remove your clothes. Observing Xiao Linger's innocent expression, which stirred his heart, Xiao Chen took a deep breath to regain his composure. How can we cleanse the marrow and veins without disrobing? Upon hearing his words, Xiao Linger covered her chest with her clothing, her face a mixture of shame and confusion as she retorted. She recalled her father's repeated warnings that Xiao Chen's method of cleansing the marrow and veins was indeed peculiar, necessitating a union between man and woman. Furthermore, her father had arranged for her to be betrothed to Xiao Chen. Although not as a primary wife, this arrangement was sufficient to establish a bond. Moreover, Xiao Qishong had specifically advised her to be proactive upon his arrival, as they would eventually have to experience this. If she were to be outshone by Xiao Meier, it would be a considerable embarrassment for her. Having been brainwashed by such notions, coupled with her unwillingness to be outdone by Xiao Meier, Xiao Linger resolved to take the plunge. However, Xiao Chen's reaction seemed somewhat amiss. Who said cleansing the marrow and veins had to be like this? Isn't this just pure indecency? Xiao Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It appeared that Xiao Linger had been misled by Xiao Qishong. Did both elders of the Xiao family enjoy putting their daughters in such predicaments? Or had their fervent admiration for him, following the establishment of the system's contract, reached a fever pitch where they were practically eager to have their daughters succumb to him, merely to bask in his glory? Yet, how could they engage in such relations without disrobing? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's statement, Xiao Linger was utterly flustered, her expression turning innocent as she asked, engage in relations? Xiao Chen felt his blood pressure rise uncontrollably. When had he ever required to engage in such relations to cleanse the marrow and veins? What had Xiao Qishong instructed her? Linger, your father has led you astray. In truth, as long as I can make contact with you, I can assist with the cleansing of your marrow and veins without needing to engage in such relations. As he suppressed his inner turmoil, Xiao Chen finally revealed the truth. What? Xiao Linger froze, her demeanor becoming flustered and uncertain. So I just exposed myself to you, and now you tell me this? Tears began to well in her eyes as she looked up at Xiao Chen with a delicate, innocent expression. This helpless look, combined with her stunning beauty and disheveled attire, was enough to evoke compassion in any man. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for a response. But the next moment, he made a choice. Rest assured, Linger, I am not a heartless man, and if you are willing, I will take responsibility for you. At his words, Xiao Linger immediately broke into a smile, and for a moment, it was hard to discern who was truly at a loss. An hour later, as he reflected on the events of the night, Xiao Chen shook his head in resignation. Despite the awkwardness, he recognized that from now on, these two would be his soft spot. He would not simply turn his back on them after donning his clothes. As these thoughts settled in his mind, a faint smile crept across Xiao Chen's lips. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Kaiyuan realm and mid-grade Xin tier talent, he was indeed slightly superior to Xiao Meier, after utilizing the appraisal function to examine Xiao Linger's attributes. Xiao Chen immediately commanded the system to upgrade her talent. Ding! The system has deducted 7,800 points and is currently upgrading Xiao Linger's talent. As the system's notification echoed, a brilliant white light illuminated the room. In the blink of an eye, under the enhancement of the system, Xiao Linger's innate talent ascended from the profound realm to the pinnacle of the earthly tier, and her cultivation even broke through 2 minor realms. Reaching the 8th level of the Kaiyuan stage, having resolved everything, Xiao Chen decided to take a moment to rest before embarking on his journey early the next morning. After tucking Xiao Linger in, he exited the chamber and made his way toward his own courtyard. The absurd events of the day echoed in his mind, and a fervent desire to grow stronger surged within him. In this world, the powerful can act as they please, while the weak are destined to lose everything. If one cannot become a true powerhouse, the beauty surrounding them is but a fleeting illusion. Only by rapidly augmenting his strength can he safeguard all that he cherishes. Chapter 33. The Queen Medusa panics, forcing self-strategy. It's done, it's done. After another hour, the lad Shen truly is remarkable. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Qixiong, who was on lookout, couldn't help but burst into boisterous laughter as he observed Xiao Chen's departing figure. As expected of my beloved daughter, whom I have raised with utmost care. Tonight she has finally not disappointed her old father, who would have thought you old rascal would also succeed. However, he ultimately felt he was a step behind in this endeavor, and the lad Shen would henceforth have to refer to him as father-in-law. With the old rascal taking a backseat, seeing the smug expression on Xiao Qixiong's face, Xiao Mingyi interjected, "You're talking nonsense. Whoever the lad Shen chooses to call first is entirely his decision. Just because your daughter captured his heart first doesn't mean he must address you, old fellow, before me." Upon hearing Xiao Mingyi's retort, Xiao Qixiong immediately countered, "Hey, Xiao, are you itching for a fight? Let me loosen the soil for you." Observing Xiao Qixiong's arrogant demeanor, Xiao Mingyi smirked and rolled up his sleeves, then lunged at him with a laugh. A childish scuffle ensued between the two men. While Xiao Delong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch his face. These two insufferable old fools, now that their daughters are involved with Xiao Chun, they've all become so smug. Xiao Chun, however, had little interest in their antics. Upon returning to his courtyard, he suddenly noticed a figure quietly standing at the center of the yard. It was Cayenne. "Miss Cayenne, you haven't rested yet?" Approaching the Medusa queen, who was gazing at the bright moon, Xiao Chun inquired with a hint of surprise. "The moonlight is quite beautiful tonight, so I couldn't resist stealing a few glances, but it seems the Xiao family was a bit unsettled just now." Cayenne responded, her tone laced with an inexplicable jealousy. This caused Xiao Chen to stiffen slightly, his expression turning somewhat guilty. Unsettled? Was she implying that tonight's commotion was too loud? Could it be that this Medusa queen has been using her spiritual sense to spy on him all night? The thought made Xiao Chun feel flustered, akin to being caught in an act of infidelity, yet he soon found himself bewildered. Wait a moment, he and Cayenne had no special relationship. Why was he feeling so guilty? Was that not utterly absurd? A man must remain composed and take the initiative. As the thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly, dissipating the invisible awkwardness lingering in the air. However, despite the moonlight's beauty, he could not afford to delay his rest. With that, he made no further delay and walked straight into his chamber, though he had intentions of winning over Cayenne. It was unnecessary to overly fawn upon her. Being overly humble in explanations would only render him more passive. Everything should unfold naturally. "Does the young master find me too cold?" As Xiao Chen retreated to his room, Cayenne's gaze dimmed slightly. Being of the serpent race, her nature was indeed frigid, yet Xiao Chen was the only person in her life over the years who could stir her emotions, even prompting thoughts of wanting to protect him for a lifetime. Thus, upon sensing Xiao Chen's potential entanglements with two other women, she felt a twinge of discomfort, which led her to stand outside. Gazing at the moon in contemplation, however, after a period of calm reflection, she recognized that she had no right to interfere in Xiao Chen's life. After all, he had saved her life and granted her immense benefits, allowing her to restore and upgrade her inner armor. Whom he chose to pursue among the human women was his own freedom and desire. She could not act like a queen and meddle in any aspect of Xiao Chen's private affairs. Must I be like those two and take the initiative to be gentler for the young master to like me? As her thoughts grew chaotic, this notion surged in Cayenne's mind, causing her fair face to flush slightly. For a Medusa queen of the serpent race to take the initiative towards a man was a challenge akin to breaking through the sacred realm. No, the young master is no ordinary man. If I never take the initiative, perhaps she would never occupy a place in his heart. I cannot let my arrogance cost me the opportunity to be with the young master. I must learn to be proactive. With this self-strategy in mind, Cayenne suddenly lifted her head, a determined expression gracing her features. As the reincarnation of a supreme emperor, the young master must have encountered countless women in his past life. Surely he would not favor those who compete for his attention. In the future, there will undoubtedly be more exceptional women accompanying him, hence, to secure a place in Xiao Chen's heart, I must strive to become even better and share more burdens with him. Avoiding petty jealousy, otherwise he and I will only grow further apart. Having come to this realization, Cayenne felt a wave of clarity wash over her, her gaze brightening. Although this decision might seem absurd and could provoke scorn from the older members of the serpent race, she believed she would never regret making this choice. From tomorrow onward, I shall take the initiative. Suppressing her thoughts, Cayenne refrained from acting on her impulse to seduce Xiao Chen and returned to her chamber, deep in contemplation about how to approach him without being abrupt, all the while seeking to strengthen their bond. Truly, it was a perplexing endeavor. Meanwhile, in the Lin family of Tiandu City, although it was nearing midnight, Lin Yao's study remained brightly lit, revealing his evident agitation and restlessness. Over the past 2 days, as Lin Xiaotian and Lin Xiaofeng led numerous elders to annihilate the Xiao family in Luyun City, an inexplicable sense of unease had settled in his heart. It felt as though there would be unforeseen developments during this expedition. Thus, without any confirmation of the mission's success, Lin Yao could not calm his restless heart. Mastering news has arrived from Luyun City. Just as Lin Yao's anxiety intensified, a man rushed in, panic etched across his face, collapsing to the ground. All the elders have perished. Boom! With the man's proclamation, Lin Yao's mind erupted like thunder, his entire being engulfed in chaotic energy. What did you say? He surged forward, lifting the man by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. Those were 2 powerful beings of the Dongtian realm and over 10 from the Shendan realm, capable of sweeping through the entire Luyun city. How could they all be dead? As he shouted, Lin Yao's spittle flew, his incredulity palpable. One could hardly blame him for losing composure. After all, those were over 90% of the Lin family's elite powerhouses. Their demise would deal a devastating blow to the Lin family. Master, this is absolutely true. The man, now dangling in Lin Yao's grip, quaked in fear, his voice trembling as he continued. It is said that the 2 supreme elders charged into the Xiao family, and suddenly a blood-colored light shot into the sky from within the Xiao family. It seemed to be a terrifying heavenly killing formation, and thereafter, the supreme elders never emerged again. A heavenly formation. Upon hearing the report, Lin Yao felt as though his body had been drained of energy. His hands weakly released the man, and he collapsed to the ground. The Lin family was finished. 3 supreme elders of the Dongtian realm and over 10 from the Shendan realm had all perished in just a few days. With only himself and a handful of ineffectual stewards left, how could he defend the Lin family in Tiandu City? No, the Lin family is not over yet. Lin Feng is still alive, that he may be able to save us. Remembering his son, Lin Feng, a disciple of the Tai Sword sect, Lin Yao trembled as he rose. He immediately sent a message to Lin Feng, if he could enlist the help of the Tai Sword sect's elders and use the heavenly formation as bait, perhaps they could leverage the sect's power to annihilate the Xiao family, allowing the Lin family to find a sliver of hope in the cracks. Chapter 34, Yunqi, what are you doing hiding in my bed? Finally able to rest, Xiao Chen walked directly to the large bed in his chamber. After stretching lazily, he lay down. However, at that moment, a startled gasp emanated from beneath the covers. Xiao Chen's expression instantly froze. There was someone in his bed? Sensing the unusual situation beneath him, Xiao Chen, thinking he was under attack, instinctively reached down to grab the intruder. This feels oddly familiar. Could it be? Amidst the chaotic thoughts racing through his mind, he abruptly sat up and threw off the covers. A girl clad in a thin nightgown, her figure strikingly curvaceous and her expression a mix of nervousness and embarrassment, came into view. Yunqi? What are you doing hiding in my bed? Xiao Chen exclaimed, utterly exasperated as he stared at the girl before him, nearly crying out an exclamation about his brother. This calamity of romantic entanglement seemed never-ending. I wanted to help the young master warm the bed, Yunqi replied, shrinking her head and clasping her hands nervously in response to Xiao Chen's irritated expression. Upon hearing Yunqi's soft and adorable response, Xiao Chen found himself utterly bewildered. It was still early autumn, and the weather had yet to turn chilly. Even if one were to strip bare, the cold would not be lethal. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spirit aperture, did he truly require a maid to warm his bed? Allow me to present you with another chance to articulate your thoughts clearly. What exactly do you intend to do by coming to my chamber at this hour? Gently tapping the top of her head, Xiao Chen feigned annoyance as he inquired, "Please do not be angry, young master, I merely wished to come and serve you," Yunqi softly exclaimed, covering her head with her hands, her face flushed crimson. She was somewhat aware of the events from that evening, and the sound she had overheard had left her blushing with embarrassment, leading her to feel sympathy for Xiao Meier and Xiao Linger. Simultaneously, she contemplated that it must be due to Xiao Chen's youthful vigor and pent-up frustration that he had resorted to violence against others. As his devoted maid, she felt remiss for not adequately guiding him and inadvertently causing others to suffer because of her negligence. Thus, amidst her internal turmoil and conflict, Yunqi mustered her courage to approach Xiao Chen's quarters, hoping that her gentle presence might quell his anger. "What on earth are you thinking, girl?" Before Yunqi could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen once again playfully tapped her head. Exasperated, "Return to your own room and get some rest. As for serving me, we shall discuss that later. In this world, Yunqi could already be considered an adult woman. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, she still seemed rather young. Most importantly, the bloodline seal upon her not only ensured her safety but also restrained her primal essence. Should any man attempt to impose himself upon Yunqi, the seal would activate instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying force capable of obliterating even those at the celestial realm, even with the protective mark of a famed blade. Xiao Chen would only be able to withstand for a mere 3 seconds, thus, it was imperative that she remain nurtured for the time being. Once he grew stronger, what was destined to be his would ultimately belong to him. "Young master, do you find me distasteful?" After being outright rejected by Xiao Chen, Yunqi pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a forsaken child, a sight that could truly break one's heart. "Look at you, lost in thought again." Xiao Chen sighed, placing his hands on his temples. This behavior must stem from a childhood deprived of affection. A mere word from others could lead her to feel abandoned. Enough with the heartbroken expression. "Come here, young master will hold you tonight." Upon gazing at her exquisite visage, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to send her away, softening his tone as he added, "But I am rather tired this evening, so I shall only hold you while we sleep. Do not be too fidgety." Unable to truly embrace Yunqi, Xiao Chen had no choice but to phrase it thus, yet his charm with women was undeniably potent. One enchanting beauty after another seemed eager to draw near. "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing his words, Yunqi impulsively planted a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek and then clung tightly to him, greedily inhaling his scent as her heart raced uncontrollably. She could finally sleep beside Xiao Chen, a dream she had never dared to imagine. If she endeavored to please him more in the future, surely he would come to cherish her even more. The following morning, Xiao Chen slowly awakened from his slumber, only to find a small face pouting and inching closer to his own. "You little imp," he remarked, observing Yunqi with her eyes tightly shut, on the verge of kissing him. "Young master, you're awake." Startled by his voice, Yunqi's face instantly turned scarlet. She had not anticipated being caught in the act of attempting a secret kiss. How utterly mortifying. "Enough, rise and wash up. Young master has important matters to attend to today." Seeing Yunqi lost in her infatuation, Xiao Chen spoke gently before getting up to change and stepping out of the chamber. After a brief respite, he would soon be embroiled in bloodshed. He had not forgotten his promise to send the Lin family on their way. "How grand. No wonder young master remarked that I am still a bit young. It's no wonder the others cried out so pitifully last night," Yunqi murmured, suddenly recalling something as she watched Xiao Chen stride towards the door. Quickly she got up to fulfill her duties. As Xiao Chen exited the room, he spotted several figures already gathered in the courtyard. "Ha, Xiao Chen, you appear to be in great spirits. You must have rested well last night," exclaimed Xiao Mingyi, who had approached before he could even discern who the others were. "You old rascal, why are you standing so close? You're blocking Xiao Chen's way." Xiao Qihong chimed in, pushing against him. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Delong exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smirks, even in their advanced years. They still reveled in the limelight. The two elders seemed to be in high spirits. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, Xiao Chen felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Even their daughters unhesitatingly offered themselves to warm his bed. These two were truly fervent in their affections. Last night's sounds seemed to herald joyous tidings, yet today, why does it feel so cold? Just as Xiao Chen made his snide remark, Xiao Mingyi burst into laughter. But before he could finish, a sudden chill ran down his spine, causing both of them to abruptly cease their merriment and turn towards the center of the courtyard. There stood a stunningly alluring woman. Dressed provocatively, her exquisite features exuding an otherworldly charm, her gaze fixed intensely upon them. "Everyone, if you enjoyed the read, please consider leaving a free gift to support me, as the aloof Wu Linger presents it to you." Chapter 35. It seems the Xiao family is about to welcome a heroic figure, Medusa Queen? At the sight of Cayenne's icy gaze, both men were struck with a shiver, their expressions becoming noticeably constrained. With their qualifications and experiences, they could easily discern that Cayenne held a keen interest in Xiao Chun, perhaps even contemplating becoming his concubine, yet the antics of the previous night had resulted in Xiao Chun gaining 2 additional women, each vying for his affection. Inciting Cayenne's ire, however, the chilling aura was fleeting. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's gaze upon her, Cayenne quickly restrained her demeanor, although she felt a tinge of discomfort. She had no intention of making things difficult for the 2 men. A mere scare would suffice. Should they act irrationally, she feared it might provoke Xiao Chen's disdain. "Young master," she greeted, having startled Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qihong. With a gentle smile, she turned her attention to Xiao Chen, her demeanor softening. This serene and graceful presence caused the 2 men to momentarily pause in astonishment. Indeed, women are creatures of change, and even the Medusa queen was no exception. It was only in the presence of those she cared for that her gentle and tranquil side emerged. "Good morning." Sensing Cayenne's shift in demeanor, Xiao Chen offered a faint smile. "Chunner, as you prepare to journey to Tiandu City, please exercise caution. Should you encounter any peril, remember to prioritize your safety. Do not act recklessly," advised Xiao Zhan, sensing the growing awkwardness in the atmosphere. With that, he placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder, handing him a scroll. "This is a geographical map of the wild state. You will find it useful in your travels." "I shall proceed with caution," Xiao Chen replied, accepting the scroll with a nod of gravity. He was no fool. He would not be foolish enough to believe that with Cayenne's protection he could do as he pleased in the wild state. If a life-threatening crisis were to arise, he would certainly prioritize escaping with Cayenne. After all, life is singular, and survival is paramount. "Cayenne, I entrust Chunner to your care on this journey," Xiao Zhan said with a look of satisfaction. Glancing at Cayenne with a sincere expression, he recognized that this Medusa queen might one day become one of his daughters-in-law, hence the warmth and encouragement in his gaze startled Cayenne momentarily. "I will," she responded, feeling a bit shy in response to Xiao Zhan's intent gaze. Within this courtyard, she held little regard for others. However, respect must be afforded to Xiao Chen's father, even as the Medusa queen. Following a round of pleasantries, Xiao Chen prepared to set forth, yet, upon inspecting the map, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He had no means of flight and lacked any flying apparatus. Reaching Tiandu City would indeed pose a challenge. "If only I had a flying vessel," he muttered to himself, yet alas, the most rudimentary flying vessels required earth-grade materials for construction, and their costs far exceeded those of ordinary treasures. Even the Lin family of Tiandu City could not procure a single flying vessel, let alone in Luyun City, where they were akin to rare treasures. "Young master, take my hand. I shall carry you aloft." Just as Xiao Chen was feeling dejected, Cayenne suddenly appeared beside him, speaking softly. Extending her left hand, she left Xiao Chen momentarily stunned by her unexpected boldness. "Thank you, Cayenne," he replied after a moment of silence, a gentle smile forming on his lips as he extended his own hand. The moment their hands met, he was enveloped by a cool, silky sensation, akin to holding a delicate piece of jade, which stirred an unusual feeling within him. In that instant, as they held hands, Cayenne's body shivered slightly. Her expression becoming somewhat awkward. Though not averse to the sensation, it did make her feel a tad nervous and bashful. Even though it was not their first intimate encounter, the peculiar feeling still sent her heart into a frenzy. "Young master, if you do not mind, please call me Cayenne from now on." Addressing Cayenne seemed rather distant. After a brief silence, Cayenne suddenly spoke, startling not only Xiao Chen but also Xiao Zhan and the others. It was unexpected that this icy Medusa queen would allow someone to call her by her true name. Could this be a hint of something more? Just as Xiao Chen was about to respond, Cayenne supplemented her statement, and her cultivation began to surge. A vast expanse of true essence enveloped Xiao Chen, and in an instant, they soared into the sky, with her cultivation restored to the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm. She could fly even without holding Xiao Chen's hand, yet after contemplating everything the previous night, Cayenne mustered her courage and chose to take his hand to foster their relationship. It seems a hero is about to emerge from the Xiao family. The aura of this Medusa queen is overwhelmingly powerful. Aside from Xiao Chun and the family head, no one else can withstand it. It is wise to remind Mayor and Linger not to compete for attention with her. Watching the departing figures of Xiao Chen and Cayenne, Xiao Mingyi and Xiao Qisheng couldn't help but express their sentiments. They recalled the captivating gaze of the Medusa queen, sending shivers down their spines. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days flew by. The Lin family in Tiandu City was now filled with anxiety, and Lin Yao seemed to age a decade within those 2 days. The family head and young master have returned. They are currently in the conference hall, as Lin Yao pondered how to stabilize the various enterprises of the Lin family in the shortest time. An excited steward rushed into the study. Moreover, there is good news. The young master has returned with his master. What? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Yao abruptly stood up, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Lin Feng's master is an inner-sect elder of the Tai Sword sect. With a cultivation level reaching the 7th stage of Nirvana Dai in the entire region of Huangzhou, he is considered a formidable figure. If he aids the Lin family, they might be able to annihilate the Shao family of Luyun City. Even if they cannot defeat them, given his status within the Tai Sword sect, he could summon even stronger allies. At that time, even if the Shao family possesses a heavenly grade array as their trump card, it would be reduced to ashes before the Tai Sword sect. Come, let us hasten to welcome Feigning master. As the thought settled, Lin Yao quickly made his way towards the conference hall. Nearly stumbling in his haste, Chapter 36, this young master can offer you an opportunity in the conference hall. Lin Feng sat grimly in his chair, his fists clenched tightly in suppressed rage. He had never anticipated that within just a few short days, the Lin family would receive such devastating news. Not only had his grandfather Lin Xiang'an perished, but 2 other supreme elders and over a dozen core elders of the Xindan realm had also met their demise within Luyun City. In nearly a single night, the Lin family had been rendered nearly extinct. The root of all this calamity lay with him. Had he not deliberately crippled the young master of the Shao family during the Tai Sword sect assessment, his grandfather would not have sought to eliminate the threat, and the Lin family would not have faced such catastrophic repercussions. He had not foreseen that the seeds of consequence sown in a moment of impulse would exact such a painful toll on the Lin family. Feigning, you have finally returned. Just as Lin Feng's expression turned ferocious, Lin Yao entered the conference hall. A father. Seeing Lin Yao, who had aged a decade in just a few days, Lin Feng's heart shuddered. His hatred for the Shao family soared to unfathomable heights. This must be Feigning master, right? Lin Yao had no time for pleasantries with Lin Feng. His gaze fell upon the elderly figure in blue robes, who immediately knelt without hesitation. Lin Yao, head of the Lin family, implore you, esteemed one, to administer justice for my family. The Shao family of Luyun City, relying on their exorbitantly priced treasures, not only killed Feigning grandfather without provocation but also slaughtered the elders who sought justice on our behalf. As he spoke, Lin Yao raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, and produced a spatial ring. The Shao family's brutality must be met with retribution. I am willing to offer 80% of the Lin family's resources as compensation, and I beseech you to restore justice for the Lin family. With that, Lin Yao performed a deep bow, presenting the spatial ring. There is no need for such formality, family head. Upon seeing the ring in Lin Yao's hand, the blue-robed elder's eyes sparked with interest. He rose, assisting Lin Yao to his feet, and discreetly accepted the ring. Lin Feng is my personally accepted disciple. Given the current turmoil faced by the Lin family, I cannot turn a blind eye. Since the Shao family of Luyun City has acted with such cruelty, I shall personally eradicate them in honor of the Lin family's elders who have passed. With those words, a formidable aura erupted within the conference hall, causing Lin Yao to tremble with emotion, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face, with a powerful figure from the Tai Sword sect intervening. The Shao family could essentially be declared doomed. Had to erase the Shao family from existence. Your words carry quite the weight, old man. Just then, a voice filled with cold mockery echoed, and 2 figures appeared mysteriously outside the hall. Who? Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Lin Yao and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the entrance. There, in the Lin family's inner courtyard, stood a man and a woman, Shao Chen and Cayenne. In truth, they had arrived in Tiandu City half a day earlier, but out of caution, they had spent some time gathering information about the Lin family. Upon learning that the Lin family had sealed their gates, suspended all enterprises, and recalled all family experts, including Lin Feng, who had journeyed thousands of miles back from the Tai Sword sect, Shao Chen speculated that the Lin family intended to leverage Lin Feng's connections to summon powerful figures from the Tai Sword sect to reverse their fortunes. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he and Cayenne infiltrated the Lin family, only to overhear the old man's grandiose proclamations. Itsu, Shao Chen? Upon recognizing Shao Chen and Cayenne, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his voice filled with disbelief. This fellow had clearly been crippled and severely injured just days prior, yet here he stood, apparently unscathed. Coupled with the sudden emergence of the Shao family's heavenly grade array, could it be that this individual had obtained some miraculous fortune? granting the Xiao family the capability to retaliate against the Lin family. It's you. The blue-robed elder also recognized Xiao Chun, recalling that he had presided over the assessment at the Tai Sword sect. After Lin Feng had severely injured Xiao Chun, it was he who had borne the pressure to protect Lin Feng, ultimately accepting him as a disciple. He had not expected to encounter this young man upon visiting the Lin family. We meet again. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Xiao Chen revealed a chilling smile. The grievances of the past few days were due for resolution. Boom. Almost as soon as he spoke, Cayenne, her face veiled by a thin gauze, unleashed her cultivation. A terrifying pressure descended like a towering mountain, causing Lin Feng and the others to feel as though the heavens were collapsing around them. Their faces turned pale, and their pupils constricted to pinpricks. A Tongxian realm expert? Feeling the overwhelming and unresistible pressure, the blue-robed elderess voice turned sharp with panic. Such a level of power was rare even within the Tai Sword sect, numbering no more than 5 individuals. Each was a cornerstone of the sect, capable of effortlessly ending his life. Master, shall we leave them intact? Gazing coldly at Lin Feng and the others, Cayenne inquired with an icy tone. The enemies of her master were her enemies as well. Especially that young man who had dared to injure her master and cripple his cultivation. Her master must have suffered greatly because of him. If possible, she would ensure that he was ground to dust. Anything less would not suffice to atone for the suffering her master endured. Yes, leave them intact, Xiao Chen replied with a dispassionate nod, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Today, the Lin family must be left with nothing. And they should even excavate the ground to unearth and scatter the ashes of their ancestors. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Cayenne raised her right hand. A blood-red flame, as eerie as it was brilliant, ignited from her palm. Spare me, esteemed one. I am an inner sect elder of the Tai Sword sect. I acted foolishly the other day and offended you. Now I wish to offer my apologies. I hope you can grant me clemency. As Cayenne extended her hand to seal the space around them, the terrifying sense of life and death surged within the blue-robed elder's heart. His face turned ashen with dread. In a panic, he surrendered the spatial ring Lin Yao had entrusted to him, as well as another ring he wore on his right hand. These 2 spatial rings, one contains 80% of the Lin family's resources, and the other holds all my possessions. I am willing to relinquish both rings to you, hoping you will consider my ties to the Tai Sword sect and allow me to leave. As he spoke, the blue-robed elder bowed deeply to Xiao Chun, leaving Lin Yao and Lin Feng astonished. Just moments ago, he had accepted their offerings and vowed to annihilate the Xiao family, yet now the principal had appeared. And this old man turned his back quicker than flipping a page, abandoning his pride to save his life? Hey, killing you would yield the same resources for me. Upon hearing the blue-robed elder's words, Xiao Chen could not help but let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with mockery. However, I, the young master, can offer you an opportunity if you take action to eliminate them and completely annihilate the Lin family. I shall refrain from taking your life. The chilling tone of his voice carried a hint of cruelty, echoing within the Lin residence and causing Lin Yao and others to change countenance dramatically. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Please take a moment to click on a free gift. If you enjoy this book, kindly help promote it to those in search of reading material. Sensual Xiao Suner sends her regards to everyone. Chapter 37. I merely stated that I would not kill you. I did not claim Shi Wen T. Master, do not listen to him, he is undoubtedly deceiving you. Respectable one, you cannot abandon our Lin family. We are. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Lin Feng and Lin Yao in terror could not help but scream. It was evident that Xiao Chen intended for them to turn on one another. Even if Li Hai truly killed them, their fate would ultimately be death. I only wished to survive, do not blame me for it. Before Lin Feng and Lin Yao could fully express their fears, Li Hai suddenly raised his head, his expression turning grotesque. As his chilling words resonated, his power surged forth violently. In the next moment, Li Hai, like a specter, lunged forth, seizing both of their necks with his hands. In the incredulous gazes of Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Li Hai unleashed his essence, snapping their necks. That instant, both father and son met their demise with unclosed eyes. Esteemed one, I have dealt with these 2 blind fools for you. Next, I shall slaughter the entire Lin family, eradicating any future threats for you. After killing Lin Yao and Lin Feng, Li Hai spoke with a somber tone, bowing deeply, his demeanor almost abject. Before Xiao Chen could utter a word, Li Hai strode towards the hall's exit, every muscle taut and his nerves frayed to their limit. If he could distance himself from this woman, he might have the chance to employ his escape techniques. Even if this woman were a formidable transcendence expert, she would be unable to detain him completely. Such a decisive and swift action. You truly are a remarkable individual. As Li Hai's words faded and he attempted to exit the hall, Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. His indifferent, frigid tone caused Li Hai to freeze momentarily, an ominous premonition surging within him. Kill him. Indeed, as Li Hai sensed impending doom, Xiao Chen promptly instructed Kai Yan. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Upon hearing Xiao Chen utter those 3 words, Li Hai felt his body hair stand on end, his voice turning frantic as he screamed. In that instant, his power erupted, and he shot towards the heavens. I only stated that I would not take your life. I did not say she wouldn't eat. Xiao Chen chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with mockery. Such a man, capable of restraint, cold-blooded and decisive, should he be allowed to leave alive, he would undoubtedly become a future threat. Originally, Xiao Chen intended to use this fellow's hand to wash away the Lin family, sparing Kai Yan from excessive bloodshed. However, upon witnessing this man's reaction, he could not afford to let him live even a moment longer. Furthermore, this man was one of the culprits behind the original body's downfall and had grievously injured Xiao Zhan just days prior. As long as this man lived, the resentment in his heart would never dissipate. Boom! Almost as Xiao Chen's words echoed, Kai Yan's power surged to its peak. An eerie red light enveloped the entire Lin residence, and the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius erupted violently. A fiery serpent surged from the ground, roaring as they charged towards Li Hai. In this move, Kai Yan employed nearly all her power, leaving Li Hai no room for resistance. No! If you kill me, you will face the wrath of the Tai Sword sect. Seeing the fiery serpents charging towards him, Li Hai let out a frenzied roar, channeling his power to conjure a protective barrier in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, his words were not fully articulated before the serpents engulfed him. The thunderous roars reverberated like thunder, shaking half of Tiandu City. The 1,000-acre estate of the Lin family crumbled under the impact, instantly transforming into a sea of flames. Such a tremendous commotion immediately drew the attention of numerous powerful figures in Tiandu City, their gazes filled with astonishment as they turned towards the Lin family estate. Young master, they are all dead. Amidst the inferno, Kai Yan effortlessly retrieved a charred corpse, unmistakably that of Li Hai, who had been slain in a single blow. Of course, it was not just Li Hai. Every member of the Lin family had been obliterated in this strike. However, due to their low cultivation, they could only turn to ash, leaving no complete corpses behind. A system, retrieve this body. Gazing at the ruins of the Lin family, Xiao Chen spoke indifferently to the system. Regarding his enemies, his heart could be as cold as a frozen abyss, devoid of any compassion. After all, one must eradicate the roots of a problem. A spring breeze might allow it to regrow. He had no desire to leave any hidden threats that could endanger him and his kin in the future. Ding! The system has completed the retrieval. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6,800 points. As a flash of light passed, Li Hai's body vanished, leaving behind 2 spatial rings. Young master, the commotion here is far too great. We must leave at once. In the next moment, as Xiao Chen collected the 2 spatial rings, Kai Yan's voice sounded grave. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Kai Yan grasped his hand, her power erupting as they transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing into the flames, in less than half a day. The news of the Lin family's annihilation reverberated throughout Tiandu City. However, the city lord's office merely ordered heightened vigilance throughout the city, refraining from dispatching personnel to investigate the perpetrators. After all, the Lin family was merely a second-rate family in Tiandu City, not worthy of the city lord's full attention. Moreover, anyone capable of wiping out the entire Lin family in an instant would undoubtedly be a transcendence expert, nearly invincible within Tiandu City. As long as the perpetrator did not intend to massacre the city lord's office would not dare to pursue the matter. This was the world where the strong held sway. Truly, the elder of the Tai Sword sect is immensely wealthy. Within an inn in the southern part of Tiandu City, Xiao Chen probed into Li Hai's spatial ring and, upon seeing the mountains of resources within, could not help but exclaim in amazement. Leaving aside various cultivation resources, there were tens of thousands of spirit crystals alone. In total, his wealth could be valued at over 1 million spirit crystals. Next, Xiao Chen utilized his identification ability to exchange useless items for points. For the useful pills, he upgraded them to premium quality using points. After this series of operations, his points had initially skyrocketed past the 100,000 mark. only to be nearly depleted afterward. However, through this process he not only synthesized and upgraded a piece of top-tier soft armor but also produced several Earth-grade pills. For instance, the Xian Nye pill, used to aid those in the Cave Heaven realm to break through to the Nirvana realm. And the Paneling pill, meant for enhancing the cultivation of Nirvana realm experts, both of which would drive many powerful figures to madness. Next, he aimed to use these resources to convert them into more points. Staring at the fewer than 1,000 points remaining, Xiao Chen let out a sigh before rising to his feet, addressing Kai Yan, who was still in the room. Accompany me to the Xian Merchant Association. The Xian Merchant Association is the largest merchant association within Tiandu City, or rather, within the Dechen dynasty, with a headquarters guarded by a celestial realm expert, although the branch in Tiandu City is merely a subsidiary. The resources it possesses are unimaginable. As long as one has enough spirit crystals, resources below the sacred realm are virtually all available. What Xiao Chen sought to purchase this time was a remarkably precious top-tier pill known as the Revitalizing Purple Pill. Chapter 38. Who gave you the audacity to mock the young master? This is an exceptionally rare top-tier pill capable of restoring the cultivation of injured experts. Naturally, the Revitalizing Purple Pill is further categorized into 7th and 8th tiers, with each tier corresponding to a major realm. The higher the grade, the stronger the restorative effect. A 7th tier premium Revitalizing Purple Pill could restore all cultivation lost by a Transcendence realm expert, while an 8th tier premium Revitalizing Purple Pill could do the same for a Celestial realm expert. Within the system marketplace, while there are indeed such pills, Xiao Chen is unable to unlock the top tier product area due to his insufficient cultivation. Even with enough points, he cannot make exchanges. Furthermore, the prices in the system marketplace for corresponding items are generally several times higher than the recovery price. To exchange for an 8th tier premium Revitalizing Purple Pill would require no less than several 100,000 points. Thus, Xiao Chen could only seek alternative means to acquire a pill. As long as he could find a Revitalizing Purple Pill, even one of the lowest 7th tier quality would suffice to restore Kai Yan to her peak condition. After all, with the system's upgrade function and sufficient points, it could be elevated to premium quality. Shortly thereafter, after Xiao Chen finished speaking, Kai Yan did not inquire further and followed him out. She now held complete trust in Xiao Chen, regardless of what he intended to do. As long as it did not involve exterminating the Snake People clan, she would unconditionally comply. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen and Kai Yan arrived at the entrance of the Xian Merchant Association. After meandering through along the way, the streets and alleys of Tiandu City buzzed with discussions regarding the annihilation of the Lin family, with many rumors suggesting it was the work of a demon. Various slanders aimed at the perpetrator instilled a sense of dread among the populace of Tiandu City. Even Kai Yan, usually calm and composed, nearly resorted to violence against a few storytellers, as they sought to attract attention. To think that she was labeled an unattractive woman, spurned in her romantic pursuits by the young master of the Lin family, who, in a fit of rage, annihilated the Lin clan. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was able to timely intervene and save Kai Yan, thus sparing the storyteller from a grim fate. However, despite the absurdity of such rumors, Xiao Chen felt no aversion. Rather, a flicker of delight stirred within him. The more versions of these tales circulated, the more they would obscure the truth. When word reached the Tai Sword sect, it would undoubtedly buy them some time. The opposing party would need to invest considerable effort to ascertain whether there was a connection to the Xiao family of Luyun City. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Xiao Chen and Kai Yan arrived at the hall of the Xian Chamber of Commerce, where he wasted no time in articulating the purpose of their visit. What? You wish to purchase the Celestial Grade Dan, the Revitalizing Purple Pill? The attending maid was taken aback by Xiao Chen's declaration. Celestial Grade pills are exceedingly rare treasures, each worth a fortune, often demanding hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit crystals. Even the Lord of Tiandu City might struggle to afford them. Most crucially, such items are nearly non-existent in Tiandu City and are typically auctioned off when they do appear. Surely, this individual is not here to cause trouble. Is there a problem? Xiao Chen inquired, perplexed by the maid's astonished response. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed he was about to be ridiculed. Has this young man lost his mind, thinking he can purchase celestial grade items? It is well known that whenever a celestial grade treasure surfaces in Tiandu City, it is always sold via auction. This fellow must be a country bumpkin to come to the public hall seeking such items. As expected, as soon as Xiao Chen's thoughts settled, laughter erupted from several individuals nearby, one young master mocking him with exaggerated derision, his gaze flitting over Kai Yan, seemingly attempting to draw her attention. Though her face was veiled, her exquisite figure and complexion betrayed her beauty. As the third son of the Wan family in Tiandu City, he had yet to encounter many women who could match Kai Yan's stunning physique. The masked beauty resembled a magnificent Medusa impudence, who dares to insult the young master. Before the young man's words could fully escape his lips, Kai Yan's eyes turned icy. With her utterance, a terrifying pressure surged forth, sending the young man in purple flying. Everyone within a 10-jang radius, save for Xiao Chun, was forcefully pinned to the ground, gazing up at Kai Yan in shock. A Nirvana realm expert? The purple-clad youth was instantly paralyzed with fear. Having only felt such oppressive force from his grandfather and the city lord of Tiandu. To his astonishment, this statuesque woman possessed cultivation beyond Nirvana realm? Why must it come to this? Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation as he observed the others crushed to the ground. Was he destined to be derided for merely trying to make a purchase? Just as Xiao Chen pondered this, a figure burst forth from the chamber. Within moments, they entered the hall. It was Yun Shan, the elder steward of the Xian Chamber of Commerce's Tiandu City branch, a formidable figure at the 6th stage of Nirvana. Upon sensing the surge of energy, he had assumed a formidable enemy had arrived. Hastily donning his attire to rush over, his gaze immediately locking onto Kai Yan. By heavens, a Transcendence Realm expert? As Yun Shan sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Kai Yan, he was instantly gripped by fear. His body trembling, even the city lord at the 9th stage of Nirvana could not instill such a profound sense of peril in him. This woman was undoubtedly a Transcendence Realm powerhouse. She is actually a Transcendence Realm expert? The collective gasp from the onlookers echoed in the air, and the young man in purple, his face drained of color, promptly fainted, terrified that a mere glance from Kai Yan would spell his doom. Unaware of your esteemed presence, I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Please temper your wrath, Yun Shan stammered, clasping his hands in respect towards Kai Yan, despite the backing of Xian Chamber of Commerce. He dared not provoke someone of such caliber. These individuals dared to mock the young master. Deal with them as you see fit, Kai Yan stated, her demeanor unchanged as she cast a dispassionate glance at the young man and his companions. Had it not been for her desire to avoid further trouble for Xiao Chen, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate these insignificant pests. Yun Shan, upon hearing her command, shuddered and swiftly ordered the culprits to be expelled from the chamber. Relieved to avert a potential disaster, young master, I trust this punishment meets your satisfaction. After executing the order, he turned to Xiao Chun, his tone ingratiating. To be addressed as young master by a Transcendence Realm expert indicated that this young man was no ordinary figure. Possibly a scion of one of the top powers within the Great Qian dynasty. Xiao Chun, dismissing the trivial matter with a wave of his hand, replied, "Let us change the venue for our discussion." "Thank you for your understanding, young master." Yun Shan exhaled in relief, leading the pair to a private VIP room. Along the way, amid light conversation, Xiao Chun articulated the purpose of his visit. "You wish to procure the revitalizing purple pill?" Yun Shan gasped at Xiao Chen's stated goal, clearly astonished. "Indeed, it seems you are a young master of considerable stature, accompanied by a Transcendence Realm expert, and here you are seeking such a precious celestial-grade pill. What, is there an issue?" Xiao Chen found himself bemused by Yun Shan's reaction. To be frank, young master, we do not possess such a pill in this modest establishment, even our headquarters may not have it. Yun Shan confessed with a wry smile, "The revitalizing purple pill is exceedingly rare and highly coveted, capable of restoring fallen cultivators to their former glory, and the process of crafting it is notoriously meticulous. Consequently, whenever such a pill emerges, it is swiftly snatched up. Due to its unique nature, acquiring one is a daunting task for the Xian Chamber of Commerce. Typically, only those who recognize its value or are desperate would part with it. It is no surprise that, over the years, the Xian Chamber has auctioned off no more than 10 of these pills." Xiao Chen felt somewhat incredulous upon hearing Yun Shan's explanation, realizing he had overestimated the Xian Chamber while underestimating the rarity of the revitalizing purple pill. "Is there a recipe available for the revitalizing purple pill?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen pressed on, refusing to give in to despair. If he could obtain the recipe, he could synthesize the pill using the system functionality. Provided he could gather the requisite ingredients. However, recipes are often more precious than the pills themselves, and acquiring the recipe would likely require a significant price. You overestimate our Xian chamber, young master. Each celestial-grade recipe is a rare treasure in its own right. While the Alchemist Guild's headquarters may have some in their collection, it would be far more challenging for the Xian chamber to acquire one than to procure a single revitalizing purple pill. Yun Shan replied, shaking his head in resignation. As Xiao Chen's expression darkened, Yun Shan suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping his thigh in excitement. There is someone who should have such a pill, and he resides within Tiandu City. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned his gaze to Yun Shan. Without hesitation, Yun Shan continued, that person is none other than Morong Fu, the city lord of Tiandu, 13 years ago. The former city lord, Morong Bo, suffered a devastating injury, causing his cultivation to plummet from the second stage of transcendence to the first stage of Dongtian. In his quest to restore Morong Bo's power, Morong Fu exhausted his resources to acquire a revitalizing purple pill. Regrettably, before he could return to the city lord's mansion, Morong Bo was attacked. Although he narrowly escaped with his life, his meridians and Dantian were destroyed, rendering the revitalizing purple pill useless. After recounting the tale of the revitalizing purple pill, a hint of nostalgia crossed Yun Shan's face. In his prime, when Morong Bo was a Transcendence Realm powerhouse, the city lord's mansion held significant sway, commanding respect even from formidable factions like the Tai Yi Sword sect, which would not dare to offend Tiandu City lightly. In fact, there were even attempts to court alliances with the lord to counteract other powers. Merely because Morong Bo wished to abstain from the fierce competition among other factions, he graciously declined the invitation from the leader of the Tai Yi Sword sect. Little did he anticipate that shortly thereafter, he would suffer a devastating blow upon entering the Great Wilderness Mountains, and by a stroke of luck return to the Lord's manor only to face an assassination attempt. The once formidable lord of Tiandu City, whose reputation resonated for thousands of miles, now found himself reduced to a mere invalid confined to a wheelchair. What a fortunate turn of events! Upon hearing Yun Shan recount this tale, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, his face breaking into a rapturous smile. Although the narrative sounded tragic, it presented him with a splendid opportunity. Fortunate? Yun Shan gazed at Xiao Chen, utterly perplexed, unsure of the latter's morbid delight. Could it be that Xiao Chen bore a grudge against the lord's manor of Tiandu City? Ahem, what of the revitalizing purple pill still in his possession? Noticing Yun Shan's bewildered expression, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and deftly shifted the topic. However, Yun Shan furrowed his brow, recognizing there was little to conceal, and continued in a somber tone, yet 13 years have elapsed since then, compounded by the fact that Morong Fu possesses a revitalizing purple pill, which has only reached the mid-tier of the 7th rank. Regardless of how well it has been preserved over the years, its potency has undoubtedly diminished. Its efficacy may at best equate to that of a low-tier 7th rank revitalizing purple pill, and it might even fall short of that. No matter, Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a nonchalant air. In truth, the lower the tier of the pill, and the more its potency has faded, the greater his chances of acquiring it would undoubtedly become. Since the young master is so intent on obtaining the revitalizing purple pill, it would be prudent to inquire at the lord's manor. Observing Xiao Chen's casual demeanor, Yun Shan refrained from further commentary, merely offering a few friendly reminders. However, even if the revitalizing purple pill has lost some potency, the lord's manor would not easily part with it. To the best of my knowledge, the Lord's Manor has proclaimed that whoever can cure the old city Lord Morong or resolve his daughter's congenital affliction will not only receive a reward of 1 million spirit crystals but also be allowed to select 5 high-tier treasures from the manor's treasury. At this juncture, Yun Shan's face reflected a tinge of sympathy towards Morong Fu. Not only had his father become an invalid, thereby diminishing the manor's standing, but his beloved wife had also passed away prematurely. Even their only daughter had become an outcast due to a certain hidden ailment. Truly, misfortune seems to seek out the wretched. Thank you, Elder Yun Shan, for the enlightening information, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Before retrieving a bundle of items from the system space, although you lack a source for the revitalizing purple pill, I still wish to conduct a transaction with your esteemed merchant association. Here are various types of pills. Please assess their worth. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan readily accepted, stating, since the young master has such intentions, I shall take a look. Without hesitation, Yun Shan picked up a pill bottle and poured out a single pill. Utilizing his true essence to envelop it in his hand, he began to scrutinize it meticulously. there are pill patterns? At the very first glance, Yunshan's pupils contracted sharply. Truly, it is fitting that the young master is accompanied by a formidable expert. He dares to present even a supreme-grade pill for sale. Following this, Yunshan did not allow himself to be careless, continuing to examine it closely. This is actually a supreme-grade Xin Ye pill? Upon recognizing the type of pill, Yunshan immediately gasped in shock, raising his head to regard Xiaochun with astonishment. Young Master Xiao, are you certain you wish to sell this pill? It is important to note that the Xin Ye pill significantly enhances the success rate for a Dongtian realm expert attempting to break through to the Nirvana realm. The low-tier Xin Ye pill improves the success rate by 10%, the mid-tier by 20%, the high-tier by 40%, and the supreme grade achieves an astonishing 70%, provided that the cultivator's foundation is not excessively poor. Consuming a supreme-grade Xin Ye pill will likely ensure their breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Thus, in the hands of most factions, a single supreme-grade Xin Ye pill could cultivate a Nirvana realm expert. It is astonishing that Xiaochun possesses such a valuable item, yet he does not intend to keep it for himself but rather seeks to sell it. Does he possess resources but no means to squander them? Or is he exceedingly confident in his own aptitude? Chapter 40. This damned old fellow dares to act brazenly before me. It is not a rare item. Elder Yin need not be so astonished. Observing Yunshan's incredulous expression, Xiaochun took a sip of tea, speaking in a tone of indifference. Such a thing may be a rarity for ordinary individuals, but for him, it is as easy to acquire as plucking a flower. Not a rare item. Hearing Xiaochun's words nearly choked Yunshan. He felt an overwhelming urge to spring up and deliver a couple of slaps to Xiaochun, questioning whether the latter truly understood what a supreme-grade pill entails. It is a pill where the medicinal properties fuse flawlessly, rendering it devoid of impurities, and ensures no adverse effects upon consumption. Only then can it be deemed a supreme-grade pill. Even the most skilled alchemists cannot guarantee that every attempt at pill-making will yield a supreme-grade pill. Hence, the higher the tier of the pill, the rarer the supreme-grade becomes. This is the essence of the rarity of supreme-grade pills. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to retort, Yunshan sealed the supreme-grade Xin Ye pill back into its bottle and picked up another one. Another type of supreme-grade pill? Upon seeing the azure pill hovering in his hand, adorned with intricate pill patterns, Yunshan's pupils widened in disbelief. Furthermore, it is a supreme-grade Panling pill? Gasping out this revelation, Yunshan's breath quickened, and his pupils glinted with fervor. Were it not for the presence of a transcendent realm expert nearby, and the uncertainty of how powerful Xiaochun's backing might be, he would have been tempted to swallow the pill whole. The supreme-grade Panling pill can elevate a Nirvana realm expert by 1 or 2 minor realms. He had been stymied at the 6th stage of Nirvana for many years due to his innate limitations. Should he consume this supreme-grade Panling pill, he would undoubtedly break through to the 7th stage of Nirvana, perhaps even challenge the higher 8th stage. Thus, the supreme-grade Panling pill before him was an irresistible temptation. Cough. Elder Yunshan, kindly wipe the drool from your mouth. It feels like it's about to drip onto the pill. Seeing Yunshan gaze hungrily at the pill, Xiaochun could no longer bear it, clearing his throat to remind him. This pill has yet to be sold. Should it be sullied, it would lead to unnecessary complications. Cough. I have lost my composure. Yunshan's face flushed crimson upon Xiaochun's remark, promptly reining in his demeanor. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on the supreme-grade Panling pill, resembling an old crone fixated on a young bow, which sent a shiver down Xiaochun's spine. This fellow, could he possibly have a fetish? Elder Yunshan, there are other pills here. Please expedite your appraisal. Amidst his silent exasperation, Xiaochun had no choice but to remind him once more. To linger so long over a single pill was absurd. This elder Yunshan must be rather starved for affection. Very well. Prompted by Xiaochun, Yunshan felt a tinge of embarrassment but could not articulate his thoughts. His reaction was indeed a tad excessive. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Xiaochun and Kai Yan, Yunshan resembled a naive old man, exclaiming with each pill he evaluated as if he were witnessing an unprecedented spectacle. This is a supreme-grade Ling Yuan pill. It can directly elevate the cultivation of a Ling Qiao realm expert. Goodness, this is a supreme-grade Pei Yuan pill. It allows a Xian Dan realm expert to elevate their cultivation directly. By heavens! This is a supreme-grade Tianling pill. It enables a Xian Dan realm expert to break through to the Dongtian realm. What in the world? This is a supreme-grade Shuepa pill. It can restore the vitality of a Nirvana realm expert and mend their meridian injuries. After appraising all the pill bottles, Yunshan trembled uncontrollably, looking as if he were on the verge of a breakdown. Although he had seen many of these pills before, they were mostly of mid to low quality. And he had rarely encountered any high-tier ones, yet to see them all be of supreme grade was a first for him. Young Master Xiao, I dare to confirm once more, you truly intend to sell all these pills? Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Yunshan asked, his voice quivering. This was surely the highest quality transaction he had ever conducted in all his years of dealing with pills. Yes, this is merely a portion of my inventory. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, then tossed out a multitude of pill bottles, continuing nonchalantly, I only placed one of each type earlier to avoid complicating your appraisal. The rest are the same types of pills, some may be in greater quantity while others less, but all are of supreme quality. You may take your time to count them. With that, Xiao Chen resumed sipping his tea. While Cayenne sat silently preoccupied with her nails. All of them are supreme grade pills? Upon seeing the array of pill bottles, Yunshan's mind erupted in a cacophony, and his pupils constricted to their utmost. Initially, he believed the pills he had just seen comprised Xiao Chen's entire stock. He never expected there to be more. 5 supreme grade Shen Nye pills, 3 supreme grade Pan Ling pills, 8 supreme grade Pei Yuan pills, 6 supreme grade Tian Ling pills, 10 supreme grade Ling Yuan pills, and 3 supreme grade Shuepa pills. So many supreme grade pills, I am utterly overwhelmed. Bang. After tallying the quantity of all the pills, Yunshan's face turned beet red. His body trembling incessantly, the entire being seemed to be engulfed in ecstasy, trembling momentarily before collapsing onto the ground, his legs flailing with fervor. This sudden spectacle startled Xiao Chen. Old geezer, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to extort or stage a scam? Watching Yunshan's bizarre reaction left Xiao Chen utterly bewildered. Could it be that some elderly person's secret technique from his previous life had somehow transcended time and space into this fantastical realm? Quickly, assist me. I can hardly breathe. Yunshan clutched his chest, his complexion transitioning from a flushed red to a deep purplish hue, gasping for air and calling out towards the door of the room. This scene left both Xiao Chen and Cayenne in a state of shock, utterly confused about what the old man was attempting to inhale. Before they could process the absurdity, a delicately featured maid rushed in. Her face flushed upon hearing Yunshan's cries, then, to the astonishment of Xiao Chen and Cayenne, she pulled down her garment at the chest and wrapped her arms around Yunshan's head as if intending to suffocate him. What on earth? Is this what they call mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? I never imagined this old fellow would dare to engage in such indecent behavior before our eyes. This audacious old man dared to act lewdly in front of the prince? Cayenne, who had been silently enduring her boredom, could no longer restrain herself upon witnessing this scene. A flicker of cold light sparkled in her eyes, and her aura turned decidedly sharper. The aloof Queen Medusa was undeniably impressive. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen clear his throat, Cayenne felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only huff as she turned her head away. That wretched old man is going to corrupt my young master. If Xiao Chen were to suddenly convulse and collapse, would I have to rush over to assist him as well? With that thought in mind, Cayenne's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Xiao Chen. Only to find him gazing back at her, his eyes casually swept over her alluring features, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Young master, what are you staring at? If Cayenne intended to unleash a commanding retort in her queenly tone. But the words faltered at her lips, and she could only manage a somewhat awkward pout. Cough, cough, cough. It's nothing. Caught in the act of surreptitiously admiring Cayenne, Xiao Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Swiftly turning his gaze back to the prone Yunshan, have you inhaled enough yet, old man? Do you really think we are invisible? Chapter 41. Please do not misunderstand, my purchase of these items serves a significant purpose. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's irritable admonition and sensing the lethal glare from Cayenne, Yunshan reluctantly lifted his head after taking a deep breath, still somewhat dissatisfied. My apologies for the spectacle. Esteemed guests, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, he waved his hand, signaling the maid to retreat. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he continued, in my old age, I have developed certain ailments. When overly agitated, my internal energy surges uncontrollably. If I do not promptly inhale a few breaths of youthful essence, I risk succumbing to madness. Xiao Chen and Cayenne were taken aback by Yunshan's explanation. Such an odd affliction truly existed? Was this old man practicing some sort of nefarious technique? Please do not misunderstand, this is a consequence of my incomplete pure yang cultivation technique, a residual effect from my forced breakthrough to the nirvana realm. Yun Shan explained, sensing their skepticism. Without lingering on the topic, he turned serious and inquired of Xiao Chun, though the quality of these pills is exceptional, they belong to the Xin and Earth tiers, and thus their selling price will not be exorbitant. If you require spirit crystals urgently, I can offer you 360,000 spirit crystals for this batch of premium pills. However, should you not be in haste, I recommend auctioning them instead. Our merchant guild only takes a 20% service fee, while the remaining 80% of the auction proceeds will belong entirely to you. What say you? Normally Yun Shan would have unhesitatingly opted to buy them outright, without inquiring about the possibility of an auction, yet Xiao Chen's enigmatic aura compelled him to foster a good relationship with the young man. After pondering for a while, he chose to extend the offer. Auction. Hearing Yun Shan's proposition, Xiao Chen paused momentarily, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is your esteemed guild hosting an auction soon? It was common knowledge that the merchant guild's purchasing prices were typically at the lowest end. If an auction were possible, the value of this batch of pills could potentially multiply several times over. Thus, the mention of an auction piqued Xiao Chen's interest immediately. How fortuitous, young master. A grand auction is scheduled to take place in Tiandu City 3 days hence. Preparations are nearly complete. We are merely awaiting the announcement to invite surrounding factions. Yun Shan chuckled heartily, a self-satisfied expression gracing his face. This auction was a result of his request to the guild's headquarters, and he had acquired numerous valuable items in the process. He had planned to make a significant impression, and now with Xiao Chen's presence, the auction would surely be even more spectacular if this batch of pills were included. 3 days later, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before reaching a decision. Very well, let us proceed with the auction as you suggested. He had just eliminated Li Hai today. It was unlikely that the Tai sword sect would uncover the truth so swiftly. Posing no immediate threat to the Xiao family in the following days, he could devise a plan to deal with Morong Fu and obtain the revitalizing purple pill from him. Young master is truly wise. Yun Shan beamed, promptly gathering all the pills before stating, I shall temporarily safeguard this batch of pills. I will arrange accommodations for both of you at the guild. You may reside here for the next few days. Accommodation can wait. The transaction is not yet complete. Seeing Yun Shan's intention to arrange lodging for them and to add the pills to the auction list, Xiao Chen waved his hand, halting him. Do you have more valuable items? Yun Shan turned abruptly, astonishment etched on his features as he regarded Xiao Chen. To possess so many premium pills without depleting his wealth, this young master was evidently extravagantly wealthy. That is not the case. I am not here to sell items, but rather to procure a batch of supplies from you. Noting Yun Shan's bewildered gaze, Xiao Chen smiled and continued straightforwardly, given your guild's extensive operations in Tiandu City over the years, you must possess numerous unsellable surplus materials, items such as remnants of weapons, discarded pills, and materials with little value. Whatever you have, I will take them all. This was the true purpose of his visit to the Xian Merchant Guild. As the largest merchant guild within the Dacian dynasty, their means of gathering resources was unparalleled. With such a vast organization, they surely had a wealth of inventory, including various materials. Many of these resources, due to quality issues, were relegated to gathering dust in storage. By becoming a valued client of the Xian Merchant Guild and acquiring these materials at a low cost, he could undoubtedly convert them into invaluable points. Thus, he had presented so many premium pills for sale, aiming to elevate his status to facilitate the acquisition of the guild's resources at minimal expense. You wish to acquire our guild's surplus materials? Yun Shan was utterly flummoxed by Xiao Chen's request. Clearly, he could not comprehend the young man's intentions. Selling off a batch of premium pills only to engage in a wholesale acquisition of refuse, was this the peculiar taste of a powerful young master? Please do not misunderstand. My purchase of these items serves a significant purpose. Faced with Yun Shan's incredulous gaze, Xiao Chen hastily concocted an excuse. My master has a peculiar creature that consumes vast quantities of materials daily to expedite its bloodline evolution. Hence my need to procure such refuse. After speaking, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at Kai Yan, reminiscent of the bloodline of the celestial python within her, which, once fully awakened, could also devour all to thrive. As he spoke, it seemed he was subtly hinting at her. Surely she wouldn't catch on, would she? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Kai Yan looking back at him, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Her gaze seemed to question whether he was implying that he wished to keep her as a pet to him. Not daring to hold her gaze for too long, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and quickly averted his eyes. Meanwhile, Yun Shan, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, gasped in astonishment. A creature capable of consuming all to grow, such a phenomenon had never crossed his mind. Could it be some sort of young divine beast? With this absurd speculation in mind, Yun Shan felt an increasing reverence for Xiao Chen. To possess such an unheard of creature and casually present so many premium pills, Xiao Chen's master must undoubtedly be a formidable being. Perhaps even a legendary figure. Since young master has a need, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist you. With a newfound determination, Yun Shan respectfully clasped his hands together, eager to please Xiao Chen. Please allow young Master Xiao to stay here for a moment. I shall promptly gather all the unsold goods that our trading association has accumulated over the years, without waiting for any response from Xiao Chen. Yun Shan hurriedly scurried away. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen emerged from the Ziyun Trading Association, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After considerable effort, he had successfully converted all the discarded materials from the association's branch in Tiandu City into points, now exceeding 300,000. After all, these were remnants accumulated over centuries by the Ziyun Trading Association, and when converted, they could be valued at 3 million spirit crystals. Fortunately, Yun Shan had not immediately claimed the spirit crystals. He intended to deduct the relevant costs after the auction of the medicinal pills, allowing Xiao Chen to acquire these resources now while still retaining 38,000 spirit crystals. Young master, shall we proceed to the city lord's mansion? As the azure sky approached dusk, Cayenne suddenly inquired, tilting her head. Indeed, now that we know City Lord Morong possesses the revival spirit pill, we must secure it. Xiao Chen nodded in response to Cayenne's quiet question. With these 300,000 points, he could resolve most of his issues and obtain the medicinal pills from Morong Fu. He could even seize the opportunity to subdue the City Lord's mansion, transforming this force into a formidable weapon in his arsenal. With the City Lord's mansion as a backing and Cayenne restored to her peak condition, he would no longer need to fear retaliation from the Tai Sword sect. You are truly kind to me, young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Cayenne shivered slightly, lowering her head as she expressed her gratitude. To assist her in regaining her peak state, he had tirelessly traversed to Tiandu City. As the Queen Medusa of the Serpent People, her reputation among the human dynasties was far from favorable, yet Xiao Chen seemed utterly unconcerned, not only saving her life but also providing such assistance. His willingness to exert himself and expend resources was something few could achieve, yet he willingly devoted himself to her. Could it be that young master harbors feelings for her? The mere thought sent a tremor through Cayenne's gaze, her heart swelling with astonishment and an unprecedented sweetness. Although young master might be somewhat fickle, his kindness was genuine. She vowed never to betray his trust in this lifetime. What is the matter with this woman? When Cayenne abruptly uttered such a statement, Xiao Chen turned, momentarily bewildered, only to find her eyes shimmering with emotion. The upper half of her face, partially veiled by a crimson gauze, revealed an alluring flush. This caused Xiao Chen's heart to skip a beat. Goodness, her demeanor is strikingly similar to that of Xiao Meier and the others when they attempt to seduce him. Could this Queen Medusa be in heat and unable to restrain herself? However, the issue lay in his relatively low cultivation level. He had yet to cultivate the ancient kidney physique. Should he fail to withstand her advances, would that not obliterate his masculine dignity? After all, female creatures in heat could exhibit significantly heightened combat prowess. If he faltered even slightly, it would lead to disastrous consequences. I must showcase the beauty of the Medusa Queen's serpent waist and lovely legs. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Why are you staring at me?" "Nothing," Cayenne replied, nearly caught off guard by Xiao Chen's blunt inquiry. "Young master, why not be frank with her?" Did he expect her to initiate the conversation? Yet she was at a loss for words, her anxiety mounting. "Leave the matter of the revival spirit pill to me. You should return to the trading association and rest up. I will retrieve it and return to find you." Feeling a surge of frustration, Cayenne slightly turned her head, her tone laced with melancholy, her aura taking on a somewhat dangerous edge. "What's your intention?" Sensing that Cayenne's demeanor had grown ominous, Xiao Chen was startled, his voice tinged with confusion. "Are you planning to rob the city lord's mansion? Isn't it your plan?" Cayenne responded, surprised by his question. After discerning the whereabouts of the revival spirit pill and realizing the other party would not easily relinquish it, the most straightforward approach seemed to be a direct and forceful seizure. Did they intend to steal it under the cover of night? After all, they possessed absolute military superiority, even in her current diminished state. She was not someone Morong Fu and his ilk could contend with. Rob the city lord's mansion? Xiao Chen gasped, feeling a headache coming on as he looked at Kai Yan. Morong Fu and his companions bore no personal grudge against him. It was unnecessary to resort to direct force for a single medicinal pill. We must win them over with kindness, you see. Truly, as a Medusa queen of the serpent people, it was no surprise that she would resort to robbery at the slightest provocation. No wonder the human powerhouses held her in such fear. Realizing she had been schooled by Xiao Chen, Kai Yan's expression turned pitiful as she lowered her head, her mood darkening further. It seemed she still did not fully comprehend young master. Just half a day prior he had been ruthlessly decisive during the bloodbath of the Lin family, and now, with the power to suppress others, he sought to win them over with kindness. Indeed, men were capricious beings. Their hearts inscrutable. Let us go. Do not stand there foolishly. Noticing Kai Yan with her head down, lost in thought, Xiao Chen lost interest in lingering there and, without a second thought, took her hand, leading her toward the central square. The sun was nearly set. If they did not hurry, they would surely face closed doors. Boom. At that moment, Kai Yan was entirely unaware of what Xiao Chen was saying the instant he took her hand. Her mind erupted with a thunderous roar, as if her soul had been drawn forth by his touch. She could only gaze blankly at Xiao Chen, her body moving like a marionette, obediently following him forward. Young master actually took the initiative to hold her hand? The last time she had flown with Xiao Chen, it was she who had to initiate before he would grasp her hand. But this time, it was entirely unanticipated. He had taken her hand all on his own. The meaning behind this gesture was profoundly different. This realization sent Kai Yan's heart racing, the alluring curve of her lips beneath the veil forming a captivating arc. The earlier frustrations and unhappiness dissipated in an instant. Sometimes, women are easily satisfied. A simple gesture can tug at their hearts. In the central square of the city, a bustling area of Tiandu City, various shops offered a multitude of goods, alongside stalls selling delectable beast meats. Moreover, a martial arts arena allowed warriors to engage in friendly combat. At the forefront of the central arena stood a tall announcement stone, adorned with proclamations from the city lord's mansion. Among these was one that offered a substantial reward. City Lord Morong Fu was seeking aid, promising 100,000 spirit crystals and 5 high-tier items to anyone who could cure Morong Bo or the city lord's daughter. Morong Qingxue. This announcement had once attracted many seekers, but as those individuals failed, it remained untouched. There it is. Upon arriving at the central square with Kai Yan, Xiao Chen's gaze locked onto the stone tablet. After a brief search, he removed the announcement. Who is this kid? Does he truly believe he can heal the old city lord or the young lady? How is that even possible? The conditions of both Morong Bo and Miss Morong are beyond even the Pill King Guqing his capabilities. How could a mere novice hope to achieve it? Taking down the announcement without the requisite skills was tantamount to mocking the city lord's mansion. Many who had previously sought the reward had met dire fates, their limbs broken and imprisoned by city lord Nurenji. As Xiao Chen made his move, nearby warriors paused, their astonished gazes fixed on him, murmuring in hushed tones, their eyes filled with derision and pity. May I inquire as to your name? Amidst the whispers, a stern soldier approached Xiao Chen, the guardians of the announcement stone tasked with preventing vandalism. Naturally, it was also their duty to escort anyone who dared to take down the announcement to the city lord's mansion. My surname is Xiao, he replied, feeling a sense of appreciation when the guards did not immediately reprimand him. That he clasped his hands in greeting, stating his name. Young Master Xiao, are you aware of the implications of this announcement? The soldier, though serious, cautioned him in a low tone. The reward may seem enticing, but lacking genuine ability could lead to severe repercussions. Not to worry, simply take us to the city lord's mansion, Xiao Chen replied dismissively, waving his hand. Very well, then please follow us, the two soldiers said before leading Xiao Chen and Kai Yan away. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion of Tiandu City, chaos erupted. City lord, we have a problem. The young lady has hanged herself. Morong Fu, seated in his study, was immediately propelled into action. Upon hearing that panic scream, he forcefully flung aside the soldiers who sought to report to him, sending them flying several yards away. Qingxue, in what felt like a mere heartbeat, Morong Fu dashed into the chamber of his beloved daughter, Morong Qingxue, his demeanor fraught with anxiety as he approached her bed. Two maidservants knelt nearby, trembling uncontrollably, yet his focus remained solely on the figure on the bed, a woman whose features were obscured. No, this was not merely a woman, she bore the semblance of a primitive creature. For her face was marked with a crimson imprint, and her exposed skin was adorned with eerie red hairs. Rather than a human, she resembled a monkey. this was Morong Qingxue, his own daughter, afflicted by a congenital ailment due to being born prematurely. Before the age of 10, she had been like any other child, a delicate little girl of exquisite beauty. However, following her 10th birthday, red spots began to appear on her face, and the fine hairs on her body thickened, transforming into a bizarre crimson hue. Thus, she became the object of scorn and considered an ill-omened anomaly. Over the years, Morong Fu had traversed the length and breadth of the realm, consulting countless experts. Yet none could remedy her condition. It was precisely due to her grotesque transformation that Qingxue had sequestered herself within her chamber, weeping endlessly and attempting to take her own life on more than one occasion. Fortunately, due to the vigilant watch of her servants and her unique constitution, she had narrowly escaped death each time. Upon a cursory examination of her condition, Morong Fu's racing heart finally found some solace, though her breath was erratic. Her life was not in immediate peril. What has transpired? Was it not your duty to watch over the young lady? How could you allow her the opportunity to hang herself? Morong Fu released her wrist, his visage darkening as he turned to confront the two maidservants. A chilling aura emanated from him, lowering the room's temperature to frigid levels. Honger was momentarily negligent. We beseech the lord of the city for forgiveness. The maidservants remained bowed, shaking violently at Morong Fu's inquiry. Do not blame them. It was I who concocted an excuse to send them away. Your ire toward them is futile. Just as Morong Fu was about to respond, Morong Qingxue stirred, her ethereal voice drifting through the air. It was hard to fathom that such a melodious tone could emanate from a girl so grotesquely altered. Qingxue, upon hearing her voice, the shadow of despair vanished from Morong Fu's countenance, and he swiftly turned to face her. Have you encountered something distressing? Speak, and I shall ensure it is resolved. Father, allow me to depart quietly from this world. Before he could finish, Morong Qingxue interrupted. To live as a pariah in the eyes of others only burdens you further and subjects me to relentless torment. Father, I am weary of this life. Although suicide is an act of cowardice and evasion, I can no longer endure this existence. I long for my mother. If there is a next life, I would be your daughter once more, honoring your kindness. But for now, I implore you to forgive my willfulness and permit me to leave this world. Her hauntingly beautiful words, laden with despair, resonated through the room, causing Morong Fu to shudder violently. As if struck by an incomprehensible pain that threatened to suffocate him, the once trembling maidservants, Qinger and Honger, now wept uncontrollably, having realized that Morong Qingxue truly suffered more in life than in death. Today, Qingxue sought to dismiss them for a reason they could sense, yet they chose to depart, hoping to fulfill her wishes. Perhaps, for Morong Qingxue, death was the only true liberation. Snower, grant your father 3 more days. I have found a great healer. He will surely cure your affliction. I promise you, you will recover, so please wait just a little longer. Seeing the pleading in his daughter's eyes, Morong Fu suppressed the urge to weep, his voice imbued with desperation. He understood her torment all too well. Living was indeed a form of torture for her, yet she was his flesh and blood, the sole remnant of his love with his late wife. He could not bear to witness her demise. Chapter 44. In the span of a single day, 2 devastating blows. Father, this is the 20th time you have deceived me with this excuse. Upon hearing Morong Fu's words, Morong Qingxue turned her head slightly, tears streaming down her hair. In the past, I have willingly fallen for your words out of compassion and reluctance to part with you, but this time, I truly do not wish to be misled any further. With that, Morong Qingxue painfully closed her eyes, as if engulfed by an abyss that consumed all light. Over the years, Morong Fu had consoled her with similar reassurances, seeking various talented individuals, yet every attempt at treatment had ended in failure. Each time, she bore the crushing weight of hope transformed into despair, all while enduring the incredulous stares of outsiders who regarded her as a monster. This agony was incomprehensible to anyone but her. Qingxue, this time I speak the truth. I have genuinely found an extraordinary person who can heal you. Just endure for 3 more days, will you? Observing the lifelessness in Morong Qingxue's expression, Morong Fu continued hoarsely, suppressing the pain in his heart. If, after 3 days, he cannot cure you, then I shall grant you permission to leave. Those final words were uttered with every ounce of strength he could muster, as if his very soul were being torn asunder. The greatest anguish in the world is to witness a parent bidding farewell to their child, and for anyone with a shred of familial affection, such a sensation is akin to being flayed alive. Thank you, Father. Morong Qingxue opened her eyes slightly, gazing deeply at Morong Fu before shutting them once more, as if wishing to etch his image into her memory forever. Then rest well. I shall fetch that healer for you." After covering her with a blanket, Morong Fu exited the chamber, his steps heavy with sorrow. 3 more days. How cruel it was for a father to know he could only share that fleeting time with his daughter. Upon closing the door behind him, he leaned against it, the world around him cloaked in darkness. Cough, cough, cough. "Is little Shwe all right?" At that moment, an elderly voice broke the silence, and a frail, white-haired man was wheeled in. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, exuding an aura of decay, resembling a man on the brink of death. This man was none other than Morong Fu's father, the former lord of Tiandu City. "Morong Bo, father." Upon seeing Morong Bo, Morong Fu straightened immediately, the despair on his face swiftly replaced by resolve. "Shwe is fine. She merely had a fleeting moment of despair. After my counsel, she is now resting within her chamber." After a moment's hesitation, Morong Fu chose to conceal the truth, opting instead to mask the recent events. "That is good to hear." Morong Bo nodded, his gaze warm as he looked into the room. Before lifting his head to speak in a raspy tone, "Prepare my final rites. I fear I shall not last 3 more days." Boom! At those words, Morong Fu's body jolted, his mind echoing with a thunderous cacophony. Though he had anticipated this, hearing it aloud was a different matter altogether. In the span of a single day, 2 calamities had befallen him, even as a formidable practitioner of the 9th stage of nirvana. He felt as if the world were spinning around him. To lose 2 blood relatives in such a short time was an unimaginable blow. Truly, misfortune strikes when one is least prepared, and it seemed that fate had dealt him a cruel hand in this life. "I understand." With a heart heavy with anguish, Morong Fu finally uttered those words. "The deepest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to hope." Perhaps this phrase encapsulated his current state of being. "Lord, someone has torn down the notice in the central square and is now awaiting you outside the city lord's residence." Just as Morong Fu staggered, on the verge of collapse, a soldier rushed in with urgent tidings. "What?" The words were not raised in volume, yet they struck Morong Fu like a thunderclap, causing him to lift his head abruptly. "Who? Is it a master of medicine from the Dacian dynasty, or perhaps a renowned alchemist?" As hope flickered in his eyes, Morong Fu spoke with growing urgency, rushing to seize the soldier by the shoulders. At that moment, he resembled a man on the brink of despair, clinging to the last vestige of hope. His fervent demeanor startled the soldier. None of them felt the weight of the arms resting upon his shoulders, capable of crushing him at any moment. The soldier replied, his voice trembling. It was a strikingly handsome young man clad in black. Accompanied by a veiled woman in red, they claimed to possess absolute certainty in their ability to cure the old city lord, urging us to bring them forth. Absolute certainty? Upon hearing the soldier utter those words, the excitement on Morong Fu's face instantly turned to a shadowy gloom. In the past, others had dared to proclaim such confidence, only to deceive like charlatans from the martial world. Those individuals ultimately met their demise at his hands. Cast into the dungeons, and now a young man and a woman dared to make such audacious promises. Once again, it was a pair of naive youth, utterly oblivious to the world's harsh realities, Morong Bo remarked with a hint of disinterest. Having overheard their conversation, send them away. I have no desire to endure further turmoil. In his current half-alive state, he could hardly last more than 3 days. Even a master of heavenly medical arts would struggle to alleviate his condition, let alone force a prolongation of his life. Unless a legendary saintly healer appeared, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope for his recovery. Yet, such revered figures were elusive, shrouded in mystery. This pair of young souls was clearly not among them. Father, why not meet with them? After a moment of silence, Morong Fu's expression gradually calmed, and he turned, his voice low as he implored. Though hope seemed a distant memory, he still wished to try, for miracles do occasionally manifest. The greatest despair lies not in the absence of hope, but in the loss of hope within oneself. Without hope, the world is engulfed in darkness, much like his daughter and father. As a parent and child, he was unwilling to surrender. Since you remain undaunted, cough, cough, then I shall accompany you a little longer, cough, cough. Observing the pleading look in Morong Fu's eyes and recalling Morong Qingxue within the chamber, Morong Bo's resolve softened. Thank you, Father. Morong Fu bowed respectfully to Morong Bo and then turned to the soldier, instructing in a low tone, take them to the hall. I will join you shortly. Chapter 45, no matter the injury, I can heal it. Gentlemen, our city lord requests your presence. Outside the city lord's manor, upon returning from a report, the soldier immediately clasped his hands in greeting to Xiao Chen and Kai Yan. Though his gaze bore an air of complexity, such a well-matched pair of golden youth, while uncertain of their motives in navigating this murky situation, it seemed likely they would not leave the city lord's manor unscathed. If even the Dan King Guqinghe could not resolve the matter, how could a pair of youngsters succeed? With a silent sigh, the soldier refrained from further commentary, gesturing for Xiao Chen and Kai Yan to proceed. Xiao Chen and Kai Yan exchanged no words, merely nodding before stepping into the city lord's manor. Moments later, they were seated in the conference hall, sipping tea while awaiting their audience. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. Morong Fu soon entered, pushing Morong Bo before him, and several pairs of eyes locked in mutual recognition. Indeed, so youthful. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's still boyish yet handsome visage, both Morong Fu and Morong Bo felt their hearts sink. Any lingering hope dissipated upon witnessing such youth. How could one so young possess transcendent medical prowess? Even if he had trained since birth, his abilities would surely fall short. As despair set in, the father and son turned their gazes toward Kai Yan. Upon meeting her indifferent gaze, both felt a shiver run down their spines, their pupils contracting sharply. Such an icy, apathetic gaze, this person was undeniably a formidable force. At that moment, both father and son shared the same thought. The intensity of the life and death crisis she instilled in them indicated her cultivation must be above the transcendent realm. What startled Morong Bo even more was that he felt he had seen those icy eyes before. Yet, he could not quite place it. The memory felt distant. Young Master Xiao, I have heard that after removing the notice, you claim to have absolute confidence in your ability to heal my father. Might this be an exaggeration? Realizing Kai Yan's formidable cultivation, Morong Fu dared not adopt an arrogant demeanor. Reproaching Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, he clasped his hands in respect and directly addressed them. Devoid of pleasantries, this caught Xiao Chen off guard, prompting a faint smile as he replied, Your father's condition may appear daunting to others, but for me, it is a mere trifle. As long as you are willing to meet my terms, I can restore him to health, no matter the severity of his injuries. His nonchalant declaration, imbued with immense confidence, reverberated through the hall, leaving Morong Fu and Morong Bo momentarily stunned. Every injury can be healed? Was this individual either exceedingly arrogant or genuinely skilled? Are you certain? Morong Fu nearly retorted with a sharp nonsense, but remembering Kai Yan's status as a top-tier powerhouse, he ultimately inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he sought confirmation. This time, however, Xiao Chen remained silent, merely sipping his tea with an expression that suggested belief was optional. Cough, cough. What terms do you seek? Meanwhile, seated in the wheelchair, Morong Bo could not help but interject, noting Xiao Chen's calm demeanor. If he truly possessed such abilities, he would not have come to the city lord's manor merely for the paltry reward mentioned in the notice. Thus, this individual must have ulterior motives. The terms in the notice, along with the revitalizing purple pill in your possession. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen raised his head, casually responding, What? This revelation struck Morong Fu and Morong Bo like a thunderclap, reverberating through their minds. The revitalizing purple pill was a precious elixir that had nearly drained the city lord's coffers 13 years prior. The reward outlined in the notice represented the meager savings of the city lord's manor over the years. To think Xiao Chen would demand such an exorbitant price, aiming to strip the city lord's manor bare. Most critically, if they handed over the revitalizing purple pill, even if Morong Bo's injuries were fully healed, he would still need to start his training anew. Given Xiao Chen's age, the prospect of returning to his former pinnacle of power seemed utterly ludicrous. If there are no issues, I can first assist old Master Morong in recovering from his injuries, and you may deliver the items afterward. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the father and son, Xiao Chen understood he should not press too hard at this juncture. By bringing this matter to light, he merely sought to provide Morong Bo with a psychological hint and prepare Morong Fu for what lay ahead. Once he restored Morong Bo's health, the contract imposed by the system would undoubtedly elevate Morong Bo's goodwill toward him to unprecedented heights. At that point, requesting the revitalizing purple pill would be far easier than demanding it now. Aren't you afraid we might renege on our word later? Upon hearing that Xiao Chen intended to heal Morong Bo first, Morong Fu's gaze flickered momentarily before he asked, his tone somewhat somber. The other's eagerness left him puzzled. I trust that City Lord Morong is not a fool, otherwise, the City Lord's manor would face ruin. Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly in response, while Kai Yan, understanding the underlying implications, suddenly exuded a terrifying aura, causing both Morong Fu and Morong Bo to change color. Their instincts proved correct. This woman in red truly possessed the power to kill them. However, this fleeting menace went unnoticed by others in the city lord's manor, leaving both Morong Bo and Morong Fu drenched in cold sweat. Cough, cough, you may leave. After a brief silence, Morong Bo coughed and spoke. But he was interrupted by Morong Fu, who interjected, "Very well, we shall proceed as you say, that if you can indeed heal my father, the reward shall be the terms stated in the notice, along with the revitalizing purple pill." Although this decision would inflict significant losses upon the city lord's manor and hinder Morong Bo's swift recovery, should Morong Bo fully regain his health, he would be able to train anew. And hope for a return to his former glory would remain foolishness. For the sake of this old body, it is not worth it. Upon hearing Morong Fu's immediate agreement, Morong Bo grew anxious, exclaiming, "Without the revitalizing purple pill, even if my injuries heal, I will merely be an old man. Having lost my former cultivation, I would be of no aid to the city lord's manor. It would be wiser to preserve this resource and develop the city lord's affairs or treat Morong Qingxue properly." "Quite so, you shall be grateful for this decision in the future." After hearing Morong Fu's words, Xiao Chen offered a nonchalant compliment, disregarding Morong Bo's concerns. This old fellow still had a touch of confusion. But once he experienced restoration, his perspective would surely shift. "Let us not delay any further. We shall commence now." Xiao Chen wasted no time, rising to prepare for Morong Bo's treatment. However, just as he was about to proceed, a voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the hall, causing him to furrow his brow. Chapter 46. How intriguing. It seems we have a wedding annulment scenario. My nephew, Nalan Shiji, arrives uninvited. I implore Uncle Morong and Old Master Morong not to take offense. As this proclamation rang out, a young man clad in blue entered the hall, accompanied by an elderly man, as if they were entering a realm devoid of obstacles, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Certainly, what Xiao Chen felt was predominantly displeasure. He was in the midst of handling important matters when suddenly two individuals barged in, and the guards of the city lord's residence had yet to intervene. It was truly disheartening, however, with the presence of outsiders. He could only pause his actions and observe the situation. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen resumed his seat and lifted his teacup to continue savoring his tea. Lan Shijie. Upon seeing the young man before him, Mu Rongfu's face revealed a trace of bewilderment. The name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Then, as if recalling something, he unexpectedly smiled and said, "So it is Nalan's nephew. I did not expect you to have grown so much. It has been nearly a decade since we last met." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Rongfu finally remembered. This individual was indeed the son of his close friend, Nalan Shijie, who was also engaged to Morong Qingxue. However, he had only visited the Morong family a decade ago to formalize his engagement to Morong Qingxue. Subsequently, he was discovered to possess a mid-tier talent for martial arts and was directly taken in as a disciple by the leader of the Tai sword sect. That he had spent all these years within the sect, and even Mu Rongfu had not seen him again. Who would have thought that after 10 years, this lad would come to the Morong family unannounced? Could it be that there was a pressing matter at hand? As this thought flickered through his mind, Mu Rongfu's smile gradually faded. His young nephew had been sequestered in the Tai sword sect for years, and it was only after he recently broke through to the spirit aperture realm that he had the time to descend the mountain for a visit. Upon hearing Mu Rongfu's words, Nalan Shijie replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride adorning his expression, breaking through to the first level of the spirit aperture realm at the age of 18. Who among the younger generation of the Deqian Empire could rival him, except for those prodigies from the top-tier forces? Wait, you broke through to the spirit aperture realm? Both Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongbo revealed shock upon hearing this. Back in the day, even Mu Rongbo, who possessed low-tier talent, only managed to break through to the spirit aperture realm after the age of 19. Who would have thought that Nalan Shijie would achieve this milestone at 18? If he were to diligently cultivate, he would undoubtedly ascend to the profound realm in the future, and it was even possible he could touch upon the celestial realm. The Nalan family had truly produced a prodigious talent. "Uncle Morong, may I inquire about the whereabouts of Morong Qingxue, my fiancée?" Just as Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongbo were taken aback, Nalan Shijie scanned the hall. His gaze finally landing on Cayenne, his face involuntarily displaying a look of astonishment, followed by a hint of suspicion. Could this be Qingxue? From the information he had gathered, Morong Qingxue seemed to be afflicted by a mysterious ailment. With red spots on her face and red hair covering her body, how could a woman of such striking figure and extraordinary demeanor, veiled yet radiant, be found within the Morong family? Had her hidden affliction been cured? "This lady is a distinguished guest of the city lord's residence," Mu Rongfu responded in a somewhat subdued tone upon noticing Nalan Shijie's gaze fixated on Cayenne. However, before he could finish his sentence, Cayenne suddenly lifted her head with indifference. If you dare to gaze at me with such lecherous eyes, I will not hesitate to have them plucked from your head. Her icy words echoed throughout the hall, causing Nalon-Shurjia's mind to buzz, nearly collapsing to the ground. How dare this mere human insect interrupt the young masteress' affairs and regard her with such contempt? Is she a profound realm expert? The elderly figure in grey standing beside Nalon-Shurjia trembled at the aura emanating from Cayenne, his expression morphing into one of dread as he regarded her with utmost vigilance. Though he held the position of the second elder of the Tai Sword sect, his cultivation was merely at the 8th level of nirvana, significantly inferior compared to a profound realm expert. Witnessing Cayenne's sudden outburst, Xiaochen could not help but clear his throat. Although he was still somewhat unclear about the unfolding events, he could piece together the situation from the dialogue exchanged and the matter concerning Mu Rongqing. Was this not a classic scenario of a marriage annulment? He never anticipated that his visit to the Mu Rong family would lead to such a melodramatic affair, yet, to witness this iconic scene from a third-party perspective was indeed a unique experience. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's throat clear, Cayenne retracted her icy killing intent, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the two before continuing to delicately manipulate her captivating fingers. Since the city lord has an old acquaintance present, let us temporarily set aside our matters. Once you have resolved your affairs, we shall resume our previous discussion. As the atmosphere in the hall fell into a heavy silence, Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and calmly remarked, "Once you have settled your matters, we can continue where we left off." With that, he showed no inclination to glance at Nalon-Shurjia again, returning to his solitary enjoyment of tea. Nalon-Shurjia, witnessing this, felt his previously handsome countenance darken considerably. Who exactly was this individual? His demeanor and composure overshadowed even that of the young master of the Tai Sword sect. And he was accompanied by such an enchanting beauty, not to mention a profound realm expert. In contrast, he had brought along a decrepit old man, making him appear significantly inferior. To think he had come to annul a marriage only to be overshadowed by a peer, how utterly humiliating. Nalon-Shurjia, Qing Shui is unwell and resting in her chamber. Why don't you wait in the back hall for the time being, once I have attended to my matters? We can share a drink and reminisce. Upon hearing Xiao Chen suggest that he handle his business first, Mu Rongfu turned to Nalon-Shurjia and spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. No need. Before Mu Rongfu could finish his sentence, Nalon-Shurjia interrupted with a cold snort. In truth, I did not come here to reminisce, but rather to annul the engagement. Boom. Upon hearing Nalon-Shurjia's proclamation, even Mu Rongfu, who had harbored suspicions, felt as though his mind had been struck by thunder. Is this your own desire, or is it your father Nalon-Shurjia's intention? Before outsiders, to be told by a younger generation that he intended to annul the engagement left Mu Rongfu's expression extremely grim, suppressing the fury that surged within him. He and Nalon-Shurjia were close friends. Though they had grown somewhat distant over the years, he still cherished their bond. After all, in the third year following Mu Rongbo's misfortune, when the situation at the city lord's residence had become unstable, it was Nalon-Shurjia who had suggested the engagement between Mu Rongqing and Nalon-Shurjia, in order to declare the alliance of the two families to the outside world and stabilize Mu Rong's position. If after all these years, Nalon's family wished to backtrack due to Mu Rongqing's misfortune, it would be Nalon-Shurjia who should come to him privately to dissolve the engagement. Rather than sending a younger generation with an elder from the sect to announce the annulment so publicly and without regard for courtesy, this felt akin to an insult to the Mu Rong family. This is my own decision. Nalon-Shurjia did not bother to twist the truth, openly affirming his stance. This marriage was arranged by our elders when we were still young. I have scarcely paid it any mind over the years. But now rumors abound that Mu Rongqing has been afflicted by a mysterious ailment, turning into something neither human nor ghost. As the young master of the Tai Sword sect, how could I marry a creature with red hair? Enough. Nalon-Shurjia's merciless words pierced through Mu Rongfu's heart like a knife, prompting an involuntary roar of anger from him. Meanwhile, Mu Rongbo, seated in a wheelchair, turned pale with rage, coughing incessantly due to the emotional strain. At that moment, as Mu Rongfu's furious voice reverberated, a sound echoed from the corner of the hall, as if someone had collapsed to the ground. Miss. As Xiao Chen and the others turned their attention, Hong Er and Qing Er gasped in alarm upon seeing Mu Rongqing sprawled on the ground. After Mu Rongfu had left, she had mentioned wanting to stroll in the inner courtyard. However, upon hearing the servants report that a pair of young men and women had posted a help notice in the central square, claiming they could undoubtedly cure the elder of the Mu Rong family, curiosity piqued within her, she quietly approached the hall, intending to meet this young couple, only to stumble upon Nalan Shurjia's announcement of the engagement annulment. The heart-wrenching words branding her as a red-haired monster left her feeling as if her heart were being shredded, and in a moment of disorientation, she collapsed. Qing Shui, little snow? Both Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongbo's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of Mu Rongqing Shui outside the hall, revealing a hint of panic. Having felt like a shadow of her former self due to her affliction over the years, Mu Rongqing Shui had contemplated ending her own life multiple times. Now, faced with Nalan Shurjia's humiliating words regarding the annulment of their engagement, how could she harbor any thoughts of wanting to live after such a blow to the dignity of the Mu Rong family? Is this truly the esteemed young lady of the Mu Rong family? Xiaochen lifted his gaze towards the figure shrouded in a black robe, with only a face adorned with red hair visible. She resembled a feminine version of the Monkey King, yet her face bore eerie red spots, which elicited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Without a second thought, he activated his appraisal ability. A tragic girl whose premature birth led to a mutated constitution, suffering from the transformation of the Taiyin Xianxia body, resulting in the essence of the Taiyin being consumed and condensed into the red Sha-yin Qi after absorbing the lunar essence. The excessive proliferation and mutation of body hair has rendered it as resilient as certain profound tier spiritual weapons. With each shedding and subsequent transformation, the malevolent energy within gradually spirals out of control. Should it undergo 9 such transformations, the dark energy would infiltrate the sea of consciousness, resulting in a soulless, malevolent entity devoid of reason. However, should the innate deficiencies in one's constitution be remedied, the Taiyin Xianxia physique could evolve into a sacred-level constitution, with a certain probability of cultivating to the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. As a stream of information unfolded before him, Xiaochen could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this lady, regarded by the common folk as an anomaly, was transformed into such a state due to her innate shortcomings and the uncontrollable dark energy within her. Moreover, if her constitution were to be fully nurtured, it would indeed be of sacred caliber. It is worth noting that even the formidable Queen Medusa possessed merely a heavenly grade talent. In the eastern wilderness, a sacred-level constitution is virtually legendary. It is astonishing that Mu Rongqing Shui would possess such a physique. Young master, this individual seems to harbor a tremendous energy within. As Xiaochen stood in utter shock, Kai Yan, sensing something amiss, gravely addressed him. Although she could not discern that Mu Rongqing Shui's incomplete sacred physique led to the chaos of her innate dark energy, as a powerful being of the celestial realm, she could recognize the extraordinary nature of the other. In the eastern wilderness, she could only be described as a prodigy. Upon hearing Kai Yan's words, Xiaochen slightly tilted his head and remarked meaningfully, leaving Kai Yan somewhat puzzled. She was unsure whether Xiaochen was referring to Mu Rongqing Shui's appearance as anomalous or suggesting that she possessed some astonishing attribute. Is she truly Mu Rongqing Shui? At that moment, Nalan Shiji also caught sight of Mu Rongqing Shui, and an expression of shock involuntarily crossed his face. Clad in black robes, with a body covered in red hair and a face adorned with spots, this creature was his betrothed? I once thought that the tales of the world were somewhat exaggerated, but to my astonishment, this so-called fiancé truly looks neither human nor ghostly. After an initial shock, a wave of intense disgust surged within him. At that moment, Nalan Shiji erupted into wild laughter, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongqing Shui. Prior to arriving at the Mu Rong residence, he had contemplated whether the rumors were merely fabrications intended to tarnish the Mu Rong family's reputation, yet he never imagined that it was indeed true. Mu Rongqing Shui truly resembled a malevolent spirit. Enough. Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's derogatory description of his daughter, Mu Rongfu could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, his nirvana ninefold cultivation aura erupting with a thunderous force. His figure flickered and appeared before Nalan Shiji, delivering a fierce slap aimed directly at him. Should Mu Rongqing Shui, for Nalan Shiji's sake, once again contemplate self-harm today, Nalan Shiji would have to pay the price. However, in that split second, the grey-clad elder standing beside Nalan Shiji coldly snorted and unleashed his own aura, stepping forward to deliver a punch at Mu Rongfu. This was an overt display of contempt towards the elder. Bang! The moment their fists collided, an explosive sound reverberated throughout the hall. A powerful gust of wind swept through like a tempest, causing the entire hall to tremble. Fortunately, neither party had engaged in earnest combat, otherwise, the clash of two Nirvana realm powerhouses would have been sufficient to collapse the entire assembly hall. Morong City Lord Shaji is the young master of the Tai Sword sect. Do you wish to provoke them? After blocking Nalan Shaji's slap, the grey-clad elder fixed a cold gaze on Morong Fu, though his cultivation was a minor tier lower than Morong Fu's. His imposing aura did not waver, even exuding a sense of dominance. After all, while the Morong family might control the entire heavenly capital, in the eyes of the Tai Sword sect, they were still insignificant. The several supreme elders of the Tai Sword sect could easily annihilate the Morong family. If the Morong family did not wish to be obliterated, they would not dare challenge the Tai Sword sect. Upon hearing these words, Morong Fu trembled with rage, his eyes aflame with fury, yet, a sliver of reason prevented him from exploding in anger. It was true that the Tai Sword sect was not an entity the Morong family could afford to provoke. Should they completely sever ties with the Tai Sword sect, the consequences for the Morong family would be dire. Get out! Suppressing his inner fury, Morong Fu took a deep breath and coldly commanded, "You dare to strike me?" As Morong Fu uttered those words, Nalan Shaji, previously startled, regained his composure, recalling that Morong Fu's slap had been less than 10 centimeters from his face. Nalan Shaji was utterly enraged. What did this young master say that was incorrect? Morong Qingxue, with her red spots and red hair, what right does she have to be worthy of this young master? In his heart, a tempest of rage brewed as Nalan Shaji fixed his gaze on Morong Fu. Speaking without a hint of mercy. As the young master of the Tai Sword sect, destined to lead the sect in the future, how could he marry a monster due to a mere engagement? Today, this young master declares that the engagement with the Nalan family is null and void. If you wish to engage in marriage with us, your Morong family is unworthy, and she, Morong Qingxue, is even more unworthy. Boom! Upon hearing Nalan Shaji's proclamation, Morong Fu's mind erupted in a cacophony, his face turning crimson with rage. Morong Bo's complexion turned ashen, coughing incessantly in his wheelchair, appearing as if he might collapse at any moment. Even Morong Qingxue, lying on the ground, had a glint of despair in her eyes, having completely lost all attachment to the world, wishing only to leave it behind. At that moment, as Morong Fu was about to unleash his wrath once more, Xiao Chen's voice unexpectedly pierced through the tension. Chapter 48. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of heaven and earth. I initially had no desire to interfere in your private matters, but your words are simply intolerable. As Morong Fu and the others turned to look, Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, his tone laced with mockery. If you claim that the Morong family's current status is unworthy of you, the young master, there is a modicum of truth in that. However, if you say that this Miss Morong is unworthy of you, I must respectfully disagree with that. Xiao Chen set down his teacup and continued with a teasing inflection. For in my view, it is you who should be deemed unworthy. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone stared at Xiao Chen in disbelief, including Morong Qingxue, who looked up in astonishment at his words. One was a strikingly handsome young man, endowed with exceptional talent and status as the young master of the Tai Sword sect. The other, though the daughter of the city lord, appeared grotesque. It was evident to any discerning observer that the disparity in worthiness lay between Nalan Shaji and Morong Qingxue. Yet Xiao Chen boldly asserted that it was Nalan Shaji who was unworthy of Morong Qingxue, a statement that defied logic. Ha! You dare to claim that this young master is unworthy of this woman? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's absurd declaration, Nalan Shaji was momentarily taken aback but soon erupted into laughter. It was a matter easily discernible by any discerning eye, yet this fellow had the audacity to reverse the truth. Could it be that he was inherently drawn to anomalies? Hearing Nalan Shaji's scathing remarks, Morong Fu clenched his fists tightly, nearly losing control and striking Nalan Shaji once more. However, a flicker of curiosity about Xiao Chen's reasoning held him back. After all, Xiao Chen had boldly claimed to possess the ability to cure Morong Bo, a feat only a capable individual could accomplish. Could it be that he had already discerned something about Morong Qingxue's condition? My preferences are of no concern to you, merely know that I am stating facts. In response to Nalan Shaji's retort, Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, speaking with a calm smile. Let me put it this way, a pearl may be covered in dust, yet even if the majority of the world cannot perceive its brilliance, it remains an object of aspiration for all. Conversely, a piece of dung adorned with gold, no matter how splendid it may appear, remains an abominable waste. Xiao Chen did not state his point explicitly but employed a metaphor, yet anyone present with a modicum of intelligence would understand who he deemed the dusty pearl and who he likened to the foul dung adorned with gold. You dare to insult this young master? Naylan Shiji's face turned the color of liver as he heard those words, and he moved to confront Xiao Chen. However, upon taking a step forward, he noticed Cayenne's intense gaze upon him. With his momentum weakened, he coldly huffed, "This young master broke through to the first level of the spirit aperture realm at the tender age of 18, making me one of the top geniuses within the great Qian dynasty. What qualifications do you have to mock me?" Upon uttering this, Naylan Shiji unleashed his cultivation aura, his presence radiating with overwhelming power as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, though he refrained from striking directly due to Cayenne's presence. He was determined not to lose in terms of pressure. With such an impressive cultivation achievement, he believed he could successfully undermine Xiao Chen's confidence. 18 years old, having reached the first level of the spirit aperture realm, does that grant you superiority over the great Qian dynasty? If I, who have yet to reach 18, have already attained the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm, does that mean I can look down upon the eastern wilderness? Upon witnessing Naylan Shiji's frenzied demeanor akin to an ardent beast, he could hardly contain his eagerness to demonstrate his prowess. At that moment, Xiao Chen rose with a cold smirk, his cultivation aura erupting with a deafening force. The formidable essence of the 7th level of spirit aperture instantaneously shattered Naylan Shiji's momentum, causing his pupils to constrict violently, leaving everyone present in a state of utter shock. No, it cannot be. How could someone not yet 18 possibly attain the 7th level of spirit aperture? This is absolutely impossible. Sensing the overwhelming presence radiating from Xiao Chen, Naylan Shiji exclaimed incredulously. Despite possessing mid-tier heavenly martial talent, he was among the most elite prodigies within the wasteland. How could anyone surpass him in extraordinary ability? A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky and earth. Thus, do not hastily dismiss the significance of another's existence based on your limited perception. Observing Naylan Shiji's dismay, Xiao Chen disdainfully retracted his aura. In your eyes, Miss Morong appears to be a grotesque aberration, neither human nor ghost, yet are you aware that beneath this seemingly unsightly facade lies a countenance of unparalleled beauty? Even disregarding her true appearance, her martial prowess alone would render you utterly insignificant. Boom! Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Morong Fu and Morong Bo were struck as if by thunder, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Xiao Chen, seemingly awakening to a realization that left their bodies trembling. Young Master Xiao, have you discerned my daughter's affliction? After this tremulous inquiry, Morong Qingxue, outside the hall, stood up, her gaze quivering as it fell upon Xiao Chen. For years, the world regarded her as an anomaly, a creature neither human nor ghost, a sentiment she herself harbored. Yet today, as she faced the blow of her broken engagement and contemplated despair, a stranger emerged, proclaiming her to be a pearl covered in dust. Concealed beneath this seemingly hideous exterior is a visage of breathtaking beauty. Even her sporadic ailments might hide an extraordinary talent that surpasses the ordinary. Indeed, Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, his expression composed as he spoke. Miss Morong's symptoms stemmed from inherent deficiencies compounded by an excessively robust constitution, leading to a loss of control over her internal source of yin energy, resulting in her current state. If I am not mistaken, Miss Morong has undergone 8 shedding episodes and frequently experiences turmoil during full moons. The pain in her dantian is often excruciating, each episode rendering her nearly lifeless. This revelation left Naylan Shiji and the Elder in Grey utterly perplexed, while Morong Fu and Morong Bo trembled with greater intensity. Even Morong Qingxue herself was filled with disbelief. He has articulated everything correctly. Indeed, the hair of Morong Qingxue does fall out and regrow, having done so 8 times. Such details eluded even the renowned Pill King Du Qinghe. It is astounding that Xiao Chen, merely by casting a glance at Morong Qingxue, could elucidate all her symptoms. Could this young Master Xiao be a disciple of a medical sage? As the weight of shock settled in, Morong Fu hurried forth to Xiao Chen, his voice quivering as he implored, "Given your insight into my daughter's condition, might you have a remedy?" Deeply moved, Morong Fu stepped forward, his heart racing. For the Morong family, it is exceedingly challenging to procure 2 opportunities for Xiao Chen's assistance. Even with Morong Fu's willingness to kneel, it might not suffice. After all, Xiao Chen is accompanied by formidable allies, rendering Morong Fu's prowess, although formidable, relatively inconsequential. Hence, if only one opportunity remains, he would willingly cede it to his granddaughter. For the youth represents the family's future. This declaration left Nayland Shiji and the elder in grey astounded. Is this old man truly relinquishing hope, passing the chance to another? Has he lost his wits? Meanwhile, upon hearing Morong Bo's words, Morong Qingxue, her eyes brimming with tears, wept uncontrollably. She had long sought death, yet these two relatives were willing to sacrifice everything for her. In contrast, she felt utterly unworthy of their devotion. Rise, Xiao Chen said gently to Morong Fu, a smile gracing his lips. In light of your family's sincerity, I shall consider this a buy-one-get-one offer, extending my assistance twice for a single fee, given the current circumstances. Securing the Morong family was already assured. Further aid for Morong Qingxue was entirely reasonable. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's willingness to assist them, Morong Fu and Morong Bo were overwhelmed with gratitude. Nearly bowing in reverence, had their afflictions, which even the Pill King Gu Qinghe could not resolve, and you, a mere boy, presume you have the capability? Just as Morong Fu and the others expressed their appreciation. Nayland Shiji's voice cut through with a mocking tone, observing that Xiao Chen, though of similar age, not only surpassed him in cultivation but was also making such a spectacle within the Morong family. Jealousy surged within him. If Xiao Chen truly possessed the ability to heal these two, his medical expertise would far exceed even that of the Pill King. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Nayland Shiji's spine. Get out of the Morong family, Nayland Shiji. You have no right to question young Master Xiao. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Morong Fu rose, his gaze fierce as he rebuked Nayland Shiji mercilessly. Were it not for his apprehension of the elder in grey and the backing of the Tai Sword sect, he would have relished the opportunity to incapacitate Nayland Shiji. No matter, he is but a mere jester unworthy of my ire. Seeing Morong Fu's intent to expel Nayland Shiji, Xiao Chen raised a hand to stop him. A playful glint in his eyes as he turned to Nayland Shiji. Did you not claim that Miss Morong is unworthy of you? Soon, you shall witness the true nature of the person you wish to cast aside. With a sardonic smile, Xiao Chen approached Morong Qingxue. Miss Morong, I shall assist in rectifying your inherent deficiencies, though you may experience some discomfort during the transformation process. What? The words elicited shock from Morong Fu and Nayland Shiji. Their eyes wide in disbelief. It seemed Xiao Chen intended to heal Morong Qingxue before the eyes of all present, and the process appeared to be swift. Meanwhile, Morong Qingxue gazed at Xiao Chen, her heart racing with a tumultuous blend of emotions. In his gaze, she found no disdain, only admiration and encouragement. This gaze ignited a flicker of recognition within her, causing her icy heart to tremble. I will endure, she replied softly, lowering her head, her voice resolute despite her shyness. Alas, she was an anomaly, neither fully human nor ghostly, lacking the courage to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, as he acknowledged her response. He erupted with powered ethereal runes swirling around him. Xiao Chen raised his hand and pointed towards Morong Qingxue, exuding an air of superiority that suggested a sage-like presence. It was a mere facade for the public eye. As he sought to disguise himself as a master of the healing arts. If he were to cultivate this reputation, he ought to do so with a semblance of authenticity. Perhaps, once this title spread, numerous high-ranking warriors wounded in battle would find themselves on their knees, pleading for his assistance. After all, a healer capable of restoring powerful beings to health serves, in a sense, as a talisman for survival. Which is precisely why many practitioners of the healing arts hold esteemed positions. Feigning the extraordinary, I cannot believe that even the renowned Dan Wang Gu Qinghe cannot handle what this lad can resolve with but a few gestures. Nayland Shiji scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. Should Xiao Chen falter in his endeavor, he would not only face the wrath of the Morong family but also endure Nayland's taunts and attacks. System, restore Morong Qingxue's constitution. As his finger touched the center of her brow, Xiao Chen issued the command to the system. Ding, 11,200 points have been deducted from the system. Commencing the restoration of Morong Qingxue's constitution, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, the constitution of a saintly tier was remarkable. Merely rectifying some innate deficiencies required over 11,000 points. One could only imagine how exceptional Morong Qingxue's talent would be once her constitution was returned to normal. As the dazzling white light erupted, a series of runes merged with the radiant glow and entered Morong Qingxue's body, prompting her to emit a cry of pain. Subsequently, under the illumination of this white light, The flaws in her constitution were rapidly mended, the unsightly red blotches on her face vanished at an observable pace, and even the hair that had covered her body softened and fell away as the dark energy flowed back into her dantian. In mere moments, as Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, Mu Rongqingxue stilled her trembling, her features, now exquisite and ethereal, emerged before the astonished onlookers. The transformation was so extraordinary that it left everyone in the hall in a state of disbelief. Their minds ringing with shock, Nailan Shiji felt as if his head might explode, his mouth agape in utter astonishment. Previously, he had derided Xiao Chun for claiming that Mu Rongqingxue was stunningly beautiful. But now, witnessing her radiant visage devoid of blemishes, he realized he had been the true fool. This unparalleled beauty, aside from the alluring little junior sister he coveted, Mu Rongqingxue was yet another woman he found irresistible. What was more, her restoration had activated her innate potential, propelling her cultivation to the second realm of spirit aperture, even surpassing his own level. Such extraordinary talent, if nurtured, would undoubtedly lead her to become a formidable being of transcendent caliber. Amidst his overwhelming shock, Nailan Shiji's breath quickened as he gazed at Mu Rongqingxue with increasing fervor. Was this truly Qingxue before him? Observing her metamorphosis, Mu Rongfu stood in stunned disbelief. Unable to trust his own eyes, he approached Mu Rongqingxue, yearning to touch her stunning face, yet fearing it might merely be an illusion. After a moment of hesitation, he abruptly withdrew his hand and slapped himself across the face. "Ah, how it stings! This is real," he exclaimed, laughter erupting from him. "Qingxue has finally returned to her former self." Feeling the pain on his face, Mu Rongfu suddenly laughed maniacally, then knelt before Xiao Chun. "I am deeply grateful, young Master Xiao. You have restored Mu Rongqingxue's original beauty with just a wave of your hand, and elevated her cultivation to the realm of spirit aperture. This is akin to granting her a second life." "I have been restored," as she observed Nailan Shiji's shocked and heated expression, and witnessed Mu Rongbo, seated in his wheelchair, shedding tears of joy. Even her father Mu Rongfu laughed heartily. Mu Rongqingxue, feeling a cool sensation on her face, instinctively reached up to touch her cheeks and neck. Previously, her hand would encounter coarse hair, but now it glided over smooth, delicate skin, akin to caressing satin. This sent a shiver through her. Her pupils dilating in disbelief, as she realized an astonishing truth: she was free of hair. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her, and tears flowed freely after being regarded as a monster for so many years. She could finally embrace the day of her normalcy, all thanks to the young man before her. Little girl Mu Rongqingxue expresses her profound gratitude to young Master Xiao for your immense kindness. Amidst her complex emotions, Mu Rongqingxue knelt in reverence. Once, her world had been shrouded in darkness. Now, someone had illuminated her path. Regardless of his station, whether virtuous or wicked, he would forever be the one she could not forsake. "Please rise, there is no need for such displays of humility," Xiao Chun said with a gentle smile as he regarded Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongqingxue, yet he could not help but gaze at Mu Rongqingxue with a hint of awe. For her beauty was truly breathtaking, rivaled only by the veiled Cayenne behind him. "Have you come to terms with reality now?" Xiao Chun asked, his eyes glinting with mischief as he looked at Nailan Shiji. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Nailan Shiji's face turned an alarming shade of crimson. He struggled to find a retort, realizing he had no justification for his earlier arrogance. The miraculous methods of Xiao Chen had resolved what even the esteemed Dan Wang Guqinghe could not. Yet prideful as he was, he could not simply yield. As his thoughts settled, he cast a glance at Mu Rongqingxue and Mu Rongfu, donning a sincere smile. "Uncle Mu Rong, I must apologize for my earlier disrespect towards you in front of everyone. I hope you can overlook my youthful indiscretion." With a courteous bow towards Mu Rongfu, Nailan Shiji continued, "Now that Sister Qingxue has received such noble assistance and regained her beauty, I, Nailan Shiji, am not one to abandon my commitments. Upon my return to the Tai Sword sect, I shall inform my master to announce to the major forces of the Dacian Empire that in 7 days we shall welcome Sister Qingxue into our fold. This shall honor the engagement arranged by my father and you, Uncle Mu Rong, many years ago." Nailan Shiji's words left not only Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongqingxue wide-eyed in astonishment, but also Xiao Chun, who regarded him with incredulity. Having first forcefully withdrawn from the engagement, he now sought to leverage Mu Rongqingxue's newfound beauty and exceptional talent to pressure the Mu Rong family into honoring the betrothal. Such shamelessness was truly unprecedented. "Begone!" Mu Rongfu bellowed in outrage upon hearing Nailan Shiji's proposition. "You just insulted my daughter before, and now you wish to shamelessly marry her. My daughter would rather live a life of solitude than associate with a scoundrel like you." Though Mu Rongqingxue remained silent, her expression was one of cold indifference. Had Nalan Shiji come to visit her today, she might have felt a fleeting sense of self-worth or admiration for her fiancé. However, the events of the day had unveiled the true nature of Nalan Shiji, leaving her feeling repulsed. Nalan Gongzi, from the moment you spoke such words to my father, I, Mu Rongqingxue, have no further ties with you. Henceforth, I intend to serve young Master Xiao as a maid, so please refrain from speaking in ways that might lead to misunderstandings. With a heart filled with disdain, Mu Rongqingxue spoke coldly. When I was deemed unattractive, you scorned me. Now that I possess beauty, you are unworthy. She resolved that even if she were to serve young Master Xiao as a maid, attending to his every need, she would never associate with such a vile person again. Chapter 51. With Mu Rongqingxue's current beauty, there truly lies a glimmer of hope. After being ruthlessly rejected by Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongqingxue, Nalan Shiji's expression darkened, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at them. How dare you refuse this young master? Taking a deep breath to suppress the raging anger within, Nalan Shiji fixed his gaze coldly upon Mu Rongfu and Mu Rongqingxue. It is imperative to understand that this young master is not only the lesser clan leader of the Nalan family but also the junior sect master of the Tai Sword sect. Representing two formidable powers, how dare your Morong family show such blatant disregard? Are you intent on provoking enmity with these two great forces? Upon finishing his words, a sickly possessiveness flickered across Nalan Shiji's face as he fixed an intense stare on Mu Rongqingxue. His voice coldly continuing, if you continue to honor the marriage contract and allow my esteemed self to wed Sister Qingxue, these great powers can coexist peacefully, otherwise, should my master and grandfather's true wrath be unleashed, the Morong family's situation could become precarious. His ominous words left no room for doubt regarding their threatening nature. Emboldened by public humiliation and driven by a sense of possession, Nalan Shiji had completely shed any semblance of restraint. His singular thought was to possess Mu Rongqingxue, to dominate and mold her into his ideal form. Only then could he cleanse the shame of being publicly rejected and find some solace for his wounded pride. Get lost! Upon hearing Nalan Shiji's tirade, Mu Rongfu, who typically maintained a relatively good temper, could no longer endure it. With a roar, his cultivation surged explosively, his gaze icy as it bore down on Nalan Shiji. From this day forth, the Morong family and the Nalan family shall sever all ties. Should you utter another word of threat, I shall not hesitate to cripple you before him. After uttering this declaration, Mu Rongfu raised his hand and struck, unleashing a torrent of true energy like a raging river. Mu Rongfu, how dare you? Witnessing Mu Rongfu's unrestrained assault, the elder in grey roared in fury, channeling his own power to counter Mu Rongfu's strike. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the floor of the hall shattered. Under the terrifying shockwave, Xiao Chen and Mu Rongqingxue were forcibly pushed back, while tables and chairs were reduced to splinters. Nalan Shiji and the elder in grey were knocked out of the hall by the force of the blow. Old fool, you dare to lay a hand on me, the Morong family has sealed its fate. Once he regained his footing, Nalan Shiji, still shaken, bellowed in rage. Having always been the center of attention, especially after being taken in as a disciple by the sect master of the Tai Sword sect, he had grown accustomed to commanding respect, even from local lords. He never expected that the old man Mu Rongfu would show such audacity and dare to strike him. Leave! Observing Nalan Shiji's furious outburst, the elder in grey furrowed his brow slightly, seizing Nalan Shiji and leaping away. Although the Tai Sword sect did not fear the Morong family, it was inconceivable to engage in open conflict over a marriage matter with a local lord's household. After all, the Tai Sword sect was a prominent power and could not afford to wage war simply due to the personal affairs of its juniors, especially under such unjust circumstances. Watching the elder in grey take Nalan Shiji away, looking disheveled, Mu Rongfu's expression softened somewhat. My apologies for the inconvenience, esteemed sir. Turning to Xiao Chen, he clasped his fists in respect before removing a spatial ring from his hand, erasing the soul imprint, and directly presenting it to Xiao Chen. Within lies not only my lifetime savings but also the revitalizing purple pill you require. They are all now yours. Although Xiao Chen had yet to heal Mu Rongbo, Mu Rongfu's trust and gratitude towards him remained unwavering. In less than an hour of interaction, he had been thoroughly impressed by Xiao Chen. Despite possessing extraordinary medical skills and unparalleled talent, his demeanor was humble and composed. A stark contrast to that fool Nalan Shiji. If his daughter, Mu Rongqingxue, were to be entrusted to a man as handsome and exceptional as Xiao Chen, Mu Rongfu would die in peace. Contemplating this, A glimmer of hope appeared in Morong Fu's eyes as he recalled Morong Qingshue's words. Perhaps, given her current beauty, there was indeed a chance. As his thoughts shifted, Morong Fu glanced at his daughter, only to find Morong Qingxue secretly observing Xiao Chen, her expression tinged with shyness. This made his gaze all the more radiant. It appears there is potential here. At that moment, Morong Qingxue noticed her father's peculiar look directed at her, startling her into a hasty turn of her head, a blush creeping from her cheeks down to her neck. She had not anticipated being caught stealing glances at young Master Xiao, leading to an incredibly awkward situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to their subtle exchanges. Without a hint of pretense, he accepted the spatial ring from Morong Fu, promptly examining its contents. As his consciousness probed into the ring, the first sight that greeted him was a small mountain of spirit crystals, the quantity easily exceeding 100,000. Surrounding this crystalline mound were various treasures, including martial arts manuals, medicinal pills, spirit herbs, beast cores, and even some rare materials from extraordinary beasts. The total worth of these items would likely amount to several million spirit crystals. Most importantly, within one of the pill vials, he discovered a sealed purple pill, the revitalizing purple pill, a single pill with a value equivalent to all the resources contained within this ring. And it was precisely what he had sought. With this pill in hand, coupled with these resources, he would have more than enough to restore Cayenne to her peak cultivation. At that point, with a powerful ally at his side, he could nearly dominate the realm of Arid State. However, before that, he would first aid Morong Laozu in recovering from his injuries. As this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness from the spatial ring, his gaze landing on Morong Bo, who was seated in a wheelchair. Old Master Morong, I shall assist you in standing once more. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Morong Fu and Morong Qingxue exclaimed in unison, their joy palpable. Even Morong Bo himself was overwhelmed with gratitude. Hearing their words, Xiao Chen nodded, refraining from unnecessary chatter. He immediately joined his hands, forming intricate seals, as vast amounts of true energy transformed into countless runes that encircled the space around them. After a series of chaotic gestures, he pointed at Morong Bo while issuing a healing command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 23,000 points and is currently repairing the injuries of character Morong Bo. It was astonishing how the restoration of a powerful being like Morong Bo required such a considerable expenditure of points. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly, though he felt no regret. After all, his earnings today had far exceeded mere points. Following the restoration of Morong Bo's old injuries and hidden ailments, he even contemplated helping him regain his cultivation. After all, the Morong family had already pledged their loyalty to him. And if he could aid Morong Bo in recovering his powers, he would gain a formidable ally. It was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Chapter 52. I must dedicate myself to young Master Xiao and become his cherished companion. As Xiao Chen once again employed his medical expertise, everyone held their breath, fearful of interrupting his work. Only Cayenne wore a puzzled expression, which soon turned serious. She recalled that when Xiao Chen had healed Xiao Zhan, he had not used such elaborate gestures. It seemed this old fellow's injuries were quite severe, prompting young master to employ these hand seals. As the white light burst forth, Morong Bo felt as if he were submerged in a life-giving spring, his once deteriorated bodily functions revitalizing at that moment. The sensation was almost overwhelming, and he had to stifle the urge to moan aloud. At his age, alarming young Master Xiao would not bode well. Before long, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, the runes dissipating completely. It is done. How do you feel? Observing the rejuvenated Morong Bo, who appeared a decade younger, Xiao Chen inquired with a gentle smile. It's incredible. I feel completely restored. As he reveled in the newfound ease of his breath, entirely free from the urge to cough, Morong Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately stood to test his limbs. I, Morong Bo, can finally stand again. Feeling the long-missed solidity of the ground beneath him, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, then knelt heavily before Xiao Chen. The old fool Morong Bo humbly thanked young Master Xiao for his immense grace. Seeing their elder kneel in gratitude, both Morong Fu and Morong Qingxue felt compelled to follow suit, also kneeling before Xiao Chen. Oh dear, why is everyone kneeling again? Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on at this display. This family was far too polite, constantly bowing in reverence, which made him feel quite awkward. After all, he had done little more than flail his hands about, leaving the rest to the system. He had already amassed considerable resources and gained significant renown. Feeling quite satisfied with his achievements without needing further adulation now that your injuries are completely healed, only your previous cultivation remains to be restored. Once he signaled for Morongbo and the others to rise. Xiao Chen continued with a gentle smile. Next, I shall devise a way to refine a revitalizing purple pill, which should aid you in regaining your former cultivation. Upon seeing the revitalizing purple pill, a bold idea surged within his mind, one whose feasibility remained uncertain. That if it were to succeed, he should be able to obtain numerous revitalizing purple pills. Taking one out to assist Morongbo in restoring his cultivation would be no trouble at all. What? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Morongbo and the others displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly struggling to believe what they had just heard. Xiao Chen had already extended his hand to aid them twice. An immense kindness, and now he intended to help Morongbo regain his cultivation. What merits did the Morong family possess that warranted such sacrifices from Xiao Chen? Please do not be overly excited. This is merely my suggestion, and I must first verify its feasibility. If it proves unattainable, then Morong Lao Xian's cultivation will have to await restoration for another time. Observing the trembling excitement of Morongbo and his companions, who seemed on the verge of kneeling before him, Xiao Chen raised his hand to preemptively temper their enthusiasm. Young Master Zhao's goodwill is already a great fortune. How could we dare to impose further? Morongbo responded with a wave of his hand, his face still etched with gratitude. If it were not for Xiao Chen's timely arrival today, I fear that within 3 days, I would have become a mere lifeless corpse. As for Morong Qingxue, after being jilted by Nalan Shiji, her heart will surely turn to ashes, and she may even seek to end her own life. Even Morong Fu, should he suffer the loss of 2 beloved relatives in succession, may find himself utterly despondent. Therefore, Xiao Chen's presence today has saved not just me, but the entire Morong family. Very well, prepare a quiet room for me. I shall proceed to validate my thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, refraining from further pleasantries. After briefing Morongbo and the others, he was guided to a chamber adjacent to Morong Qingxue's courtyard. Yi Kaiyan, without uttering a word, cast a glance at Morong Qingxue before swaying her waist and following Xiao Chen. If her intuition served her right, this was yet another infatuated admirer of young Master Xiao, likely to become a companion she would have to contend with in the future. Young Master Xiao was simply too remarkable. Having only been away for 2 or 3 days, he was already under the gaze of an ardent admirer. It seemed that if she did not seize the opportunity soon, she might find herself relegated to a distant position. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Kaiyan gazed at Xiao Chen's retreating figure, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Cough, cough, they've already walked far away, and you're still watching. Observing Xiao Chen and Kaiyan disappear around the corner, Morongbo could not help but clear his throat and tease Morong Qingxue, who appeared utterly entranced. Grandfather, what are you babbling about? Startled by Morongbo's words, Morong Qingxue finally came to her senses, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson as she retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Ha, at your age your grandfather can surely see that you have taken a liking to him." Morongbo chuckled heartily at Morong Qingxue's rare display of emotion. Young Master Xiao is an extraordinary talent. If you fancy him, you must seize the opportunity. After all, my little Shui is now a stunning beauty, not inferior to anyone, but young Master Xiao already has such an outstanding companion by his side. How could he possibly notice a girl like me? In response to Morongbo's seemingly teasing encouragement, Morong Qingxue could not help but lower her head, her voice tinged with self-doubt, though Kaiyan wore a veil and had said nothing. As a woman herself, she sensed that this was a beauty whose appearance was no less than her own. Moreover, the other's cultivation far surpassed hers, radiating an aura that she could not compete with. Akin to a true noblewoman, such an exceptional woman was deserving of young Master Xiao. What right did she, having transformed from an ugly duckling, have to stand beside him? Silly girl, happiness is something you must strive for on your own. If you like him, pursue him boldly. A talent like young Master Xiao, who is both elegant and possesses extraordinary abilities, will undoubtedly attract many admirers in the future. If you lack the courage to stand beside him, you may end up unable to even muster the bravery to approach him. Seemingly perceiving that Morong Qingxue still harbored insecurities, Morongbo gently patted her shoulder. You are no worse than anyone else. You simply lack confidence. Life is fleeting, so why not be bold and pursue what you desire? Do not leave any regrets behind. Your grandfather will always support you from behind. Grandfather, at Morongbo's words, Morong Qingxue shuddered, lifting her head with reddened eyes. She had not anticipated that her feelings for a young man would receive encouragement from her elder, a notion she had never dared to imagine before. Meanwhile, Morong Fu, witnessing this tender exchange, felt his own eyes grow misty. What a heartwarming scene this was. If only Morong Qingshui's mother could see this, she would surely feel a deep sense of relief. And you little rascal, what are you sulking for? Are you not going to support your daughter in pursuing young Master Xiao? Morong Fu had barely finished his sentiments when he suddenly received a playful smack on the forehead. Looking up, he met the stern gaze of Morong Bo, causing his head to buzz slightly. If it were not for you getting drunk and arranging that ridiculous marriage for Qingxue back then, would my little Xue be suffering today? From now on, her happiness is in her own hands. If you dare to meddle again, just watch if I don't break your legs. Watching Morong Fu, the city lord, being chastised like a child by Morong Bo, a smile crept upon Morong Qingshui's lips, revealing a charming and captivating smile. The Morong family had truly transformed, becoming more vibrant and joyous than ever before. This was all thanks to young Master Xiao, and thus she vowed to never let him down. With her spirits lifting, Morong Qingxue resolved to dedicate herself to young Master Xiao, becoming a radiant companion by his side. Chapter 53, Why are you looking at me like that? On the other side, after entering the chamber, Xiao Chen paid no mind to the following Kai Yan, immediately sitting cross-legged to retrieve the revitalizing purple pill. He then activated the identification function. A low-grade 7th-tier revitalizing purple pill imbued with numerous impurities, and the medicinal potency was not perfectly integrated due to prolonged storage and improper sealing techniques. Nearly 40% of its potency had dissipated. The remaining potency could allow a high-level cultivator to restore their cultivation to the first level of the Tongxian realm. Indeed, a defective product. Observing the attributes of the pill, Xiao Chen shook his head. The loss of 40% of its potency, along with the multitude of impurities, was even worse than he had anticipated. However, even if this pill was somewhat subpar, it would fetch no less than 1 to 2 million spirit crystals if auctioned in the outside world. Such is the value of rarity. System, as long as an item is in a damaged state, can it be restored to its original form by consuming points, after completing the identification of the revitalizing purple pill? Xiao Chen suddenly inquired. Ding. As long as the residual portion of an item reaches 1/100th of its complete form, the system can restore it to its entirety, excluding soul consciousness and martial arts techniques. Following Xiao Chen's inquiry, the system responded mechanically, causing his eyes to light up with excitement. 1/100th? Xiao Chen inhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to exclaim how amazing the system was, his gaze burning with intensity as he stared at the revitalizing purple pill. He then extended his spiritual sense over it, unleashing his cultivation in that moment. Streams of true energy, as resilient as unbreakable threads, proceeded to divide the revitalizing purple pill before him into 100 portions. This was the idea he had just conceived. Since the system could repair damaged items, could it not also divide complete items and consume system points to restore them? This way, he could acquire multiple identical products and even upgrade them. To his astonishment, this idea could indeed be realized. Young master? Upon witnessing Xiao Chen suddenly unleash his cultivation and divide the revitalizing purple pill, Kai Yan found herself momentarily bewildered, even if this pill was slightly inferior. Was it truly necessary to destroy it? Could it be that young master was about to employ an unprecedented refining technique? As thoughts raced through her mind, Kai Yan refrained from speaking, her gaze fixed intensely on Xiao Chen. Fearing she might miss some captivating detail, system, restore one piece of this revitalizing purple pill to its complete state. Amidst Kai Yan's puzzled and speculative gaze, Xiao Chen then stored the fragments of the revitalizing purple pill. Retaining only one piece for restoration. Ding. The system has deducted 20,000 points, and is currently restoring the revitalizing purple pill for the host. Almost as soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the system's notification rang out unexpectedly, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. What? It costs 20,000 points? Buzz. Just as Xiao Chen was reeling from the shock, a brilliant white light erupted. Following that, amidst a dazzling display of purple light, a brand new revitalizing purple pill appeared before him. Young master, you actually managed to forge a new pill from just a fragment? Kai Yan, witnessing this scene, was nearly rendered speechless. Despite being a celestial realm expert, this method of seemingly conjuring objects from thin air surpassed her comprehension. Had she not retained a shred of composure, she might have knelt down and worshipped Xiao Chen on the spot. Such a feat was akin to divine intervention, rivaling even the might of Supreme Emperor's system. Does it really require this many points to restore a pill? Xiao Chen ignored Cayenne's flushed excitement, focusing instead on the system's vexing question. Ding. The points consumed by the system are evaluated based on the grade of the target item and its degree of damage. The higher the quality tier and the greater the damage, the more points are required. As Xiao Chen grimaced in annoyance, the system mechanically responded. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen grasped the crux of the matter. To divide a complete object into 100 pieces. Take out one piece, and then restore it to wholeness bears nearly no difference from re-refining it. It was akin to the previous restoration of Morong Bo, whose cultivation had reached the second realm of the profound. To the point of the oil lamp being nearly extinguished, restoring all of his injuries and ailments was tantamount to resmelting him. Hence, over 20,000 points had been spent then, although the consumption cost was somewhat steep. The operation remained extraordinarily impressive. Gazing at the revitalizing purple pill in his hand, the medicinal fragrance was significantly more intense than before, and satisfaction crept onto Xiao Chen's face. This pill should enable the injured high-tier expert to restore their cultivation to the second realm of the profound. However, to elevate Cayenne back to the 9th realm of the celestial, a low-grade 7th-tier revitalizing purple pill would prove insufficient. His system enhanced this revitalizing purple pill to an 8th-tier supreme grade. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen commanded the system, forming intricate seals with his hands before touching the pill. Ding. The system has deducted 32,000 points and is now upgrading the revitalizing purple pill for the host. As the system's prompt resonated, a dazzling white light once again erupted. The previously dim revitalizing purple pill burst forth with resplendent purple radiance. Pill patterns coalesced upon the pill like a spider's web in an instant. A vast surge of medicinal energy surged forth like a tsunami, causing Cayenne to widen her eyes in astonishment. This was indeed an 8th-tier supreme-grade pill, infinitely close to a divine treasure. Such items were nearly legendary within the 7 great empires of the Eastern Wilderness. Should they materialize, they would send ripples throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness, provoking fierce battles among numerous celestial realm experts. To her astonishment, she could witness the birth of an 8th-tier supreme-grade pill firsthand. More astonishingly, this 8th-tier supreme-grade pill was casually refined by Xiao Chen, though Cayenne had never encountered a divine-grade alchemist. She felt a profound intuition that even a grandmaster of divine-grade alchemy could not achieve what Xiao Chen had done. Young master, you are truly astonishing. An 8th-tier supreme-grade pill, equivalent to a pinnacle divine-grade tier, consumed 32,000 points, which was still within an acceptable range. Seeing the 8th-tier supreme-grade revitalizing purple pill, capable of driving the world to madness, Xiao Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. After mumbling a few words, he casually waved the pill before Cayenne. Here, this 8th-tier supreme-grade revitalizing purple pill should restore you to your peak cultivation. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that the 8th-tier supreme-grade pill was merely a candy for a child. This left Cayenne momentarily stunned. She recalled that when she reached the 9th realm of the profound, she had fought alongside a group of human experts for 3 whole days and nights to seize a divine-tier pill from their hands. A pill that had nearly led to her demise, which was at best of mid-grade divinity. Yet now, without lifting a finger, she received an 8th-tier supreme-grade pill, far more precious than the previous one by dozens of times. This left her feeling quite conflicted. Why are you staring at me like that? Noticing Cayenne's trembling gaze fixed on him, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine and could only inquire in astonishment. The woman suddenly bore a terrifying look, as if she intended to devour him. Could it be that the allure of the pill had bewitched her, prompting her to dissect him for his fortune? Just as Xiao Chen's words fell, Cayenne snapped back to reality, a resolute glint appearing in her eyes as if she had made a decision. She then removed her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful visage, allowing him a glimpse of the Medusa Queen's exquisite beauty. Chapter 54. Young Master Xiao, you appear quite well today. What do you intend to do? Seeing the Medusa Queen crawling towards him, her alabaster curves fully on display, Xiao Chen felt an uncharacteristic sense of panic. Goodness, that hazy yet trembling gaze, those alluring crimson lips, and that devilish figure, combined with her breathtaking face, who could withstand such an approach? Could it be that she was in heat and intended to pounce on him? Young master, I apologize for my boldness, Cayenne whispered after making her determination, then pounced on him like a tigress, pinning Xiao Chen to the ground. Today, I shall lavish my affection upon you. Observing Xiao Chen's bewilderment, Cayenne fully embraced her role. In a commanding tone reminiscent of her former queenly self, she declared assertively. As Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating, Cayenne leaned down towards him. "Wait, I am not prepared." "Oh no." Helplessly witnessing Cayenne assert her dominance over him, Xiao Chen could only resist in humiliation. However, before he could finish his protest, his mouth was completely covered. Life, if one cannot resist at times. It may be better to open one's heart and embrace the experience, perhaps discovering an alternative form of joy. This statement, which Xiao Chen had previously deemed absurd, now seemed to hold some truth. For instance, at this moment, he found himself both pained and oddly elated. In the early morning hours, Xiao Chen lay on the carpet, his eyes devoid of spirit. He sensed that this life of helplessness was taking a toll on him. Although he had long mentally prepared for the likelihood of being unable to withstand the Medusa Queen, he never anticipated that, bolstered by her cultivation and bloodline, her combat prowess would be so formidable that he nearly succumbed on the spot. Truly, the Medusa Queen's fighting capability was fearsome. "I cannot remain weak, I must cultivate into the ancient body and teach this Medusa Queen a lesson." Lying on the carpet, he gazed at the now sated Medusa Queen, who had unknowingly donned her clothing and consumed the revitalizing purple pill, silently refining the immense medicinal energy. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiao Chen vowed with a hint of indignation, the humiliation of last night, laden with both pain and pleasure, would one day be repaid in full. My cultivation has actually broken through to the spiral pill realm?" As the thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen discovered that, unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had surged to the astonishing third layer of the spiral pill realm. Furthermore, the foundation of his cultivation was remarkably solid, free from the instability that often accompanies rapid breakthroughs. It was as if he had consumed the essence of heaven and earth, leading to such an incredible transformation. A look of astonishment crossed his face. He had not expected Cayenne's bloodline to possess such potent effects. Recalling Cayenne's fervent actions last night, it seemed she had aimed to transfer her purine energy to him, disregarding whether he could withstand it, and had relentlessly aided his cultivation throughout the night. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly, finally understanding the reason behind it. From now on, I have acquired another fatal weakness. Looking at Cayenne, who lay peacefully with her eyes closed not far away, Xiao Chen sighed with a hint of sentimentality. He had anticipated that substantial progress would require considerable time. He had not expected this queen to be so proactive and domineering. Feeling a swell of emotion, she had taken him by surprise, leaving him feeling immense pressure. After all, he had only recently traversed into this realm, and his foundational cultivation remained somewhat lacking, compared to a formidable being like the Medusa Queen, whose cultivation spanned hundreds of years. His current standing seemed almost insignificant. It appeared he could only nurture her, at least for now, and indulge in the benefits of her prowess. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen donned his garments and waved his hand to tidy up the room. Opting not to disturb Cayenne, he then retrieved several fragments of the revitalizing purple pill and, after expending over 300,000 points, successfully produced 8 7th-tier supreme-grade revitalizing purple pills. Additionally, 2 more revitalizing purple pills were upgraded to 8th-tier high-grade. These Xiao Chen intended to auction for resources, hence he did not hesitate to spend points. Originally, he had planned to reserve some points for upgrading certain profound-grade pills to aid in his cultivation. However, after acquiring Cayenne's primordialine, his cultivation had soared dramatically. For the time being, further rapid advancement was unfeasible, so he would exchange for more resources to expedite his points past the 800,000 mark. Facilitating Cayenne's bloodline's advancement to the sacred realm, with over 80,000 points remaining, Xiao Chen gazed at the balance on his attributes panel, revealing a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that after such operations, he would still retain such a substantial amount of points. This was largely thanks to Morong Fu entrusting him with the entirety of the Morong family's resources, otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain over 80,000 points. Next, he would first deliver the revitalizing purple pill to Elder Morong, then pay a visit to the Ziyun Merchant Association, after casting a glance at Cayenne, who would not awaken any time soon. Xiao Chen murmured to himself as he exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Morong family's hall. At this moment, the hall had been rejuvenated following emergency repairs from the previous night. Morong Fu, upon seeing the announcement presented by a subordinate, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, Morong Bo was outside the hall, stretching his limbs, seemingly acclimating to his newly revitalized body. Young Master Xiao, you appear to be in fine spirits today. Upon Xiao Chen's sudden appearance, Morong Bo immediately greeted him with a smile. This prompted Xiao Chen's lips to twitch uncontrollably. Fine spirits, my foot. He had nearly been drained dry last night, and now his legs still trembled slightly. However, he could not voice this, thus he also smiled in response. Old Master Morong appears to be in excellent spirits. Suggesting that he has adapted well to his current circumstances. Without waiting for Morong Bo to respond, Xiao Chen directly produced a vial of pills. This contained the revitalizing purple pill from yesterday, which I have refined and purified anew, sufficient to restore you to your peak cultivation. As he spoke, the vial floated towards Morong Bo amidst the flow of Xiao Chen's true essence. This singular action left both Morong Bo and Morong Fu in a state of astonishment. Yesterday, Xiao Chen had gone to great lengths to obtain the revitalizing purple pill, and today he was returning it to them, further refined. What could possibly be the reasoning behind such a gesture? Could it be that he is indeed fated to be surrounded by beauty, with a life ahead filled with enchanting encounters? Young master, I cannot accept this pill without merit, Morong Bo finally spoke, his voice tinged with a bittersweet smile. As the saying goes, one must not take without giving. Our Morong family has already received immense favor from Xiao Chen. How can we further burden him by accepting such a priceless 7th-tier pill? Rest assured, the revitalizing purple pill from yesterday, along with the resources you provided, has already yielded significant benefits for me. Therefore, I insist that you accept this pill, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile. Noticing that Morong Bo was about to protest further, he raised his hand and added, if you feel overly indebted, then upon your full recovery, you may assist me in gathering some resources to offset this favor. Exchanging a single pill for the loyalty of the entire Morong family is undoubtedly a lucrative long-term investment. Thank you for your immense kindness, young master, Morong Bo expressed with heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the pill. He had attempted to restore his cultivation the previous night, but without external aid, he could only reach the 3rd stage of body refinement in a single night. Achieving the 2nd stage of the profound realm would take several years without assistance. With the revitalizing purple pill, he might fully recover in just 2 to 3 days. Such is the terrifying power of high-tier pills. Younger master, the Xian Commerce Guild will be hosting an auction in a couple of days. I wonder if you might be interested in joining us for the event. As Morong Bo stowed the pill away, Morong Fu, holding an invitation, inquired with a smile now that the issues with the Xiao family had been resolved. All that remained was ensuring his daughter's lifelong happiness. To create an opportunity for Morong Qingxue, it was imperative to keep Xiao Chen at the Morong residence for a few days. I was already aware of this, Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, glancing at the invitation. It was only thanks to Yunshan's reminder that I learned of your possession of the revitalizing purple pill. As he accepted the invitation and briefly scanned it, his curiosity was piqued. The Xian Commerce Guild's auction promised not only the pills he provided but also other rare treasures. A wind god wing, a ground-level flying treasure, that appears to be quite a remarkable item. After perusing the auction list, Xiao Chen was immediately captivated by one particular item. Before reaching the Cave Heaven realm, martial artists are unable to traverse the void unless aided by flying treasures. While the system's shop offers some flying treasures, he was limited to exchanging for mystic tier items due to his current cultivation level. More importantly, items obtained from the system shop cannot be further upgraded. Thus, although Xiao Chen had previously been tempted, he ultimately refrained from making any exchanges, as mystic tier flying treasures were somewhat lackluster for him. However, if he could find a flying treasure in the outside world, he could synthesize or upgrade it through the system. Provided he had enough points, he could even elevate it to heavenly tier or even saint tier. With a high tier flying treasure, he could not only soar freely but also possess formidable agility and near impenetrable defenses. This flying treasure must be acquired. As these thoughts settled in his mind, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. There is even a heavenly tier pill, the Shenqing Snow Lotus pill? With renewed determination, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon another item, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The Shenqing Snow Lotus pill is a rare healing pill, capable of mending physical injuries and purifying true essence. It can cleanse certain fire toxins and high-level poisons. Thus, even in the eyes of a heaven-human realm expert, the Shenqing Snow Lotus pill is a priceless life-saving asset. To think that the highlight of this auction would be such a heavenly tier pill. This piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity regarding what other treasures might be featured. Are you interested in this auction, young master? Noticing the change in Xiao Chen's demeanor, Morong Fu's eyes brightened as he eagerly inquired. The auction was still 2 days away, so it would be ideal for Xiao Chen to stay at the Morong residence during that time. They could attend the auction together, ensuring mutual support. Upon hearing Morong Fu's suggestion and observing his eager expression, Xiao Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This demeanor, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the two ineffectual elders from the Xiao family. Could it be that Morong Fu was also intent on introducing his daughter to him? Very well, I shall remain here for the next couple of days. However, I have pressing matters to attend to at the Ziyun Commerce Guild. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen replied casually. Yu Kaiyan was currently recovering her cultivation and would not be able to emerge for some time. Remaining at the Morong residence for a few days would allow for mutual assistance. Please take your time, young master. I have a favor to request, Morong Bo interjected as Xiao Chen prepared to leave alone. Upon turning back, Xiao Chen noticed Morong Bo clear his throat and continue. Thanks to your assistance, Little Snow has returned to a state akin to that of an ordinary person. However, she has not stepped outside the Morong residence for several years, and I fear she may struggle to adjust her mindset. Since you and Little Snow share a good rapport, I humbly ask if you could take her out for a little while to help guide her. After speaking, Morong Bo nudged Morong Fu, and both bowed deeply to Xiao Chen. Their sincerity evident, this caused Xiao Chen's lips to twitch involuntarily. Indeed, he had not misjudged their intentions. They were once again attempting to offer him a woman, after being tormented by the Queen Medusa all night. There are still 3 women waiting for him back at the Xiao residence. Now, upon visiting the Morong family, yet another stunning beauty was being introduced. Could it be that he truly was fated to be surrounded by beauty? Destined for a life filled with enchanting encounters? Grandfather, do you think I look lovely today? As Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration, the melodious voice of Morong Qingxue emerged, and she appeared in the inner courtyard. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Morong Bo and Morong Fu bowing to Xiao Chen, mistakenly believing they were discussing some significant matter. Xiao Chen turned to look at Morong Qingxue, and his eyes brightened slightly. Truly, she was a beauty worthy of rivaling the Queen Medusa. Her change of attire today exuded an enchanting charm. Ah, my Little Snow is beautiful in anything she wears. Upon spotting Morong Qingxue in the distance, Morong Bo raised his head and laughed heartily. Young Master Xiao is preparing to visit the Ziyun Commerce Guild, and since you wish to step outside to clear your mind, why not accompany him? Upon hearing Morong Bo's words, Morong Qingxue was momentarily stunned. When had she expressed a desire to clear her mind? However, seeing Morong Bo's knowing glances, she recalled his words from yesterday and understood that he was creating an opportunity for her. Her initially bewildered expression turned slightly rosy as she realized the implication. As long as I don't disturb young Master Xiao, I would be delighted to accompany you. With a flushed face, Morong Qingxue approached Xiao Chen and whispered softly. After speaking, she dared not raise her gaze, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, fearful of being rejected by Xiao Chen. This certainly won't be a disturbance. Observing the anxious expressions of Morong Bo and Morong Fu, and the way Morong Qingxue nearly wore out the hem of her dress from her nervousness, Xiao Chen smiled lightly, though he felt a sense of irony regarding his burgeoning romantic prospects. He could not bring himself to be rude and dismissive. After contemplating for a moment, he did not decline the invitation. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, both Morong Bo and Morong Fu were overjoyed. And even Morong Qingxue lifted her head with surprise. However, as their eyes met, she quickly lowered her gaze again, her face a mask of nervousness and shyness. Her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding incessantly in her chest. Young master has not rejected me. This realization indicated that Xiao Chen did not harbor any aversion toward her, and perhaps even a hint of fondness. Thus, if she worked hard to improve herself, perhaps one day she could be by his side, sharing his burdens, and even warm his bed and help him continue his lineage. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Morong Qingxue's cheeks burned even brighter, her body trembling with excitement. Let us go. Noticing Morong Qingxue's bashful demeanor, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness and rubbed his chin. After uttering those 2 words, he turned and began to walk away. So this is what it feels like to be pursued. No wonder those beautiful women in my past life seem to float. This feeling is indeed rather delightful. Currently, this situation is predicated on the assumption that the other party is a beautiful woman. Were it to involve someone more robust, like Hua Jia, one could surmise that his mood would become quite anxious. Young master, wait for me. As Xiao Chen stepped out first, Morong Qingxue abruptly raised her head. After glancing at her two elders, Morong Fu and Morong Bo, and sensing their encouragement, she hurriedly chased after him. Indeed, her daughter must not be kept at home for too long. Morong Fu sighed with a hint of nostalgia as he watched their departing figures. However, before he could finish his thought, he received a slap on the forehead. Don't talk nonsense. It is a tremendous stroke of luck for Xiao Gongzi to have met Xiaoxue. Do you expect her to remain in the Morong family, weeping day in and day out, as she did before? After receiving a reprimand from his father, Morong Fu looked up, feeling aggrieved. Although he possessed the ability to easily overpower his father, he dared not act rashly. What are you standing around for? Hurry and follow them. Seeing Morong Fu's foolish demeanor, Morong Bo shook his head in exasperation. The upcoming auction in Tiandu City is bound to draw various forces. And you are genuinely comfortable allowing Xiao Gongzi and your daughter to venture out unaccompanied. You should quickly follow them discreetly to protect those two ancestors. If someone foolish enough were to offend Xiao Gongzi, just watch how once I restore my cultivation, will deal with you. Upon hearing Morong Bo's words, Morong Fu finally came to his senses. This auction was expected to feature numerous valuable items, even heavenly grade treasures. The elite forces drawn to this event were not limited to just one or two. Even the top powers of the Dechen dynasty would likely send trusted associates. Reflecting on this, he felt an increased burden on the city lord's residence and hoped that nothing would go awry in the coming days. After acknowledging Morong Bo's words, Morong Fu discreetly followed Xiao Chen and Morong Qingxue, while Morong Bo shook his head and returned to his chamber. With 2 days remaining, he should be able to refine the rejuvenating purple pill and restore his cultivation to the second level of the profound realm. By then, with him as the old city lord present, the Morong family's standing in Tiandu City would be further secured. Meanwhile, after half an hour of walking, Xiao Chen and Morong Qingxue arrived at the Xian Merchant Association. Initially, Morong Qingxue was somewhat reserved, yet as she observed the various stalls lining the streets, her demeanor shifted from nervousness to curiosity and excitement. She even engaged Xiao Chen in animated conversation about the buildings that differed from her childhood memories. Her newfound brightness, coupled with her exquisite beauty, captivated many cultivators. Fortunately, there were no reckless individuals bold enough to cause trouble in broad daylight. Thus, they reached the Xian Merchant Association without incident. Young master, you have finally returned. Elder Yunshan requests your presence. As Xiao Chen and Morong Qingxue entered the hall, the receptionist who had attended to them previously approached with palpable excitement. Lead the way, Xiao Chen replied, raising an eyebrow. Could it be that Yunshan had urgent matters to discuss? Curiosity piqued, they proceeded to the VIP room to await their summons. Young Master Xiao, it seems you did not stay overnight at the Xian Merchant Association yesterday. Were you dissatisfied with our hospitality? A booming laugh preceded the entrance of Yunshan into the VIP room. However, upon noticing that Xiao Chen was accompanied not by Kai Yan, his expression momentarily faltered. Oh, and who might this be? He gazed at the unfamiliar yet stunning visage of Morong Qingxue, unable to suppress his astonishment, and inquired with genuine intrigue, this young Master Xiao is indeed fortunate. Yesterday he was accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman in red, and today he walks with an innocent maiden clad in white. Such beauty and grace nearly rival our Xian Merchant Association's renowned young lady. Her name is Morong Qingxue. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Disclosing her name, Morong Qingxue, that name sounds familiar. Is she not the daughter of Morong Fu? Yunshan's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief as realization dawned upon him. Is it true that she was once marred by red blotches and unruly hair? Resembling an uncivilized creature, how is it that she stands before me now as a breathtaking beauty rivaling even the finest of our Xian Merchant Association? In the midst of his astonishment, Yunshan's gaze turned incredulous as he fixed it upon Xiao Chen. Indeed, it was I who utilized my skills to cure Miss Morong, and in return I successfully obtained a rejuvenating purple pill, Xiao Chen explained, nodding in affirmation. Without further ado, he produced a pill bottle. This rejuvenating purple pill is the product of my unique method. Refining the one belonging to the Morong family, why not auction it off in a couple of days? After stating this, Xiao Chen casually sipped his tea. This particular rejuvenating purple pill was merely a product of his refinement of one fragment, devoid of any quality enhancement, thus only qualifying as a low-grade 7th-tier item. As for the other rejuvenating purple pills, he had no intention of selling them for the time being. This was primarily to avoid raising suspicions from the Xian Merchant Association. After all, the Morong family's rejuvenating purple pill was known to be a singular low-grade 7th-tier item, and if he were to immediately produce several after searching for one the previous day, it would inevitably arouse skepticism. The other pills would have to wait until he provided subtle hints to the Ziyun Merchant Association before he could later exchange them for resources. Could I request an illustration of the Queen Medusa? If any kind-hearted companions could support this, I would greatly appreciate it. Chapter 57. Miss Zi Luo was primarily here for young Master Xiao, rejuvenating purple pill? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yunshan gasped, revealing a look of perplexity. Young Master, are you certain you wish to auction this item? Just yesterday, you acquired the rejuvenating purple pill, and today you intend to resell it. Young Master Zhao's intentions are indeed inscrutable. That he had assumed Xiao Chen's inquiry into the rejuvenating purple pill was for the restoration of someone's diminished cultivation. Yet he never anticipated that the latter would choose to auction it off so soon. This was truly an enigma. There is no need for such astonishment, Xiao Chen responded nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively at Yunshan's astonished expression. I have already analyzed the components of the rejuvenating purple pill through my unique method and conveyed the information to my master. With my master's capabilities, I believe it won't be long before he deduces the pill formula. At which point, I shall have as many rejuvenating purple pills as I desire. Therefore, this low-grade 7th-tier rejuvenating purple pill holds little value to me at present. This statement was not made to boast, but rather to provide a reasonable explanation for the future sale of other rejuvenating purple pills. By relaying this information through Yunshan to the Ziyun Merchant Association's headquarters, he would undoubtedly secure his status as a distinguished guest in the future. To analyze the composition of a pill and derive the corresponding formula? Yunshan was nearly rendered speechless by Xiao Chen's assertion. While some heavenly-tier alchemists could analyze lower-tier pills to derive corresponding formulas, this was limited to items below the profound tier. As for 5th-tier pills and above, even if one knew the components, without the corresponding techniques or knowledge of how to control the furnace's heat and the order of refining and merging, a slight error could result in the creation of a toxic or defective pill. And the rejuvenating purple pill is a heavenly tier pill. It was unheard of for any heavenly tier alchemist within the Deqin dynasty to analyze heavenly tier pills. The master behind Xiao Chen must surely be a saint tier alchemist. Moreover, they must be an extraordinary existence at the pinnacle of the saint tier. As he was overwhelmed by shock, Yunshan tremulously picked up the pill bottle and poured out the rejuvenating purple pill within. The purple pill, while lacking any visible pill patterns, emanated a rich and fragrant aroma. Its appearance was pristine, and the fragrance was robust and full-bodied, resembling a freshly refined product. Young Master Xiao, are you certain this is the one from the Morong family? After meticulously observing and assessing the pill, Yunshan's astonishment was evident as he looked up in disbelief. The rejuvenating purple pill from the Morong family had been in existence for 13 years. No matter how well it had been preserved, its potency would have diminished considerably. Yet, the pill before him displayed premium quality and potency, seemingly untouched by time. This left Yunshan utterly perplexed. I already mentioned that I refined this pill using a secret method, which is why its quality is as such. Observing Yunshan's incredulous expression, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, merely smiling as he clarified. After all, a pill that had been stored for 13 years still possessed such immense potency would raise suspicions in any rational individual. If you still have doubts, feel free to use professional instruments for testing. Having said that, Xiao Chen took a leisurely sip of tea, displaying not a hint of anxiety. Deceiving others was entirely unnecessary for him. Ha! Young Master Xiao is jesting. Yunshan chuckled heartily, then stored the rejuvenating purple pill away. However, I am no longer in charge of this auction. I must first report this matter. Originally, he merely intended to apply for an auction, and the headquarters of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce granted him full authority to manage it. However, due to the plethora of exquisite elixirs presented by Xiao Chen, after he meticulously reported Xiao Chen's circumstances along with the inventory list to the headquarters, the Ziyun Chamber unexpectedly decided to add a few valuable items to the auction at the last minute and would even send someone over to preside over it. Remarkably, this individual turned out to be the esteemed young lady of the Ziyun Chamber, a renowned figure within the Dacian Empire, Zilu. Thus Yunshan was no longer the primary person in charge of this auction. It was this young lady, who had yet to officially arrive in Tiandu City, who held that distinction. Aren't you in charge? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Yunshan. Indeed, the auction will now be presided over by Miss Zilu. I wanted to introduce you upon meeting today. With that, Yunshan cast a glance at Morong Qingxue, an inexplicable glimmer appearing in his eyes. In his memory, Zilu was a beauty who could rival Morong Qingxue, perhaps even exuding a more mature charm than the latter. When these two women appeared together, it would surely be a feast for his eyes. Zilu, hearing this somewhat familiar name, Xiao Chen's brow involuntarily furrowed. He had caught wind of this name while investigating the Xian Chamber's information yesterday. It was said that she was the daughter of the Chamber's president, born when he was 138 years old. And she was the favored darling of the Xian Chamber. Not only did her martial arts talent reach a high tier, but she also cultivated to the 9th level of Xian Dan by the age of 23. Her business acumen was equally exceptional, having presided over dozens of large-scale auctions at a young age, generating an astonishing 10 billion in revenue for the Xian Chamber over the years. She was revered as one of the 3 greatest talents in the Dacian Empire and had garnered the admiration and support of many prodigies, making her quite renowned within the empire. To think that this auction would attract Zilu's presence. In truth, Miss Zilu was here primarily for you, young Master Xiao. The headquarters is aware that your master is a reclusive figure of great talent and wishes to discuss matters of collaboration with you. This is beyond my level, so the headquarters has sent Miss Zilu. Yunshan had nothing to conceal and promptly explained to Xiao Chun, calculating the time. Miss Zilu's flying vessel should be arriving in Tiandu City shortly. If Xiao Chen had no pressing matters, it would be prudent to wait here at the chamber. Vice President, Miss Zilu's vessel has arrived. Just as Yunshan finished speaking, a maid rushed in, her expression somewhat anxious as she reported. She had arrived even sooner than expected, indicating that Miss Zilu held young Master Xiao in high regard. Upon hearing the maid's report, Yunshan abruptly rose from his seat and clasped his hands towards Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I must go to welcome Miss Zilu. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, Yunshan dashed out with excitement. One of the 3 greatest talents of the Dacian Empire, seeing Yunshan's departing figure. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea, his gaze flickering with anticipation. If he could establish a partnership with the Xian Chamber through this young lady, collecting resources in the future would be far easier than he had imagined. Even achieving a breakthrough of 800,000 points in a short span would be a trivial matter. As this thought settled, a hint of exhilaration appeared on Xiao Chen's face, and his interest in Zilu deepened. This scene did not escape Morong Qingxue's notice. Observing Xiao Chen's apparent interest in Zilu, her expression involuntarily darkened. Indeed, young master favors exceptional women. It seems I must strive harder to capture his interest. As this thought crossed her mind, a resolute glimmer appeared in Morong Qingxue's eyes. She was determined to become even more outstanding for young Master Xiao. Chapter 58. Truly, as the young lady of the Xian Chamber. Her audacity is unparalleled. After a quarter of an hour of patient waiting, Yunshan returned once more. My apologies for keeping you waiting, young Master Xiao. This is Miss Zilu from our chamber's headquarters. As Yunshan's words echoed, several figures entered the private room, prompting Xiao Chen and Morong Qingxue to look up. Upon seeing the leading lady, both of their eyes revealed a sense of astonishment, with flowing lavender hair cascading down like a waterfall. She emanated an ethereal beauty, her exquisite visage resembled that of a celestial being, and paired with her alluring crimson lips, she exuded an enchanting charm. This was Zilu, the young lady of the Xian Chamber. One of the 3 greatest talents in the Dacian Empire, Zilu was truly beautiful. Morong Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the entrance of Zilu, her demeanor turning somewhat self-effacing, although her own appearance and figure were not inferior to that of the woman before her. Zilu's mature charm, coupled with her poised elegance and self-assured demeanor, left Morong Qingxue feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. No wonder she is the daughter of the chamber's president, even disregarding her martial arts and business talents. Her beauty and grace alone render countless women envious. As this thought lingered, Morong Qingxue glanced at Xiao Chun, eager to gauge his reaction. However, she noticed that Xiao Chen merely regarded Zilu with appreciation. Without displaying any signs of infatuation, this momentarily startled Morong Qingxue. It seemed that the beauty accompanying young Master Xiao was not in the least inferior to Zilu, otherwise, he would not have remained so composed. He must have encountered many such beauties. You have waited long, young master, Zilu said with an apologetic smile as she stepped into the private room, her gaze falling upon the remarkably handsome Xiao Chun. Throughout her journey, she had already heard Yunshan recount all of Xiao Chen's deeds, including his recent display of a recovery purple pill and the astonishing ability to analyze the elixir's components through secret methods. Conveying the information to his master to deduce the formula, most astonishingly, Xiao Chen could even refine elixirs through secret methods, restoring the potency of damaged elixirs to their peak. Such feats were simply unprecedented. Reshaping her understanding of alchemy, only a grandmaster alchemist at the saint level could potentially wield such incredible methods, hence, from the moment she disembarked from her vessel to her entry into the chamber. Zilu's regard for Xiao Chen had reached a rarefied level. No trouble at all, Xiao Chen stood responding nonchalantly to, I have long heard that Miss Zilu was one of the 3 greatest talents of the empire. Meeting you today truly lives up to the reputation. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Chen refrained from excessive flattery and instead inquired directly, Miss Zilu, I heard from Elder Yunshan that aside from presiding over this auction, you also wish to discuss collaboration with me. Upon the utterance of these words, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zilu's eyes as she regarded Xiao Chen with newfound admiration, unlike other men who would gaze at her with fervent intensity. Eager to shower her with compliments, Xiao Chen's demeanor was refreshingly calm, devoid of any overt desire, almost as if he were uninterested in her presence. This piqued Zilu's curiosity and fondness for him. Since young Master Xiao speaks so directly, we shall not beat around the bush, Zilu replied with a charming smile, then tentatively inquired, might we, through your introduction, have the honor of meeting your esteemed master? From the intelligence conveyed by Yunshan, she and her father had initially speculated that Xiao Chen's master was a heavenly-tier alchemist. However, now, with the new information, she suspected that Xiao Chen's mentor might very well be a saint-tier alchemist. If she could secure an audience with such an individual and draw him into the Xian chamber, the chamber's standing within the Dacian Empire could soon surpass even that of the imperial family. After all, the influence wielded by a saint-tier alchemist far eclipsed that of a saint-tier warrior. Should the Xian chamber gain the support of a saint-tier alchemist, not only would formidable figures from the Dacian Empire flock to join, but even those from other empires in the East Wilderness would eagerly seek affiliation with the Xian chamber. Thus, the Xian chamber could ascend to become one of the paramount powers among the 7 great empires of the East Wilderness. I apologize, but my master prefers solitude, shunning worldly affairs and residing in the wilderness, wishing not to be disturbed by outsiders. Even as his disciple, I cannot unilaterally bring anyone to meet him, Xiao Chen replied with a gentle smile. Gracefully declining Zilu's proposal, what a pity, Zilu responded, though she harbored no anger, only a hint of regret. After a brief pause, she continued with a smile, while we may not have the opportunity to witness your master's grandeur, forming a connection with a talent like you is still a fortunate occurrence. Saying this, she produced a token. This is the token held by the honorary elders of the Xian chamber. I would like to invite you to become an honorary elder of our chamber. Unless there is an urgent matter, we shall not impose on you. Only when the chamber encounters difficulties would we seek your assistance. Should it fall within your capabilities. As an honorary elder, you would not only receive an annual stipend of 100,000 spirit crystals, but you would also be entitled to a significant portion of the profits from auction items, up to 90%. Furthermore, you could enjoy an 80% discount when shopping at any branch of the Xian chamber with this token. Once the Chamber of Commerce acquires any rare treasures, should the young master have any needs, he will be granted the privilege of priority purchasing rights, without inquiring about Xiao Chen's requirements for collaboration. Ziluo immediately presented a plethora of benefits. This not only left Xiao Chen astounded, but also rendered Yun Shan and Mu Rongqing Shui, who were present, utterly speechless. The honorary elders of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce have always been reserved for those of transcendent strength or esteemed alchemists, making it unexpected that Miss Ziluo would extend such an invitation to Xiao Chen. Clearly, Ziluo values Xiao Chen far more than they had anticipated. Truly, as the young lady of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, her audacity is unparalleled. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen first expressed his admiration for Ziluo, then spoke with a hint of significance. However, I am merely a young man. Are you not concerned that I might not be able to bring any benefits to the chamber, or that other honorary elders might have objections? The title of honorary elder symbolizes status and prestige, and many powerful individuals have strived unsuccessfully to attain it. Should word spread that Ziluo has appointed an 18-year-old junior as an honorary elder without any prior contributions, It is likely that some high-ranking members of the chamber would voice their discontent. Zi Luo, however, confidently replied, I believe in my judgment. If young Master Xiao becomes an honorary elder of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, it may indeed be a considerable advantage for us. Zi Luo did not directly address the concerns but rather responded with a playful smile, as for the chamber, there will be no objections. There are those who have long overstayed their welcome, and if there are any dissenters, I would not hesitate to initiate a thorough cleansing. Her final words turned icy and commanding, reminiscent of a business queen asserting her authority. Chapter 59, A transaction of such reverse bargaining. Is Ziyun Chamber of Commerce not afraid of incurring losses? Following her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the guest room, whether it was Yin Shan, Mu Rongqing Shui, or the protector accompanying Zi Luo, all bore expressions of disbelief. Although they understood that Zi Luo sought to win over Xiao Chun, they had not anticipated her unwavering resolve. To think she would even consider purging the ranks of the chamber for Xiao Chun? Could it be that Miss Zi Luo has developed an infatuation for young Master Xiao at first sight? Since Miss Zi Luo has expressed herself so candidly, it would seem rather disingenuous for me to decline. As the others were still in shock, Xiao Chen smiled gently and spoke, then extended his hand to accept the token. He had initially intended to collaborate with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce, leveraging their resources to accumulate more valuable items. Becoming an honorary elder is merely a title within the chamber. Yet it affords him a series of benefits. For him, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, leaving no grounds to refuse. After all, the offerings presented by this young lady are simply too generous. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your graciousness, Zi Luo responded, revealing a charming smile as she slightly bowed to Xiao Chun. Her demeanor, reminiscent of a noblewoman, significantly enhanced Xiao Chen's admiration for her. I will ensure that I contribute actively within the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce. Next, I will contact my master to have him refine a batch of medicinal pills to send over. Upon hearing this, Zi Luo's eyes sparkled with delight as Xiao Chen dropped a bombshell. As long as the chamber can assist my master in collecting ample resources, he will not only provide high-grade medicinal pills but also high-grade mystical weapons, and even high-grade formation discs. Hearing this, Zi Luo momentarily froze. Young Master Xiao, does your master also possess skills in weapon crafting and formation arrangements? Xiao Chen replied with a calm smile, indeed, he dabbles in various disciplines during his leisure, and has considerable insight into both weapon crafting and formation crafting. This assertion was not meant to boast but rather to lay the groundwork for the future sale of mystical weapons and formation discs. Could it be that your master is an all-rounder of saintly caliber? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zi Luo and the others gasped in astonishment, the thought racing through their minds. If Xiao Chen is not exaggerating, then the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce has indeed struck gold. My master has always been enigmatic and I am unsure of his true capabilities, but few can compare within the eastern wilderness. Xiao Chen continued to embellish the image of his master, crafting him into an invincible figure. As he gradually reveals more of his abilities, this persona will serve as a protective veil, even if some harbor greedy intentions towards him. They would hesitate to act recklessly without fully understanding the formidable presence of his master, unless they were utterly foolish or had a deep-seated vendetta against him. Young Master Xiao, I have heard Elder Yin Shan mention resource collection before coming to Tiandu City. Although I arrived a bit hastily, I did manage to bring a batch of supplies from headquarters, though I am unsure if it will satisfy your master. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Zi Luo seemed to recall something. She removed a spatial ring from her finger and handed it to Xiao Chen. This contains a collection of outdated resources that the Ziyun Chamber has accumulated in Diqin Imperial City, valued between 5 to 6 million spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he accepted the spatial ring. As his spiritual sense probed inside, he discovered the vast array of accumulated resources. Even he was taken aback, his breath quickening. This trove far exceeded the quantity Yin Shan had given him the previous day by 70 to 80%. Truly, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce is impressive. The resources they casually produce surpass what he had gathered through much effort. Collaborating with the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly the right choice. What is the price you are asking for this batch of resources? After surveying the items, Xiao Chen inquired. The chamber has listed this batch at 5,800,000 spirit crystals, but as you are now an honorary elder, you are entitled to an 80% discount. Ziluo replied, "Thus, it amounts to 4,640,000 spirit crystals." Ziluo smiled slightly and quoted the price. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to respond, she hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Since today is your first day as an honorary elder in the chamber, it is only fitting that you receive an additional discount. Let us round it off. I will only charge you 4 million spirit crystals for this batch. Any lower, and I would have difficulty justifying it upon my return." Hearing this final offer from Ziluo, both Yun Shan and Mu Rongqing Shui, along with the elderly woman in green, gasped in shock. A resource originally priced at 5,800,000 spirit crystals was drastically reduced to 4 million, an astonishing savings of 180,000 spirit crystals. Such a substantial sum would take the city lordess mansion years to amass. Is this Miss Ziluo a representative of the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce or an ally of young Master Xiao? Is she truly unconcerned about the chamber incurring losses with such a reverse bargain? Miss Ziluo is indeed a person of remarkable character. Xiao Chen gazed at her with admiration, his esteem for her soaring once more. This woman is willing to invest so heavily to win him over. Truly deserving of her reputation as one of the three great talents of the Dechen Empire. However, Xiao Chen only possessed 138,000 spirit crystals and still owed Elder Yinshan 300,000. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "It's no trouble at all." Hearing this, Ziluo waved her hand dismissively. "You may owe me the 7 million spirit crystals for now. Pay me back whenever you are able." Her nonchalant attitude suggested that this amount was of little concern to her. "Since Miss Ziluo has shown such trust in me, it would be remiss not to express my appreciation. Once this auction concludes, I will have my master send over a batch of medicinal pills, including at least 8 7th-grade revitalizing purple pills and 2 8th-grade revitalizing purple pills. As for the quality of these pills, they should all be top tier." After stowing away the spatial ring, Xiao Chen spoke to Ziluo with a gentle smile. His words left Ziluo and the others in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. 7th-grade revitalizing purple pills typically auction for over 1 million spirit crystals each, and if they are of superior quality, the price can easily double or triple. 8th-grade revitalizing purple pills can fetch upwards of 5 million spirit crystals, with similar potential for premium specimens. Therefore, if Xiao Chen can indeed provide such quantities of revitalizing purple pills, it would amount to a business deal worth tens of millions. "Are you certain, young Master Xiao?" Ziluo inquired, her voice trembling with anticipation. If Xiao Chen can truly provide such an abundance of revitalizing purple pills, the Ziyun Chamber of Commerce could leverage them as foundational assets to host numerous large-scale auctions across the empire, potentially attracting many fallen powerhouses. In that case, the strength of the Ziyun Chamber would undoubtedly grow exponentially. "I always stand by my word." Xiao Chen merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, his words brimming with formidable confidence. To him, providing the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce with elixirs for auction was eternally harmless. Any elixir that had undergone system repairs, synthesis, or upgrades, once consumed by others, would maintain an indirect connection to him. As long as he expended 3,000 points of contribution, he could leverage this indirect link to surreptitiously plant a contract within the individual, thereby instilling in them a fervent admiration for him. This implies that even the most accomplished practitioners, upon consuming Xiao Chen's elixirs, could be manipulated into becoming his allies. Furthermore, any mystical weapons or array plates that had been repaired, synthesized, or upgraded by the system would still render him the primary controller of those treasures. Even if they were passed on to others, this exemplifies yet another extraordinary aspect of the system. Chapter 60, Uninvited Guests and the Prince's Enticement. Given this, Ziluo decided to patiently await the auspicious news from young Master Xiao. Observing Xiao Chen's self-assured demeanor, Ziluo revealed a charming smile. "Miss Ziluo, I have heard that you are to host an auction in Tiandu City. I hastened here post-haste, only to find myself arriving a step too late." Just as Ziluo finished speaking, Xiao Chen was about to respond when a boisterous laugh echoed, followed by several figures bursting into the private chamber. The sudden intrusion of these uninvited guests caused Xiao Chen and the others to furrow their brows, their gazes shifting towards the entrance. The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was guarded by formidable sentinels. Thus, the presence of this group during their critical discussions indicated that their identities were anything but ordinary. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen recognized the newcomers. At the forefront was a young man clad in resplendent golden robes adorned with python patterns, followed by several others, two of whom he recognized, Nalan Shiji and the elderly man in gray. who had been present during his engagement annulment at the Morong residence yesterday. What a twist of fate to encounter them here, Qing Shui. Upon entering, Nailan Shiji also spotted Xiao Chen and Morong Qing Shui. Momentarily taken aback, before fury ignited in his eyes as he recalled the events of the previous day. Your Highness, the Fifth Prince, how dare you intrude upon the VIP room of the chamber without permission? Is this not rather presumptuous and impolite? Seeing the elegantly attired young man before her, Zi Luo's brow furrowed slightly, her tone growing cold. This individual was none other than Yang Xiao, the fifth son of the southern king of the Dacian dynasty. A martial genius possessing mid-tier celestial talent, having reached the 9th level of the spirit pill realm at the tender age of 24. He was one of her more fervent suitors, yet his overbearing nature repelled her. Still, due to his status as a prince, she felt compelled to endure his behavior. I have longed to see you, Miss Zi Luo. In my eagerness, I may have been a touch abrupt. Yang Zhao's gaze was fervent as he regarded the stunningly beautiful woman before him, whose talent eclipsed his own. With impressive connections and remarkable abilities, she was a paragon of perfection, destined to be his consort. And who might this be, as he mentally resolved to win Zi Luo's heart? Yang Zhao's gaze fell upon the nearby Xiao Chun. This fellow was uncomfortably close to Zi Luo. Could he be another suitor? Your Highness, this is the individual I mentioned earlier. The one beside him is Morong Qing Shui. Nailan Shiji's voice cut in, his jealousy palpable as he glared at Xiao Chun, his fists clenched tightly. If not for this man's interference, he would not have faced humiliation during the annulment at the Morong household. Furthermore, how could Morong Qing Shui transform from an unworthy match into a woman who stirred his desires? The disgrace he suffered yesterday was entirely attributable to Xiao Chen. What? Upon hearing Nailan Shiji's words, Yang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Xiao Chen before bursting into laughter. Brother Xiao, I was just about to seek you out, and here we are by chance. Truly, we are destined to meet. After a brief flicker of his eyes, Yang Xiao approached Xiao Chen, extending an invitation. I have heard of your accomplishments. At merely 18, you have reached the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm. Your martial prowess exceeds even that of this prince. You even managed to heal Morong Qing Shui in a matter of moments. Such astounding medical skills would surely leave even the renowned Dan King Gu Qinghe feeling inadequate. As these words fell, Zi Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, glancing incredulously at Xiao Chen, then at Morong Qing Shui. She was aware of Morong Qing Shui's predicament but had not anticipated that Xiao Chen could resolve what even Gu Qinghe could not. His talent was astonishing. It was worth noting that despite her own high-tier celestial martial talent, she had only reached the 2nd level of the spirit aperture realm at 18. How remarkable was Xiao Chen's achievement of the 7th level at the same age? She had intended to connect with Xiao Chen's mysterious mentor, only to discover that Xiao Chen himself was an extraordinary prodigy. Granting Xiao Chen the title of honorary elder of the Purple Cloud Chamber was undoubtedly the wisest decision she had ever made. Brother Xiao, I wish to invite you to join the Southern King's residence as a follower. When I ascend as the new Southern King, you shall be my trusted right-hand man. As Zi Luo remained in shock. Yang Zhao's tone turned assertive. These words, while seemingly an invitation, carried an undertone that left no room for refusal. After all, he was the prince of the Southern King's residence, and such an overture was a tremendous honor for anyone. Your Highness, Xiao Gongzi is the honorary elder of the Purple Cloud Chamber. Do you not think it inappropriate to poach him in my presence? As Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly, Zi Luo could no longer restrain herself from speaking out. Yang Xiao was clearly scheming to elevate his standing in the Southern King's eyes, not only targeting her but now attempting to recruit Xiao Chen as well. What? He is the honorary elder of the Purple Cloud Chamber? Upon hearing Zi Luo's words, Yang Zhao's pupils constricted sharply, and even Nailan Shiji and the elderly man in grey wore expressions of disbelief. The honorary elders of the Purple Cloud Chamber were typically powerful figures of celestial realms, or esteemed alchemists and artifact masters, many of whom had lived for centuries. The notion that Xiao Chen, at merely 18, could attain such a status was utterly astonishing. Brother Xiao, to achieve the title of honorary elder at such a young age speaks volumes of Miss Zi Luo's regard for you. Observing Zi Luo's apparent concern for Xiao Chen, Yang Zhao's eyes gleamed with a cold light, yet he continued to feign a genial demeanor. But fret not, my relationship with Miss Zi Luo is quite close. And the Southern King's residence shares a fraternal bond with the Purple Cloud Chamber. In a sense, we are akin to family, since you serve as an elder of the Purple Cloud Chamber. Why not also lend your talents to our southern king's residence? It would be mutually beneficial. What say you, brother Xiao? As his words echoed, the chamber fell into a heavy silence. Nalan Shiji glared at Xiao Chen with unabashed envy, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. At the same age, Xiao Chen not only held the title of honorary elder of the Purple Cloud Chamber, placing him on par with celestial realm powerhouses, but even the Southern King's prince was humbled to court his favor. Such circumstances would undoubtedly ignite Nalan Shiji's jealousy to the point of explosion. Truly, it was a case of comparison breeds envy. Chapter 61, A Smiling Hypocrite. Apologies, but I must decline. Just as everyone's gaze fixed upon Xiao Chen, anticipating his response, he promptly rejected the offer without a second thought. Becoming the honorary elder of the Purple Cloud Chamber would not constrain his freedom, it would enable him to gather resources more effectively. However, aligning himself with the Southern King's residence would only embroil him in the strife of factions. Not only would he have to navigate the complexities of their politics, but he would also need to guard against the covetous eyes of those within the residence. Moreover, the efficiency of resource collection would be far inferior to that of the Purple Cloud Chamber, and he might even risk betrayal. Thus, the disadvantages far outweighed the benefits. Furthermore, this southern prince, despite appearing to extend an olive branch, maintained a condescending attitude, speaking as though he were bestowing a favor, which left Xiao Chen feeling quite uncomfortable. You refuse? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's answer, Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, incredulity etched across his face. Brother Xiao, are you unaware of what the Southern King's residence represents within the Dacian dynasty? Nalan Shiji, the elderly man in gray, and the others regarded Xiao Chen with incredulous expressions, clearly astonished by his refusal. It was well known that the Southern King's residence was among the top-tier powers of the Dacian dynasty, alongside the royal family, the 10,000 Flowers sect, the Flame Valley, and the Purple Cloud Chamber. Within the residence, there were several celestial realm powerhouses, one of whom had even reached the astonishing 8th level of the celestial realm. Even the royal family held a wariness of the Southern King's residence, often yielding to them in various matters. Nearly one of the 18 provinces in the southern region of the Great Qian dynasty, even the esteemed Tai Sword sect, a top-tier power in this desolate land, must bow to the influence of the Southern Town Prince's manor. It is well known that the Southern Town Prince's manor stands as one of the 5 foremost powers of the Great Qian dynasty. However, I have always cherished my freedom and wish to remain unentangled in disputes, thus, I must respectfully decline the young master's kind offer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen merely smiled lightly, his tone devoid of any trepidation. The young master extends a gracious invitation to you, and yet you presume to elevate yourself above the Southern Town Prince's manor. At the moment Xiao Chen spoke, Nalan Shiji, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Step aside. Did this young master permit you to speak? As Nalan Shiji's words fell, Yang Xiao cast a frosty glance at him, instantly draining the color from Nalan Shiji's face, since brother Xiao acts according to his own inclinations. I shall no longer press the matter, Yang Xiao said with a gentle smile. Having chastised Nalan Shiji, however, acquaintance is fate. Should brother Xiao reconsider in the future, the doors of the Southern Town Prince's manor shall always be open to you. As he spoke, Yang Zhao's gaze shifted to the side where Morong Qingxue stood. After scrutinizing her, a spark of admiration flickered in his eyes. Might this be the esteemed Miss Morong of the City Lord's manor? I never anticipated that under brother Zhao's care, she would undergo such a remarkable transformation. Approaching Morong Qingxue, Yang Xiao continued with a tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Miss Morong, would you have any interest in joining our Southern Town Prince's manor? If you are willing, this young master could arrange for a powerful teacher of celestial realm to guide you. I could even persuade my father to assign 1,000 black-scaled guards to protect the Morong family, turning your manor into the mightiest in the realm for 1,000 miles. This woman possesses beauty rivaling that of Zi Luo and extraordinary talent, though her backing is somewhat lacking. If she were to be nurtured within the Southern Town Prince's manor, she could very well become my princess. However, out of deference to Zi Luo's presence, Yang Xiao dared not reveal his ambitions too blatantly. Upon hearing Yang Zhao's words, all present were momentarily taken aback. To think that after failing to recruit Xiao Chen, he would turn his attention to Morong Qingxue. I apologize, but during young Master Zhao's treatment of Qingxue, she has resolved to remain by his side. Thus she must courageously decline your kind offer, young master, she stated, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. Morong Qingxue's palms grew clammy with anxiety, yet after glancing at Xiao Chen, she summoned her courage to speak. From the moment Xiao Chen rescued me from the abyss, I have resolved to live solely for him in this life. I shall not be swayed by any other man or force. Following her resolute rejection, Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold menace flashing within, yet he maintained a facade of regretful composure as he remarked, "What a pity, I never realized that Brother Zhao's fortune was so profound as to win the heart of a beauty such as Miss Morong. But considering Brother Zhao's remarkable talents, it is indeed fitting for Miss Morong to follow him." Hearing Yang Zhao's seemingly loaded words, Xiao Chen's brow furrowed in unease, his gaze warily scrutinizing Yang Xiao. The treacherous undertones in his words hinted at hidden motives. He had not anticipated encountering such a duplicitous individual during his visit to the Xian Chamber of Commerce. It appeared this young master would prove to be quite the challenge. "Young master, I still have matters to discuss with Xiao Chen. If you have no further business, I kindly request that you vacate the VIP room," Zi Luo interjected, sensing the growing tension in Yang Zhao's words. Since Miss Zi Luo has spoken, this young master shall refrain from imposing further. Once Miss Zi Luo has concluded her affairs, let us find an opportune time to gather, Yang Xiao replied, not showing any anger. Merely waving to the others, "Let us depart." With that, the group exited the VIP room of the Xian Chamber of Commerce under the watchful gazes of Xiao Chen and Zi Luo. "Xiao Chen, it seems you must exercise caution in the future. Yang Xiao may very well plot against you in secret," Zi Luo warned gravely as they watched the figures disappear around a corner. Yang Xiao was known for his vindictiveness. Having rejected his good intentions today, Xiao Chen would surely find himself the target of the young master's concealed resentment, though Xiao Chen now held the esteemed title of honorary elder at the Xian Chamber of Commerce. Yang Xiao would not dare act openly against him due to the chamber's reputation, yet it was highly probable that he would resort to underhanded tactics. No matter. If others do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but should they dare to cross me, regardless of their identity or background, they shall pay a grievous price, Xiao Chen declared nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. If Yang Xiao harbors ill will over today's rejection, he shall soon learn the consequences of offending me. Perhaps young Master Xiao should reside within the chamber for the next few days, ensuring that you have support should any trouble arise. Zi Luo suggested, her brow furrowed in concern. It was worth noting that Yang Zhao's protector was a formidable figure, possessing the cultivation of the 8th level of the profound realm, only a small tier below her own guardian. Such a presence was nearly invincible within the city of Tiandu. If the young master were to make a covert move against Xiao Chen, it could result in a life-threatening crisis for him. Especially considering how many had mysteriously disappeared after offending Yang Xiao in recent years. Chapter 62. The astute often use others' hands to kill. "That shall suffice," Xiao Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. Kai Yan was currently in seclusion at the city lord's manor, refining the revitalizing purple pill, and would not emerge for at least 2 to 3 days. Remaining at the Xian Chamber of Commerce during this time would indeed help him avoid many troubles. Moreover, having received this batch of supplies from Zi Luo, a sudden inspiration sparked in his mind, one that he needed to validate. Since young Master Xiao has chosen to stay, perhaps Miss Jingxue might as well remain. I sensed something off in Yang Zhao's demeanor just now. Upon noticing Xiao Chen's lack of refusal, Zi Luo turned her gaze toward Morong Qingxue, the heiress of the Xian Chamber of Commerce. She had grown accustomed to the subtleties of deceit. If Yang Xiao sought to undermine Xiao Chen, it would be wise for him not to directly confront him but rather target those around him indirectly. Therefore, keeping Morong Qingxue nearby would likely help mitigate such risks. Morong Qingxue, being wise herself, did not decline Zi Luo's suggestion, merely asking that someone inform the city lord's manner of her decision, so that Morong Fu and Morong Bo would be duly aware. After a brief conversation, Xiao Chen departed for his own quarters. Meanwhile, outside the Xian Chamber of Commerce, Yang Zhao's expression darkened considerably. The chill radiating from him made Naylan Shiji shiver, prompting him to distance himself from the young master. "Xiao, very well," Yang Xiao muttered, recalling the earlier events with a glint of cold malice in his eyes. A mere 18-year-old youth, not only more handsome than he, but also possessing a martial talent that eclipsed his own. To think that at such a young age, he had attained the status of honorary elder at the Xian Chamber of Commerce, which even placed him above Yang Xiao in terms of standing. And when he had extended an invitation, Xiao Chen had dismissed it outright without a moment's hesitation. As the heir of the southern town prince's manor, no young man had ever dared disregard him so blatantly. More importantly, Zi Luo appeared to hold significant concern for this Xiao, but if one were unaware, one might assume they were intimately acquainted. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yang Zhao's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. A flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his gaze. Young master, would you like me to take action? The usually reticent elder beside him rasped. No need, Yang Xiao replied, shaking his head, since Zi Luo values this young man highly. She will go to great lengths to protect him. Moreover, his current status as an honorary elder of the Xian Chamber of Commerce complicates matters. Should we harm him and leave traces behind? It would surely lead to a rift between the Xian Chamber of Commerce and the Southern Town Prince's manor. This young master would then have no hope of winning Zi Luo's favor. With that, Yang Zhao's eyes glinted, a cold smile gracing his lips. First, let us gather information on this Xiao. Afterward, we shall await the arrival of a certain individual. While he could not act against Xiao Chen directly, he could utilize others to undermine him. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who profits. It is the foolish who think to act with their own hands to kill. The wise often employ others to do their bidding. Young master, your wisdom is unparalleled, Nailan Shiji exclaimed, eager to curry favor after hearing Yang Zhao's strategy. He then cautiously inquired, might I ask who we are waiting for? A person of remarkable caliber. Given Xiao Chen's current identity and stature, few would dare provoke him. Only individuals from the most elite factions would possess the audacity to disregard the Xian Chamber of Commerce. The Burning Flame Valley. Duan Haoming, Yang Xiao responded, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he spoke. What might the esteemed son wish to? Upon hearing this, Nailan Shiji lifted his head, his gaze filled with astonishment as he stared at Yang Xiao. The Burning Flame Valley. This is another top-tier power within the Dechen dynasty, where several formidable beings of the celestial realm reside. As for the name Duan Haoming, he is not unfamiliar to me. It is not that this individual is particularly impressive, his reputation resonating throughout the entire Dechen dynasty. Rather, he is a ravenous lecher, relying on his status as the son of the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Any beauty he desires will be pursued relentlessly. Even many female disciples from first-rate factions have fallen victim to Duan Haoming's schemes, yet these factions dare not confront the Burning Flame Valley directly. And afterwards, they can only swallow their pride and remain silent. I never anticipated that the person Yang Xiao intends to manipulate would be this young master of the Burning Flame Valley. Could the bait to entice him truly be Morong Qingxue? What, do you have objections? Seeing Nailan Shiji's startled expression, Yang Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze dangerously fixed upon him. Shiji dared not respond. Nailan Shiji's complexion shifted at these words, and he hurriedly shook his head in reply. Morong Qingxue had rejected his marriage proposal, shamelessly lingering by Xiao Chen's side, which filled him with immense humiliation. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Morong Qingxue was the woman he yearned for, and now Yang Xiao intended to use her as bait. This thought left him feeling quite uncomfortable. If Duan Haoming were to succeed with her, how could he ever hope to win her affection? Damn it, it seems I must wait for Duan Haoming to indulge himself first, and then seek an opportunity to insert myself into the situation. As he grappled with intense resentment within, Nailan Shiji thought grimly, whether I go first or second, as long as I can erase this humiliation and vent my long-suppressed anger, my cultivation will surely become clearer. From now on, you shall keep a vigilant eye on the Xian Chamber of Commerce for me. Should any unusual occurrences arise, remember to report back to me immediately. As Nailan Shiji's dark and twisted thoughts festered, Yang Xiao cast a glance at the buildings behind him and spoke to the former in a cold tone. Having said that, Yang Xiao did not linger and left the chamber without delay. Inside the private room, while Yang Xiao and his companions plotted, Xiao Chen took out the spatial ring bestowed by Ziluo and issued a retrieval command without a moment's hesitation. Ding. The system has recovered all resources within the spatial ring. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 514,864 points. Gasp. Over 500,000 points. This truly is a meteoric rise. Hearing the system's notification, Xiao Chen immediately inhaled sharply. The increase in points was astonishingly rapid. If he could procure several more batches of resources from the Xian Chamber of Commerce, assisting Cayenne in upgrading her bloodline would be a piece of cake. Coupled with the more than 80,000 points I had left over, my total should now exceed 600,000. Recalling the surplus funds available, Xiao Chen promptly opened his attribute panel. Host, Xiao Chen Physique, Innate Tao Body Cultivation, Shen Dan Third Realm Technique, Creation of Heaven and Earth Abilities, Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step, Great Wilderness True Dragon Fist, 5 Elements Reversal Seal, 9 turns Golden Body Shield Points, 608,364. Indeed, the points have surpassed the 600,000 mark. the foundation of this top-tier power is indeed terrifying. Observing the current point value, Xiao Chen couldn't help but reflect, just from these two transactions, I have nearly accumulated 1,000,000 points, and I have yet to fully exploit all the resources. If I can consolidate all the discarded resources from the Xian Chamber of Commerce, my points could easily breach the 1,000,000 mark. However, I must take my time. One cannot eat a fat man in a single bite. I must first digest these points and transform them into my own strength. At this moment, recalling some matters he had previously overlooked, Xiao Chen felt a surge of urgency as he inquired of the system. System, since I can upgrade my martial talents, is it also possible to enhance my cultivation or my physical strength? As soon as this question was posed, Xiao Chen felt a wave of tension. Upon his arrival in this world, he had been preoccupied with gathering resources to exchange for points, intending to assist Cayenne in concealing her identity and restoring her cultivation. He even aspired to help her upgrade her bloodline, enabling her to potentially breach the Saint realm, thus providing himself with a powerful guardian at the Saint level. In the throes of this mindset, he had neglected some personal details, only now recognizing this aspect. If he could upgrade his own cultivation and physical body, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. The upgrade function can only enhance the quality of the target object, facilitating a transformation of a certain tier. It cannot directly strengthen the intensity of the item. As anticipation swelled within him, the system's mechanical reply chilled Xiao Chen's heart. Indeed, it was not feasible. He had hoped to upgrade and reinforce his physical body, which would have allowed his strength to soar, instantly granting him the power to rival those of the celestial realm. Alas, upgrading is not equivalent to strengthening. This method is futile. Although the upgrade function cannot directly enhance the physical strength, it can assist the host in improving their cultivation. For instance, the host may upgrade the quality of their true essence or the quality of their soul. As Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Upgrading the quality of true essence and the soul can indeed greatly enhance my strength. Xiao Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with clarity, yet he had been too eager for success, neglecting the fundamentals. By upgrading the quality of his true essence, he could easily crush others within the same realm, and upgrading the quality of his soul, not only would it grant him extraordinary soul perception, but it would also endow him with a genius-level comprehension, allowing him to effortlessly master his surging power. These are all splendid avenues through which his strength could transform. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen raised his hand to condense a sphere of true essence, 5 colors of light flickering and shimmering, presenting an almost ethereal spectacle. This was the 5-element true essence cultivated through the creation of heaven and earth technique. The technique comprises 3 stages: the 5 elements chapter, the yin-yang chapter, and the creation chapter. Only when the quality of true essence changes and the cultivation reaches the corresponding level can I practice the subsequent chapters. Gazing at the sphere of 5-element true essence before him, Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He had only been cultivating for less than 10 days, and although his cultivation had reached the Xin Dan 3rd realm with external assistance, due to the rapid ascent without a proper foundation, the quality of his 5-element true essence remained at the low tier of the Xin level. Even with an imperial-grade technique, without ample time to refine his true essence, the quality would not surpass that of others by much. If I could elevate the quality of my true essence to the pinnacle of the heavenly level, I could likely dominate anyone else within the same realm. With this thought, Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement and promptly commanded the system, elevate my true essence quality to the pinnacle of the heavenly level. The system has deducted 38,000 points. Upgrading true essence quality for the host. As the system's notification faded, a flash of white light erupted. In that instant, the 5-element true essence within Xiao Chen roared to life. The 5 colors of light shone as if containing the very essence of heaven and earth, casting an ethereal glow throughout the entire chamber. Suddenly, the true essence within him began to rapidly diminish, undergoing a refinement and transformation. In just a brief moment, its quality shifted from the low tier of the Xin level to the pinnacle of the heavenly level. This system function truly is extraordinary. Feeling the nearly have true essence within him, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Chen's face. Under normal circumstances, it would take several years to elevate the 5-element true essence to the pinnacle of the heavenly level. However, by utilizing the system's function, he had achieved this in exchange for just over 30,000 points. Truly, this journey of cultivation feels like a cheat, with strength soaring so effortlessly, though my true essence has diminished by nearly half. My strength has multiplied several times, sensing the far more formidable five-element true essence within him. A brilliant light shone in Xiao Chen's eyes. If his previous true essence quality had been akin to a wooden stick, it had now transformed into an iron rod, surpassing its former limitations. The combat power wielded by the same strand of true essence now differed dramatically from before. Next, I'll enhance my soul quality, then settle down to restore my cultivation. Feeling a sense of emptiness within his dantian, Xiao Chen did not immediately opt for recovery but instead issued another upgrade command to the system. System, elevate the quality of my soul to the pinnacle of the heavenly level. Ding. The system has deducted 29,000 points, upgrading the soul quality for the host, perhaps due to his transmigration and the fusion with the original owner as soul. His soul quality was slightly stronger than that of ordinary individuals, thus, the points required to elevate it to the pinnacle of the heavenly level were a bit less. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unexpectedly triggering a 10,000-fold increase in drop rates. Soul quality has been elevated to the pinnacle of the imperial level, and the soul has successfully transformed into the Bodhi Enlightenment soul. Boom. As the system's notification rang out suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a roaring sensation in his mind. As if his soul had transcended its physical form. In a remarkably unique perspective, he observed the changes in the world around him. In this moment, his sea of consciousness expanded wildly, and his soul power surged at an alarming rate. Furthermore, as Xiao Chen entered a state of enlightenment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him in a frenzy. The five-element true essence within him, which had previously diminished in quantity due to the quality transformation, began to rapidly condense and surge. His cultivation advanced with the ease of drinking water. The 4 realms of Shendan, the 5 realms of Shendan, in the span of less than half a day. Xiao Chen's cultivation transcended from the 3rd realm of Shendan to the 6th realm, showing no signs of abatement. Although the pace of his breakthroughs gradually slowed, the process remained ongoing. With the arrival of the 2nd day, as Xiao Chen immersed himself in enlightenment and ascension, the city of Tiandu began to swell with fervor. The Ziyun Merchants Auction announced an abundance of treasures, claiming that this auction would feature not only various rare artifacts but also exquisite medicinal pills, including the Shenqing Snow Lotus Pill and the Recovery Purple Pill. This revelation sent ripples through the entire region of Huangzhou, even stirring commotion in other territories. The 5 foremost powers of the Dacian dynasty each dispatched representatives to Tiandu city. Within the city, one could observe formidable figures from various influential factions, resulting in several skirmishes that left Morongfu quite vexed. Fortunately, after refining the Recovery Purple Pill, Morongbo's cultivation finally returned to the 2nd realm of Tongxian. Upon emerging from seclusion, his formidable prowess was sufficient to deter some petty miscreants. With Morongbo's reappearance and display of his cultivation, practitioners in Tiandu city who were familiar with him felt an unprecedented shock over the past 2 days. Driven by curiosity, they began to inquire about Morongbo's circumstances. After all, Morongbo had once been a powerful figure in the Tongxian realm but had fallen to a state of impotence due to unforeseen events, a fact well known throughout Tiandu city. Yet now not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also regained his cultivation to the 2nd realm of Tongxian, which inevitably aroused curiosity. Consequently, as eyewitnesses and those with ulterior motives began to spread rumors, news regarding Xiao Chen and the Morong family started circulating throughout Tiandu city. Chapter 64. The topic has been opened. It is time to set the trap. Zui Sanju, a renowned tea house in Tiandu city, offers a variety of both new and aged teas. The aged tea is warm and aromatic, with a smooth and rich flavor, although it may not sell as well as some of the newer teas. The depth of flavor cultivated over the years continues to endear many. The new teas, while somewhat raw in their initial tasting, captivate patrons with their appealing appearance and lingering aftertaste, leaving many longing for more. Meanwhile, within the Tianhao suite of Zui Xianju, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, what bliss! It has been ages since my last visit to this delightful establishment. The tea here is truly splendid. Don't you want to let off some steam? Exclaimed Duan Haoming, greedily savoring the tea like an addict. Just a bunch of superficial women. You truly have no standards, Yang Xiao remarked disdainfully, his eyes flickering with a hint of disgust at the scene before him. Although some of the women in the tea house were indeed quite beautiful, they were merely faded blossoms and withered willows. As the heir of the Zhennan Wangfu, he was hardly in such desperate straits. Ha ha ha, a jade arm for 1,000 pillows, a vermilion lip for a myriad of tastes. Sometimes going with the flow can lead to a humorous perspective on life, unperturbed by Yang Zhao's words. Duan Haoming continued to indulge, devouring the tea with reckless abandon, much to Yang Zhao's chagrin. Beside them, Nailan Shiji wore a look of sudden realization, even appearing eager to join in the indulgence, as if to experience the myriad facets of life and traverse the winding paths others had walked. Seeking the warmth they had once known, there indeed seemed to be a unique experience to be gleaned. Rumors had it that the cultivation method of the Burning Flame Valley, known for its young and fierce fire attributes, caused the internal yang energy to become increasingly restless, potentially forming fire toxins. As the practitioner's realm advanced, failing to frequently engage with women would result in the internal fire toxins scorching the heart veins, causing unbearable pain to the cultivator. Previously, the young master had dismissed this as mere gossip, but observing Duan Haoming's current demeanor, he began to entertain the idea that there might be some truth to it. As he observed Duan Haoming's grotesque mannerisms, Yang Zhao suddenly spoke with a faint smile. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Yang Zhao's inquiry, Duan Haoming's finger paused mid-motion, his gaze sharpened. "Are you implying that the debauched young master you speak of is me?" "Ah, brother Duan, your discernment is indeed sharp, to see through it so quickly," Yang Zhao replied, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Today, I witnessed that young man in close proximity to the esteemed Miss Zilu, which left me with a lingering dissatisfaction. However, this young lord's heart is firmly attached to Miss Ziluo, and he is reluctant to provoke her ire, leaving him no choice but to seek an opportunity to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Thus, when I brought this matter to brother Duan today, I confess there was a hint of personal interest involved." Observing that Duan Haoming was not easily swayed, Yang Zhao could only resort to psychological tactics. As he spoke, a trace of despondency crossed his face, mingled with an unmistakable sense of unwillingness. "This young lord harbors genuine affection for Miss Ziluo, yet she inexplicably favors a rustic youth. This disparity gnaws at his heart." After finishing his words, Yang Zhao took a hefty sip of tea, seemingly attempting to substitute it for wine in an effort to release the pent-up anger within him. "Is that fellow truly just a simple country lad?" Duan Haoming's eyes narrowed slightly at this remark, his tone laden with significance as he inquired. "Though he is infatuated with women and somewhat overbearing, he is not without intellect. If he were merely a rustic individual, how could the heir of the esteemed Jinnan Wangfu be deterred from taking action? Instead, he seems intent on dragging this young master of the Burning Flame Valley into his schemes. This undoubtedly conveys a message. Yang Zhao harbors some trepidation towards that young man. Prior to welcoming brother Duan, I had someone investigate. Among the prominent forces in the Great Qian dynasty, there is no information regarding this individual. It is only known that he is accompanied by a woman in red, a formidable practitioner at the Xinjing level. One can surmise that he is a fortunate country lad who has obtained some form of inheritance." Yang Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, revealing no hint of concealment. After all, if behind them lie top-tier powers, including his own father, a celestial being. To them, a practitioner at the Xinjing level poses no real threat. If that is indeed the case, this young master could assist you in testing the depths of this scoundrel, but you must ensure to perform favorably afterward. After a moment of silence, Duan Haoming, with a flicker of his gaze, addressed Yang Zhao, a knowing expression gracing his brow. As long as brother Duan can help this young lord vent his frustrations, I assure you that you will be duly rewarded in the future." Yang Zhao replied with a faint smile, though a glint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes as his gaze fell. There is no time like the present. I shall now seek to experience this purine body of a young lady." Upon hearing Yang Zhao's response, Duan Haoming burst into laughter, then pushed aside the woman beside him and rose to stride toward the door. Now that he knows of a breathtaking beauty with a purine body, and one not affiliated with the Wan woman, he would be remiss not to assist in her blossoming. Yang Zhao and the others exchanged glances before also stepping out of the Zuexian Ju. Regardless of how constricted the process may have felt, being seen through by Duan Haoming, as long as that scoundrel approaches Morong Qingshu, a conflict with Xiao Chen is inevitable. His objective has been achieved. In the hall of the Xian Merchant Association, as young Master Shao not emerged from his seclusion, Yun Shan approached Morong Qingshu, who had just stepped out for fresh air, and inquired with a gentle smile. "The auction is to be held tomorrow, yet Xiao Chen has chosen this moment for seclusion, which strikes him as rather strange. No, young master should be in seclusion to break through his cultivation. He should be emerging shortly." Morong Qingshu shook her head in response. "Xiao Chen is quite interested in this auction. he surely would not miss it for the sake of seclusion unless something unexpected occurred. Since young Master Xiao is mindful, I shall refrain from disturbing him. Yun Shan stroked his beard, and then, as if recalling something, spoke with a grave tone. Miss Qingxue, quite a few dandy young masters have arrived in Tiandu City these past few days. It would be prudent for you to maintain a low profile if you have no pressing matters. Morong Qingxue possesses unparalleled beauty, and her unique purine physique undoubtedly makes her an exceptional dual cultivation vessel for certain powerful individuals. The troublesome aspect is that, despite her respectable background, she is of little significance to top-tier powers. Should she catch the eye of a powerful figure or a dandy young master, she could find herself in considerable trouble. Old man, are you referring to this young master? Just as Yun Shan's words fell, a boisterous laugh erupted from behind, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. How dare one address him as an old man within the hall of the Ziyun Merchant Association? This fellow is brazen beyond measure. Who is this guy? As his expression darkened, Yun Shan turned to face the newcomer. However, upon seeing the person's face and the blazing attire they wore, his expression shifted dramatically. If he was not mistaken, this should be the youngest son of Duan Yantian, the master of the Burning Flame Valley. Duan Haoming, a lecherous and arrogant individual who, relying on his status as the son of the Valley Master, has forcibly taken girls from various places. It is unexpected that the Burning Flame Valley would send this scoundrel here. Morong Qingxue is in for trouble. So it is young Master Duan from the Burning Flame Valley. I deeply apologize for my lack of hospitality. I hope you will forgive me. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Shan laughed heartily, then, using his true essence, conveyed to Morong Qingxue, do not pay him any mind. Quickly retreat inside. For now, he can only divert the young man's attention, hoping to allow Morong Qingxue to leave safely. Upon hearing Yun Shan's words, Morong Qingxue understood at once and turned to head deeper into the Merchant Association. Hold on, did this young master permit you to leave? Observing Morong Qingxue attempt to walk away, Duan Haoming's eyes glinted with mockery as he swiftly appeared before her, blocking her path. His talent may only be of the Earth-grade peak tier, and among the younger generation of top-tier powers, he may not be particularly remarkable, yet under the Burning Flame Valley's tutelage, he had successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Xiandan realm at the age of 25. At this distance, stopping someone is a trivial matter. And miss, we are strangers. I kindly ask you to step aside. Facing Duan Haoming, Morong Qingxue steadied her nerves and spoke with a frigid tone. Indeed, we were previously strangers, but from this moment forth, we are acquainted. Duan Haoming laughed uproariously, his gaze burning as he fixated on Morong Qingxue. She is indeed a purine body, and in comparison to the women of the one woman he had encountered, she appears to be of a significantly higher caliber. Just the scent of purine emanating from her makes his blood surge with primal fervor. This woman is undoubtedly a treasure. If he could obtain her yuan, not only would the fire poison within him be purified, but his cultivation would also experience explosive growth. Chapter 66. This shameless scoundrel dares to threaten her. Young master, please conduct yourself with dignity. As Duan Haoming gazed at her like a ravenous wolf, Morong Qingxue's expression grew increasingly frigid. After issuing a warning, she attempted once more to leave. Young Master Xiao remains in seclusion. She cannot afford to stir up trouble here and must escape as swiftly as possible. Miss Morong, I am, after all, the young master of the Burning Flame Valley. Is it truly wise to disregard my presence? As Morong Qingxue made to depart again, Duan Haoming's chilling laughter echoed menacingly. The Burning Flame Valley? Upon hearing Duan Haoming declare his identity, Morong Qingxue's body stiffened, and her complexion paled. The Burning Flame Valley, a name she had often heard spoken of by her grandfather and father, is one of the 5 top-tier powers within the Great Qian dynasty, with the capacity to easily obliterate the entire Tiandu city. Moreover, due to their practice of a flawed fire attribute sacred technique, the practitioners of the Burning Flame Valley are notorious for their lecherous tendencies. They possess an insatiable desire to claim women with extreme bodies. Little did she expect that the man who harbored intentions towards her would be one of the young masters of the Burning Flame Valley. What shall she do now? With the realization of Duan Haoming's identity, Morong Qingxue's heart sank into despair. Possessing the Taiyin Shencha physique, she holds an irresistible allure for the Burning Flame Valley. No wonder his gaze upon her is so intensely fervent. The young Master Duan, I sincerely apologize. Miss Morong is summoned by our young lady. There are urgent matters to discuss, and she must not be kept waiting. Whatever business you have with Miss Morong can surely wait until she emerges. Just as Morong Qingxue felt her fists clench involuntarily, contemplating her escape, Yun Shan's voice rang out once more from behind. This revelation caused her eyes to light up, instantly grasping the intent behind Yun Shan's words. Given Duan Haoming's unusual identity, her only protection lies with the young lady Ziluo. With this thought, Morong Qingxue remained silent, continuing her path deeper into the Merchant Association. Old man, after one or two interruptions to my affairs. Do you truly believe that being associated with the Ziyun Merchant Association will deter me from taking action? Seeing Morong Qingxue attempt to bypass him to enter the association, Duan Haoming's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Immediately, a red-clad elder appeared mysteriously around him, causing Yun Shan's pupils to constrict violently. A Xuanjing-level practitioner. If you utter another word, I shall ensure he renders you powerless. With Duan Haoming's chilling proclamation, the red-clad elder lifted his gaze slightly. A terrifying aura locking onto Yun Shan. It seemed that should Yun Shan dare to speak again, he would be met with immediate violence. After delivering a harsh warning to Yun Shan, Duan Haoming reappeared before Morong Qingxue. A wicked smile dancing on his lips as he appraised her. An impeccable visage, a curvaceous figure, and an intoxicating maidenly fragrance. Truly, it is enough to enchant anyone. After uttering a lewd remark, Duan Haoming lowered his voice and continued. Miss Morong, the city of Tiandu has recently been rather tumultuous. You wouldn't want any harm to befall your grandfather or father, would you? Upon hearing these words, Morong Qingxue abruptly lifted her head, her fists clenched tightly. Unable to contain her outrage, how dare this shameless scoundrel threaten her? Rest assured, he sneered, as long as you remain by my side and serve me well, I shall ensure no harm comes to your family. Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Morong Qingxue's face, Duan Haoming's countenance grew increasingly lewd. As he stepped closer to her, he reached out to touch her chin. In your dreams, as his fingers approached, Morong Qingxue unleashed her cultivation. Stomping her foot and shattering the floor as she shot towards the depths of the Merchant Association, trying to escape? Duan Haoming's eyes glinted with malice as he sensed her defiance. In that moment, he too erupted with power, lunging to seize her. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated he became. When he finally captured her, he intended to discover just how fiercely loyal this heiress could be. The sudden turn of events caused many in the merchant hall to change their expressions, yet none dared to intervene. Although Yun Shan wished to assist, he was firmly locked down by a powerful expert from the Tongshan realm. Leaving him helpless despite his anxiety, had to possess a cultivation of the second level of the spirit aperture at merely 18 years of age, truly a rare find. Duan Haoming's voice echoed with excitement as he felt the surge of Morong Qingxue's power. From this day forth, you shall belong to me. But just as his proclamation reverberated through the hall and his hand was about to grasp her back, a flurry of petals swept by. Accompanied by a chilling voice. To brazenly abduct a maiden in broad daylight, truly you are a beast of the burning flame valley. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the petals flew towards Duan Haoming like divine weapons. Watch out, young master. The sudden turn of events made the elder's expression shift dramatically. He appeared beside Duan Haoming like a specter, conjuring a fire attribute barrier that clashed with the petals. The ensuing shockwave swept through the hall like a tempest, causing the entire Merchant Association to tremble. Duan Haoming staggered, nearly collapsing. The other cultivators in the hall fled in panic. Who dares to lay a hand on me? After regaining his footing, Duan Haoming glared up in fury. He had been so close to seizing Morong Qingxue and tearing her garments, intending to take her away amidst her cries, only to be interrupted by an audacious assailant. It's your aunt, a chilling voice echoed as several figures with snow-white hair appeared in the hall. An overwhelming aura of dread enveloped the room, causing Duan Haoming's pupils to constrict. The women of the Wanhua sect, recognizing the familiar faces entering, Duan Haoming's expression darkened. The foremost was an elder of the Wanhua sect, whose name he did not know, and the other two were not strangers to him, true disciples of the sect. One, named Nangong Jing, possessed extraordinary martial talent, having reached the 8th level of the spirit pill at merely 23 years of age. Capable of overshadowing him in both talent and cultivation, the other Li Wanqing was just 19 yet had reached the 7th level of the spirit aperture, making her a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Wanhua sect. To encounter them here in Tiandu City was truly a stroke of misfortune. This woman has no ties to your Wanhua sect. Do you seek to instigate a conflict by meddling? Duan Haoming's cold gaze swept over the three. His tone dark and low. He had expected the one to come to Morong Qingshua's aid to be the young master behind her, yet a contingent from the Wanhua sect had unexpectedly appeared. Complicating matters, who says she has no connection to us? As Duan Haoming's words fell, Nangong Jing stepped forward, her gaze devoid of warmth as she fixed it upon him. She is a newly accepted disciple of my master. Do you believe our Wanhua sect to be easily bullied to treat her with such disdain? With that, a glint of cold light flashed in Nangong Jing's eyes, suggesting she was on the verge of striking. Morong Qingxue was left bewildered. When did she become a disciple of the Wanhua sect? You speak nonsense, Duan Haoming, enraged, spat out a curse without thinking. This woman was barely human 2 days ago, confined within the city lord's mansion. How can she be accepted as a disciple in such a short time? Why not claim her red hair was cured by your master? As far as he knew, the sect leader of the Wanhua sect had secluded herself for the past 2 years. Rumored to be suffering from backlash in her cultivation. If Morong Qingxue had truly been accepted as a disciple, would she be left alone in the Ziyun Merchant Association? If you doubt it, let us settle this with a duel. Hearing Duan Haoming's coarse words, Nangong Jing's brows furrowed slightly, her tone icy as she retorted. In the next moment, without further ado, she unleashed her cultivation and charged at him. Damn it, crazy woman, how dare you! As Nangong Jing closed in, Duan Haoming's expression shifted, and he retreated frantically, shouting at the elder in red, "Stop her, with her cultivation at the 8th level of the spirit pill." She was 3 whole realms above him. Engaging her would result in his utter humiliation. Just as Duan Haoming's voice echoed, the elder in red transformed into a blur, dashing toward Nangong Jing like a wraith. Yet at that same moment, the elder of the Wanhua sect, who had remained silent until now, summoned a flurry of petals that danced around her. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Bang! The next moment, as figures collided, a thunderous explosion echoed like rolling thunder. Duan Haoming was sent flying by a single palm strike from Nangong Jing, nearly crashing out of the Ziyun Merchant Association's hall like refuse. Han Xinyuad, do you truly wish to start a war? Seeing Duan Haoming hurled away, the elder in red glared frostily at the elder of the Wanhua sect. Is it necessary to escalate a mere sparring match between juniors to a sect conflict? In response, Han Xinyue replied calmly, since the rift between the Wanhua sect and the Burning Flame Valley 30 years ago, conflicts have frequently arisen between our 2 sects. It is not uncommon for juniors to engage in battles. However, unless the consequences are severe, such as crippling each other's cultivation or causing grievous harm, our sects would not irreparably sever ties. Though you are guests, such blatant violence is hardly in accordance with decorum. Is it? Just as the elder in red's expression darkened and his aura surged, a cold voice rang out, and Zilu and her protector entered the hall, observing the shattered floor and the disarray around them. Zilu cast a frosty glance at Nangong Jing and Duan Haoming. Regardless of who struck first, all damages within the merchant hall must be compensated at full value today. Furthermore, if anyone dares to cause trouble on Ziyun Merchant Association's territory again, they will be permanently blacklisted. Hearing Zilu's icy pronouncement, Nangong Jing and the others reined in their auras, refraining from further hostilities. You will pay for this transgression, Duan Haoming vowed as he steadied his tumultuous blood flow. Glaring at Nangong Jing before tossing a spatial ring to Yunshan. We depart. Though the Burning Flame Valley held no fear of the Ziyun Merchant Association, they could not afford to offend them. After all, the connections and resource-gathering capabilities of the Ziyun Merchant Association far surpassed their OWN. In the current situation, forcibly taking Morong Qingxue was impossible. They could only wait until the auction concluded to seek another opportunity. Miss Zilu, I apologize for the trouble caused earlier, Duan Haoming said, his expression one of frustration as he departed. Not at all. I was merely putting on a show, Zilu replied. Miss Morong is a friend of one of our elders, and had it not been for your timely intervention, she would undoubtedly have encountered significant trouble. Zilu waved her hand dismissively. She had just received news from Yunshan regarding the events that transpired, and she had not anticipated such upheaval in the merchant hall while she was preoccupied with organizing the auction. Thankfully, Morong Qingxue had emerged unscathed, otherwise she would have had much to answer for to Shao Chun. Morong Qingxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude to her valiant friends for their timely assistance. After Ziluo's voice faded, she bowed respectfully to Nangong Jing and the others. Had it not been for their intervention today, even if Ziluo had managed to arrive in time to stop the situation, she would have still faced the unwelcome advances of Duan Haoming. Thus, the timely actions of Nangong Jing and her companions preserved her honor. Ah, so your name is Morong Qingxue. It is quite a melodious name, Li Wanqing remarked, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Morong Qingxue, noting the similarities in their striking features. A look of awe spread across her face. What a stunning beauty she was! Not only did she share a unique purine physique akin to her own, but her looks and figure also rivaled Li Wanqing's. If only she could take her as a junior sister. Then she would no longer be the youngest. I am Nangong Jing, and this is my junior sister Li Wanqing, and this esteemed elder is Han Xingyue from the Wanhua sect. After Li Wanqing spoke, Nangong Jing succinctly introduced herself and her companions, her gaze fixed intently on Morong Qingxue. Miss Morong, you possess a rare purine physique. Would you consider joining our Wanhua sect, although my master is currently in seclusion? I can act on her behalf to accept you as an honorary disciple. When my master emerges, you can officially pledge your allegiance to her. At these words, Morong Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Ziliuo cast an unusual glance at the group. Over the past couple of days, while Xiao Chen was in seclusion, she had also recognized Morong Qingxue's extraordinary potential and had extended an invitation to her, only to be met with rejection. This left her feeling somewhat regretful. Little did she expect that the Wanhua sect had also set its sights on this purine-bodied. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have vowed to follow young Master Xiao for the rest of my life, so I must decline your offer. Without a hint of hesitation, Morong Qingxue shook her head in refusal. In this lifetime, she belonged solely to Xiao Chun. Unless he forcefully cast her aside, she would never leave him. What? Upon hearing Morong Qingxue's response, both Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing could not help but widen their eyes in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The Wanhua sect was one of the top powers within the Dechen Empire, a sect comprised entirely of women, renowned for its formidable reputation and regarded as a coveted sanctuary for countless women aspiring to cultivate. To think that Morong Qingxue would refuse without a second thought, especially under the auspices of becoming a disciple of the sect. Miss Morong, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Nangong Jing inquired, her heart filled with perplexity. My mind is made up. I sincerely apologize, Morong Qingxue replied firmly, her expression unwavering. To remain by Xiao Chen's side throughout her life would undoubtedly be her greatest honor. Who is this young Master Xiao? Li Wanqing inquired, her curiosity piqued by Morong Qingxue's steadfastness. This was a beauty who was not in the least inferior to herself. What manner of man could captivate her so utterly? Young Master Xiao is an extraordinary individual, both handsome and remarkable, Morong Qingxue answered, her face radiating admiration and happiness. As she spoke, her gaze turned dreamy, reminiscent of a love-struck maiden. Ahem, Miss Morong, perhaps we should discuss this further inside. Ziliuo interjected, observing Morong Qingxue's enthralled demeanor and noting the curious murmurs from others in the hall. With that, Ziliuo led the way into the Merchant Association, prompting Morong Qingxue to snap back to reality. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing's faces, she felt her cheeks flush and hurried to follow Ziliuo. Meanwhile, Duan Haoming exited the Merchant Association with a dark scowl, casting a chilling glance back at the interior. Wanhua sect, just wait until my father returns from the endless desert. I shall make you all submit beneath the might of the Burning Flame Valley. As he recalled his father Duan Yentian, accompanied by two formidable beings from the Burning Flame Valley, venturing into the endless desert to capture a cluster of millennium-old corefire, a sinister grin spread across his face. If his father successfully acquired and refined the extraordinary flame, he would surely become a powerhouse of the celestial realm. At that point, aside from the ancient beings who had achieved the sacred realm, who could possibly contend with his father, the Wanhua sect would become nothing more than a breeding ground for their Burning Flame Valley. Duan, has everything gone smoothly? Just as Duan Haoming's expression fluctuated ominously, Yang Xiao and his companions approached. Smoothly? Nonsense, Duan Haoming retorted icily, as if someone had stepped on his tail. The women of the Wanhua sect chose this moment to arrive at the Merchant Association. Surely, you all saw what transpired. Why did you not help me stop them? Had they not appeared, I might have been able to abduct Morong Qingxue. Once that was done, the die would be cast, and the Wanhua sect would have no recourse. The appearance of the Wanhua sect was unforeseen. It can only be deemed an unexpected variable, Yang Xiao replied, unfazed by Duan Haoming's ire. Miss Morong Qingxue may have escaped for now, but she will not be able to evade forever. There will still be opportunities, Duan, as long as we can capture her family. How dare you? Duan Haoming interrupted, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you truly think I am a fool? Now that the Wanhua sect has discovered her, she will undoubtedly be brought under their wing, possibly even as a disciple of that old hag, Luo Lingshuang. You suggest I go and abduct her family now? Do you wish to instigate a war between the Burning Flame Valley and the Wanhua sect? Furthermore, the Morong family boasts a transcendent master. Such an existence is not easily captured. After delivering a scathing reprimand to Yang Xiao, Duan Haoming turned on his heel, departing with the elderly figure clad in red, leaving Yang Xiao stunned, his complexion turning an ominous shade of pale. What did you just say? Both astonished and incredulous. Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing stared at Morong Qingxue as she recounted her past with Xiao Chun. They could hardly believe that she had such a history. Each possessed a formidable purine physique, one with the Xianin ice spirit body, the other with the extremine celestial vein, yet neither had suffered the backlash of primordialine energy like Morong Qingxue. Additionally, while their physiques had granted them some enhancement, it was nowhere near as dramatic as Morong Qingxue's leap from the body refining realm to the spirit aperture realm. Her physique must be of a superior caliber. Indeed, I have vowed to follow him as long as he does not disdain me, Morong Qingxue affirmed, her voice resolute. It seemed that this young Master Xiao was indeed someone extraordinary. Seeing Morong Qingxue in such a lovesick state, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing were intrigued by Xiao Chun. Where is this young Master Xiao now? Might we have the chance to meet him? After a brief silence, Nangong Jing posed the question. Of course, her interest in Xiao Chun was not personal, rather, she sought to leverage him to persuade Morong Qingxue to join the Wanhua sect. After all, once Morong Qingxue activated her physique, her cultivation would reach the second level of the spirit aperture realm. If she could enter the Wanhua sect and diligently cultivate, she would undoubtedly achieve the celestial realm. The Wanhua sect would grow even stronger. Young Master Xiao is currently in seclusion, but once he emerges, you will certainly be able to meet him. Before Morong Qingxue could respond, Ziliu interjected, Look, that is young Master Xiao's private chamber. As they passed through the VIP area, Ziliu pointed toward one of the rooms. Boom! Almost immediately after Ziliu's declaration, a thunderous roar erupted from within the chamber. A formidable aura surged forth, causing Ziliu, Nangong Jing, and the others to gasp in disbelief, their pupils dilating in shock. That is the aura of the 9th level of the rotating pill realm. How is this possible? According to Morong Qingxue's account, Xiao Chen had only been at the 7th level of the spirit aperture realm. How could he now be emanating the aura of the 9th level of the rotating pill realm? Could it be that he had been concealing his true strength? The thought sent waves of astonishment coursing through Ziliu's mind as she stared at the chamber with trembling eyes. At merely 18 years of age, he had achieved the 9th level of the rotating pill realm, matching her own cultivation level. It was worth noting that her martial talent had reached the high tier of the celestial rank. And under the auspices of the Ziyun Merchant Association, she had only managed to break through to the 9th level of the rotating pill realm at the age of 23, yet Xiao Chen had surpassed her by a full 5 years. What a monstrous talent! Miss Morong, Miss Ziliu, are you certain that this young Master Xiao is truly only 18 years old? As Ziliu wavered in shock, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing shared similar expressions of disbelief, their faces pale as they questioned the validity of the revelation. To cultivate to the 9th level of the rotating pill realm by the age of 18, throughout the entire history of the Deqian Empire, how many prodigies could claim such an extraordinary feat? There is no need for the young master to resort to deception. He is indeed merely 18 years of age. Upon hearing this, Ziliu appeared somewhat uncertain, while Morong Qingxue, standing beside her, spoke with a face full of admiration. The man who had pulled her from the abyss radiated a brilliance that was destined to remain unmasked, such as the allure of young Master Xiao. Chapter 69. I cannot agree with this. In the confines of the room, as the onlookers outside were stricken with horror, Xiao Chen gradually opened his eyes. To his astonishment, during this elevation of his soul's quality, he had not only transformed into a Bodhi enlightenment soul, but also unexpectedly gained a moment of epiphany. His cultivation had, through unconscious practice, ascended to the 9th level of the spiral Dan realm. However, the greatest boon of this experience extended beyond mere cultivation. While observing the celestial patterns with the aid of his soul's metamorphosis, Xiao Chen, utilizing the essence of the 5 elements, devised a unique divine ability of his own, the 5 elements killing technique. This technique, formed by the amalgamation of 5 sub-techniques, once fused, could achieve a dual existence of yin and yang, and, when perfected, could shake the very heavens and earth. Nevertheless, this divine ability remained in its infancy and required continuous refinement in the days to come. By the way, I wonder if it is possible to have the system upgraded completely. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen immediately inquired, "Ding." The system responded, "The martial arts techniques established by the host can only be upgraded through the host's soul memory if they are replicated in their entirety." Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Chen could only resign himself to disappointment. To imprint a martial technique onto a scroll or jade tablet, one would not only need formidable soul power but also to cultivate the technique to a high level. Having just created this technique, he was presently unable to replicate it. It seemed he would have to derive it to a certain extent himself before seeking the system's assistance in upgrading and perfecting it. It is time to emerge. I wonder if I will miss the auction due to this retreat. Suppressing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Chen reined in his aura. This moment of enlightenment felt fleeting. Yet he could not ascertain how much time had truly passed him. "Is there someone outside?" Rising to his feet and sensing several presences beyond the door, a look of puzzlement crossed Xiao Chen's face. With so many individuals gathered outside his door, could it be that the Xian Chamber of Commerce has encountered trouble? As this thought settled in, he furrowed his brows and approached the door. Subsequently opening it, before him stood several stunningly beautiful individuals, each with distinct styles, their faces reflecting shock. Young Master Xiao." The startled Ziliuo and Nangong Jing gasped as the door swung open, taken aback. "Is he truly young Master Xiao? He is quite handsome indeed." Li Wanqing, gazing at the youthful Xiao Chen, was filled with curiosity, even harboring a desire to pinch him, eager to discern what kind of extraordinary talent could achieve the 9th level of the Spiral Dan realm at the tender age of 18. "Do you have business?" Observing the gathering of exquisite beauties before him, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly and inquired with a hint of skepticism. Aside from Ziliuo and Morong Qingxue, he did not recognize any of the other silver-haired maidens. "You must be young Master Xiao, correct?" After Xiao Chen spoke, Nangong Jing took a deep breath to steady herself, then stepped forward and offered a slight bow. My name is Nangong Jing, a disciple of the flower sect's leader. These two are my junior sisters and my senior uncle. The reason we stand here is all due to Miss Morong." After a brief introduction, Nangong Jing cut to the chase, explaining their desire to recruit Morong Qingxue into the flower sect. "Therefore, we would like to request young Master Xiao to persuade Miss Morong. Joining the flower sect would undoubtedly be of great benefit to her. Without proper guidance, her talents may be wasted." Upon hearing this, the others looked eagerly at Xiao Chen, while Morong Qingxue appeared somewhat embarrassed. This was her own decision, and she felt as though she had inadvertently troubled young Master Xiao. So that is the matter. Upon listening to Nangong Jing, Xiao Chen smiled lightly. Whether Miss Morong wishes to enter the flower sect for her cultivation ultimately depends on her own choice, although I owe her a debt of gratitude. It would be inappropriate for me to impose my will upon her. Morong Qingxue possesses the rare Taiyin Shenxia body, a sacred constitution that could potentially lead her to breakthrough to the sacred realm in the future. It would be unwise to push her into another faction. Any unforeseen circumstances could lead to complications. Young Master Xiao, Miss Morong's insistence on staying by your side undoubtedly stifles her purine body. If she were to join the flower sect, not only would they protect her from ill-intentioned individuals, but they could also fully unlock her purine constitution. Furrowing her brow, Nangong Jing remained undeterred. Still hoping to sway Xiao Chen that if only he would speak favorably, Morong Qingxue would undoubtedly respect his opinion, making it easier for the flower sect to welcome her. "You claim the flower sect can protect her from ill-intentioned individuals. I wholeheartedly agree. However, if you assert that your sect can fully unlock her constitution, I must respectfully disagree," Xiao Chen replied with a calm smile. Upon hearing his words, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing's expression shifted, their gazes turning hostile as they fixed their eyes on Xiao Chen. "What do you mean by that? Our flower sect is one of the 5 premier powers of the Great Qin dynasty. With all members practicing extreme yin attributes, there are even several transcendent beings within our ranks, all of whom possess purine constitutions. How dare you imply that our flower sect lacks the ability to fully develop her constitution?" Li Wanqing, her hands on her hips and an irate expression on her face, confronted Xiao Chen, clearly incensed by his remarks. If it were the Inferno Valley's ruffians who could not unlock a purine body, that might be somewhat understandable, but to say that the flower sect is incapable of doing so is akin to suggesting a master chef cannot cook. The flower sect's techniques are incomplete. The flaws become increasingly pronounced as one progresses in their cultivation. Let us inspect the foundational information of these individuals using the appraisal function. Xiaochen continued calmly. For ordinary women, practicing such techniques merely leads to the stagnation of yin energy within their bodies. This results in menstrual irregularities, a gradual whitening of hair, and ultimately a loss of fertility, rendering them disinterested in men, becoming what many refer to as stone women. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's declaration, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing's pupils widened in disbelief. Clearly taken aback by such outrageous claims, meanwhile Han Xinyue's expression darkened, her aura locking onto Xiao Chen with a fierce intensity. You dare to slander the legacy of the flower sect? As her voice fell coldly, it seemed that if Xiao Chen continued to speak out of turn, she would not hesitate to take action. Elder Han, young Master Xiao is an honorary elder of our Xian Chamber of Commerce. Your outburst may frighten him. Unable to contain herself, Ziliuo interjected at this moment. What? Upon hearing Ziliuo's words, Han Xinyue's expression shifted once more, disbelief filling her gaze as she looked at Xiao Chen. She had not expected this young man to hold such a high status within the Xian Chamber of Commerce. You need not be so extreme. I am merely speaking the truth. Observing Han Xinyue's reaction, Xiao Chen remained unfazed and continued in a tranquil tone. You have practiced the flower sect's legacy techniques for 46 years. And your issues have escalated from mere menstrual irregularities to debilitating pain and amenorrhea. Currently, your abdomen is rife with stagnant yin energy, causing discomfort at night and monthly bouts of backlash from the accumulated energy. The sensation is akin to a 1,000-year ice spear being thrust into your lower regions, enough to make even a profound realm expert like yourself feel tormented to the brink of despair. Chapter 70. I am merely informing you. Boom. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Han Xinyue felt as though thunder had struck her mind. Her pupils constricted violently, eyes wide as she gazed at Xiao Chen in horror. Every word was accurate. Whether it was the duration of her cultivation or the hidden afflictions within her body, Xiao Chen had not erred in a single detail. If it were not their first meeting today, she would have suspected Xiao Chen had been spying on her for quite some time. Merely glancing at her revealed so many issues. Who exactly was this young Master Xiao? Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing stood by, equally bewildered. While they were aware that the flower sect's techniques stemmed from an incomplete sacred text, leading to various flaws in later stages of cultivation, they had not anticipated the extent of these complications. As for you two, due to your unique constitutions and relatively short cultivation periods, you currently only experience hair whitening, menstrual irregularities, and accompanying abdominal pain. However, as you cultivate further, the accumulation of yin energy will intensify. You will not only endure monthly suffering akin to this elders, but, as the yin energy condenses excessively, it will transform into malevolent yin energy. Subsequently, your temper may grow cold and extreme, and should you fall into a state of madness, the risk of death looms large. As Xiao Chen surveyed the shocked expressions of the group, he cast a glance at Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, continuing in a placid tone. Moreover, Miss Morong's constitution is of a far superior caliber than yours. Once one embarks on the cultivation of the Wan woman's inherited techniques, although initial progress may be rapid and remarkable, it is inevitable that one will face backlash in the later stages, even after she reaches the celestial realm. A moment's carelessness could lead her into madness or even death. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Morong Qingxue and Ziliuo could not help but draw a sharp breath, astonished that the techniques of Wan woman bore such significant drawbacks. It seemed a stark contrast to the methods of Feigning. Leaving one incredulous for a moment, young Master Xiao, can you discern these issues? Is there a remedy for our plight? As turbulent emotions surged within her, Han Xinyue no longer wore her earlier icy demeanor, but instead felt a burgeoning respect for Xiao Chen. After taking a deep breath to steady her mind, she asked with a slight tremor in her voice. The aftereffects of the technique had tormented her for decades, and each episode over the past few years had rendered her to a state worse than death, were it not for her cultivation reaching the 7th level of the profound realm. Granting her formidable willpower, she might have undergone a complete transformation in character under such torment. Should Xiao Chen be able to heal or alleviate her suffering, she would willingly offer all her worldly possessions. Indeed, there is a method, Xiao Chen stated. Is what you say truly real? Upon hearing this, Han Xinyue was immediately filled with elation, and even Nangong Jing and Ziliuo could not restrain their wide-eyed astonishment. However, it was prudent not to rejoice too soon. Observing their excited expressions, Xiao Chen revealed without a hint of concealment, "At present, I can only help alleviate your pain, specifically by mending the hidden injuries inflicted upon you by the backlash of dark energy, and restoring your fertility. As for thoroughly resolving this hidden danger, we must address it at its root, which is your inherited techniques. If you are willing to entrust the core techniques to me for examination, I can relay them to my master, who will assist in deducing a remedy for the inadequacies present. Thus, as the techniques are perfected, you shall gain complete mastery over the dark energy within you, allowing you to eradicate these aftereffects at their source. The repair function can only mend physical wounds. It cannot directly amend the essence of your cultivation. Therefore, I can only proceed indirectly, first mending your bodies and subsequently refining the techniques to eliminate the danger. Naturally, this approach bears its own advantages. After all, each individual I repair will unwittingly enter into a contract with the system. If I can assist all of one woman in restoring their bodies, the entire sect would then fall under my influence. The mere thought of it is thrilling. Entrust the inherited techniques?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Han Xinyue and Nangong Jing were left utterly bewildered. The techniques represented the core inheritance of a sect. Handing them over to an outsider could potentially spell disaster for the sect. "I am merely informing you, not insisting that you comply," Xiao Chen remarked, observing the shifting expressions of Han Xinyue and Nangong Jing with a gentle smile. "The bait has been cast. As long as one can maintain their composure, there will inevitably be fish that bite. Young master, the decision regarding the inherited techniques is beyond my authority. I can only report to the sect leader and let her decide. However, if you could alleviate this pain, I would dare to implore your assistance," Han Xinyue said through gritted teeth after a moment of silence. With that, she produced a spatial ring and offered it to Xiao Chen. "This is a small portion of my wealth. I hope you will not disdain it." Xiao Chen's ability to aid Morong Qingxue in resolving her physical issues might indeed restore her bodily injuries. If he could mitigate her suffering, she would endure less torment in the future. "Well, since you have spoken thus, I shall extend my assistance this once," Xiao Chen replied, not rejecting the offer. After accepting the spatial ring, he said to Han Xinyue, "Come with me." As the group entered the private chamber, Xiao Chen wasted no words and instructed Han Xinyue to lie down on the large bed. In the next moment, he unleashed his cultivation, forming intricate seals with one hand while being enveloped in swirling runes. Following a brief display, he pressed his hand against Han Xinyue's lower abdomen and issued a repair command to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 18,000 points and is currently repairing Han Xinyue's hidden injuries. Although Han Xinyue had reached the 7th level of the profound realm, the aftereffects were not fatal, hence the point deduction was not substantial. As the system's notification echoed, a brilliant white light erupted from Xiao Chen. Han Xinyue felt a mysterious force surging wildly from Xiao Chen's right hand, swirling within her lower abdomen. The unprecedented warmth made her body tremble involuntarily, and she could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Chapter 71, "You little brat, are you looking for a beating?" Seeing the peculiar expressions of those around her, Han Xinyue's face turned crimson. It was bewildering that, despite being in her 40s, a mere gentle press on her abdomen could elicit such a sound. How utterly embarrassing. "All done. Your body has been restored to its original state, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, since the root issue remains unresolved, this condition can only be sustained for a few years." As Han Xinyue's face flushed, Xiao Chen retracted his hand and calmly remarked, "Thank you immensely for your great kindness, young master," Han Xinyue expressed, turning to sit up on the bed. Feeling a comforting warmth in her abdomen, her body felt as though it had broken free from shackles, granting her an unprecedented sense of ease. Shock and gratitude illuminated her features as she respectfully clasped her fists in gratitude towards Xiao Chen. In this instance of restoration, Xiao Chen not only healed her internal injuries but also eradicated various hidden wounds from battles. At this moment, her cultivation bottleneck began to loosen, suggesting that with focused practice, she could soon break through to a new level.